everyone, we were high-fiving people from other countries and cheering for that. The men's basketball, it was not the same vibe in terms of the stadium because most of the fans were France
So
fans.
when you were walking out, were they hissing at you? Like, hiss.
No, is that a thing?
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine how the French would insult you when you're walking out. I know when I go to Bears games outside of Chicago, like you get trashed when you're walking out of the thing, out of the venue. You know what I'm saying?
Fans were very nice. Like they were not mean fans. They just didn't cheer quite as loud.
Poor Americans.
Yeah.
That's okay. I get it.
Was the whole U.S. basketball team at the women's champ? The gold medal game?
Bam was.
I saw LeBron. And
LeBron, Bam, and I want to say Derek White. But those are the only three.
Yeah, Derek White had nothing to do after.
Right? Yeah.
He's staying there. I get
Yeah.
that.
But LeBron, Savannah, and Zuri, their little
awesome.
girl.
Okay.
Yeah. It was cool.
Yeah, man, that sounds amazing. You know what I mean? To be able to do something like that. What was the flight back home like? Were you bummed? Because sometimes at the end of something like that, you can kind of be like, "Oh, this isn't reality."
Yeah, I mean, it did kind of suck to be leaving, but also like I knew football's back, and like I was kind of ready to get back to real life, to reality after 10 days.
I really thought you were going to bring me back a medal.
I really tried.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, she's definitely come back with medals for us."
You know what?
Like, fake medals.
Once Ariana Adriana Diaz was out, I was like, well, that was my plan to bring you back a ping pong. She got tossed, and so we did go to the Olympic Museum, which has medals. It was like a pop-up deal.
I was going to say, is it a traveling museum? This is great.
Yeah, I think it was just for the Olympics, but you could see medals from all past Olympics, like the very first medals ever. They were like extremely thick.
That's cool.
Which was cool. So we tried to get like a fake medal there.
I saw. I can't remember. I think it was I think it's like the skateboarder or something like that. That was an Olympic sport, right?
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Whoever won like took home the bronze from the United States, and he went on social media because he goes like the video's like he's like, yeah, dude. So I was like wearing it, and it was like I was sweating a lot, and I had my shirt on it. He's like, and then a couple of my boys wear it, and then he's like, look, and it was like damn near coming off, like the bronze part was coming off.
I did see that.
That's wild.
Which is, you got it like what, 2 days ago, and it's already coming off. I feel like maybe for the skateboarding, that type of sport, maybe they will makeshift.
Like the bad box.
Yes.
Like, let's just give those to the Australian breakdancers and. Okay, did that become a thing? All right, I'm so glad we got a couple minutes left. Did that become a thing? Like, were you hearing about that while you were out there?
Yeah, people were talking about that because also, and I just learned this a couple days ago. She was like on the committee, the search committee for Australian breakdancers, and then just was like, "Well, I might as well throw myself in there."
We all joke about being able to, if you could pick one Olympic sport, and she actually did it. She was like, I think I could do breakdancing.
Which she should have picked another sport because she couldn't have been any worse at breakdancing. I mean,
there's like a video of like some woman. It's viral. It always gets out there where like she's like, and this is hip hop. She like does some dance moves, and it's like,
and that's exactly what this girl reminded you of.
I do feel bad for her. I'm glad she came out and said,
no, I don't feel bad for her.
Stop bullying her. Whatever. She's a better dancer than most people, even though she's not an Olympic caliber.
No. But now breakdancing is out of the Olympics.
I know. She was so bad, they kicked it out. She ruined it. That's great.
She ruined it, yeah. But it was a good trip. I'm glad to be back, glad to be focusing on football going forward, and that's what we're going to do here on the show. We'll talk a little college football coming up, too, but Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, he's no longer around. We'll check in on what's going on in Minnesota. That's coming up next here on The Better Angle.
This is The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Gabe Ramirez on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Service starts now with Sean Morash.
I will punch you in your stupid face, and I hate the Knicks. I hate their fans.
And Pat Boyle.
That's probably why I'm not a GM in the NFL, but if I was, I would probably take a huge swing on Michael Penix.
Turning your faith into fortune.
Few things in the gambling world I can't wait to bet more than the Jets under right now.
While serving up hot cakes and hot takes.
If Chet Holmgren was on that team, he's probably putting up better numbers than Wemby.
It's BetQL 5-Star Weekend, presented by BetMGM.
How the heck are you, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, everyone and anyone? I don't know why I'm opening the show that way, but I am. I'm Sean Morash. He's Pat Boyle. It is BetQL's 5-Star Weekend. Twitch.tv/BetQL is where you could watch us. We are presented by BetMGM. And this is the final 5-Star Weekend before we get a college football game that counts, beginning with Georgia Tech and Florida State on Saturday. What is up, Patty Boyle? How are you?
SATURDAY. Hey, SATURDAY. Hey, that's what we'll be screaming come Saturday morning, 6 days away from now, Shawnee, when we get a top 10 college, not just college football. We get week 0. We get a top 10 football team. Who knows if they'll be there at the end of the season with DJ Uiagalelei and Mike Norvell and all the departures that the Florida State Seminoles experienced last year and got robbed not getting into the college football playoff. But the 10th-ranked Florida State Seminoles taking on Georgia Tech in my homeland, Shawnee, in good old Dublin, Ireland. So that'll be noon. And then we've got 3 games that, honestly, if you put them in any other week, I wouldn't give a rat's ass about. But week 0, we'll be here to play. We'll be there to play the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors at 11:59 p.m. Eastern, plus a couple of other games. But for now, we got NFL preseason that's rolling on today with 2 more games tonight, primetime games. I mean, the NFL schedule has done such a phenomenal job. Roger Goodell with getting interest in these preseason games because they've been slotting them all throughout the day on Saturday, a Thursday night. We didn't get a Friday night this week, but week 1 preseason, we got Friday night. And then yesterday, 13 games from noon all the way to 10 p.m. Eastern kickoff time. It was glorious. It was beautiful. I just watched, I was doing an update shift at our station in New York, but basically was just watching preseason football all damn day. I mean, it was heaven. So I'm doing great. We got 2 more games today. We're inching closer to the final stretch of the baseball season. And we've only got a couple weeks here left, Shawnee. So I'm cherishing every last moment with you for this summer season.
Yeah, we have this and 2 more. And then BetQL will shift to their fall programming, which will be tremendous, as it always is. Obviously, big BetQL news this week, the departure of Ken Barkley from You Better You Bet. And on August 26th, the new version of You Better You Bet will launch. And I know Nick Costos is going to do a great job. And let's just clap it up for Ken Barkley before we get into our show as well. I mean, he's really just a pillar and a huge part of BetQL. The Stones that talk the talk and give you bets. And I love the shifts I got to work with Ken about a year or so ago before my career kind of shifted and I was doing some local stuff in Afternoon Drive. It's one thing to sit here like us, blabbering idiots, and give you our best bets and everything. It's another to go, honey, this is the dream. I'm just going to gamble for a living. God bless his wife, too. Disagree?
No. No, I do
comment?
not. I'm not married, but I know that if I was married, I probably would be quickly unmarried if I made that decision. But Ken, look, there's not many people better suited for it. And I don't know Ken personally like you do, but just having watched you listen, You Better You Bet over the last couple of years here, seeing his stuff, there's not many people better suited to do it than Ken. So I just love how he was like such a stone cold assassin just on the air. He goes, yeah, this is the dream. I'm going to do it. And that's that. Hey, good luck, man.
Good luck. And minimal sweats is right for Ken Barkley. All right. We have some bets to give you throughout the show. We have Dingbat as well later on, which we need confirmation on if Kenny was a universal loser, because I gave you 2 winners last week. Patty Boyle gave you a winner. So if Kenny didn't hit a single home run, he's been ducking and hiding. We need to figure out a punishment. Hopefully it's not his belly button talking, and we'll figure that out. We have a Sunday Scary. Oh, Kenny hit a home run last week with Austin Riley. Somebody double check that. We have a Sunday Scary that I'm going to warn you right now is not about bets today. I'm going to give you 5 NFL futures I've parlayed together, something I'm very interested in. Plus, I'm sure there's some kind of tennis bet that Pat Boyle is going to cook up throughout the show as well. So let's get it started here.
And soccer.
Let's get it started here with a hot takes and hot cakes.
Good morning, people. Boy, do I need some hot takes and hot cakes. Pat Boyle and Sean Marash, give it to them.
So obviously I'm in NFL futures mode. I started last week's show telling you Bears under 8.5. And more thoughts on the Bears later as I continue to watch Hard Knocks and watch the Chicago Bears cook a little bit as well. I'm going to give you another under here to start the show. Patty, to me, the most interesting division in football will be the team that Hard Knocks in-season features, and that's the AFC North. It's hard to find a really bad football team, but somebody will have to finish last.
Wait a minute, aren't the Bears are in the NFC North?
I know. I said last week I started the show with a Bears take. More on them later. I gave an under last week on the Bears. I'm setting up my new under.
Oh, that's my mistake. That's my mistake.
Boy, way to kill the flow. Okay, last week I gave you Bears under 8.5 to start the show. I have some more thoughts on the Bears later. To me, they're on Hard Knocks right now. There's a Hard Knocks in season with the AFC North, which I consider the most interesting division in football. Somebody in the AFC North has to finish in last place. Last year, it was the Cincinnati Bengals based on the fact that Joe Burrow had gotten hurt and they kind of petered out. I'm doing it, man. And it's funny that the juice is laid this way at minus 144. I think Mike Tomlin is going to have his first losing year as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am taking the under 8.5. I've placed the bet this morning. I've locked it up. Think about this for a second, because I think Tomlin is a great head coach. I mean, I love my head coach, Brian Dable in New York. Mike Tomlin is maybe, I don't even know if I could say about Andy Reid because of age, maybe the only guy I would trade my head coach for right now. Like, that's how much I trust Mike Tomlin. That being said, we kind of now have just gotten so used to, and understandably so, just saying he never has losing years. He never has losing years. That's fine. It also doesn't mean it has to be a 3 or 4 win year for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And what I've seen through the preseason, again, preseason is always extremely vanilla, the play calling and everything. One thing that you cannot fix just by saying, hey, I find a way to get the most out of guys we have winning years. One thing that is undeniable that can sink a team is bad offensive line play. So while Justin Fields and now Russell Wilson, who's suddenly back after an injury, continue to trade off their struggles, the biggest reason that first-team offense in Pittsburgh has struggled through 2 preseason games, 5 sacks allowed, including 3 on yesterday's game. I think the Steelers are going to be in trouble. I think that offensive line is going to cause them to just not be the same old. And I think just because Kenny Pickett is gone and Mason Rudolph's gone, you're expecting that quarterback room to be a little better. Well, don't look now. The offensive line is in complete shambles. I am on the under 8.5, and then I throw in the fact that the division is so tough. I mean, if Burrow's healthy, how am I not into the Bengals and the Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson train combined with Baltimore? And look, I think Cleveland, Stefanski's a good head coach. Who knows with Deshaun Watson? They're going to have a good defense. I'm not even sure how sold I am on the Browns one way or another, but man, somebody is going to inevitably win 7 games and finish in last place in that division. I think it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'm on the under 8.5. My hot cake for hour number 1. It is juice minus 144, but that's fine. I think Tomlin's having a losing year here, Pat.
Yeah, and the thing that would exacerbate that for me, Shawnee, is if he decides to go with Russell Wilson at quarterback, which I think would be an ultimate disaster because I've said it numerous times before. I think Russ is cooked. Do not let him cook. And I think Justin Fields just offers so much more upside. And Justin Fields came in yesterday in the second half and injected some life into that Steelers offense because they didn't do much of anything with Russ. And we saw it's going to be the same exact thing we saw with Russ in Denver last year, whereas the numbers don't look horrible on the surface, right? I mean, his completion percentage was great. He barely threw any interceptions in the first couple of weeks, but like you looked at the Denver Broncos, you're like, this isn't a good team. This isn't a good offense. They don't score points. And it was the same thing yesterday with Russell Wilson, 8 for 10 for 47 yards. He completed 8 passes for 47 yards because he can't throw the football down the field accurately or with any kind of power anymore. He can't drive the ball down the field. He can't drive the ball into the deep parts of the defensive zone or give guys a chance to win some one-on-one battles, 20, 25 yards down the field. So it's all just dink and dunk, little West Coast offense, take care of the ball, don't turn the ball over. But again, the biggest thing that has changed for Russ is his mobility. He doesn't have any. And he took 3 sacks last night. And again, I know that's part of the offensive line having as much struggles as they're going to have, which is what you hit on there, Shawnee. But Justin Fields comes in and he's making things happen with his feet. He runs a nice little 20-yard scamper, 8 carries for 42 yards. He goes 11 of 17 for 92 yards through the air. And still, the Steelers only scored 3 points. Again, it's preseason football. We understand that. That's the precursor to any argument we're having about play we've seen is that it is preseason football. But knowing what we know about Russell Wilson the last 2 years, knowing what I know and knowing what I think, is just that if Mike Tomlin goes the safe route and says, you know what, let's start with Russ. Let's go with the safe quarterback here. It's a disaster. You're wasting 4, 5, 6, 7, however many games you start Russ for, you're wasting that in your season where we know with the Steelers, it comes down to week 18 or in the past week 17 every single year for them. And if they don't get off to a hot start, I mean, I got news flash. Like you said, it's probably the toughest division in football or the most balanced division in football. And some of their softest spots on the schedule reside in the first 6 weeks of the season. So I agree with you. Under 8.5, it is juiced, but this to me will hinge whether or not I'm actually going to place this. And when I officially do place my over-unders after the last preseason games of the year next week, the Steelers under, for me, heavily depends on who's playing quarterback. If it's Russell Wilson, I'm pounding the under. If it's Justin Fields, I might reconsider. But either way, It doesn't look good for the Steelers.
I don't disagree. I'm not even the biggest Fields guy at this point. And I have a feeling that one of the 3 big quarterbacks and more on the college football season to come that are in this draft is going to be on the Pittsburgh Steelers next year. Come hell or high water, as they like to say. All right, what do you got, Patty?
I have a feeling that Mike Tomlin is going to go with Russell Wilson, and then when he does get inevitably benched, we're going to be saying just in time to play the field.
I like that. I like
How
that.
about that? Yeah, mine did I just get signed out of here? This Google Doc. All right, whatever. I remember what the take was, but I remember what the take is, and that is, the way I've been playing these preseason games, Shawnee. I don't know about you. Patty's been making some nice coin betting preseason unders here. Yeah.
Have you? Okay.
For games, and here's my strategy. I'm going to lay it out there. And I'm not saying like I'm reinventing the wheel or like I'm some, genius, but it's worked this year. This is my first real year that I'm actually investing in preseason football. I don't think I've ever bet more than 2 preseason games in a season before this. So again, the data is a little recency biased, if you will, but ask any other guy, ask Nick in terms of what the strategy is. Me and Rob Brown, who filled in a couple of times on You Better You Bet last week, we're pounding unders, we're pounding nails. If it's a game where like no starters are playing, then I think the pregame under is the safer play there. For example, Jets Panthers, I think it finished at 31.5 last night. And that I saw it a couple of days ago at 34.5. It's just like you knew there was going to be no offense in that game with Andrew Peasley playing quarterback for the Jets and Jack Plummer playing for the Panthers. So like that is one where you want to hammer the pregame. Same thing with what me and Rob did on Thursday night. Eagles Patriots, the pregame was 33.5, which had come down 3 points because there was supposed to be a lot of rain in New England. Even that's with and no Eagles offensive starters were playing. We kind of got the quarterback layoff for what the Patriots are going to go with. So we pounded the pregame under. If there's a game where the starters are going to play, for example, yesterday, Daniel Jones made his preseason debut with the Giants. CJ Stroud played for the Texans. That pregame under for Giants-Texans, I want to say was 35.5. And if you give me 5 seconds here, I will pull it up. 39.5. So it's actually a little bit higher. It's one of the highest preseason totals I've seen. It finishes under that, but even then, you got 27 points or 24 points in the first half. The sportsbook algorithms, from what I've seen, they're not, they're smart, obviously, but they're not, I think, accounting for the starters then coming out of the game after the first quarter, especially after the first half. So what I've been doing is, and again, I know it's tough to watch or follow every single game. So as kind of just a general rule of thumb for the games tonight and the final games next week, where there's probably not going to be a lot of starters anyway, but especially going forward in preseason, just keep this nugget in your mind. You see the starting quarterbacks come out, you see the offensive starters come out, and if you can't follow closely at halftime, whatever the live under is, just bet it. Just bet it, because everything we know about preseason football is exaggerated once the starters come out of the game. And then you're seeing backup third-string offensive players versus third-string defensive players. It's much harder to execute on the offensive side of the football. So that's kind of been my strategy. We can get a little bit more into it as we go on here, Shawnee, but I'll turn it back to you.
I like it. I like it a lot. And 2 more of those games coming up. When we come back, though, we are 13 days away. Well, even less than that when you consider the Thursday night games from full week 1 college football. What are the best games? We discuss next.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've looked at this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at
say.
this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your
Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
BetQL's 5-Star Weekend is here. How's everybody doing? I'm doing good. A little relaxed, a little calmness to me. I don't know. A little zen, as they say, Pat Boyle. A little zen.
It's all right. I'll figure out a way to ruffle those feathers before too long here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, how does my voice sound, by the way, everybody? Twitch.tv/BetQL. I was at a concert and didn't get home until 1:30 in the morning. So I got to be honest with you. I thought the pipes are going to be a little more rusty than they are, but I think I like where I'm at. I do.
I think you sound good. I mean, you're like Russell Wilson, though. You haven't tried to launch any deep balls yet. You haven't tried to drive the ball down the field. So it's been a lot of screens. I haven't seen you go higher than like a 6. So we'll see. That jury's still out.
And I'm also about to embark on, before we get into the best games of the college football weekend, my last little, I guess a rendezvous, a little trip before the sports radio calendar flips to full-blown football season. And Pat, you know this. It ends up being poor us, right? Oh, man, your season's busy because you got to talk football. But no, you're not really supposed to take off a lot of the time. And, for me, with the Giants playing on Thanksgiving, I'm not even really going to get a Thanksgiving Black Friday situation off here. I'm heading to Lake George in upstate New York with my kids. that also was not a vacation, because when you bring two screaming kids in a basically Toyota Highlander up I-87 and they're throwing fruit snacks at your head as you're telling them, just shut up. That is exactly not really a trip, but that's what we have going on, Pat. So this is a big week ahead for me.
Nice. That sounds like a lot of fun. It makes
It
me
is.
really want to get married and have kids as soon as possible.
You're right. You're right. It should. It's the American dream. All right, let's look ahead. Week 1 of college football is basically upon us. I mean, week 0 is next weekend. Week 1 will follow suit. And the recap of all the Saturday games in week 1 will be our little tip the cap out. See you later. Farewell tour for BetQL's 5-star weekend to set us all up. But this has been a trend, certainly in the last couple of years. Week 2 is oftentimes much worse than week 1 in terms of like some sexy games. We have gotten used to like a good launching pad of college football, giving us at least a couple really juicy ones to kind of get the season going. And then like this, and now with the conference realignment and everything, it looks like by week 4, you have just jam-packed awesomeness from week 4 on in the college football season. But we are going to rank our 5 favorite games from week 1 of the college football slate. And I think Pat should give me number 5, and I'll go number 5. I usually lead, and that's just pig stuff from me. So, Pat, you go.
Sure, no problem, Shawnee. I'm happy to lead off and set the table for you here. Number 19, Miami in the swamp at Billy Napier's Florida Gators here to start this season. Miami is a 2.5-point favorite with an over-under of 54.5. So this is going to be a good one. This is 3:30 Eastern on the first real Saturday, 13 days away from now. And it's two coaches that are, kind of firmly on the hot seat in my mind. Billy Napier feels like he's been on the hot seat since he got to Florida. Mario Cristobal, after the season that Miami had last year, expectations are now much higher. It's a definitely open ACC in the sense that it's them, Clemson, and Florida State here in what should be the three-headed race. And I just, again, it's going to be interesting to see who immediately gets their, takes a nice little lighter and puts it right under their tuchus. Whoever loses this game, that's going to be the head coach we're talking about.
Yeah.
Florida feels like they're one of the worst teams in a now stacked SEC. And it feels like this is a game that's going to come down to the wire, and it's who is going to avoid the gigantic mistake, right? I mean, we saw the absolute disaster of Miami football last year in that one game that they blew. So Billy Napier needs a great season in the worst way. They need a good start in the worst way. And again, for what's going to be an ACC crown that likely comes down to the final week or two, Mario Cristobal and Miami, whose offense looks good on paper this year. I got to be honest. I think I'm upbeat as much as I have been in recent years here. They got Oregon State's Damian Martinez, who ran like an absolute madman last year and helped out DJ Uiagalelei at Oregon State a ton. And I'm very interested to see the quarterbacking position here, because Tyler Van Dyke, he's off to Wisconsin. So now they bring in Cam Ward, right, from Washington State.
Yes.
That's Miami's quarterback now. So very interesting to see that. And again, Florida's not going to have many winnable games on the schedule once the SEC season starts. So this is one they have to have at home. It's going to be an exciting one.
So I didn't look at Pat's top 5. We're pretty close. I think there's only one game different, but we are both in lockstep that this is the 5th best game of the weekend. Again, you filled that 3:30 void. You mentioned a lot about what Florida has on the line. I mean, how many years in a row, Pat, in the early season are we going to have to hear, is Miami back? What does Miami have to do to be back? Can they be back? I want to get back to Miami being back. Back. Miami's back. That was very funny. Thank you for laughing hysterically at that, Pat. With that being said,
sound like Chris Berman.
You're right. I think this is going to come down to the wire. And for me, this is going to be I know I'm betting the game because it's going to be 3:30. I'm going to be coming off the high of the noon games. I feel like this is just going to be a strictly blind bet, put my faith in. As you said, Florida and the schedule getting harder. Florida has to win this game. I'm going to bet Florida as the dogs here on the money line in this game and just hope for the best and assume that, the SEC whether it's transfer portal, recruiting powers will just take over. And in fact, Miami at this point still should not be favored over any SEC team until further notice.
Yeah, I was switching between tabs there. I agree. It's going to be a testy, intense game, which for week one of college football where the offense isn't flowing, it's who's going to turn the ball over less. I'm very excited for it. I kind of wish it was like a 7 o'clock kick, but 3:30. I'm trying to see the games that it's going to compete against here. And in terms of the ranked games, it's the best game because you got Akron, Ohio State, which is a 50.5 point spread. And you got another game that I'm going to get to in a second here that's also a big spread. So Miami, Florida is clear cut the best game in that window. So they're going to have millions of eyeballs on them, and we'll see who wants to lose that game less. Number 4 for me is a game that I just hinted at. And on paper, it is a blowout. Colorado State at number 4, Texas. The Longhorns 30 are 5 touchdown favorites, and over-under that's sitting right near 60. But, again, I kind of have a soft spot in my heart for Jay Norvell and the Colorado State Rams. After what they did to Deion and the Buffaloes last year, this is a frisky team that is not going to back away from a challenge here. And, I know that the roster may have flipped over. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you and say that I've been going into the too deep of Colorado State football to see which guys are coming back and, who left and whatnot. But again, everybody was saying this team was going to get annihilated by Colorado. This was before the Buffs came back to earth, getting blown up by Oregon, and they put up a fight, right? And it was testy and it was intense. So I don't expect them to go into Austin and just totally lay down the sword and get destroyed here. And I got a lot of questions about Texas football. I got questions about how legitimate of a draft prospect is Quinn Ewers. I know a lot of people think that he's going to be a top 10 pick, especially with two drafted wide receivers leaving, most notably Xavier Worthy here, and now they're down 2 running backs already to start the season. I am very interested to see how Texas comes out and if they can really take care of business and pummel this Colorado State team. But that might be one in terms, on the bottom of my betting list for week 1, Shawnee, that I'm going to put a couple dollars on. I think I'm taking Colorado State to cover the 35, and hopefully it goes up another point or two. But I'm intrigued to keep an eye on that game because it's going to be the same window as Miami, Florida. So, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, money is always to be made on those big spreads in week 1. That game I kept off the list, and this is a game you do not have on your list. Penn State at West Virginia with James Franklin's Nittany Lions laying 10 points. That's noon. That's going to be the same time as the Clemson-Georgia game, which we're going to hit on in a couple minutes. Pat, I think that this is a tricky spot for the Penn State Nittany Lions here. I'm not telling you they're not going to win the game, but this, I think, is a betting paradise game. This screams the first game of the year where a better one way or another is going to feel like they got burned. I think, and my gut tells me, you could get a backdoor cover. It just could be the hostile environment. I think West Virginia is going to find a way to cover the 10 points in this game. But I could also, see me and anybody else betting West Virginia going, oh my God, it's 35-10 in the fourth quarter. How did we not see this coming? But I just think that this is a tough spot. Going into West Virginia is going to be a very difficult spot for Penn State. And I think that this game's a little more intriguing than I think many will realize. And dare I say there's a chance at noon where your fourth quarter completely pivots your eyeballs to here if Georgia's absolutely taking care of business versus Clemson. Again, more on that in a second.
Yeah, third one for me is the Sunday night game, which, again, is going to have basically everybody's eyeballs on it. And that is USC, number 23 USC against number 13 LSU in the Modelo Vegas Kickoff Classic. So that's at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, 7:30 Eastern, Sunday night, as we're all getting set for Labor Day. And it's a nice little 3-day weekend here. LSU laying just under a touchdown, 6-point favorite, and a nice big whopping 62.5 point total in this one. Again, I have multiple questions about Lincoln Riley and, a guy that had Caleb Williams and a bunch of NFL talent last year on his staff and couldn't even, what would they win? 7 games last year, 8 games. So a massive disappointment. The defense has never been good. And I don't think it got much better despite what they tell. Oh, they landed this guy in the transfer portal. Oh, this USC defense looking a lot better. Yeah. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it. And they're going to have a real big test. Week 1, yes, the Jaden Daniels, the Malik Neighbors era is over in LSU. Garrett Nussmeier is the quarterback there. They've got some weapons with Kyron Lacey, and we'll see what Josh Williams is going to do at running back here. But this just feels like, feels like a nice, good old Sunday night shootout in Vegas between two teams that I don't really buy either's legitimacy at having a chance at the college football playoff this year. LSU, again, in a very, very deep, stacked SEC. USC, again, the defense stinks. And I don't think that, Miller Moss, whatever the hell his stupid name is, is going to really do anything to push the needle for USC now here in their first season in a new conference. But again, nice big spread. Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly. Sure, it's the Sunday night standalone game, so I'm absolutely going to be in on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is going to be number 2 for me. So, I mean, I don't have to wait and have my takes here. Just spoiler alert, this is number 2 for me from the standpoint of standalone Sunday night raises it, elevates it, but it's which program is in better shape mode. You know what I mean? Like the winner of this game, after all that they have lost, is going to walk out of here feeling like, okay, we are okay. The loser could already be in complete panic mode after a week 1 game. So that was number 2 for me. My number 3 is the Notre Dame Texas A&M game, which is your number 2. The Aggies laying 2.5 at home in that spot. Patty, I know that you're Mr. Irish. Look, again, I early indications tell me I'm going to bet the Irish in this spot and assume that Texas A&M has a horrible loss in this spot to start off the season. I'm in on Notre Dame this year. I think expanded playoff, the committee's going to be pigs and make sure they get him in at all costs. But I do think that Notre Dame here and this, next kind of turning over of things is going to figure it out. But that is a fun game, and it's a reason you have it so high on your list as well.
Yep, absolutely. And that not just because I'm an Irish guy, but you got 2 top 25 teams, 2 top 20 teams, 7:30 on the first Saturday night here. So it's going up against Fresno State, Michigan. It's going up against Idaho, Oregon, and Furman, Ole Miss. Again, 2 teams playing cupcakes. Alabama's playing Western Kentucky. So this is, good scheduling job. We've got one game that is clear cut above the rest in each of the windows. And for sure, this is the one here for the Saturday night. Notre Dame, Riley Leonard, the new quarterback at Notre Dame here. It's a defense that has multiple first 2-round draft prospects in it. This Notre Dame defense is going to blow your socks off, especially that secondary. They are a real problem. Xavier Watts is going to be one of the top safeties taken off the board. Benjamin Morrison might be the best cornerback in the country. So I'm very excited to see how they do on the road against Connor Wegman and Mike Elko, the new coach at A&M here. The 12th man's going to play a factor as much as I crush it and rip on, the 12th man. What a stupid name. It's going to be a good one, and it's going to be probably low scoring, the 46.5 total. I'm probably going to bet the under here, and I'm probably not just going to blindly bet my favorite college football team. I want to see Notre Dame take care of business here, but this paves the ground. This paves the groundwork. If Notre Dame wins this game, it's almost impossible for me to think they don't get into the college football playoff.
All right, we're both going to tackle the number 1 game. Spoiler alert, it's Clemson in Georgia. And what is an enormous spread, 14 for Georgia on the other side of the break. Plus, kind of take a little peeksy at the Heisman and why at this point it feels silly to bet Dylan Gabriel. I mean, geez, everybody's betting Dylan Gabriel. We got to find some value elsewhere as Patty just shakes his head, thinking the fat guy that looks like a thumb with a beard is right, and I'm going to have to talk about it. All right, so when we come back, more on the Heisman, more on Clemson and Georgia. We're tickling the undercarriage with some college football, and another round of hot takes and hot cakes comes your way in about 25 minutes. Again, you can watch our pretty faces, twitch.tv/BetQL. It's BetQL's 5-star weekend. More when we come back next.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at
say.
this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at this
say.
over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
How's everybody doing? It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM. He's Pat Boyle. I'm Sean Morash. Okay, big Sunday scary coming up. I'm so stoked for this. I actually saw Patty this week. I have placed a pretty insane 6-leg player prop parlay for the NFL season with insane odds. Just insane odds. And the more and more I look at it, I keep saying to myself, this is hitting. And is anybody this creative that they haven't come up with this? Because this is hitting. So you're going to get that in the final half hour of the show. We're about an hour away from a little dingbat. We gave you four home run hitters combined out of the 9 bets we gave. Okay? And we have a GTFO or oh yeah, which Amir must be working hard on because we don't have a single statement in our rundown about it yet. So obviously plenty to get into. Plenty to get into throughout the show. We did just go through our top 4 rankings of the best college football games in week 1. I say top 4 because we didn't get to number 1. And number 1 for both of us is going to be that noon game, Patty, Clemson and Georgia, which, I mean, what a tremendous gift from the football gods that we get these 2 programs and these 2 head coaches with Dabo and Kirby going at it at noon. Basically, you're going to come right off of College game day and go right into watching these 2 teams play. Now, Carson Beck, who we're going to talk about in a little bit, Heisman-wise, is going to be the main attraction, the star here of this game with Georgia. But, I mean, it is so odd to look up and see Clemson, who we are not that far removed from Clemson being just the end-all, be-all in college football, and Dabo bringing that program back, and obviously everything they did at the quarterback position from Watson to Trevor Lawrence. But here we are. How disrespectful. Clemson, 14-point underdogs in this spot. And yet, I love Georgia laying the points. I think they are going to put on a little bit of a show. And I think that this game, obviously, because of the brand recognition, has to be number 1. The fact that we're getting this early and not playing in prime time. But as I stated with that Penn State-West Virginia game, I think there's a good chance that while we get all revved up and excited for this game, that we walk away disappointed. And I think Georgia is ultimately going to lay the wood and bark like dogs and take care of business in the fourth quarter or third quarter. And the second half just gets away from Clemson and they let go of the rope in this game. I am on Georgia laying the 14 in week 1. And I think this is a game that you may even alt it up. I mean, I think you can get into 21, 24 point territory as well.
Yeah, I find it hard to disagree with you, mostly just because I feel like the Dabo Sweeney Clemson as a powerhouse football team are long gone. They're long gone, and I feel like they're kind of just getting a top 15 ranking here based off what they've done in the past, and not kind of what we think they're going to be going forward, or at least what I think they're going to be. I mean, it's a team that noticeably had major struggles last year, right? I mean, getting blown out by Duke to start the year. And then, never really rising to the occasion. Now, they finished the year strong, and they upset my Notre Dame Fighting Irish after I thought they were toast and cooked coming off the heels of losing back-to-back games to Miami, North Carolina State. They showed a little life. They won their final 4 games of the year, and then they win a bowl game, which, bowl games mean nothing anymore if you're not in the playoff. But I just, an offense that struggled, a offensive line that is not nearly as good as it used to be. And again, we know Dabo Sweeney, Mr. The transfer portal is the devil, and I'm going to just recruit, and that's going to be my team year after year. It's basically the same exact team as last year for the most part. They barely made any additions in the transfer portal, and the ones that they did, I mean, they're not expected to be impact players. So I think Cade Klubnik was just kind of getting hype solely because of how disappointing DJ Uiagalelei was, and now people are kind of just hoping that Cade Klubnik is going to be good, and I don't see it. I don't see it. I saw numerous struggles with him last year in terms of being able to run the football, throwing on the run. He's not a great pure pocket passer, and they don't have a ton of weapons on offense. And it's a defense that used to be able to hang your hat on. And yeah, sure, they're going to have a really good defense at times this year, but I mean, they're going up against one of the best offensive lines in the country. Georgia can boast that every single year from the left side all the way to the right. Doesn't matter who they've lost, who they, graduated, what guys went to the NFL, they're going to be there. And then just the weapons that they possess. I don't necessarily think Carson Beck is a, supremely talented quarterback, but, he knows his role in the offense. He knew it last year. So again, being able to distribute the ball to Dominic Lovett, to Arian Smith, using his running backs, Trevor Etienne, by the way, the new addition for this Georgia offense, and the defense. It's the defense. That's I guess struggling Clemson offense that didn't really add any dynamic players going up against a Georgia defense that, again, I don't care if they get 6-7 guys drafted to the NFL every year. They restock, they retool. Nazir Stackhouse is going to be a wrecking ball in the middle. Chaz Chambliss is an absolute animal. And then in the secondary, like guys like Malachi Starks, it just feels like Georgia's defense never lets Clemson get into the second gear. And this does feel like a kind of 31-10, 31-13 final score. So I'm with you, Shawnee. I love the dogs.
Yeah, and the line is talking to me, and this is probably a good time as we really hammer home football, right? I mean, we're getting back in the flux of things. We have the preseason games in the NFL going on. College football week 0 is going to be next weekend. But there are like simple rules that I think whether you're a casual bettor or like, let's say you're more into betting the NFL than college football and vice versa, there are things we forget until it's too late into a season. You want to get hungry and get back into gambling, right? Maybe you don't bet as much baseball or the Olympic basketball didn't get you there. But that college football first weekend, and we just ranked those top 5 games, you know what everybody's going to do if you're listening to this show, or you're going to have people that only bet football come in and go, all right, what do we got? Who do you like here? Who do you like here? Because everybody just wants a taste, right? And what do you see when you see 2 brands like that in Georgia laying 14 points? You see the old, what are the books begging you to do? And the books are begging anybody who hasn't paid attention to any of the roster movement and anything to go, wait, that Clemson program is getting 14 points? Oh, that's too many points. I'm going to take them. And that's your first sports books taking your money to set the tone of football season bet of the year. The line is begging you to take Clemson and wants you to think it's too many points. Don't fall for the trap. Think about it. There's no better way to get up on the books than taking care of them in that noon window Eastern on that week 1 in college football and say, I'm not falling for your tricks this year. Patty and I, and some of you listening who are really, really diehard might understand and realize, oh, yeah, I mean, Georgia, clearly. I mean, that's a team that is the national championship favorite right now, as you could actually see on twitch.tv/BetQL. And if you think they're the national championship favorite, well, don't fall into the trap that Clemson is getting 14 points and they're a name recognition program. No. Lay the points with Georgia. Don't look back and start bankrolling early this season. So you have plenty in that old account to work with and play with.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you there, Shawnee. I don't really have much more to add. And I just will say one thing about, again, new rosters year after year with the transfer portal. Georgia's not a team that made a ton of additions. I said the big one was bringing in Trevor Etienne to be the new running back here. But it is largely a similar team to last year in terms of the impact players outside of the guys that graduated, obviously. But I will say what was Georgia's dynamic early on in the season, right? They kind of let the bad teams hang around, right? People were questioning their merits after a close game with South Carolina at home, questioning their merits after they escaped Auburn on the road. But anytime they had to step up and play a ranked opponent, remember a lot of people, myself included, wrongly took Kentucky last year, and Georgia beat them by 38 points. Missouri, they had to battle, and it turns out Missouri's actually a really good team. They only won by 9, and then the next week against Ole Miss, can Lane Kiffin finally slay the giant, and then Georgia beat them by 35, and then they crushed Tennessee by 28. So that on top of the motivation of not getting into the playoff last year after having just one loss, and it came down to the final couple of minutes against Alabama in the SEC championship, that's what kept them out of the college football playoff. You best believe Kirby Smart, who is one of the best motivators in the sport and in sports itself, because I remember when Georgia cruised to that national championship 2 years ago, and basically the players are like, everybody wrote us off. Nobody cared. It's like, what are you talking about? Everybody picked you to win the entire year. But Kirby Smarts obviously was telling his guys, nobody believes in you. Nobody thinks you're going to win this. So I expect this Georgia team to be highly, highly motivated, more so than any other team in the country. And they're going to hit the ground running. They want to make a statement in week 1. And I think they're going to make a mockery of Clemson.
So Patty Boyle, one of the great motor boaters in this nation, calls Kirby Smart one of the great motivators in this nation. Okay.
See these lips? A lot of RPMs on those lips.
I see that. Real quickly on the Heisman. Dylan Gabriel, obviously, star at Oregon, is getting all the love. He's plus 700 right now to win the Heisman. And all I have heard over the last 2 weeks, Patty, as I pine through college football stuff, is how many people love Dylan Gabriel for the Heisman. And okay, shocking, he is the favorite. Spoiler alert, usually doesn't end up that way, right? Like something happens where that favorite at the beginning of the year, there's other people that emerge. I'm not going to bet Dylan Gabriel at plus 700. Now, I understand that the odds will probably only get worse for you if he has a big year. I look to the quarterbacks, and Shedeur Sanders, to me, too trendy, too picky. Carson Beck, we mentioned with Georgia. I'm circling. It's a team you mentioned last week with Ole Miss, how they could have a really big year. And their quarterback, Jackson Dart, at plus 1,200 right now to win the Heisman. Pat, that is a bet I absolutely want to place.
Yeah, I like that one as well. And I'm very intrigued by Ole Miss and by Jackson Dart this year. But the weapons he has, Lane Kiffin absolutely retooled and restocked in the transfer portal. So, again, somebody's going to have to win the award. You would think in the SEC, where the defenses are the best you'll probably see, it's going to be a little bit tougher. But, I mean, they've got some freaking weapons, man. So you're going to hear a lot of Trey Harris. You're going to hear a lot of Jordan Watkins and Jackson Dart, a guy that can get it done with his legs if needed as well. So I like that bet. I'm kind of in a holding pattern right now. Nobody that I want to officially get ready to place a ticket on for the Heisman. Maybe I will in the next 5-6 days here. But, yeah, Jackson Dart and Ole Miss, I think they're worth the hype this year.
Yeah, and we'll see if Dylan Gabriel is all he's quacked up to be out in Oregon as they change conferences. Thank you very much for those who got it. They got it.
Dylan Gabriel, by the way, feels like he's just another list of like the Bo Nixes of the world. The latest Oregon quarterback to transfer in Dan Lanning's system, a ton of points, right? Nobody played defense in the Pac-12. I know they're in the Big Ten now, but it just feels like Dylan Gabriel has that, has that feel to him, if you will.
Yeah, look, duck, goose for all of those Oregon players when it comes to a Heisman, goose egg, that is. I don't know where I'm going, and I don't know where we're headed, but hot takes and hot cakes are next. It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM.
Our weekend will be back on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at
say.
this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball
With
off a
Sean Marash.
I will punch you in your stupid face, and I hate the Knicks. I hate their fans.
And Pat Boyle.
That's probably why I'm not a GM in the NFL, but if I was, I would probably take a huge swing on Michael Penix.
Turning your faith into fortune.
Few things in the gambling world I can't wait to bet more than the Jets under right now.
While serving up hot cakes and hot takes.
If Chet Holmgren was on that team, he's probably putting up better numbers than Wemby.
It's BetQL 5-Star Weekend, presented by BetMGM.
BetQL's 5-Star Weekend. Now, where am I seeing this here? Stephon Gilmore signed it. Did I miss this? Is this news? Stephon Gilmore's big deal here?
Yeah, that was either late last night or very early this morning. It was early this morning, right before we got on the air.
Signed with the Vikings, who are going to be a dog turd team all year long. But good for him. Good for him. He gets
Dog
paid.
turd team? I disagree.
Oh, do you?
I disagree.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
No, they're going to be picking
I've
top
been
5 in
pumping-
the draft. The team stinks.
I've been
Sam Darnold's
pumping
their
my
quarterback
chest.
of the year. He stinks.
He doesn't stink. I've been pumping my
He
chest
stinks.
about Minnesota and Sam Darnold overachieving this year all preseason, and you're gonna see it. I've said it before. My phrase that I've been coining is that Sam Darnold's gonna have a Geno Smith 2022 character arc type season here, rejuvenation, where he's got weapons all around him. Top 2 receiver in football, and Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison after the injury scare seems like he'll be ready to go for week 1. How Jordan Addison didn't even come in like the top 6 of the AP Rookie of the Year voting last year is to me, it's a disgrace. Guy had nearly 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. And then
The problem is
getting back,
Darnold stinks.
he doesn't stink. And they're getting back TJ Hawkinson anywhere between week 3 and week 7 of the season. Here's the thing with the Vikings. They are going to get off to a rough start. They're probably going to be 1-5 or 2-5 at best after 7 weeks because they play one of the most grueling schedules in the first half of the year. But once they once they go to the
one.
Well, they probably will. They probably will. It's a very
they
frisky
won't.
bet that I'm
They're not a
probably
better
going to
team
make.
than
Your
the
quarterback
Giants. They're not beating
stinks.
the Giants.
Your quarterback stinks. Daniel Jones stinks. He threw
better
two
than Sam Darnold.
interceptions. Threw 2 interceptions in a row yesterday, including a pick 6 from
And
his
yet-
own
and
5-yard line.
And all he was, the first one was terrible. The second one was taking a deep shot. Daniel Jones looked the best he's looked in 5 years yesterday. So we're good on that. He's going to kick the
The
Vikings.
best he's looked in 5 years because he actually has.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pick 6 was terrible. The pick 6 was terrible. The second pick really wasn't that bad, and he's taking deep shots. So I can't.
How can you
wait
say
to
it's
watch
the
him
best
destroy
he's
with the
looked in
Vikings.
5 years? Let me disregard the awful pick 6 he threw right to Jalen Petrie, who jumped it,
And it
then
was terrible.
he took a shot at took a shot on a deep ball. But outside of a horrible throw and 2 interceptions, he looked the best he's looked in 5 years.
Preseason's about taking risks and just kind of bowling it out. Other than that, I mean, he was just diming it to Neighbors, that throw down the sideline to Slayton. There was some sex appeal with Daniel Jones yesterday. The Giants, I've already bet them at plus 750 to beat the Vikings by 14 or more points week 1. It's going to happen. And Daniel Jones toys with that defense anyway.
Do you understand the type of
Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold.
Do you understand?
He's only been on 14 teams in 3 years, but he doesn't stink.
Do you understand the type of defense that Daniel Jones is going to see in week 1?
Yeah, Brian.
Not a great
Flores.
Yes. Not a great defense, but a Brian Flores defense where they're going to blitz the hell out of Daniel Jones. And what do you think Daniel Jones is going to do when he's got 6 guys coming after him with an offensive line outside of Andrew Thomas that can't block me?
What are you talking about? Oh, folks, if you could hear that in the background, that's a guy who didn't watch the game yesterday because the Giants' first-team offensive line that still didn't have John and Runyon Jr. suddenly looks light years different. The Texans couldn't, with their first-team defense, touch Daniel Jones, which is why he looked so much better yesterday. I hate to tell you this, Pat.
Congratulations. The Giants offensive line
and
looked
this doesn't
good
mean the
for
Giants
the
are
first
going to win
time
10,
in
11
5
games.
years.
They're beating the Vikings in week 1. And you want to tell me I'm insane for believing in Daniel Jones? You think Sam Darnold's good? He sucks. Let me tell you a little something about Sam Darnold, okay? And I should have known he was going to suck years ago. Sam Darnold came up right ahead of the draft into our studios in New York City, all right? Comes with his big head, walks around the newsroom. We were going to have him on the show.
Head.
I worked on the DA show. He does. All right, so this is April. This is playoff time, okay, in the NBA and NHL. We are a show on in the morning. It is 9 a.m. on a Thursday. In the newsroom is NBA TV, okay? There was a playoff game from the night before on. And Sam Darnold, perhaps nervously, comes in. He's got the TVs on. He goes, whew, all right, what's the score? How much time's left? I looked over at a coworker of mine, Andrew Bogish at CBS Sports Radio at the time, now Infinity Sports Radio. We waited for Sam Darnold to use the bathroom, and we said, you heard what he asked, right? Yes. You heard what he asked, Sean, right? You heard? Yeah, Bogish? Okay. And we both realized then, this guy stinks. He doesn't even know when playoff games are. Yeah, typical Sixer game. 9 a.m. on a Thursday, Sam. Come on.
You really think he thought there was a live playoff game at 9 in the morning? He's probably trolling you, and you fell for it. You got trolled.
No,
just like you're going to get trolled by Sam Darnold and the Vikings in week 1.
He wasn't trolling. The man's an idiot, okay? And I think he's a good kid, but an idiot. And he's now played on, what are we up to? 30 teams? I mean, what are we up to here?
You know who's also an idiot?
The light bulb's going to go off now.
There was also an idiot, Jameis Winston, and the guy threw for like 5,000 yards a couple of years ago, and he's actually had up until the last 2 years, 3 years, had a decent NFL quarterbacking career. Sam Darnold was on the Jets, who ruin every single quarterback that walks through those doors. So
totally, it was the Jets' fault that Sam Darnold stunk. Okay, and then when he went to Carolina,
I'm not saying he was great.
Yeah,
and he
Christian
went to Carolina
McCaffrey in
Panthers,
Carolina couldn't do anything.
Who have been a joke for the last 5 years since Cam Newton, since that Super Bowl era with Ron Rivera, and then the last couple of years they've been absolutely abysmal. Then. And actually, even then, his last year in Carolina, the back half of the season, he was pretty good. Like, he was okay. Once they gave him the starting job and Baker Mayfield got benched, Sam Darnold was pretty good. The back half of his last season in Carolina. This is 2022. Look up the numbers. They won't lie to you. They won't lie to you, Shawnee. Look up the numbers in Carolina here. 59% completion percentage, almost 1,200 yards, 7 tutties, 3 picks.
He got Matt Rule fired. He got Matt Rule fired because he sucked. Stop that.
Matt Rule was getting
go through the last 4 weeks. When every time he had a Wendy's Junior Bacon Cheeseburger on a Wednesday, he threw for 400 yards in a game. Pat, shut up, man. He stinks. Let it go. You know what he is?
He doesn't stink.
Now, no.
Sean's muted. Shawnee's muted. So while he attempts to unmute himself, I'm going to say that Sam Darnold went to San Francisco last year and learned the Kyle Shanahan system, got to sit behind Brock Purdy, played pretty well in that mop-up game on Christmas night, and then the last game of the year that he started, he looked pretty good. So the gods happen to mute Sean Marash because they know that I'm right here, and they know that he's wrong. And I'm not saying Sam Darnold's a great quarterback, but for the first time in his life, he's got weapons. He can be the game manager that the Vikings need him to be. He's not going to be the slinging the pill all over the place, but get the ball to Jefferson. And the plays that are designed where Jefferson will be open, which aren't going to be a ton, but Jordan Addison, if the deep ball is there over the top, I trust Sam Darnold can get it to him. Once TJ Hawkinson comes back, he's got a nice security blanket. They got a decent run game and a great left tackle in Darius on an offensive line that has been really bad in years past that has improved a little bit. So this is going to be a game that comes down to the wire, just like so many games in the NFL do in week one. And I know Shawnee's going to be biting his fingernails, sweating. How the hell are we going to lose week one to Sam Darnold? Because if the Giants are a pillar of great football to start the season for the last decade, it feels like we're due for another 1-4, 1-5 start to the Giants season here. So, yes, I am buying a lot of stock in Sam Darnold and the Vikings to still be a surprise team, with or without J.J. McCarthy, because I didn't think he was that good anyway.
Oh, you got me back? Are we back now?
We got you, Shawnee.
Okay. Sorry. Little technical difficulties at the Shawnee compound. Pat, what happened with Sam Darnold last year is exactly what happened with Mitchell Trubisky. You go away for a year. You go with a good coach. You don't have to play. Like what happened with Mitchell Trubisky in Buffalo. Suddenly everybody starts, oh, yeah, maybe he's got a little something. Maybe he is good. And you forget how much he stunk. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. They love Sam Darnold so much, they took a chance on J.J. McCarthy, who we both hate. And now he's out for the year. You're wrong, Pat. It's all right to take an L every once in a while and just throw your hands up and go, I'm wrong. And you're not doing that. And right away in week one, and you mentioned the hard schedule, when they lose like they will to the Giants, they are going to be like 1-6. They're going to be picking the top of the draft. By the time they get Hawkinson back, I guarantee that's somebody that they may look to move at the deadline to. This Viking team is going to crumble. But by all means, please pretend you know what you're talking about. That's good. Good for the audience.
Well, I promise you, week one, I'm taking the Vikings, and you're going to hear. You're not going to hear the end of it from me.
And I promise you, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. All right. What do we got? Oh, we got hot takes and hot cakes.
We got to do hot takes, hot cakes.
Pat shuts up. Here we go.
Good morning, people. Boy, do I need some hot takes and hot cakes. Pat Boyle and Sean Marash, give it to them.
I don't know how it could get any hotter of a take than Pat Boyle telling you that Sam Darnold's going to be a great quarterback. He has a bet. I have a take. Give you a bet, Pat, because I don't know if it's going on right now.
It's not. And by the way, I never said Sam Darnold's going to be a great quarterback. I said he is going to succeed in his role as a game manager that has a ton of talent around him.
Mitchell
and a
Trubisky.
Great head.
Stop lying to the audience. He's Mitchell Trubisky. He went away for a year, and now you think he's going to be good. He stinks.
He's not as bad as Trubisky. He's not as bad. And I said about Trubisky, I don't care if he was growing on Josh Allen's ass. He was never going to be good. And he went from the 1 year in Buffalo where he got to play patty
Josh
cake.
Allen's ass. What is he, a birthmark?
I don't know. I said like he could have attached himself to Josh Allen's ass and tried to, through osmosis, get some of Josh Allen's talent and leadership and intangibles, and it was never going to work. And then he goes back to Pittsburgh, who's never been a good spot for quarterbacks since Ben Roethlisberger left, and he stunk, and he did stink. And I said about Trubisky, and I said it at the time, I don't care how many years Trubisky spends playing, Monday morning quarterback, looking at the tablet for 4 quarters every Sunday. He's never going to be good. I feel differently about Sam Darnold. So this isn't just a copy and paste take that you want it to be here. Wake up. The Vikings have an incredible offense with weapons, and they just need a quarterback that can be a pro and show up on Sunday, be prepared, know the game plan, and deliver the football where it needs to be delivered. I'm not saying they're going to be, I just told you they're probably going to start 1-5 or 2-5. That one of those wins is going to be against the Giants. And then the back half of the season, when all of a sudden you see in the hunt, in the wild card standing graphics in week 11, you say, whoa, the Vikings aren't dead yet? I thought this team was going to be dead after they lost by like 30
Nobody's
points.
Dead anymore. Nobody's dead anymore. It's so hard to be dead in the NFL. Look, bottom line is this, kiddo. Football's not for you. You have a tennis bet to give the young lads out there or what?
Football's not for me. Okay, just remember, sear this in your memory, North America, when you heard Sean say the Giants are going to beat the Vikings by 14 points in week 1 when Daniel Jones is your quarterback. When Daniel Jones is your quarterback.
Who's better than Sam Darnold?
My goodness. Somebody that is pushing Sam Darnold into the dumpster and uplifting Daniel Jones. I mean, come on.
Playoff wins. Daniel Jones versus Sam Darnold, who has more?
He did win a playoff game, and I'm not saying Daniel Jones is a horrible quarterback, but come on,
did he beat in that playoff game?
The Vikings defense under Ed Donatel, which was the worst in football, 31st and 32nd in your points allowed and yards allowed per game. They were miserable, and you know it, and you know it. Brian Flores, look, and I'm not saying the Vikings defense is good now, but Brian Flores as a coordinator is going to own Daniel Jones because he knows exactly how to beat him. And Daniel Jones coming off a torn ACL week 1 with an offensive line that's still sketchy. Oh, the Houston Texans couldn't touch him in a preseason game. They're the best offensive line in football now. They're going to get hurt. They're going to get hurt, literally and metaphorically. So, all right, I'm going to move on.
I still haven't heard
Here's your tennis bet. Semifinal day at Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Masters, the final big tune-up before the U.S. Open, which starts, by the way, in 8 days. I'll be there. Tennis bets, one-stop shop. Patty Boyle, how you doing? We got 2 blockbuster semis. Sinner versus Zverev in the men's side. Sinner, number 1 player in the world, in case you haven't heard of him. I'm going to take Sinner on the money line here. And I'm going to parlay him with the big women's semifinal blockbuster, Swiatek versus Sabalenka, number 1 versus number 3. I will just keep it short and sweet and not get you too in the weeds on tennis and say this. The court is lightning quick right now in Cincinnati, so that favors Sabalenka on the women's side. Iga Swiatek, she's great on clay, wants a slower court, does not want to get rushed. Sabalenka's beaten her 2 out of the 3 times when they play the World Tour Finals, which is like the second fastest court on the entire circuit, and Cincinnati is playing even faster than it normally does. So advantage Sabalenka. She wants to play fast. It does not favor Swiatek's game. So Sabalenka to take a set, which if you go to BetMGM, you go to handicap spreads or handicap sets, plus 1.5 sets. So in other words, she has to win at least a set here in a best-of-3 match. Sabalenka to win a set, Sinner to win the match, plus 139. So you're getting plus odds here on this tennis bet. We could talk a little bit more about that as we go on, Shawnee, but I know you got so many questions on tennis.
No, I don't have any questions at all. Good. I hope you're giving out winners. As I said, football not for you.
Oh, I do. I normally do.
I admit losses, unlike Pat Boyle. Like, I will take my L's, and I'm going to take one with my hot take and hot cake when we come back, because I do think it's only fair to the person. It's only fair to the audience, and I will expand upon it. Plus, we got to get some MLB rule changes potentially on the table that I think are interesting and I think would obviously affect the gambling world as well. So that's kind of cute. That's kind of fun. We're also 25 minutes away from a dingbat, your best home run plays of the day. And, by the time we finish this hot takes and hot cakes, we'll probably get to the last one. So we'll see.
And just remember that, Sean, the take he's going to give you on the other side of the break, another preseason overreaction.
Okay, how about you let me do the take? How about you let me do the take?
You don't
get the tease. That's not how great. All right.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've looked at this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please explain to me how these are the same odds?
Exactly what I was
I've
gonna
looked at
say.
this over and over and over again.
On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double plays, props, and parlays.
Not only Blue Jays run line here, Cody, I might tease it up to an alternate run line of -2.5.
Join the chaos every Saturday from noon to 4 Eastern.
Can you explain to me how these are the same odds? Can someone please?
Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM. We've done a ton of college football in the first hour, a ton of NFL. I mean, you could tell the football juices are absolutely flowing here. I'm Sean Morash. He's Pat Boyle. We usually just rattle off hot takes and hot cakes, our segments at the top of every hour, and kind of go through them. Patty gave you son of a sinner in a big Cincinnati Enquirer tennis tournament bet. I did not get to my hot takes and hot cakes because Pat Boyle basically has Sam Darnold in the MVP consideration. So we had that little argument. You want to check that out?
Never said that.
Go to podcast form. I mean, you basically did. But you said it without saying it.
I literally said the Vikings will probably be 1-5 or 2-5 after 7 weeks, but Sam Darnold will keep them in the hunt because he can excel in the role he's going to be in. No stretch of the imagination that I ever say he's going to be the MVP running or that the Vikings are going to be a lock for the playoffs.
Okay. Sure. Whatever floats your boat, pal.
You're taking my take and you're stretching it to the absolute extreme. What are you doing?
Being a radio host. Now, as part of being a radio host and being a damn good one, might I add, one of the great talents in this country is sitting right here talking to you. The sign of a good one is to pull back and say, I might have overreacted and I need to adjust. You should always adjust. Some might call that a flip-flopper. I don't. I call it being real. You should be able to, in this world, have an opinion on something and alter your opinion if need be as time goes on. Throughout this entire run, from February till, the next 2 weeks when the show has its, off football season ending, I have been steadfast in something in a belief of Pat Boyle too. I think, actually, now, I don't want to put words in Pat's mouth. I believed that Caleb Williams will be a bust. Now, from what I've seen in the preseason and getting a little, which I think is the beauty of Hard Knocks, getting to know somebody a little bit, I want to adjust and amend. This is my hot take here in hour number 2. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. I thought he was going to be a bust. I don't. Now, before everybody overreacts and screams and goes into this, that, and the other thing, well, I'm not telling you he's going to be a star player. I'm not telling you he's going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I think he is far too talented on a football field to be Jamarcus Russell, to be Zach Wilson. Insert any quarterback at the top of the draft, Ryan Leaf, that has absolutely stunk compared to what their expectations or at least their placement was. I don't think he has the talent to be that god awful. Now, does that mean he's going to be right in the conversation where like CJ Stroud was last year, Patrick Mahomes, obviously Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson? I can't say that either. He could simply end up being middle of the road where Pat Boyle and me are screaming about him in 4 years about whether he's a very good quarterback or just like an quarterback. I just don't think he will be that terrible is what I'm trying to tell you. And ultimately, I'm still on the under on the Bears win total because the one main thing that Caleb is going to have going against him is he's going to have another head coach fairly quick in his NFL career because Matt Eberflus seems like the ultimate nice guy, terrible head coach. And that has been so prevalent and so obvious through 2 episodes of HBO and Max's Hard Knocks where people want to argue, what can you get from a TV show? What can you get from a TV show? The one thing that I think that Hard Knocks has shown us over the years, you have a pretty good idea of which head coaches stink and which head coaches don't. Whether it's Joe Philbin in Miami, whether it was Hugh Jackson and the embarrassment he was in Cleveland. I mean, you walked away knowing those guys were just not good head coaches. Frank Reich, you're like, when that in-season one with the Colts. Matt Eberflus just, by the way, nice-looking family. I'll put it that. Nice guy, not a good head coach. And I just wonder if that derails Caleb Williams somewhat this year. That's why I'm still on the under. But ultimately, Pat, I see what I see with my own 2 eyes. We talked about the painting of the nails, the crying in mommy's arms, the blowing off the press. All that stuff still exists, and you wonder how he's going to handle the lows of the NFL. But his talent's too good to be Jamarcus Russell-esque bust, which I think some had pivoted, and I think even I was leaning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to die on this hill. I'm either going to die on it or I'm going to thrive on it. Yes, I saw the dome. I saw the dime to Rome Odunze. I saw the 2 goal-to-go plays where he's scrambling around looking like, dare I say, Pat Mahomes, and then he fires a bullet into the corner, didn't count, wasn't a touchdown, and then the next play, he's, again, dancing back there, making guys miss, making it happen with his mobility, with the elusiveness, and then runs in for the touchdown. I saw Zach Wilson make those kind of throws in his pro day. We've seen other quarterbacks scramble. We see Justin Fields do that countless times when he was the Bears quarterback, make 7 guys miss, 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and then run for 30 yards, run for a touchdown. Again, I want to see him do it for a full game. And even after all the flashy highlight, plays that he made, he goes 6 of 13 for, 75 yards? Half of those coming on one throw. And then Matt Eberflus says, you know what I was really proud of Justin Fields yesterday for doing today? I was really proud of how he came out of the huddle, of his cadences, of how he handled the snaps, of just, running the offense, being a pro, a really professional day. I mean, that's what we're hyping him up about now, that he can not fumble a snap, that he knows how to call a play with his mouth, right? That he knows how to walk out of the huddle and knows where to go. I mean, come on, let's be real here. Let's be real. We can get all overhyped. And we can get carried away with a beautiful throw on the run. Yes, he did. I'm not taking anything away from that. It was a dime on the run. He's got the ability to make plays like that on the run. We saw it in week 1 of the preseason. We saw it again. And yes, He is fast enough and mobile enough to avoid, sacks in the backfield and make plays happen with his legs. But football is so much more than that, man. And when these games really start to matter in a week and a half from now, in 2 weeks, and you've got actual defensive starters on the other side of the ball for all 4 quarters, not just a 1 quarter of play here. And the Bears have to say, all right, Caleb, do it for 12 drives here. Do it for 13 drives, however many possessions. Do it on every single play. Make the right read on every single play here. I still think he's going to ultimately fail, and I think he's going to come short of expectations. And right now, when it's preseason and he looks good on some highlight plays that you see on Twitter and stuff, or some Instagram or TikTok reels, okay, sure, we know he's got the talent. He wouldn't have gone on number 1 overall without it. Zach Wilson also had the arm talent, right? He had the arm talent, and he ended up being one of the biggest failures in recent memory. I'm sticking to my guns. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be great. He does have the talent. Plenty of other quarterbacks have the talent. I just don't think he's going to ultimately be able to put it all together here, despite having really good weapons around him. DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, adding, was it Keenan Allen? I always get the 2 Chargers receivers. Yes, Keenan Allen.
Can you watch an episode of Hard Knocks, Pat?
Well, I know the Jets got Mike Williams, and I always mix up Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. So, going to have Keenan Allen, and I still don't think it's going to be enough here.
So, interesting, we can kind of reset where we are with the quarterbacks. This wasn't on the rundown, but let's just do it because we're here with Caleb Williams, and we argued about Sam Darnold. J.J. McCarthy's out for the year. Jaden Daniels continues to look good in spots here through 2 preseason games. Drake May, I think the Patriots are just a disaster right now, and I just wonder, because Drake May was still ultimately my favorite guy coming out of the draft, with Jaden Daniels a close number 2. I wonder if New England kind of ruins Drake May. I mean, that seems like a drastic overreaction right now, or if he's going to be able to overcome. That's going to be a bad football team. But those guys, I was putting stock in more long-term careers than Caleb Williams. But the other guys in the first round right now, McCarthy out for the year. I got news for you. I think McCarthy's going to come back next year. We're going to kind of forget about it. I think I could already see where J.J. McCarthy's career is going. It's just going to be very when he comes back. You'll look back to the year 1 lost year, and it's just like, I don't know. I still just don't feel like it's going to happen for him where he's going to have some kind of brilliant career. Michael Penix is interesting. He's not going to play in the final preseason game. You're not really getting straight answers. I saw this on the rundown at the beginning, and I was almost lost to this. I hadn't been like up on the Falcons stuff. No injuries really to speak of. And is the thought process that he's almost too good in practice, that they don't want to show up in the preseason games and have all the pressure immediately? Because remember, this is a plan the Falcons seem steadfast in. Let's pay Kirk Cousins for a year, have Penix sit. And it could be for them where they don't want to have to deal with everybody pushing for Penix right away. I mean, that's kind of a weird thing going on, Pat. But sneakily, I think Penix is going to have a nice career in Atlanta.
Well, I think it tells you 2 things. The fact that he didn't play yesterday or this weekend in the preseason, and he's not going to play again. And, you heard Raheem Morris saw enough. I think that tells you that they think he's good. And that, hey, we don't need to run him out there all 3 of these games or 2 of these games. They saw enough in 1 preseason game from Michael Penix. And I as low as I am on Caleb Williams, I'm as high as Michael Penix. I think this guy can win a Super Bowl in his career. And I think it's only a matter of time before he takes over in Atlanta. I also think the decision to not play him the rest of this preseason, they're really worried about Kirk Cousins' health, and they're worried about Kirk Cousins' production, who's now, 35, 36, coming off a torn Achilles. They didn't want to take the risk. God forbid Michael Penix gets hurt in a preseason game here. And then if Kirk Cousins, if we can't rely on him either for health or for execution, if Michael Penix gets hurt, now we're down to our 3rd-string quarterback. So I think it's very telling how much Atlanta believes in him and how concerned and worried they are about Kirk Cousins going into this season.
Yeah, and then the last one that I think we just kind of wrote off. We're like, this is a ridiculous pick in the first round, was Bo Nix going to the Denver Broncos, that we went with a Bo Nix first-round pick. Felt like he had a second-round grade at least, but he's kind of looked pretty good by everybody who's been at Broncos practices, preseason alike. And Sean Payton, I think, still is a really good head coach, but it feels like we are in I guess let's call it the upside down with the Denver Broncos. Team kind of feels like they'll stink, but have a good head coach, have a quarterback none of us believed in. However, I guess this is my more confusing part. Are we just assuming crap sandwich with Bo Nix, Sean Payton, and the Denver Broncos? And are we all going to have this thing wrong where Bo Nix actually has the perfect head coach with him? Like, we're talking about, can the Patriots ruin Drake May, right? Will Matt Eberflus be gone quickly with Caleb Williams? Have we kind of undervalued that Sean Payton might be the perfect guy to make Bo Nix a successful NFL quarterback?
Unfortunately, you might be right, and that is a take where I feel like I could be eating my words on in a couple weeks from now, because I've trashed Sean Payton, and I'm just going to be completely honest. Like, it's hard to be unbiased with him. I want to see him fail, right? I would like to see Sean Payton fail. I'm sorry, that's how I feel about it. Sorry for the folks out there in Denver. That's how I feel, but I'm gearing up to potentially be wrong on this because it could be not the second coming of Drew Brees. I'm not saying Bo Nix is going to have a Hall of Fame career, that I think he's that great and all, how did we miss this? But it's a very similar system. Very similar system. Sean Payton made it work with New Orleans. Bo Nix is a guy that, again, didn't push the ball down the field a ton with Oregon. He broke the record for highest completion percentage in a year in college football history because it was safe, smart throws. Exactly what Sean Payton tried to do, had Russell Wilson try to do. On top of that, you've got a young, moldable mind in Bo Nix who doesn't have an ego, right? You're hearing Packers players gush about him over their joint practices leading up to the game tonight. And again, if he can limit the turnovers, he can be Russell Wilson, but like even better than what Russell Wilson it was in Denver last year. And then the upside that he has on top of that, because we saw him do it at the college level. We saw him excel in a very kind of West Coast, dink and dunk, short passing game offense with Oregon and Dan Lanning. Bo Nix could I think Sean Payton sees him as his next Drew Brees. He's hoping for that. And the fact that he's starting this game tonight and he's going to get the most reps with the starters. Sean, we said it last week. It feels like Sean Payton was dying to give the starting job to Bo Nix. And if he performs reasonably well tonight, I think you get that announcement by the end of next week that Bo Nix is QB1. He'll be starting week 1 for the Broncos.
And I got burned last week when the Broncos and Colts were playing following our show on Sunday, and I was all over the under. It was a D-Gen bet I gave you, and that under was basically washed in the blink of an eye, thanks to obviously Bo Nix and the Broncos offense, and of course what the Colts were doing in that game as well. Patty, in the start of the show, kind of gave you his algorithm on betting the unders in these preseason games. I'm going to warn you right now when it comes to the Denver Broncos today, I'm staying the hell away from the number. I don't know what's going to go on. They got me all turned upside down. I could already tell Denver's trending in that team. We all have that team every year, whether it's betting for or betting against, where after I throw your hands up and go, I am done placing any wager on a game involving this team. The Chargers had that run for me for like years. Whether it was Phillip Rivers and then Justin Herbert, I couldn't do Charger games anymore. Knockout pools, regular bet sides, totals. I feel like I'm already setting the ground that the Sean Payton, Bo Nix Broncos are going to be that team for me where I'm just staying the hell away.
That's funny. That's funny. I like that. Yeah. And of course, too, you didn't even mention Anthony Lynn or Brandon Staley, coaches that could lose, the ultimate losing games from the jaws of defeat. Nobody did it better than those guys. So I agree with you. I will say, yes, I will be live betting this under for sure. Most of the Packers starters are not going to play. We know that a lot of the Broncos starters are going to play for at least a quarter. I would say wait to see at halftime. If you get a live total of like 43, 44 and a half, God forbid even over that, more than that, I'm firing on the live under once Bo Nix and those starters come out, because the Broncos are essentially treating this as their walkthrough here. Like, this is their last shot to give everything. And Sean Payton's going to be calling plays that he hopes Bo Nix can execute come the regular season. I think it's a lock. I think Bo Nix is the Broncos starter. Sorry, Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson's going to rot on that bench.
We got you paid if you followed our bets in Dingbat last week. Let's see if we could replicate some of that with your best home run prop plays of the day. It's Sean Morash, it's Pat Boyle, Kenny Gunnar Henderson going to throw the money out there as well. It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
I was just joking with Pat last night. I got to go to Zach Brown Band, Kenny Chesney, Sun Goes Down tour, MetLife Stadium. Great show. Great show. But, and I'm sure if you guys, you dads out there can relate. I had my brother-in-law, my buddy, my parents were there too. When you get a day when you have two young kids, okay, I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, love them to death. My wife did not want to go to the show. Those days where your wife and kids are like not in the picture for a day and you have like a full day. I'm talking about a tailgate, a concert. You're not getting home until 1 a.m. Those days often get treated like you're in Aruba for a week, right? Like you're just seizing, like it's a vacation I'm going to make the most out of. So I was having some adult beverages yesterday, enjoying it. Just like the vibes were immaculate. But I did the thing that you shouldn't do and you learn the lesson about when you're like 21, 22, sometimes younger, which is don't mix. Don't mix. Did a couple shots in the parking lot, had some beers, and then for some reason had a chugging contest with a frozen daiquiri. I finished that frozen daiquiri chugging contest, and I did something that I've never done in my life, and I'm ashamed to say this at 37 years old. I yacked in a professional sports stadium. Yes, I did. Last night between acts, I chugged that daiquiri. I had a little burning in the throat. You know when like you drink something a little too quick that you probably shouldn't be drinking anyway, and you get like that throat burn?
Oh, yeah.
I went to cough as a result, and as I coughed, it wasn't like peas and carrots, you know what I mean? Like you have a stomach flu. It was just more like a bad regurgitation. Whew. All over my shoes. All over my shoes. Thankfully, it didn't stink. It was just basically alcohol that came back up. But just a pathetic, embarrassing display that at 37 years old, I yacked in MetLife Stadium last night. And I've seen some bad football games that should have made me throw up in that stadium before. But
not
that's
Kenny
where
Chesney.
We are, Pat. Not Kenny Chesney. No, that was a great show last night. In fact, that arguably was the best thing that happened in MetLife Stadium since the 2011 wildcard game between the Giants and Falcons. So, yep. Look, I'm just going to raise my hand up. My bad. And I'm feeling a little bit today. Pat, you have a yak in a stadium?
Have I yacked in a stadium? I don't think I have. I've yacked outside of a stadium. I yacked outside of Yankee Stadium one time and just kept it pushing, and I was severely intoxicated. And my friends were like, why don't we just keep you moving down the street here, pal? So outside of a stadium, yes. Not inside the confines of one. But you and I both had an eventful weekend. I was telling you in the break Friday night, knocked a couple back and actually ended up making out with a girl that we exchanged names and numbers afterwards. Same last name. She's a Boyle.
That's great.
What are the chances? What are the chances of that?
We both know somebody personally, Pat, that this has happened to and they married that person. Do you know that?
No, I don't.
So the rest of the audience nationally is not going to give a damn about this person, but I'll just tell you, he's worked in the business for a long time. His name is Peter Schwartz. Peter Schwartz met a lovely...
Schwartz's wife is the same as Schwartz?
And anybody knows Peter Schwartz, man, anything to save a buck too. So he met his lovely wife in school because she sat right behind him in homeroom with the same last name, Schwartz. Her name is Cheryl Schwartz. They ended up reconnecting years later after college. Had a little moment like you probably had with Mrs. Boyle. And the rest is history. They end up marrying each other. They have 2 kids. And as Pete tells the story, the best part is she never had to change her license and pay that $60 to the New York State DMV because the last name remained the same. Imagine that. And that's the beauty of it, right? You never have to have that argument. Am I keeping my last name? I think that's great if you find somebody with the same last name.
That's not the road I want to go down now. Now I'm deleting her number. I'm out. If Schwartz is the other person that married somebody with the same last name, I'm out. I don't want any kind of juju involving that.
I think it's great.
I mean, look. No.
Yeah.
Because now I'm like, I was when I got home at 1:30 in the morning, I was nervously checking Ancestry.com, 23andMe, trying to figure out if there was any way, without any of her stuff, trying to figure out if there's any way we're related. Because that was the first thing that went through my mind.
No,
if we're a long lost cousin.
So what? You ever watch Game of Thrones?
Can we move on?
Okay, here we go. Let's bring in Kenny Gunder Henderson, and let's play, before I forget, the intro here for Dingbat.
Who will win? Who will lose? Who will look dumb? It's time for Dingbat with Sean Marash and Pat Boyle on the Bet.
Kenny's fired up.
here's
He's
the
rubbing his hands together. He's ready to go.
This is great. So we only have a couple more weeks of this. Pat, myself, and Kenny, here's the deal. We each draft 3 players that we're going to bet on today to hit home runs for the audience. We can't double up, can't take somebody else's. And last week we hit it just below a 50% clip, maybe our best week so far. We gave you 9 plays, 4 of them hit home runs, 2 of them by me. And away we go. We start this off with a game of rock, paper, scissors to see who picks first. Let's see what we can do here, gentlemen. Rock, paper, scissors says shoot. Oh, I have paper. The 2 other idiots have scissors. I'm out. I pick third. All right, you 2 figure it out. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors says shoot. 2 rocks. Rock, paper, scissors says shoot. Oh, Kenny puts out paper.
Right,
Pat
cool.
puts out rock. Kenny will pick
I'm
first.
so happy I get to go first, and I'm probably not going to take any of your guys' pick because I dove deep for this one. I found a guy. He's hitting 333 with a 981 OPS versus left-handed pitching. That guy gets a lefty today, and he is none other than Larry's cousin, Tyler Fitzgerald from the Giants, going up against J.P. Sears.
Okay, so first of all, I love that bet. Second of all, I mean, Kenny, the name of the game, you could have probably saved that for your third pick and would have been all right, but nonetheless, good for you. Tyler Fitzgerald.
I was too excited. I had to give it out. I was too excited.
Listen, we've all been there, and we release quickly when we're excited. Pat, up to you.
I'm going to go with a guy that is probably going to be a popular pick today, so I'm going to go ahead and not waste any time. Give me Bobby Witt Jr., the guy that is in the running, I guess you could say it, for the American League MVP. Judge is going to win it unless he steps on a nail and breaks his foot today. Bobby Witt going up against the lefty from Cincinnati, Andrew Abbott, who has, he's been okay, but he's given up 24 bombs this year, and Witt is just on an absolute tear, and he mashes lefties. So Bobby Witt to go deep, that is plus 240. And now that I'm actually looking at it here, I was looking for the splits before, and then we were coming back from break. Bobby Witt's only got 3 home runs against lefties this year. Obviously a smaller sample size, 86 at-bats. Right. But not the same kind of power prevalence against right-handers. So, but I mean, he does mash lefties, and I think Bobby Witt leaves the yard today. So the Royals star Bobby Witt plus 240.
It's a great pick, and Andrew Abbott's given up 6 homers in his last 4 starts. So I mean, it totally aligns. I don't care that Pat picked it. I'm still going to bet it personally. He's going to hit a home run today. I'm going to just do the chalky thing, the layup thing. There's a game in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Little leaguers get to watch tonight, and they get to see Aaron Judge playing it. I know that he's facing Tyreek Skubal, but there's still going to be bullpen. In fact, at that point, it's the old lay it off the glass with Aaron Judge. He's going to have a moment for those kids in Williamsport, Pennsylvania tonight. Give me Aaron Judge.
Tyreek Skubal, cousin of Tyreek Hill.
What did I call him?
Is it Tyreek? Is it Tariq or Tarek? I think everyone calls him Tarek, right? Tarek Skubal. Yeah.
Okay. So what? I had it wrong.
It's all right.
Who cares?
It's all right. Judge is homering, so it's fine. That's all that matters. All right.
Exactly.
All right. So today I woke up this morning and, nice day here in Chicago. Hasn't really been a nice weekend, but we got a nice morning in Chicago. We got the Cubs playing at Wrigley Field. So I'm going to go to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. against Shota Imanaga. He's going to serve him up one of those fastballs. Vlad does very good against left-handed pitching, so I'm going to take Vladimir Guerrero Jr. today.
I like it, Kenny. Patty to you.
Yeah, I'm going to Houston. Kai Busch, the rookie for the White Sox, who are the most pathetic team in baseball, hasn't given up a home run yet in 8 2/3 innings, but he's got a 5.19 ERA. And, what better person to serve up a mistake to than to Yordan Alvarez here? So give me Yordan plus 300. I think he leaves the ballpark today. And I'm just looking up Alvarez here. Has not gone deep this weekend. So one would say he's due. And I don't think Alvarez has hit a home run in a couple games here. Yeah, he hit 3 in a 2-game span against Boston. Hasn't hit one in 5 days. So a nice little Sunday afternoon against the worst team in baseball. Go ahead and serve up a mistake to Yordan Alvarez, plus 300. Bang.
All right. I'm going to take a guy who only has 3 homers in the month of August, but he's facing a starter in Brady Singer who gave up 2 homers in his last game. I'm going to get a little nice odds here. Give me Ellie De La Cruz to go deep here, plus 450. Singer's been terrible of late, and Ellie De La Cruz slugs a whopping. How about this? 200 points better against righties this year than he does lefties. So I'm on it. Give me Ellie De La Cruz for pick number 2 for me.
All right, cool. I'm going to go to a fan. He's become a fan favorite, and for good reason. He's hit like 36, 37 bombs this season. That's Anthony Santander from the Orioles. I think we picked him last week, and he came through. One of us did, and he came through. He's 4 of 11. He's 4 of 11 off Cutter Crawford in his career, Carl's brother. So he'll hit one today.
Good theme here. Kenny's going with a lot of brothers here. All right. Relatives. What do you got?
Cousins.
Final pick. Yep. Final pick for me. Give me the young star from San Diego, Jackson Merrill, to go deep today. Also, what one could say he's due. He hit 4 home runs in a 4-game span. Hasn't hit one in 5 games since, but he has hit a triple in each of his last 2 games. And again, wind might be blowing in, at least from what I've been checking in Colorado, but it's the thin Denver air, and he's going up against the rookie Bradley Blaylock, who's only made a couple of starts. So give me Jackson Merrill, who's got an 1,100 OPS this month, to continue his tear as he really gives Paul Skeens a run for his money in the NL Rookie of the Year awards market. So Jackson Merrill, plus 350 to go deep.
All right, last but not least, as we close out, I'm taking Jake Berger, cousin of Cheeseburger. Has anybody seen the month he's had? 9 homers, 2 doubles, and he's facing Paul Blackburn of the Mets in this Roku game. He's allowed a homer in 7 of his last 8 starts. Berger. Give me Jake Berger. And that is your dingbat. I think we got some winners, fellas. I smell it on the griddle. I smell it all nice. And we only have 2 more dingbats to get you going from the rest of the year. Isn't that something? Wow. Isn't that something? All right, when we come back, your last hot takes and hot cakes, GTFO and oh yeah, and we close up the show with some big bets. We got a big hour left. It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Sean Marash.
I will punch you in your stupid face, and I hate the Knicks. I hate their fans.
And Pat Boyle.
That's probably why I'm not a GM in the NFL, but if I was, I would probably take a huge swing on Michael Penix.
Turning your faith into fortune.
Few things in the gambling world I can't wait to bet more than the Jets under right now.
While serving up hot cakes and hot takes.
If Chet Holmgren was on that team, he's probably putting up better numbers than Wemby.
It's BetQL 5-Star Weekend, presented by BetMGM.
BetMGM's 5-Star Weekend on BetQL, or however you want to phrase it. Final hour to play with. We did a ton of college football in the first hour of the show. Gave you our home run prop bets in the last hour. I've argued about Sam Darnold and whether he's relevant or not to the Vikings' success. It's been me and Patty just boxing it up here today. Boxing it up. Box lunch. We are 20 minutes away from GTFO, or Oh Yeah. Amir's finally put together some topics for us to discuss. We will see on that. We will have a Sunday Scary, a Patty's Beef bet, and a D-Gen bet as well. Plus, this is our last show before college football games count, and maybe that's involved with my D-Gen bet as well. All right, Patty, we have one more hot take and hot cake to get to. You going to be ready to do this damn thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do it.
Good morning, people. Boy, do I need some hot takes and hot cakes. Pat Boyle and Sean Marash, give it to them.
Let's go. All right. Pat, before I give away mine, do you have a time-sensitive one?
Only time sensitive in the next 25 minutes here.
Okay, so we have time. So, full disclosure, I usually like giving out like a baseball parlay or something like that in a Sunday Scary with a lot of legs attached. My Sunday Scary coming up is going to be so NFL future heavy, it's going to blow your socks off. If you have socks on, be prepared to tighten them because they're going to be blown off. So I'm going to give you here a cake to start hour number 3. And to me, I hate sounding so arrogant and so cocky, but there are just certain days where a couple games align where it becomes very difficult to see. And I know we're talking about sports, anything can happen. You're losing, okay? But how about today? So many favorites in Major League Baseball. You have a lot of haves and have-not series closing out, okay? That's the best way to do it. The haves and the have-nots. Teams that have been hot, teams that have been teams that have been hot, teams that stink. I'm going to 3-leg parlay you up. Keep your socks on if you can. Here we go. I'm taking the Diamondbacks money line at the Rays. Again, Rays have sold off everybody. This Diamondback team continues to trudge on. Nobody even factoring them into the thought process of, oh, yeah, this team could end up back in a World Series again. I'm taking the Diamondbacks on the money line versus the Rays. The White Sox stink, and the Astros are minus 410 favorites on the money line with Framber Valdez on the mound. You heard Patty give you Yordan Alvarez to hit a home run. I'm taking the Astros on the money line. But this is the thing. You can't take the Astros on the money line at minus 410, and then something goes awry. You got to pair it with stuff, right? So I'm pairing it with the Diamondbacks on the money line. And then last but not least, along with Arizona, this ungodly tear the Padres have essentially been on. They're at the Rockies today. I'm going to take the Padres on the money line. Diamondbacks, Padres, Astros. You put those 3 big favorites together, and you get a plus 249 3-leg parlay. That's what I'm caking you with. 3 baseball favorites with teams making a charge into the postseason versus 3 teams the furthest thing from the postseason. That is my hot cake to start hour number 3, Pat.
How about that? You go, Shawnee. You put together a little baseball guy there. All right, little baseball guy. Sipping your little refresher that you got there. I got a bet as well, and I'm a big Man City fan.
I run on Duncan.
Nice. Love that. So do I.
Dude.
So do I. Although I might be getting some Starbucks this morning. My roommate just my morning was just made by my roommate, Mr. Greggy boy. Just shot me a text. He goes, "Do you want a breakfast sandwich?" I said, "Yes," in all caps. He goes, "You want Starbucks too?" Double yes in all caps. So as soon as the show ends, that's what I got waiting for me. But I also got my favorite soccer team waiting for me here in less than 30 minutes. Manchester City, reigning champions, yet again, looking to win the Premier League. And the first weekend of soccer here, first weekend of the Premier League. Great game coming up in less than 30 minutes from now. Man City versus Chelsea. And I'm looking, I'm like, you know what? First week of the season, I don't want to just blindly bet my team. And by the way, the Premier League is kind of, this is like sports in general. They're like kind of treating the first weekend of the season kind of like how the NFL treats it now, where it's just kind of like a glorified tune-up, right? Because there's no preseason that really matters anymore. You see a bunch of teams out of rhythm. And Man City, in a summer where we had the European Championships, we had the Copa America, and then they play preseason games, you basically had no offseason. So a couple of Man City stars aren't even starting in this game, let alone playing. Two of their guys, especially the most important one, Rodri, their midfielder, who, by the way, like hasn't lost a game in like almost 2 years now, hasn't lost a game in regulation when he's on the field. Their star, Phil Foden, starting this game on the bench. Same with one of their best defenders, Kyle Walker. So I was like, you know what? Why they don't really care about treating this first game of the year as if it really matters all that much. So why should I? So I'm looking for different ways to kind of bet this game. And I found something on BetMGM, nice little special. If you go to soccer and you go to Man City, Chelsea, you tap on players, you scroll down. BetMGM's got a nice little special kind of bet here. Shots on target. Cole Palmer and Kevin De Bruyne, both to have a shot on target each, plus 150. I'm locked in. That's all I like it. Cole Palmer, who is Chelsea's leading goal scorer, former Man City player. They sold him off. Probably the wrong decision. Guy looks phenomenal. Now he's playing his former team here. I think at the least he gets a shot on target. And then Kevin De Bruyne, again, with a couple of Man City stars either not playing or on the bench, I think Kevin De Bruyne, who's one of the best midfielders in the world, steps up, puts a shot on target today. So that's a little BetMGM thing that I saw here. You go to BetMGM and you go to players, shots on target. I'm in on this one. Plus 150 for Cole Palmer and De Bruyne, both to have a shot on target. I think you can count on Cole Palmer doing it. He had 46 shots on target last year. He's one of their most prolific goal scorers, so he's going to have a chance to put one in the back of the net. It comes down to De Bruyne. And like I said, with Man City, a couple of their stars starting the game on the bench or not playing, I think he feels the need to step up. A guy that's normally assisting, I think he's going to have a chance to put one on target, and I think he will. So plus 150, I'm in.
I love that because yesterday I'm on a tailgate bus out of Long Island in New Jersey to MetLife Stadium. My brother-in-law's on there, big soccer guy. And he was talking about our show. He's a viewer. Dennis watches our show every single Sunday. He's a big Pat Boyle fan, to be honest with you, which is, stunning as it may seem. And he goes,
it's not.
This is what he says to me. He goes, you ready to fire up? We're going to give a little Premier League bets tomorrow. The season starts. I had no idea. Obviously, I had no idea the season starts, right?
Dennis.
I go, the Premier League starting again already? Didn't the season just end? I mean, what's going? Because the Premier League goes on forever. And his quote to me, and it rocked me to my core, was, honestly, it doesn't even matter. I know Pat's got it covered. So I said, oh, you're that confident that Pat Boyle knows. And then here you are in hour number 3 giving away a cake on the Premier League. He was right. He was right. I wasn't going to say a thing. I wanted to see if you mentioned it just so I could see if maybe I could be sort of right, or me right is the wrong word. Him wrong, that you would acknowledge it. And here you are. Here you are, all in for Chelsea.
How about that? I will say, if you are a big shout out to Dennis. I will say, if you are a big soccer fan, again, I kind of just laid it out for you. You got to be careful, especially not even just this week. It's going to be like the first 2-3 weeks of the season while the transfer window is still open, like the trade deadline for soccer. You can still make moves up until September 1st. I would be very careful. I would say minimal in terms of your bet size. Keep it low. Keep things low, and don't be going heavy here on the first couple of games of the season. If you're excited that soccer's back, just wait a little bit until teams kind of get in the flow of the season.
Okay, so that's fine. I have to say something that I understand is going to come across as sexist, but I think it needs to be said. Okay, that's the way I'm going to set you up with this one. Okay,
that's a good pregame there.
All right. So Friday, I had the privilege of doing a show with WFAN at Fanatics Fest, the first ever one-of-a-kind immersive fan experience. It's basically Comic-Con for sports, and I really think Fanatics did a really good job. Obviously, things weren't going to be perfect. It's the first time that they've done something like this. So basically, if you're listening throughout the country and you're wondering what this is about, in New York City, it's Michael Rubin, that's his name, the Fanatics guy. He basically organized every professional league and then also UFC and WWE to basically have like an entire immersive setup with things you could do. Basically, picture going to an amusement park for sports. You could do a little bit of something with every sport. You wait online, you kind of take your turns. It was an entry price in. On top of that, you could pay extra money, and in some cases a lot of money, to meet and greet athletes, autographs, pictures. Now, that has been met with backlash, with some going, oh, how much money? But look, you got to pay these people for their time. There's a lot of athletes and stuff that simply wouldn't have showed up without getting paid. So I'm not going to kill fanatics for that. And some clearly people paid and ponied up to have their kids meet Jalen Brunson or Jay-Z or insert, whoever here. But you still got plenty you could do with your $50, whatever it was, to walk in the door. I'm telling you, I walked the floor of this thing. It was amazing. But I saw something yesterday that, if I was not in sports radio and if I was a paying customer, I would have been a little annoyed at, although it was fun. So this is my conundrum, Pat. Livy Dunn walked in the building at Fanatics Fest yesterday, okay? Livy Dunn, let's be honest, a lot of people love Livy Dunn because she's an attractive woman, okay? And she was a great gymnast at LSU, and she's, of course, the girlfriend of Paul Skeens, the phenom pitching prospect for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now, the only reason I have an issue with this is I saw and talked to several people who spent an unbelievable amount of money to meet several athletes and get that picture and get that time to meet them and have them sign the autograph, right? Livy Dunn was doing this yesterday on Saturday. Okay. She yesterday walked into Fanatics Fest dressed as boyfriend Paul Skeens, full Pittsburgh Pirates uniform, full mustache. She went over to the Major League Baseball setup and she threw out a pitch and she was imitating Paul Skeens. I think that's very fun. I think that's cool of her. I think that was something people got a kick out of, something laughed at. Now, if you look at just that, you go, that's a great job by her. I'm looking at the other side of this. Could you imagine being the dude, creepy or not, that spent money to take a picture with Livy Dunn, to maybe have Livy Dunn sign something? You wait online for 2 hours. Some people waiting online despite the fact that you paid for 2 hours to meet some of these athletes and celebrities. Imagine spending whatever it is, $500 for that chance to meet Livy Dunn, and you walk up there, and Livy Dunn is dressed like her boyfriend with a fake mustache. Again, I know this sounds creepy. I know, but let's be real. Pat, let's be real. I wouldn't do this, but there are some people that did this going, I get a chance to even take a picture with Livy Dunn, this very attractive young woman, and how pathetic it must have been for that to be a big moment for you, but people were going to do this. And you wait online for 2 hours, and this woman is wearing a fake mustache and a Pirates uniform head to toe, and she's not looking like the Livy Dunn you've seen on the internet. Your one chance to meet her? Pat, stop me if I'm wrong.
It's definitely disappointing. I think you would want her to be looking how you normally see her on social media, on her Instagram, on commercials. She's got that Valori commercial. Yeah. To then see her basically dressed up as her boyfriend, probably a little disappointing.
I would say, and I only say that because people spent money to meet the Livy Dunn that they know. The Livy Dunn
exactly.
And let's be honest about Livy Dunn. I don't think I'm being offensive here. Livy Dunn knows what she's doing on the internet and everything else. She plays to her strengths. Let's just call it like it is. So if you got to play to those strengths and you want the follow, Livy Dunn doesn't have damn near 1 million Instagram followers because she does a good, crowbar move on the horseshoe thing that the gymnasts do, or she does a good mat routine. Okay,
I don't think you got any of those, but that's good.
Whatever. She has all those followers, and she knows she does because she leans into the fact that she's an attractive woman. So finally, those fans that have been following you forever get a chance to meet you, and you put on the fake mustache and a baseball uniform. Sorry, people are gonna walk away disappointed.
Everybody was lined up for some Sean Marash pictures, and then you dressed up like Pat Boyle. You probably actually would get even more people to come to you, but you get my point.
And there it is, folks. Pat Boyle makes something about himself. 11:14 a.m. Eastern time here on BetQL's 5-Star Weekend. So I just had to get that off my chest because she's being applauded, and I thought it was funny. But having been in the building Friday, knowing how much money people spent on stuff like this, I got to speak up for the creepy man that did this. The creepy man that waited 2 hours to meet Livy Dunn and paid, an ungodly amount to her, only to basically take a picture with her with a fake mustache on. And that's
I'm glad you're championing those folks today.
I'm a creepy man advocate. That's exactly what I am. I'm a man of the people. That's absolutely who I am. All right. When we come back, we're going to have a GTFO or oh yeah for the ages because I haven't looked ahead. 2 hours ago, there wasn't a single statement written on there. I want to see if Amir came to play, our producer of this fine program. If he did, me and Patty are going to debate, and debate because some people refuse to debate in this country. We will not. Plus, after that, we have some great bets coming up with a Sunday Scary NFL style, with a Degeneration Bets college football style. And Pat's going to make up some kind of beef with somebody and give you a bet to follow out a bit he didn't think through back in February. It's BetQL's 5-star weekend presented by BetMGM. I'm Sean Morash. He's Pat Boyle. More when we return next.
BetQL 5-star weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM. So we want to be transparent with the audience. We do Dingbat every single day at around every single Sunday to 10:40 a.m. Eastern, where myself, Pat, and Kenny Gunter Henderson give you 3 home run plays. This is how good a show we are. We give out the bets, and if there's a lineup alteration, this is the first time all year we've had to worry about this. Kenny gave you Anthony Santander, who has been obviously on a tear all year long as a home run play. Guess what? Not playing today. So, Kenny, you're going to have to fill that void, baby. What do you got?
Let's do it, and we're going to stay with the family theme, and we're going to go with Jackson Holiday. Same team. We're going to go with Jackson Holiday. He's actually Matt's son.
Related to Janet Jackson?
You can go there, too.
Well, the last name's Holiday.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was gonna say I was gonna pay some respect because it's his real father, Matt Holiday. Hit a lot of homers. You kind of look like Matt Holiday, Sean.
Thank you. I take that as a
You think
compliment.
that's a compliment? Oh, okay.
That's the best compliment that he maybe has ever gotten.
Well,
My wife told me I look like one ass cheek the other day. I mean, please, I will take looking like Matt Holiday.
All right.
There we go. Amir with a good one. Drew Holiday's stepson.
I told Mario he looks like Matthew McConaughey the other day, and he won't shut up about it. So,
that kid doesn't need any kind of ego boost.
Who?
Well,
Mario,
yeah,
exactly. Who?
The former EP.
Who? I don't know who you're talking about.
All right, we'll roll with that.
We got all right. So Jackson Holiday, pick number 3.
Perfect.
Here we go. Oh, Mario, our old producer.
Are you serious?
Huh?
What is happening?
What do you mean? What is happening?
I thought you were joking. You really didn't know who he was talking about?
I forgot. Dude, I'm 13 hours removed from yakking on my shoes at MetLife Stadium. Can we give me a break here? All right. Now. Actually, 14 hours. It was around 9:30. Okay.
All right, hold on. Since we're off the rails here, because I wanted to get into this, and we're gonna run out of time if I try to do it in the last segment. Speaking of yakking and eating things, I have a Venus fly. I'm a plant daddy, by the way. All right, I got a cactus. I got a money tree. I bought a Venus flytrap a couple months ago. I got to be honest, I was a little. Real. What do you mean you didn't know those were real? You think those was a movie concoction? That was a fake thing? It was a Hollywood production?
Kind of. It's kind of like a unicorn is not a real animal.
Okay. Well, yes. There you go, Sean. That is correct. But no, Venus flytraps are most certainly real. They are carnivorous plants, so they eat animals. They eat flies, insects, bugs. And I got one, and I got to be honest, I was a little underwhelmed with the eating Now, the growing progress, and I'll show you here in a second. The growing progress has been really good. I mean, these puppies are growing. They're looking really good as I try to reach for my windowsill here and get them. But the eating progress was a little underwhelming. They hadn't really eaten much since I got them. One closed its trap the other day, and I'm trying to look, and you usually can kind of see like the little outline maybe of the bug or whatever it has eaten, and I can't see anything. So I think maybe it kind of closed its trap on accident. Yesterday, all of a sudden, and we've been keeping our windows closed here throughout the summer and just pumping the AC. So there hasn't really been a chance for things to fly in, and we got screens on the windows anyway. So I was like, you know what? I think I just got to go to the pet store soon here and just start buying some fried dried crickets or I forget the other thing, freeze dried worms you can feed them. And I was like, you know what? These puppies are going to start starving. I got to start feeding them. All of a sudden yesterday, I hear something buzzing past my ear, and I'm like, uh-oh, what do we got cooking here? It turns out it was a moth, and this thing was annoying. It kept flying by me. I'm trying to watch a movie late last night. Boy. So finally, we didn't even have a fly swatter. I took a little spatula with the rubber coating on it, and I'm waiting. I'm lurking. This moth decided to make a nice little pit stop right on the wall next to me, on the window next to me, and like an assassin, I just swiped this thing. Knocked it dead, gone. I'm getting ready to feed. I'm like, it's feeding time, baby. Finally, I'm going to see my fly traps in action. And then, I remember reading up on what I should feed him. You're not supposed to put anything that's like more than 30% the size of the trap into it. Otherwise, you can kill it because it takes so much energy to break down the insect or the bug, whatever it eats. And you can end up killing a trap or multiple traps if it has to exhaust all of its energy into breaking down what it just ate. So Patty the surgeon, take a little scissor, put out a little paper towel, put some tongs, put the moth on a paper towel, snipped it in half, put it in the trap, and they got the little trigger hairs. It's like a chemical reaction, and it set off. It's like a timer, like a 2-second timer. You put it on the trigger hair, bang, thing closed up right on the moth. Looked beautiful. So I finally had some feeding time. Here's how the fly traps are looking. Check out these puppies here.
Interesting. Okay, so those are 3 different mouths there. 4 different mouths. They're closed up right now.
5. I got like 5 or 6 of them. It's a Shogun fly trap here.
Okay, so if you put your finger in there, it would not eat your finger because it's not big enough.
Well, no, and it's also not strong enough. Like we are human beings. I can just easily pull it out of the trap. But like a little moth, and especially a dead one. I mean, even like I would love to see it eat a live insect one time. But yes, I dropped half of the dead moth's head into the trap, and that thing just gobbled it right up here. So you can see one is closed, which I think this one might be on accident. This is the one that has the moth in it. You can see the outline of the dead moth inside of it. And I'm in love. I'm in love with this plant, dude.
If you were to ask me, do you think Venus flytraps are real? I would have definitely said no. I just assumed that was like a creation of books. But how about that? Good for you. Plant guy with your weird glasses. Yeah, you won't be on an episode of Dateline anytime soon. All right, here we go. Something funny?
All right, what do we got?
All right, let's go. Let's play some GTFO and oh yeah.
It's now time for GTFO or oh yeah.
All right, you know the name of the game, GTFO or oh yeah. Basically, get out of here or yeah, I could definitely see this happen. Let's start. We got some NFL ones to start. The Giants will bench Daniel Jones for poor performance this season. GTFO or oh yeah, Pat Boyle.
I'm going to say, oh, yeah, and not necessarily poor performance like week 6, like the Giants' season's already lost and he's getting benched. But, Sean, I know you know there's an out in the contract after this year for Daniel Jones. And unless you think the Giants are a playoff team or battling to be a playoff team by the end of the year, the Giants are not going to have Daniel Jones play and get hurt, and then they have to guarantee his money because of an injury, much like we saw the Raiders do with Derek Carr. We've seen it also in years past as well. So I do think the Giants are probably going into, let's say, week 15, and at that point they've played 13 games. I could see them being 5-8 or 4-9 and saying, you know what, let's cut our losses here. There's no point in playing Daniel Jones. We're going to bench him. Tommy DeVito is going to finish out the season, and then we're going to cut Daniel Jones at the end of the year, and we finally get a resolution on Daniel Jones. So I will say in that sense, oh, yes, he will. Oh, yeah, he will be benched.
Okay, so I agree with you, but I kind of feel like that wasn't the nature of the question. Like, I do think he's just going to get benched for the injury clause at the end of the year when they fall out of it. I don't think, and this is where I think the Daniel Jones, haters and truthers don't find middle ground. Daniel Jones is not going to get benched for poor performance for 2 reasons. Number one, he's just not going to be terrible enough where you're like, oh my God, this guy's an unplayable nightmare that he can't play the position of quarterback. He's benched. He'll get benched for exactly what Pat said. He's not going to be good enough or great enough, and you don't want to risk the injury. But we've gone too far in the idea of like Daniel Jones isn't like the worst quarterback in football here. It's not nearly going to be a top 10 quarterback. And yesterday he had an inexplicable pick 6. Outside of that, he threw an absolute BB 50 yards down the field, which is the one thing the Giants weren't doing that he landed with Darius Slayton. He had a couple good throws to neighbors. He actually had everybody's got focused on the bad, more good than bad yesterday. But poor performance, no. But for the injury clause, yes. GTFO or oh yeah, Justin Fields will finish as a top 3 vote getter for comeback player of the year. Do you have a strong lean on this? Because I'm trying to think of the guys that would be in there. Ironically,
well, I'm trying to. The NFL has changed the criteria. So it's to emphasize injury or illness. And that is after Joe Flacco wins comeback player of the year, where everybody thought it should have been DeMar Hamlin, even though the play on the field, DeMar Hamlin basically getting a healthy scratch half the games this year. Joe Flacco, I think, deserved it. But now the NFL has clarified the criteria. So it's people that are coming back from injury and illness. So like betting Justin Fields to win comeback player of the Nick Chubb is a great one. Justin Fields not coming back from an injury. He's just coming back from basically the Bears kicking him to the curb. So I don't think there's a chance he can win this award. So I'm going to say GTFO. Yeah. He will not be a top 3 vote getter because he's not going to be in the criteria.
Okay, so GTFO as well. I would have to really think long and hard about who else is coming back from injury. Nick Chubb's just the one that pops. I say half kidding, but you never know. Daniel Jones, another guy, missed most of last year. Is there other quarterbacks? Watson, I guess, could be on there. Trying to think of other quarterbacks that missed substantial time that could pop on that list. But yeah, I'm having a tough time coming up with them. All right. By the way, I guess it wasn't an injury. I was going to say, can Zeke have a big year at Dallas at running back? All right. Michael Penix will start more games than Kirk Cousins.
Oh, you know what? You know who's
what?
Hold on. Sorry, really quickly. You know who's probably going to win the award?
Who?
Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah. That's a perfect one. Quarterback, you're right.
That's got to be the quote unquote lock in terms of this awards, this market. If Joe Burrow gets the Bengals in the playoffs, he's going to win it.
So it's so funny that Justin Fields is the one we're given here. And in reality, I could see a world where the top 3 are players in that division, and they're not Justin Fields. It could be Burrow, it could be Chubb, it could be Watson.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, okay. Shawnee, you are spot on.
GTFO, and Michael Penix will start more games than Kirk Cousins. I'm just going to get this out of the way. GTFO. I do think Penix is going to be the long-term answer. But the Falcons organization, as much as they're, they made the great moves this week, whether it was Simmons or Judon and this, that, and the other, it kind of feels like they really want to give this a one true give-it-all year in a wide-open NFC with Kirk Cousins and obviously the new head coach and everything they have offensively. I don't think you go out last minute and add Judon and Simmons just to turn around and start a rookie quarterback this year, knowing how difficult it really is for a rookie quarterback to win a playoff game. First of all, Stroud did last year, first one since Russell Wilson did it many years ago. That is so hard to do that I think that they just want to see what they got. 1 year Kirk Cousins, how good can we be in this NFC?
Yeah, I agree. And as much as I do think that Michael Penix can usurp Kirk Cousins at some point this year, I mean, it's tough to answer this question or make really any predictions by saying, I think this guy's going to get hurt. So that's how I'm going to bet. So if Kirk Cousins does get hurt again coming off the torn Achilles, then yes, this is going to be true. But I think the way that this question should be answered and outlined is in terms of performance. And I don't necessarily think that Kirk Cousins is going to be benched because of poor performance within the first 8 weeks of the year. So I'm going to say GTFO. Michael Penix, the only way he's starting more games than Kirk Cousins is if Cousins gets hurt.
Okay. Caleb Williams will throw for more than 23 touchdowns. That's what C.J. Stroud did last year. More than 23 touchdowns thrown for Caleb Williams. By the way, that's all C.J. Stroud threw last year was 23 touchdowns.
Right? That seems like such a low number.
How? They just run the ball in at their offense was cooking. How weird is that?
I'm looking back at his game logs here.
They scored points.
Yeah, so he had a couple of games where he didn't throw a touchdown.
Oh, and he was hurt. He got hurt.
And he got hurt for 2 games. He got hurt against the Jets and missed 2 games.
Yeah,
so you have to assume Yeah, and he didn't throw one the first week against Baltimore. Didn't throw a touchdown against Carolina somehow. That was that sloppy game, right? Remember that one?
Yeah, I'm going to say GTFO. You're going to have bad weather at the end of the year in Chicago. I don't trust the offense as a whole anyway, even though he has the 3 wide receivers. As far as I don't think the Bears are just going to be running amok, scoring a ton of points. As I said, I think he'll have his moments and his big throws. But if that's all C.J. Stroud got to 23, I don't think you're going over on Caleb in year 1. I'm going to say GTFO.
GTFO as well for me, Shawnee. I don't buy into the hype. I don't think he's going to be that great. I don't think he's going to be that good. And like you said, bad weather in Chicago until they put a dome on that stadium. You're talking about November to December, how tough it becomes to throw the football here. And in a division where there's going to be some pretty good defenses. All right, the Packers defense took a step forward last year. We know the Lions are supposed to be a Super Bowl contender. So I'm going to say GTFO as well.
Just real quickly, because I am interested in this one, a ranked college football team will upset an unranked team in week 1. I'm saying GTFO to this, however, with the caveat of look out for West Virginia versus Penn State in that game. We highlighted at the beginning of the show. It's one of my 5 favorite games. I think they're a live dog. I don't think ultimately they will do it, but I won't be stunned if they do it. So it's a GTFO with an asterisk that I'm looking at that one, Pat Boyle.
Yeah, I'm going to say GTFO because I'm looking at these matchups and there's a bunch of cup. You know what? Actually, I'm going to say, oh, yeah. I think Florida pulls it off and beats Miami. That'll be the one unranked team beating a ranked team.
That's a good one. I'll be on that one. That's a good one. All right, we come back. Our best bets of the day. Can Boyle fake his way through another beef bet? He's got to figure out 3 more ways to do this. We will see. Plus a DGen bet. BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM.
BetQL 5-Star Weekend will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Welcome back to BetQL 5-Star Weekend on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, it is BetQL's 5-Star Weekend presented by BetMGM. We're closing out the show strong with our best picks of the day. I'm going to give you an NFL futures parlay as we look ahead to the football season starting. And we have some degeneration bets. And Patty's going to have a beef bet. So why don't we start it off here, Pat, with our degen bets.
I might be a year older. I might be a little grayer. But at the end of the day, I'm still a degenerate.
All right. Degen bets. Only 3 of these left to play. I got killed last week on the under in the Colts and Broncos game. Shame on me with preseason unders. Of course, the one rare one that did not hit. Patty, I'm going to start it off, though. We have a week 0 college football game in your native Ireland, Dublin, Ireland. Georgia Tech and Florida State will play in 6 days on a Saturday. And I'm staring at a Georgia Tech team that year after year struggles to move the football through the air. Year after year is defensive oriented. And like you pointed out with Mike Norvell and Florida State, a lot of guys off this. And then you throw in the leg that is them playing in Ireland, Pat. And you know what all of this smells in a pot? I put it in a big pot. You know what it stinks like? Under 56.5 points. I'm taking an under week 0 game in Dublin, Ireland. That's my degen bet. Even though it's really not that degen, but when you throw everything in the hopper, it is degen. Under 56.5 points. I'm on the under in Florida State, Georgia Tech.
Bang. How about that? Also, by the way, quick update on the tennis bet I gave out before. Arina Sabalenka has just taken the first set. So 1 leg down, 1 leg to go. We need Sinner to beat Zverev. That match is coming up at around 3 Eastern. So there we go. We're halfway to a tennis cash. I got another tennis bet for a degen bet today. The second men's semifinal today. Francis Tiafoe, the American, against the Dane Holger Rune. And I went to BetMGM. I'm looking at, I'm just kind of scouring through what they got available here. And usually when you get deeper into these higher profile tournaments, you usually start to get some ace props. And ace, obviously, it's a serve that the guy doesn't even touch. Holger Rune's ace prop to me is it's way too high. It's at 6.5, and you get plus money on the under. I'm going under 6.5 aces for Rune in this match with Tiafoe later today. I'm looking. He played a 3-setter in his first match, only had 4 aces. Won in straight sets the next match, only 3 aces. Won a 3-setter the next match, only 4 aces. And then he won in straight sets last night, only 1 ace. So I know the court is super quick. It's the fastest court they've played on all year. He's not trying to go for the aces. He's not able to hit them right now. So, again, they're playing this match at night, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, where the court's not super hot. It's a little bit of a calmer, cooler day in Cincinnati, only high 70s, mid 70s. So he hasn't gone over 6.5 yet. And the conditions in terms of when this match is being played, and it's a cooler day than they've seen, I don't see how he gets over 6.5. He hasn't done it yet, especially in a couple of matches that have gone the distance. So plus money on that, Holger Rune under 6.5 aces. You could find that at plus 100, even odds on BetMGM. There you go.
All right, and I have one more degeneration bet for you. Is there anything more degenerate than betting on a game that a bunch of little leaguers will be at? It's a kids' night in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the Yankees and the Tigers. Stroman, Skubal, and I have a kid, a degenerate gambler, a 4-year-old Taylor Morash here who's going to pick the game. Taylor, who's going to win this game tonight?
Yankee.
All right, there we go. She loves the Yankees tonight. We're giving away 4-year-old bets
starting
here.
them young.
Exactly. She's all on it. All right, I got a big Sunday scary. Let's go. Let's play the music.
The weekend is almost over, but there's still time to place just one more bet. Don't panic. There's still time to win it all back. It's time for the Sunday Scaries.
Oh, yes, it is. So usually I give out a bunch of plays on a Sunday for you with Sunday Scaries and a parlay. But this is too good to be true. I've been chirping about this. I told Boyle, on Monday or Tuesday, I found something here, baby. I found something. I want to give it away. Patty, stop me when I'm wrong. Did I not pump you up that I had a big play here?
You did.
All right.
You were super juiced.
I'm juiced. Listen to these odds for what I'm going to give you right now. plus 2,200, 554 odds on 6 legs. Okay, Taylor, if you're thirsty, go upstairs and get yourself a drink, okay? Ginger ale? Yeah, go for it. All right. Taylor Morash, everybody, going to get herself a ginger ale. Sorry for that, but she did pick the Yankees. 2,200, 554. Boy, they grow so quick. 2,200, 554. That's a crazy, crazy. So I placed this bet. I threw like $5 on this. It's going to win me like whatever it is, 1,400. I'm looking down at it now. All right, here we go. 6 legs. Patrick Mahomes to throw for 4,000 or more yards. Joe Burrow to throw for 30 or more touchdowns. Tua to throw for 30 or more touchdowns. Amon-Ra St. Brown to get 1,250 or more receiving yards. Garrett Wilson with a healthy Aaron Rodgers to get 10 or more receiving touchdowns. And rookie sensation Malik Neighbors, 8 or more receiving touchdowns. If all 6 of those things happen, Shawnee cashes an insane ticket for $5. And stop me when I'm wrong. That's not that crazy if all of those guys stay healthy.
No, it's not. I think I'm tailing that. And you got that all written out here on the.
It's on the dock, baby. It's on the dock.
I'm going to take a nice little screenshotty of that one. You bet your bottom dollar I'm in on that there, Shawnee Poo. I love that. I really do. It feels like obviously injuries can disrupt any of these, but if these guys are healthy, like I don't see how it doesn't happen. And again, the last one, Malik Neighbors, 8+ receiving touchdowns.
That's not crazy. 8. I'm not asking for a lot.
It's not. No, it's not. He's looked phenomenal. He's looked absolutely phenomenal. And the Giants haven't had a pass game. And so how long in a number 1 wide receiver? Again, injuries could disrupt any of this, but outside of that, just knowing how good all these guys are and the numbers they have put up on a year-to-year basis, I don't see how that doesn't happen. Manchester City, by the way, goal. Up 1-0. Great start. Sabalenka won a set. I haven't seen if Cole Palmer or Kevin De Bruyne have gotten a shot on target yet, but I'm pretty sure this goal was scored by none other than Erling Haaland. So there you go. Bang. Manchester City up 1-0.
And by the way, Jordan Alvarez out of the lineup as well, and that was one of your bets.
Yeah, so we do have to pivot. I do have a pivot for you. I'm going to go ahead and go with Jose Altuve. Top of the order. How many times in not only this year, but in years past throughout his career, have we seen Altuve go deep, either to start a game or to start the first inning? So I think he sets the tone for the Astros. That's just a quick pivot for me there. A couple bucks on Jose Altuve as I'm wiping Alvarez's name out of our rundown and adding Jose Altuve. I don't know off the top of my head what the odds are. My guess is plus 400, plus 350, but give me Altuve as the pivot to Jordan Alvarez. All right, time to finish the show. Boyle's beef bet. Marcus Stroman is a turd, and the fact that the Tigers are a slight favorite against the Yankees today, I got beef. I got beef with Marcus Stroman. I got beef with this line. It's Boyle's beef bet.
Pat Boyle's beef bet of the week. I'm angry. I'm ready. I need to bet. It's Pat Boyle's beef bet of the week on the bet.
Yeah, so Marcus Stroman, after basically not being able to make it out of the 4th or 5th inning for like 3 consecutive starts, says, "Oh, you know what? Can you guys push my start back? I need to. I don't feel. I need to work on some things." Now, manager Aaron Boone of the Yankees said he was the one that made the decision to push Stroman's start back, but I don't buy it. I think Stroman was saying, "Hey, I'm getting shelled every time I step on the mound here, pal. You think you can give me a couple extra days?" So after giving up 5 runs in 3 1/3 against Boston, after giving up 7 runs in 2 2/3 against Toronto, Marcus Stroman gets a couple of days off, right? Because God forbid, the Yankees rotation needed somebody to step up. Stroman, who had an ERA over 6 in his last 10 outings, and the Yankees ERA as a starting rotation has been one of the worst in baseball, also over 6 since the middle of June. And Stroman comes back. He pitches pretty well against the Texas Rangers last Sunday, goes 5 innings, gives up 1 run. Well, I think he is going to return to being a turd tonight when they play the Detroit Tigers. And again, it's Tarek Skubal. It's the likely American League Cy Young Award winner on the bump for the Tigers tonight, and they're only minus 125. I got a problem with that. I got a real problem with that. Skubal, by the way, who has given up 2 runs or less in 7 of his last 8 starts. And the last time he pitched against the Yankees, he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, and struck out 12. Yankees just got shut out yesterday against Crider Montero, a guy that had an ERA near 6. And the Yankees offense has been slumping the last couple of days here. So Skubal on the mound against the turd Stroman. Give me the Tigers to win the Little League World Series game tonight, -125.
Wow. Going against the Yankees. Taylor, you have any words? You think Pat's going to win his bet?
No.
I agree. Bad beef bet for Pat.
She learned from her dad. She's learning from her dad. She's a homer.
Are you a homer?
Your dad's teaching you very well, Taylor.
Yeah. And Taylor, are the Giants going to win the Super Bowl? Just say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. We know. As far as she knows, the Giants are 4-time Super Bowl champions in a row. They've won every year of her life. They've never lost a game because that's the kind of parenting I do in my house. Damn it. All right, this was a really, really fun show. Kenny Gunnar Henderson was great today. I mean, he came to play. He didn't know Anthony Santander wasn't in the lineup, but he still gave you a bet. Amir came to play too. And I could see, he bowed out. We're not doing any more fantasy drafts. He couldn't deal with it. It was a problem. But it's okay. He was still a really good producer today. Zach Kroll was great as well. Boyle, we only have 2 more of these bad boys left. 2 more of these to make some people some money before the NFL season gets in swing and BetQL goes to that programming. I'm fired up. By the time we take our mics on Sunday, will we have positive money in our pockets off of a college football Saturday? I will. Will you?
I agree.
You will too.
Actually, I don't know.
All right.
You talking about after week 0 here on Saturday?
Yeah. After week 0. I'm sorry. All hell is broken loose in my home studios. I don't know where my wife is.
Hello.
And my daughter's just making picks now. So I hope you've gotten the best of it. Okay.
Hello.
I think they got the hello part, sweetie. Thank you. Do you want to tell everybody to have a good day? No? You want to tell them have a crappy day? Okay. That's what we're going to do. So from Taylor's words to mine, have a crappy day. Minimal sweats. Enjoy all your bets. Poo-poo day is right. I'm off to Lake George with a family vacation that won't feel like a vacation. Enjoy your Venus flytraps. Enjoy your poo-poo days. I'll see everybody. It's BetQL's 5-Star Weekend.
You've been listening to the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Baseball is winning on the BetQL Network with Bet for the Cycle featuring Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
And handicapper Rob Brown.
Couldn't hit a baseball off a high school pitcher. That's why I played soccer.
Double play.
Sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.3 40 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him. You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards. Yep.
Where every game is Game 7, because when you've got money on a game, it turns a terrible game into Game 7.
Yes, he is the greatest quarterback in the NFL.
They're just not winning games convincingly.
You're kind of playing with house money right now.
That's it! That's it! And voters voting for him are 2 different things.
I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game.
That may be the direction they go. Where?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
The Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win, and sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly,
Yes.
the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
And while both offenses can put up a ton of points in a hurry,
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me.
You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all of the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game! We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. And it ends with absolute disaster. But I'll tell you, that's fun. But the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this. Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, put Pickett in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Oh! It's time to put on your Sunday's best for Sunday's Bets. With PJ Glasser and Denton Day on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
A happy Sunday. Welcome into Sunday's Bets, presented by BetMGM here on the BetQL Network. PJ Glasser alongside Denton Day. We got another great show on tap for you guys today. Coming up over the next 4 hours, we are 6 days away, Denton Day, 6 days away from week 0 of college football. We are 13 days away from week 1 of college football. We will talk plenty of that. We're going to have Ira Schofel join us to talk Florida State. They kick off the season out in Ireland next Saturday against Georgia Tech, and we'll talk about the Seminoles for the upcoming season. Obviously, had their heart broken last year by the playoff committee. A lot of turnover on that roster. We'll talk about the Seminoles and the ACC coming up. JP Acosta going to join us from SB Nation, talk some college football with him, also dive in to the NFL as well. 2 more games in the NFL in week 2 of the preseason coming up later today. Denton and I will dive into those games. We'll talk about what we've seen so far in week 2 as well. We'll talk plenty of baseball on the show today. We got about 40 games left in the MLB regular season, so we'll dive into that as well. And then Corey Parson going to join us 3 p.m. Eastern time. Talk some NFL fantasy football with Corey. Very, very good at all that stuff. Double D, another week, my friend. Great to see you. It's been a while since all 3 of us have been back in the studio with our guy Stephen Gorgie over there running the board, producing the show. How are you?
We're finally running the 3-man weave live and in living color and living audio. Once again, you know, PJ, every week we do our Gambler's Court, and it was the first time this season where I have put an actual college football game bet into Gambler's Court. To quote Brett Bielema, it had me feeling borderline erotic this morning as I threw that in there. So I'm incredibly excited. You know, we're getting out of the wire in baseball as well, where you're starting to really see some separation between the teams that we've been talking about for weeks and in some instances months, and the teams that we thought were going to collapse. So, like, it's a really fun time to be a sports fan, and there's a lot of good action today that we're going to hopefully make some money on.
Man, I hope so. Again, we got so much going on. The Premier League is back, so if you're into soccer, I know our boss Andrew Williams is locked into this Chelsea and Man City game. Man City's up 1-0 as Erling Haaland already with a goal. But you got soccer back if you're into that kind of thing. You got the FedEx Cup playoffs in the PGA Tour. Hideki Matsuyama enters the final round with a 5-shot lead. He's minus 400 at BetMGM to get the win today. But there's a guy lurking on that leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler starts the day 7 shots back, 10-1 on Scotty. If you want to take a crack at that, so you got that going on. We got an MLB game getting ready to start here in moments. It's the Roku game between the Marlins and the Mets. Then we got a number of games beginning at 1:35 Eastern time. So, Denton, to your point, a lot going on. We survived the dog days of summer. We're almost there, and football obviously is slowly coming back. And
God bless the Olympics for that.
Amen.
Well, I mean, the Olympics carried us through a 2-week period that traditionally, while doing this job, and I don't want to complain because this job is a very, all things considered, easy and fun job to do. But, man, you really learn a lot about yourself in the months of July when there's no Olympics. You're struggling for anything to talk, especially for 4 hours. So thank you to the Olympics for giving us not only something to pay attention to and watch during the show, but to gamble on as well.
Great call. And we obviously only get that once every 4 years with the Summer Olympics because the winter is in February, right? And you got football ending with the Super Bowl. You got March Madness coming up. So it's tough to really talk about the Olympics as much as you would like with those other things going on. But, I mean, in the end of July, early August, Den, we're just dying for something to talk about. So glad, absolutely, to have the Summer Olympics. A couple of those men's basketball games, the women's gold medal game that we had at the end, too, in hoops were awesome.
Well, speaking of the women, we get the WNBA back as well. I got a couple of bets today on some WNBA action, and we've already seen to start the second half of the season. I mean, Caitlin Clark was a flamethrower the other day against Phoenix, and we saw it looked like what at Iowa was vintage Caitlin Clark finally coming to the WNBA. You know, she had that rough start to the season where things just were a little fast, and her teammates are kind of getting into some sort of a rhythm with her because it feels like she's always 2 or 3 steps ahead of everything. But we finally got a little bit of trash talk. We got a little bit of big shots. She was putting up numbers. Now we're getting to see the menace of Caitlin Clark. Like the PR fun was the first half of the season. Now we're going to get to see her go full on demon mode on some of these teams. I'm excited about that.
Absolutely. This Chelsea Man City game is electric. So enjoying this. Dan, I was talking about it before we hopped on the air. How do you feel about the jersey combination that we're seeing here with Chelsea going with their kind of royal blue and then Man City's going with the baby blue? And neither team is wearing a white jersey, so it's just like blue on blue. Are you a fan? Do you really care?
It doesn't bother me as much as it would if this was the NFL or the NBA. I mean, is there some sort of significance as to why
I don't know.
One is where? Like, I'm not well versed enough in soccer to understand the significance of a certain jersey shade versus another. Like maybe Chelsea just loves wearing the dark blue for the opening of the league. So that would be my guess as to why something like this is happening. I guess aesthetically it doesn't look great, but I don't really mind it. The shades are different enough to where it's not that big of a deal. Now, if they were both wearing white jerseys with like a little difference on the chest, then we'd have a big issue. But these shades are different enough.
Yeah, totally fair. So we got that going on. We got the Little League World Series going on as well. Den, have you been watching any of that? You been betting on Team Mexico or Aruba or anything like that, letting the 13-year-olds ruin your night?
I have watched 0 Little League World Series. I didn't know you could legally bet on the Little League World Series.
I think I've seen some markets for them, actually. I think I have.
Let me look around here. Not that I want to, because the idea of putting just a smart financial decision, gambling itself can sometimes be a little bit of a silly financial decision, but it's an even worse financial decision letting a 12-year-old handle your money, which is effectively what you're going here. Is some big 12-year-old with dyed blonde hair, and I'm going to bet $5, $10, Lord help you if you're betting more than that. If you're getting into the hundreds and thousands, God bless you. It'd be nice to be rich.
Have you guys ever been to Williamsport before? You ever been to Little League World Series?
No.
Never have?
No.
I haven't been, PJ, but I've driven past it probably 5 times. I go to a lake in upstate New York every summer.
Okay.
And it's right on the route right there. And it's really cool because it's right off this little road. And you see, it says Little League World Series Museum.
Yep.
And then it's up on this hill.
It is.
And then
and
the
fields are
stadium is down the hill. So the first time I ever stopped there, I saw it. I was like, oh, that's cool. I was like, I guess it's just the museum, but let me go check it out, right? Get out of the car, you step out, and all of a sudden you see the whole complex. It's really cool.
It is. So my brother goes to Ithaca College in upstate New York, so we made the same drive, and you go right past it. And when we were dropping him off at school, the Little League World Series was going on. So me and my parents on our drive back were like, let's stop off. Let's see the game. Let's see the complexes. I mean, we see it on TV every single year. It is very cool. I mean, those two fields are very nice, but it really is just, it's in the middle of a neighborhood. So when you're driving on the road, you're right. You can look down, you see the whole complex, but then when you get closer there, it's like you drive through maybe like 30 seconds a minute of neighborhoods. You go back into the complex. What I love and didn't realize, totally free to go to Little League World Series.
I was just about to ask,
Totally
what is
free.
what's the knock on the wallet for a Little League World Series ticket?
Totally had no idea, but it is, if you ever go, it is completely free to attend, and you can just bounce between the two fields. And it's pretty much just open seating. Like, even when you go to both ballparks, right? And obviously the outfields on the hill, like, you can sit anywhere. But even if you wanted like a stadium seat, if you go there, you can get any seat you want.
That is nice to know, because I was gonna just be the Grinch for a second.
Be like, if they make me pay $50 to watch.
Of the, we have it feels like every summer we talk about events that we would love to go to, venues we'd love to see. On that list, the Little League World Series, very low.
Yeah.
Very, very, very low. Like, I like baseball. I'm not a baseball fan enough to where I would give up either the potential of an afternoon to make a deep drive and then sit and watch teenagers play baseball.
That's totally fair. And honestly, like, the older you get, the more you realize, like, it's just, like, not a great product because they are so young. Like, these kids, even with runner on base, they're pitching out of the windup. There's no stretch, right? There's so much pass balls and wild pitches, and the fences aren't that far back. Like, if you get good contact, it's going out of the park. So,
I mean, a Canadian pitcher, as we say, that literally six-hopped a ball.
It's just not. It's not great. So,
I mean, it's fun for the kids. Like, I understand
Sure.
the importance for the kids. Like, this is a great experience. There's a lot of them that are coming internationally and getting to meet other kids their age playing baseball. Like, that I recognize is incredibly cool.
Yep.
But is me, a guy that's 29 years old with a fiance, I'm not ever going to be like, hey, sweetie, let's go watch 12-year-olds play baseball.
let's drive 4 hours, to watch.
That would get a no, a very quick no, a lot of eye rolls, and maybe a couple of bad names called in my direction.
Fair enough. The coolest thing that I think they've done, Denton, is over the last couple of years, they've done this Little League World Series Classic where they have an MLB game. Tonight it's Tigers and Yankees, and I think that's really cool,
That's
right?
sick.
You get an MLB game, like Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are going to be there today. Like, these kids are going to be able to talk to those guys. And do you remember when the Phillies played there a couple of years ago, and like Schwarber and Turner and Harper were in the stands, like rooting on the
they were
Pennsylvania
just chilling.
team?
Like, that's
chilling.
pretty cool.
Like, that's sick, right? So that's what makes it cool. But yeah, I mean, we went just to say that we went, and it was literally like right there as we were driving back, and we spent like an hour and we hung out, and it was free, so that certainly helped. But
what's the cost of food there?
Depends on what you get. I can't remember. I think a hot dog was maybe like $3-4 probably.
That's not bad.
Yeah, they had funnel
It's
cakes.
about
which
60 at MLB ballparks.
I tried to slide down the hill like everybody does on the cardboard. It was an epic fail, fellas. My shorts were so muddy afterwards. It looked
And then you
like
got to sit for another 3 hours on the drive home.
looked like I had an accident. Yeah, it wasn't great. But it is a beautiful complex. Those fields are big time. But I mean, yeah, Denton, like, we've watched 2 batters and we've seen 3 pass balls already.
They might need to go a visit on the mound.
I think so. So we got that going on. We got Premier League soccer. We got Little League World Series. We got preseason football starting later tonight. Packers, Broncos, Saints, 49ers as well. Did you get a chance to watch any preseason football yesterday? We had a lot of games going on.
I saw a little bit of the Caleb Williams action.
Oh, man.
That
His
was
throw
more
was all over social media.
Yeah, that was more how that kind of got on my radar, because the throw to Roma Dunze, which was incredibly impressive, was all over social media. I was tasked, PJ, yesterday with doing, it was a combination show of an in-game and post-game show for the Commanders' preseason matchup with the Dolphins.
Okay.
So I was locked into that. You're probably thinking, what are you talking about during the third quarter of an in-game show for the preseason? Not the game is the answer. You're finding other things to talk about because nobody cares.
Right.
But yeah, so I've been paying attention, obviously, a lot to Jaden Daniels, and Jaden Daniels has been incredibly impressive. It seems like a lot of the rookie quarterbacks have looked very good.
They have.
Yeah, not great necessarily, but very good, very competent. And that's a whole lot of fun. But the cynic in me is also like, well, that's going to change week one.
Oh, big time.
Like we are getting, there is some fool's gold that is being placed in front of us saying this is going to make you rich. But it's as volatile as Bitcoin was that one year where it crashed. So like you're going to buy in on somebody, and then week one's going to come and you're playing a good defense, and all of a sudden what you saw in the preseason is not the same dude that you're seeing when the games count.
Well, Denton, my thing has always been, too, like these, rookie quarterbacks, it's great to see them in preseason. It's great to see them in August, but Caleb Williams plays in Chicago. Bo Nix plays in Denver. You know what I mean? J.J. McCarthy, before he got hurt, played in the NFC North. I know he played at the University of Michigan, but it's like, I want to see these guys playing elements. I want to see them playing high-stake games. I want to see them in week 11, 12 of the season when these teams have tape on them. So I agree with you. It feels like, I really can't remember a time. Well, we obviously had a lot of first-round quarterbacks taken, but I can't remember a time where you turn on the TV and it was like there's not a lot of like bashing of these rookies,
yeah,
right?
It's just everyone's looking. I don't remember because I wasn't paying attention enough to it then in comparison to the way that I am now. But I don't know if C.J. Stroud looked awesome in the preseason last year, and then there were some skeptics, and the regular season starts, and all of a sudden he was the man.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious if we're going to get the inverse of that with guys like Caleb, Jaden, Nix. Obviously, we won't see J.J. McCarthy this year, but these other rookie quarterbacks, or even just young quarterbacks, that we will see very, very different styles from, shall we say. I almost wonder if the Bears were kind of a little upset about the Caleb Williams throw, just because, like, hey, we kind of want to keep this to when the games matter.
Exactly.
Like, great throw, but we don't know if we like that much.
Well, everybody's talking about that throw where he looked like Mahomes or Josh Allen, but then the throw where they were in the red zone and he was rolling out and he hit Odunze on an absolute laser and Rome was out of bounds. Did you see that one too?
No, I didn't see that one.
That was another.
Speaking of, Patrick Mahomes is a jerk.
What, behind the back pass?
Dude, what the hell? And then he gets on the mic and says that wasn't even planned. Travis just ran the wrong route.
Yeah.
We can't say the a-hole on radio because it's radio, but he is that. He's not even fair anymore. I mean, I know it's a preseason game and he's not going to do that in the regular season game, but like he might, you know what I mean? And can you imagine if you're a fan of a team and Patrick Mahomes hits a behind-the-back pass on your defense and then it results in either a big first down or, God forbid, a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
If he throws a behind-the-back pass against your team and it results in a touchdown, you're breaking your television.
No question.
Like, I don't even care if you're at a bar, you're breaking the television in front of you.
I did see that, yeah. And then when he was saying that Travis ran the wrong route, it's just like, guy's so good. It's kind of annoying. But, yeah.
I mean, the game must move so slow to him if he can pull that.
It's ridiculous. He's obviously going for his 4th Super Bowl ring this upcoming season. Chiefs are looking for the 3-peat. We'll talk plenty of football throughout the show. Coming back, though, Gambler's Court. Denton and I give out our favorite bets for today. Coming up next.
Sunday's Bets with PJ Glasser and Denton Day will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices.
Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch.
Bets with PJ Glasser and Denton Day on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser alongside Denton Day. Sunday's bets presented by BetMGM. And Denton, it's the time of the year where I'm starting to get texts from everybody about if I'm doing a fantasy football league this year, because I've been a commissioner for probably the last 5 or 6 years. I don't know how you guys feel about fantasy football. We're going to have Corey Parson on later in the show, 3 p.m. Eastern time. He's a big fantasy football guy. I used to love it. But obviously now the space that all of us are in, the content that we all do in sports betting, all my focus is on that. And all I think about during the weeks when we're in the middle of football season and Saturday and Sunday ends, the lines come out, you're already looking ahead to the following week. My mind is trying to figure out good lines and trying to follow the line movement throughout the week and look at the injury reports and obviously our shows that we have to prepare for. I'm not even thinking about fantasy football anymore. And I think when you really get invested in sports betting and you get that instant return, when you bet on a game and you can get that instant money, when you play fantasy football and it's you got to wait 5 months for a payout, for me, it's not as enjoyable anymore. I prefer doing the daily fantasy lineups. I like essentially having a new fantasy team every single week that I can root on. So I've just lost interest in fantasy. I'm telling people that I'm not doing it this year as commissioner. If you wanted to start a league, then maybe I join, but just too much work. I've lost interest in fantasy throughout the years. I much prefer just betting and gambling on games and doing my daily fantasy lineup. But how do you feel about fantasy football?
So fantasy football is like drinking in college versus drinking now. When I was younger, before gambling was heavily legalized, I loved it. Just like when you're in college, anytime someone says, "Hey, I got alcohol for you," you're like, "Oh, let's drink, let's party, let's turn up." You might black out a little bit on a Saturday night in Tuscaloosa for you, right, PJ?
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like drinking now. You know who doesn't want to black out? Anyone sitting in this room. It hurts. Can you imagine if I blacked out last Saturday? No, I want the gambling hit.
Right.
Because again, it's that easy return. Although I will say, I just kind of found out. I should have known about this way more, but because I lost interest in fantasy really before gambling kind of became a big deal and legal in Virginia, I just kind of was done with it when I was ironically in college. That metaphor wasn't planned for that, but best ball is intriguing to me.
Best ball is intriguing. So is the Guillotine League. Have you heard about
Yeah,
these
the
two?
Guillotine League is something that I'm intrigued. Those kind of, I would say gimmicks, but they're just new and innovative ways to play because you're right. I kind of get bored going throughout the course of the week, especially on Sundays.
Yeah.
Because you spend so much time in the morning looking at lines, trying to decipher, do I want to put money here? Do I like this bet? Do I like this prop? And not enough time setting your lineup. And then especially from my perspective is I'm also paying attention to the team that I cover on a weekly basis. So I'm like, what's the injury report? Who's going to play? What are the matchups going to be? And all these different sorts of things where you end up forgetting about setting your lineup. So I'm not a massive fantasy guy, but if someone has an extra spot in a best ball league and you're not going to charge me an arm and a leg to get in it, hit me up on Twitter at @TheDenday. I'll jump in there.
See, that's the thing, too. It's such an investment because anybody that plays fantasy football knows that the keys to winning your league, it really comes down to the waiver wire. And it comes down to making in-season trades a lot of the time, right? I'm the kind of guy that usually I don't make too many trades throughout the season, but certainly the leagues that I have won fantasy, it's because I've made great moves on the waiver wire. And if you're not locked in, if you're not really paying attention to your roster and who's available and ways to upgrade your team, Denton, the last couple of years, I've been the guy when week 12 is rolled around, I'm starting 3 active players on my roster. I got 3 on bye, I got 2 on IR. You know what I mean? I'm just not into it at all. So, I used to love it growing up as a kid. It was incredible, but now that I've been introduced to sports betting and it still gives you the same sweats on a game, and I kind of think of player props as another version of fantasy football, right? Instead of drafting Josh Allen, I can just bet him over 257 passing yards or whatever it may be.
Right.
So there are just so many things that you can do with betting that give me that fulfillment that fantasy football would during an NFL Sunday that for me, I'm just not into it like I used to be. Steven, what about yourself? Big fantasy football guy, or has it kind of soured on you throughout the years?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys. Every summer, I dread it. I get those texts just like you guys because I'm in a million leagues still, and I'm like, this is the year. I think I'm going to say no. I'm not going to do it. And ultimately, I say yes. I'm dreading it. The draft comes, and I'm like, oh, that was really fun. and I'm like, how can I not do this? But yeah, it's all about the waiver wire. You got to be dedicated.
Yeah.
You got to be committed every week. And I don't have that level of commitment to that because, like you guys, I'd rather just bet the games. I also hate how I watch football when I'm really invested in fantasy football because you're just not watching it. Like, I'm watching this game and I'm like, okay, is the slot receiver going to get me 90 yards? And that's all I'm watching. And granted, yeah, with player props, that can happen sometimes too. But I like how I watch games much more when I'm betting a side or even a total than when I'm just watching for fantasy. So that's one of the things like I think is underrated. It's just how you watch a football game when you're watching for fantasy purposes versus gambling purposes.
Babe, how you doing tonight? Well, if Jackson Smith-Njigba gets me 87 yards, I'll be doing really good, right?
And I need him to get 4 catches while doing it.
Exactly. Steven brings up a great point, though. The adrenaline, the rush that you get from drafting a team is awesome. Like, I love draft night. I do enjoy drafting a team and, like, the strategy that goes through it. And it's like, ooh, do I draft another receiver? I really need to get a running back. Do I do that? Like, I enjoy that. But like I was saying, guys, like when we get into like week 12, 13, at that point, I've just lost interest. And we all hate the guy in fantasy who doesn't set their lineup. And it's like a bye week for that person, right? When anybody's only got like 3 or 4 players that are playing that week. So I'm just not into it.
I've retired from being that guy. I'm actually doing everyone that I care about a public service.
Exactly. So just thought I'd share that because, gentlemen, I kid you not, I've gotten 3 texts this morning from 3 different people about, are we doing a fantasy league this year? And I'll reply to them, you know what? This is the year, gentlemen. I'm drawing the line.
You send him the Magic Johnson gif where he's just shaking his head.
Yeah, I'm just Right.
I ain't going. Y'all doing fantasy. I ain't gonna be there.
I'm not gonna be there. That's exactly
being the commissioner is a whole nother animal as well. I mean, PJ, it's one thing to be in a league or a couple leagues, but to be a commissioner is basically a full-time job. I mean,
100%.
some of the leagues I'm in, like there's disputes on a weekly basis that the commissioner has to step in and settle. It's like World War III out there. So I don't blame you for stepping away from the commissioner role at all.
100%. March Madness, I'm your guy. You want in a league? I got you.
PJ got you.
Denton knows this. I'm the kind of guy, Steven, that I literally will go through every single one of my contacts and text them one by one. If I think there's even a little bit of interest from somebody, I'm going to reach out to you. I am so locked into that, but fantasy football, just not for me.
Wait, what is the process? As someone that, when they played fantasy football, was never a commissioner. You know, I was always I was a peasant. I'd never won. What are you dealing with in terms of disputes? Because, like, I stopped playing fantasy football early in college to where there wasn't, like, grown adults having disputes.
So you always get the one person that always wants to know about every single rule, right? They always want to know, is this full point or half point PPR? When's the bye week? When's the trade deadline? It's like, dude, just go to the settings page. It's all right there. I can't find the settings page. So you always get that one person. For a majority, though, they're pretty chill, right? Like, you just reach out to them. You say, here's the buy-in. Here's how many people are in the leagues. It's either full point or half point PPR. They might ask you, like, one other question, and then it's good. Then you just say, here's my Venmo. Get me the money by this, and then the draft is this time. I would say the toughest thing is usually setting a draft date because, as we all know, trying to get 12 people to do the same time usually is kind of brutal. So, like, when I send out a group text and I'll be like, hey, guys, the draft is on August 28th at 8 p.m. Eastern time, you'll always get 2 people that'll be like, I'm going to be on vacation. Can we actually do it September 1st? Does September 1st work for everybody? No, I'm going to be. So you can never. Draft date is always the toughest, Denton. That's the one thing I'm not going to miss about commissioner. So you always get like the one person that's always like the rules just snob and they always want to know everything. But the thing that always gets me is trying to set a draft date is impossible.
Do you have like fights for trades?
Not usually. No, not usually. I've never had to like veto a trade, or I've never, for the most part, had anybody be like, my God, this dude fleeced whoever. But no, usually the draft date, I would say, is what causes the biggest chaos. Steven, have you ever been a commissioner before?
Oh, I've never been a commissioner. I never could take on that responsibility. I knew I didn't want any part of it.
Yeah.
But I've been in one league for over 15 years now, and every trade that has ever been made, there will be at least one person who vetoes it. At least. Like, nothing's easy. And some of it is personal vendettas going back to high school.
Yeah.
Some of it, this cuts deep, right? There's never been a trade where everybody just can move on and say, okay, it's a fair trade. Both sides agree. We're happy. I see that every year. And I'm just like, guys, you got to just accept it. Both sides agreed. 9 out of 12 people agree. Let's move on.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. So
what's the craziest? The one thing I will say that I've missed out in fantasy football is on punishments, because I was never in a league with people that would do punishments. Like in high school, you're not really doing punishments like that. You don't have the creativity or the resources to do that. Like at 16 years old, you can't sit in a Waffle House for 24 hours. That feels illegal. But like, what are the best punishments that you guys have either dished out or had to endure?
It's a great question. So I've never been a part of a league that's done like a crazy punishment. Like I've never done one of the Waffle House things or like get a tattoo or like any of that. Honestly, I think if I was in a league like that, Denton, I'd probably quit. Like I couldn't
That
do
tattoo
that.
thing, you better pay for the tattoo. I'm
Oh,
not
my
paying for the
God.
tattoo. If I lose and I'm getting the tattoo, somebody better pay for
You
the
know,
tattoo.
If it was like a little harmless prank or something, maybe I could see it. But yeah, I mean, when we're talking like tattoos or we're talking like sitting in a Waffle House for 24 hours, that's a little brutal.
The Waffle House I could probably do. I mean, it wouldn't be an enjoyable experience, but you would have to do that. I would have to start that on a Friday to then get out of there on a Saturday and then have a recovery day on Sunday.
Yeah.
Like you can't start that on a Sunday going into a Monday, then you got work like that. That's a whole ordeal. But I think I could probably do that on a Friday night. It's just more a question of I don't want to sit in a Waffle House for, it'd probably be more like 18, 17 hours.
So those have become very popular. And then another thing is people like going to sporting events and basically they have like a sign saying I lost my fantasy football league or something like that. Or they dress up, you know, if they're going to like a Mets game or something, they're just decked out like Braves gear. If the Braves aren't even playing, like they're just totally decked out and like whoever the enemy is. So I've seen some of those, but yeah, the Waffle House ones are they're big. I feel like ESPN always does like a feature every year on like some fantasy league, some fantasy punishment, and it's a creative thing. But
well, I saw one. So I went to Luke Combs was here a couple weeks ago, and I went to that concert with my fiance, and then I became a Luke Combs fan because he was really good. And I saw that he was in a fantasy football league with his guy, like with his boys from high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not boys he's friends with now from high school, and the punishment was they had to sing at his concert. Like, can you imagine the fear of having to sing a song at a Luke Combs concert if you are not a singer? I'd be petrified. Like me up there singing in front of 80,000 people who are there to see Luke Combs. That would, I mean, you got to have multiple pairs of underpants for that one because the first one's getting soiled.
That's a good point. Yeah, I would never have the confidence to pull that off. So a lot of really good punishments, but fantasy football season obviously right around the corner. I will say something that I did enjoy. So I didn't do a fantasy football league this year like your traditional snake draft or anything like that. What I did do, first time ever, is a dynasty league. Because my buddy asked me if I wanted to do it, and what the appeal was is that the draft, there was no time limit for it. So there wasn't a set date. It was basically I make a pick, and then Denton, whenever you're available, you make your pick. Which is, I think, the way that all drafts should go. Is people should make a draft, and then it's like whenever you can make a pick, you make a pick, kind of thing. You know, that way there's no set time. I guess for a dynasty league, it's a little bit easier than maybe like a traditional snake draft or something like that.
I feel like
But
you'd have to
it took
start.
us like 3 weeks to
You'd
complete
have
the
to
draft,
start
though.
that draft in June.
Yeah, it took us 3 weeks. It took us a while.
Because all it takes is one guy to get sick, or like his wife gets sick, or something like that. He goes on a vacation and loses his phone in the water and forgets his password, and then you're screwed. I would much rather look if you got an auto pick, just do some research and set some like lineups beforehand, kind of a deal. I don't need the 3-week draft.
So I'm doing Dynasty League for the first time ever, and we'll see how that goes. You know, I'm excited. The strategy was interesting. Like watching the first 10 picks of the draft and like 7 of them be quarterbacks. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then the style of it. I've realized though when it comes to fantasy football though, I think tight ends are very undervalued, right? Like we always talk about how key running backs are, but man, outside of like Kelsey and Laporta and Trey McBride and Kittle, Andrews, like maybe Kyle Pitts this year with Kirk Cousins, Hawkinson. Like, there are really only 7 or 8 guys that you look at and you're like, all right, like that dude's definitely going to be my tight end number 1. Every other tight end, I think you kind of draft. And then you also got to get like a pretty decent backup, knowing that like maybe this guy I thought was going to be my backup might be my starter.
Fantasy advice: draft a tight end that plays with a rookie quarterback because they're the security blanket.
That's good advice right there. We come back, Gamblers Court. Denton and I give out our favorite bets for the day. Coming back next.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book three adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book three adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
And welcome back, PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. We got a Little League World Series going on right now. Mexico up 7-0 on Canada in an elimination game. We got the Premier League season underway for Man City, last year's champion, and Chelsea. And Man City up 1-0 in that game. And then one baseball game currently underway right now. Marlins and Mets out in Citi Field. No score in the top of the third inning. Time for a little Gambler's Court, though, to wrap up hour number 1. Denton and I give out our best bets for the day. As thank you, sir, for the Le'Veon Bell. Hand that over.
Nice little bell.
Absolutely. Denton, why don't you kick this thing off? Because your first bet is going to be in college football week 0.
I'm sweating already. It's the first actual game bet for college football. We got week 0 coming up on Saturday, so I won't see our wonderful viewers and listeners until then. I like Georgia Tech covering the 11.5 against Florida State. Now, Florida State, I have good expectations, not high expectations, but good expectations for. But it's almost an entirely new roster because of the changes with guys going to the NFL, guys transferring. Like, they really got beat up towards the end of last year after they got eliminated or boxed out of the college football playoff. I suppose that's more about perspective than anything else. So I'm not fully confident that they're just going to go out there in Dublin and shred Georgia Tech. And along those lines, Georgia Tech is bringing back a good chunk of their roster last year. I've decided, PJ, that this year I'm going to be very aware and try and be very on top of the teams that are bringing a lot of guys back. Right? Like, I don't think Georgia Tech's going to win this game. That seems out of the question. But I do think we are entering an era where Georgia Tech is not the laughingstock of the ACC, this massive conference that it has become, and they'll be able to at least keep it respectable against Florida State overseas. Now, if this was in November, I'd be all over Florida State. But because it's the first game of the season, there might be a little bit of mistakes on both sides, but more on the side of Florida State. So I'm going to take Georgia Tech to cover the 11.5.
I haven't bet anything in this game yet, Denton. I think I would lean your way. We've obviously seen some weird things happen overseas to kick off the season, right? Nebraska and Northwestern a couple of years ago was a similar spread, and Nebraska lost that game outright. I do like Brent Key a lot as a head coach for Georgia Tech, and it feels like under him the last couple of years, they've been competitive, and they've pulled off some big upsets. Remember last year they won at Miami. That was the game where Mario Cristobal just completely...
They had some help?
They certainly had some help, but they won that one. Then they also beat Drake May in North Carolina in Chapel Hill. So they've played some of the top teams in the ACC pretty tough, and they have won some of those games. Florida State, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they open up the season, right? With everything that happened with them last year and how that season ended. And now all the guys that they have to replace, right? They got to replace Jordan Travis. They got to replace their top running back, their top 2 receivers. They got to replace a bunch of dudes on defense. And Mike Norvell, I'm not sold on him yet as one of the elite coaches in college football because this is what we have to see, right? He's proven to us that he can compete for a college football playoff and a national championship when everything goes right, and he kind of builds a team where all his guys, it has the makings of like one season. but can you do it through recruiting cycles? Can you reload instead of rebuild? We don't know yet out of Florida State. I think this spread's going to surprise a lot of people, too, that it's like this low. So I think you're on the right side with Georgia Tech. If I had to bet the game, I'd take the Yellow Jackets. So, sir, I would agree with you.
Yeah, a lot of the public loving Florida State because of what you just mentioned. Seems like a small number for a team that was so good last year and for a team in Georgia Tech that historically has not been good over the last couple of years.
Agreed. My first bet of the day is going to be in the Red Sox and the Orioles. I'm going to take the over 10 runs at plus 100. So, Denton, the last 2 games in this series have been complete opposites of each other. On Friday night, the Orioles and Red Sox played a 12-10 baseball game where there were over 30 combined hits. Last night was a 5-1 baseball game. The O's were getting no hit through 5 innings. So what is tonight going to bring us? I think it's going to be a little something in between. Red Sox are looking to win the series against the O's. The O's are looking to get the 4-game split. They got Albert Suarez starting for them, who's been excellent for them this season. He's been really good in his last couple starts, but I think he's got some regression coming his way, going up against this Red Sox lineup, and Cutter Crawford has not been very good for the Sox either. So I think we're going to get a high-scoring game out in Baltimore today. I think the O's win this one like 7-5, something like that. So I'll go over 10 in Red Sox-Orioles.
I like it. It's a mid to late August game. Hot, ball's going to be flying, so I'll give you a bell. I want a lot of offense today because in my next game, PJ, I also have an over. I got Phillies Nats over 9.5. The Phils have been playing really, really well. The Nationals have not. The whole pitching staff for Washington has been very much struggling since the All-Star break. They went into the All-Star break, surprisingly, with one of the better staffs across all of Major League Baseball. And now in the month of August, they get beat up. And they haven't had a lot of guys that have made it to the 6th inning, starting-wise. Jake Irvin's on the mound. I think Jake Irvin's had a really good season, but he has been one of the guys in particular that has really struggled since the All-Star break. So I think you'll see a lot of runs, hopefully from both sides. Their offense for the Nationals has been kind of hit or miss a little bit, pun intended, but I think you'll see a lot of runs today, so I like the over 9.5.
I like that as well. I think we're going to get some runs. I like that over with Patrick Corbin on the mound the other night. That didn't work out for me, but I'll go back to the over in this game with Irvin and Walker. I like that. I'm going with the Reds on the money line today, minus 105 against the Royals. Denton, the Royals defeated the Reds last night 13-1. That game was 13-0 at one point. This is the beauty of baseball, right? It's not like football where you get blown out and you got a whole week to think about it. Baseball, you get blown out, you flush it, and you just move on to the next day. I usually like these kind of spots where a team gets blown out, you come right back the next day, and it's like a pick'em. And they're playing against Kansas City. So I'll take the Reds on the money line today, minus 105. I think they're going to get the win.
I like it because you can't fake desperation. The Red Sox right now 2.5 games back of the Royals for that final wild card spot. So this game's going to be incredibly important if they kind of stay neck and neck throughout the remainder of the season. So I like it.
All right, very good. What do you got next?
All right, we're going to the NFL for a little bit of preseason action. How about Green Bay and Denver over 39.5? Now, I really wanted to get degenerate, PJ, and just bet Denver specifically because they have a bunch of quarterbacks that are jockeying for positions, meaning that you're going to see a little bit more from these guys and a little bit more try-hardiness from these guys. But I think they put up a lot of points last week against the Indianapolis Colts combined. So I like Denver and Green Bay over 39.5. Usually try and stay away from over bets in the preseason, but with Denver and Sean Payton and those quarterbacks, I'm going to think we're going to see a lot of points.
All right, very good. Going with a little preseason NFL. I'm going to just stick with baseball. All my plays are in baseball today. I think the stinkiest line on the board today, and this is just a PJ special right here. We're going with the St. Louis Cardinals on the money line, minus 115 against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Dodgers are favored to win the World Series. We know they're one of the best teams in baseball. Kershaw's on the mound. Sonny Gray's going for St. Louis. He's been the Cardinals' best pitcher this season. He's been very good at home. I think it's just going to be one of those games where the whole public's going to be on the Dodgers because you're pretty much getting them in as a pick 'em. But I think this is a good line indicator here. So we will go with Sonny Gray and the Cardinals to get the win today over the Dodgers.
All right, I like that one. Final baseball one for me. I got the Astros over 5.5 against the Chicago White Sox, and I have the Astros over 5.5 because they're playing the Chicago White Sox. End of reasoning.
I mean, enough said. I heard White Sox and over. I'm good.
You're good.
And then my final bet, by the way, the White Sox are a plus 280 to win that game today. Plus 2. They got eliminated from postseason contention in the middle of August. That's hard to do. Finally, my favorite, or another one of my baseball plays that I like is going to be the Yankees-Tigers under 8 runs tonight in the Little League World Series Classic. For one, Tariq Skubal's on the mound, so that certainly helps. He's going to win the AL Cy Young. I feel like in these Little League World Series games, though, Denton, these Little League World Series Classic games over the years, they have been low scoring because think about it, right? These guys were just in Detroit yesterday. They had to get on a plane to fly to Williamsport today. All they're going to be doing throughout the day is interacting with kids and signing autographs. Like, they're not going to be in their normal pregame routine. I think that's a big benefit for the pitchers because, as we know, this day and age in baseball, the pitchers already dominate the hitters with just how hard they throw and all the spin and everything and the launch angle. So it's just one of these weird days on the baseball calendar. And because of that, and these everyday players, I think, are thrown off their routine, I think that's advantage to the pitchers. And you got arguably the best one going in baseball and Skubal on the mound today. So I'll take the under 8 in Yankees and Tigers.
I'll give you that because literally, as you said, the daily routine is messed up. We saw Aaron Judge high-fiving a bunch of kids and walking onto a bus that he very clearly does not fit on because he's a massive human being.
Yes, he is.
All right, I got 2 WNBA bets to close off my ticket today. I like Caitlin Clark over 4 threes. It's technically put at 4 plus 3, so a 4 does get you this one. But I like Caitlin Clark at 4 plus 3s. You're getting it at nearly 2-1, PJ. And, you know, she played really well in that return against Phoenix after the Olympic break. She had quite the Olympic break, by the way. And it also looks like she's been working out a little bit. She's gotten her body a little bigger to handle the physicality of what the WNBA brings. Now, there's only so much you can do in that amount of time, but we know Caitlin Clark is a shooter, and shooters are going to shoot. So I like Caitlin Clark 4 plus 3s at plus 195 today for the Indiana Fever, taking on Seattle. And then my final bet is Brittany Griner going for a double-double against Angel Reese. You get it at plus 340. She dominated the Chicago Sky the last time these two teams played and was just shy of a double-double. I think we'll see Brittany Griner really go to work against Angel Reese. You know, Angel Reese has been known as the double-double queen in the WNBA this year, and understandably so, and she's deserved that title. But it's time for Brittany Griner to send maybe a little bit of a reminder to people as to why she at one point was the biggest badass in women's college basketball, and then ultimately the WNBA. So I'm looking for a big game for Brittany Griner to get a double-double at plus 340.
Dan, I like it. I mean, the price on Brittany Griner to get a double-double plus 340 I think is really good value. Caitlin Clark, 4 more threes at nearly 2-1. I like that as well. I think Caitlin Clark is just on a warpath right now in the second half of the season, now that we're out of the Olympics. And obviously watching Taurasi just kind of ride the bench, you know, in that gold medal game. And a lot of people felt like Caitlin should have gotten that spot. She got a chance to play against the Mercury the other night, had an incredible game. So I think Caitlin's starting to find her groove a little bit. It took her a little bit to get adjusted, but now that she's turned into the Caitlin Clark that we've all seen for years at Iowa. So 4 plus 3s at plus 194, Dan. I think that's a good play. I like both of those long shot bets there in the WNBA. So once again, I'm on the Red Sox-Orioles over today, Reds money line, Cardinals money line, and the Yankees-Tigers under. Denton likes Georgia Tech plus 11.5 in Week 0 against Florida State. Eagles the Phillies and Nationals over 9.5.
You're
I
ready
saw
for
Philly,
football
Washington.
season.
I am. Green Bay, Denver over 39.5. The Astros over 5.5 runs, and then a couple of long shots in the WNBA. Caitlin Clark, 4 more threes. Brittany Griner, double-double. Hour 2 on the way next.
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back, PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Hour 2 of Sunday's Bets, presented by BetMGM. Getting ready to talk plenty of college football here in this segment. Also in this hour number 2, JP Acosta going to join us 1:20 p.m. Eastern time from SB Nation, and then Ira Schofel will join us 1:40 p.m. Eastern time. Editor of warchant.com, get his thoughts on Florida State and Georgia Tech. That is one of the 4 games, then, that we have in week 0 of college football. You said that you are on the Yellow Jackets in that game. Any of the other week 0 games that interest you, or is that the only one that you like?
I mean, there's definitely games that I am excited about. I haven't taken a deep dive too much into some of the lines yet with like your SMU Nevada, although 27.5 is a big time line there. But I'm intrigued by the New Mexico Montana State game. I mean, New Mexico was one of those teams last year that I think surprised people in a couple of different aspects of their season. So I'm excited to see what that game is going to bring. And then, I mean, I can always get down for a Delaware State-Hawaii matchup. I don't know if I will gamble on it, but your boy, as you know, stays up very late on these college football Saturday nights. So I'll be out there watching Delaware State-Hawaii. By the way, when you go to college in Delaware State, I know where Delaware is. You know where Delaware is, right? Not too far away from here. Got a grandma that lives up in Delaware. The state's pretty all right. It's nice by the beach. Outside of the beach, don't know too much about it. But with that said, can you ever imagine signing up to go to Delaware State and then getting to go play in Hawaii? I would imagine of the list of things that you're anticipating when you go to Delaware State, going to Hawaii is not one of them. So that must be a very nice treat. And getting the travel paid for to go to Hawaii.
I know. And then when I think about that, it's like, which way do you bet it? Do you bet it that Delaware State is going to be so excited to be in Hawaii that they're just not going to focus on the game at all? Or they're going to be so excited to get to Hawaii that they can't wait to play some football? Like, I don't know which one to bet because, like you said, Delaware does have some good beaches. Now, not comparing Delaware to Hawaii by any means.
I love Rehoboth, but it ain't any of the beaches you'll find in Hawaii.
It's certainly not Maui, exactly. So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting game.
Have you seen the line on that game yet?
No, I've not.
Would you like to take a guess?
Let's go Hawaii 31.5.
31.5. Steve, you want to take a guess on the Hawaii Delaware State line? There's no money line available, by the way. It's just a spread.
Okay, so it's got to be high.
So that's a hint for you.
Yeah, so it's maybe even higher.
Yeah, I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go
42.5.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to go, 42.5.
You guys are sandwiching the actual line. It's 38.5. Hawaii. It's the biggest line of week 0. Nevada is 27.5-point dogs to SMU, so that's the second biggest line, but 38.5 for Hawaii. So the thing is, I can't name anyone on either roster.
No, I just know that Timmy Chang's the head coach of Hawaii. That's about it. So,
and that one team is traveling very, very far to get there.
Yes, they are.
Probably multiple flights, unless they can charter their own, which would have to be a massive flight to hold the amount of fuel, because the flight from Hawaii to the East Coast is 10 hours. It's the longest flight I've ever done before, and it sucked. The first 8 hours were fine. Those final 2 hours are pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't think Delaware State's flying private either. With all due respect to Delaware State, I think they're
probably
going
not
commercial.
Probably
it's going to be
not
long, some layovers. So good for them though. Man, like you said, paid trip to Hawaii, get to play some football, get on a national stage too. Week 0, whole world's watching you. Love it. Florida State, Georgia Tech, we mentioned, is going to be out in Ireland, and then SMU also plays against Nevada as well in week 0. I'm very high on SMU out of the ACC this year. I think they have a chance to win that league. So I'll be looking forward to watching the Mustangs as well.
Do you feel like they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder a little bit because they didn't get that group of 5 slot that Liberty, thank God, ended up getting to play Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl, and now they're entering a new conference where a conference is relatively wide open. Like Florida State is the favorite and Clemson is right behind them, but I wouldn't say they're the prohibited favorite, right? Like they are the favorite, but I don't know that everybody loves Florida State this year the way that they did last year. So it feels like there's a very big avenue for a team like SMU to come in there and steal the conference in their first year.
No doubt. No doubt. I've been talking about that a bunch on my show, that I think that the ACC, the top of the ACC, is very gettable this year. I think Florida State and Clemson are extremely vulnerable. I think Miami is a very interesting team this season. I think Virginia Tech, NC State, if you want to make a case for them, SMU. I really think that there are like 7 different teams that you can make a case for in the ACC. And Florida State, I'm very concerned about. Dabo, ever since this transfer portal era, has just shown that he hasn't been able to really get to the college football playoff. So I think they're in some trouble as well. I mean, this is the year for Miami. I know Steven and I have talked a bunch about Miami. He's extremely high on the Canes this year as well. Biggest thing for Miami is just the fact that, they've had one double-digit win season in the last 20 years. You know, they just got to get over that hump. They got to win all the games they're supposed to win, and then they obviously got to beat some of the good teams. I also don't love the fact that Miami opens the season in the Swamp at Florida. That's a game, even though it doesn't count against your ACC record. So many people, I've done so many shows, and I've talked to so many people about which week 1 game interests you the most. And I think everybody's pick has been Florida and Miami, just because people know how much that game means for both of those programs, both of those coaching staffs. It's a massive game. So, man, if Miami's able to win that, look out. If they're able to lose that, it's going to be interesting if Cristobal...
If they lose it, look out.
If Cristobal is able to tell his guys, like, look, at the end of the day, that's not an ACC opponent. We were 2-point favorites. Like, it was going to be a toss-up. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting game. But ACC is really interesting this year.
I mean, that Miami-Florida game, because Florida, if you've looked at this, their over-under's 4.5 this year.
Dude, their schedule
is not only just a beast, but the state of the program is effectively in shambles, which is really surprising because when they hired Billy Napier as the head coach on what was a crazy offseason, if you remember, that's when Brian Kelly went to LSU, Lincoln Riley goes to USC. Like, it was in that offseason, that felt like the best hire because you knew what you were getting. He's a guy that really did well at Louisiana, made them a program that was relevant on a national stage, and then he takes over Florida with more resources, and you're expecting them to kind of get back in the direction that they were in the middle of the 2000s, and it just never has come to be. They're in a lot of trouble this year. But, PJ, I got to be honest, West Virginia-Penn State's the game that interests me the most in week 1. Because, look, man, I don't think this should be the case, especially now with a 12-team playoff. One loss is not going to break the season for Penn State, especially because their schedule is not as difficult when it comes to the Ohio States and Michigans and playing all of the beasts of the Big Ten. They do play some of them, but not all of them. But, man, if James Franklin loses that game, whew, I have not seen a Penn State fan base mad before. We haven't seen Penn State fan base mad for that. Or let me rephrase that. For that reason. We've seen them upset. But not for this reason.
Yeah.
It would be very unique to see how that fan base responds if they lose to WVU in any fashion, given the expectations of the year.
And that line's coming down. It was at 11.5 at one point. It was at 10.5 for much of the summer. Now it's all the way down to 9.5. West Virginia is a team that a lot of people kind of like as their sleeper in the Big 12. Garrett Green's coming back. Neil Brown was a dude that was squarely on the hot seat last season, and then they went on a great run to end the year. Now a lot of people think that they can compete in the Big 12. We know what a tough place that is to play, especially a noon game to kick off your season on the road in front of a sellout crowd in Morgantown. That'll be a good test there for Penn State. So we'll see. Steven, which game are you more looking forward to, Miami, Florida, or Penn State, West Virginia?
It's Miami, Florida for me. I work with Chris Doring, Gator legend at wide receiver, one of the SEC's all-time leading receivers. Grew up in Gainesville, walked on at Florida, became a legend there, and he has said repeatedly that this is the biggest home opener for Florida in his lifetime.
Wow.
That's how big this is, and it's in the Swamp. I think that place is going to be rocking, and they need that win because their schedule is so tough. To get to bowl eligibility, they might very well need that win. So just the fact that people around that program view this game as so important makes me really excited to watch it. And this season is going to define the Billy Napier era. Either they exceed expectations this year, and exceed expectations might only be 7 wins, but if they either exceed expectations and he starts building momentum, because he has still recruited pretty well. They got a big-time quarterback commit in DJ Lagway this past recruiting cycle, who I think is going to be their quarterback of the future. If they can just get 6-7 wins this year, get to a bowl game, continue that momentum, we could be seeing some big things at Florida. But if not, if they miss a bowl game, I mean, that's just unacceptable in Gainesville. We're talking about the Florida Gators here, the program of Steve Spurrier, the program of Tim Tebow. It's a defining year for this program and this coaching staff. So that's it for me.
Definitely is. And again, for people out there listening that might be saying, like, just how hard, like, is the schedule? Like, are these guys, like, you know, making a big deal out of it? Well, you decide for yourself. Florida plays 12 games this season. 8 of them are against teams that are ranked in the top 20 AP poll. Their only layup, slam dunk, absolute win of the season is home against Samford. Outside of that, every game is losable. They're home against Miami. They're home against A&M. They're at Mississippi State. They're home against UCF. And then listen to the end of their season. at Tennessee, home against Kentucky, at Georgia, at Texas, home against LSU, home against Ole Miss, at Florida State. Denton, there are NFL teams that don't play a schedule that hard.
I don't know,
is
like, who did they
ridiculous.
upset?
That's Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, and Florida State on the road.
Like, is this revenge for somebody maybe trying to speak to somebody's wife with a certain tone that they didn't appreciate? Did they pee in somebody's oatmeal? Like, I don't understand who they angered to get that final stretch of the season, because it's absurd. I mean, Kentucky is like the one game in there where it's not like this is going to be awful, but like Kentucky's still a really good program, and they've been a really good program for the last couple of seasons. Like, that's a consistently 8-win team, where Florida has not been that in quite some time. I don't understand how they got that end to the schedule, but that's what it's going to be like almost every single year, it feels like, for at least one team, PJ.
No doubt. So, guys, both of your picks are good for games in week 1 you're most looking forward to. For me, the game I'm most excited for, and the game that I think is the biggest, I think this is I think this team makes the college football playoff if they win this game week 1.
God, are you going to join the Colt?
I think Notre Dame, Texas A&M is the biggest game of week 1 in college football. Yeah. The storylines going into it, guys, note for everything we just said about Florida's schedule, Notre Dame's schedule is not that difficult. Outside of that road game,
you're taking this from the positive standpoint of Notre. I thought you were about to say the positive standpoint of A&M. I was like, there's no way you're joining. You of all people is joining that side.
No, Notre Dame.
Whew, you got me worried for a second.
I think a 10-2 Notre Dame team with a win at Texas A&M, lock.
If they get 10 wins, they're in.
10 wins with that 100%. A&M win, because they play Florida State at home, game that I think they can win. They're at USC as well, game that I think they can win. So every other game on their schedule, they're home against Virginia, they're at Navy, they're at Army, they're at Georgia Tech, home against Stanford, home against Louisville. Their schedule is very manageable, very easy. They got Riley Leonard in the offseason. Marcus Freeman is entering year 4 in South Bend. 3 or 4 in South Bend.
3.
Year 3. So Notre Dame, again, no team got screwed more in the era of the 12-team college football playoff than Notre Dame, because they can't get a top 4 seed. They can go undefeated, but because they don't play in a conference, the highest that they can get is number 5.
Join a conference.
So Notre Dame, the most important regular season schedule is going to be for the Irish. That's all the eye test that they can do. They can't clutch an auto bid in a conference championship game or anything like that. If you go on the road week 1, beat an SEC opponent, a top 20 SEC opponent, we all know how highly regarded the SEC is. If Notre Dame does that, they're in the playoff. Unless their season completely unravels, they lose 3 or 4 games, or they lose like 2 games and it's to like Miami of Ohio and like, Northern Illinois or something like that. I think week 1, it's for Notre Dame. Obviously a proud program, one of the biggest brands in the sport. Like, fellas, I think they clinch a playoff berth if they win that game.
The party in Miami of Ohio, if they win that game and beat Notre Dame, would be legendary. They do get USC at arguably the best time to get USC this year. You are a lot higher on USC than I am, but I think we would both recognize that if things do go sideways, they could go really, really sideways for USC. So while it looks like a good game now, having that game on the 30th, if something goes wrong with Cliff Kingsbury, if a quarterback or multiple quarterbacks don't end up being the clear heir apparent to Caleb Williams, which is kind of what we saw with DJU and Trevor Lawrence at Clemson, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, that game's not going to be nearly as scary as it is now, but you still might look at it as a pretty decent win just based off of the size of the program and going on the road.
It's pretty interesting, too, to see the line movement on this game, and it was a pick'em for pretty much the whole summer. A&M was -1. Now they're up to 2.5. If I can get a 3 with Notre Dame, I think I'm already going to be on the Irish.
Do you worry at all that Mike Elko facing his former quarterback and Riley Leonard?
A little bit. I just worry that it's Mike Elko's first game, period, in A&M. It's his first game. Marcus Freeman's obviously coached a ton of big games now at Notre Dame, so that game, oh, God, it's going to be so good. Miami, Florida is going to be great. Penn State, West Virginia is going to be great, too. Can't wait for all of it. We come back. More Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. JP Acosta joins the show next.
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for Wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for Wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you?
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. JP Acosta going to join us here in moments, talking some college football and NFL with him. We got one baseball game underway right now on a packed Sunday slate. Everybody in action going on. We got the Little League World Series Classic tonight in Williamsport between the Yankees and the Tigers. Tariq Skubal's going to be on the mound. Right now, Marlins up 1-0 on the Mets. New York minus 155. to win the game, though, even though they're trailing 1-0. They got a runner on first with nobody out. We got the Mariners, Pirates, Nationals, Phillies starting in 13 minutes, and then the Diamondbacks, Rays, Royals, Reds, and Orioles, Red Sox starting in 18 minutes. So a lot of action going on. We got the final round of the FedEx St. Jude Championship as well out in Memphis. Hideki Matsuyama with a 5-shot lead. Then, did you take any stabs with any golfers making this tournament interesting, or you think Hideki's going to get the job done?
I haven't touched it. I'm just going to let Hideki get it done, and then once we get to we got one or two more big events going on, I might throw a little bit of something down there. The problem is, with some of these big events to come, PJ, they intersect with football season, and a lot of my attention going to football season on the weekend.
Yeah. All right. Beautiful. Let's check in with our guest now. JP Acosta joins us, SB Nation. Give him a follow on X at Acosta32_. JP, join us to talk some college football and NFL. JP, let's start with some college, man. Myself, Denton, Steven, we were just all talking about week 0, week 1, some of these matchups we can't wait for. When you look at the slate, there's a lot of good games on the week 1 slate. Is there a college football game that jumps out to you that you're most excited for in week 1?
So obviously, with a lot of week 0 and week 1 being kind of, this is a little tune-up game for most teams, I'm honestly really excited for Miami versus Florida. I feel like there's still so much left when it comes to Miami and where they can be when it comes to their team and the talent that they have. Reuben Bain is going to be a phenomenal player on the defensive line for them. Cameron Ward coming over from Washington State. He is a little bit of a chaos agent at quarterback, but I'm really excited to see what they do offensively. And then you look at a Florida team that really, really needs some energy. They need something good to happen this year. I mean, if you look at their schedule, it is brutal to end the season. You got to start off strong, especially when you have the stretch that they have at the end of the season. They got to start strong. This is a great way to make a statement and kind of gain back some favor within the state when it comes to recruiting, and for Billy Napier to kind of cool off the hot seat a little bit. It's not going to completely take it down, but I'm so excited for that game because that game truly can be one of the most chaotic games of the week.
I love the way that you described Cam Ward and that chaos. At the beginning of last season, he was so much fun to watch. And then because you're at Washington State, you kind of get lost a little bit and they lose a bunch of games and kind of fall from national relevance. But now that he's at Miami, if he can channel that chaos and kind of, I would say, use it for good or use it as more of a benefit at times with the talent that surrounds him, do you think there's a potential that he might not only just win the Heisman Trophy, but end up being viewed as the best quarterback this year in college football?
I think there's definitely an alleyway to. I think he's such a talented passer with such a quick release, a strong arm, and he can create out of structure. It's just sometimes it's like when you're playing in like Minecraft and you build a TNT bomb and sometimes it blows up in your face. Sometimes it blows up in Cam Ward's face and you just want him to kind of rein it in a little bit. But you'd much rather have to tell a quarterback to rein it in rather than, hey, we need you to get up and start trying to make these throws downfield. So I'm hoping that Miami kind of brings him a little bit closer to the let's rein it in. Let's take our shots when we have to, but let's set it up first. It's like a boxing match. You can't just come out and throw the haymaker to lead off. You got to start with the jab. You got to lead them in with the jab.
JP, a lot of people like Miami this year in the ACC. We got 2 ACC teams in action in week 0 in Florida State and SMU. You got Clemson in the mix this year. A lot of people like Virginia Tech, NC State. We were talking like you could make a case for maybe 6 or 7 different teams out of the ACC this year that you could pick to win that league. Right now, who would you take to win the ACC if you had to pick?
So right now, I'm going to say Florida State because they have the coaching. I think they are still they are reloading, and I think the defense is still going to be very good. But look, Virginia Tech has the schedule and the returning talent to really make a run here. I mean, if you look at their schedule this year, they don't play a true difficult opponent until you have to go on the road to Miami. But after the Miami game, the next big one, you get Clemson at home. So you could realistically go into that game with 1 loss or even undefeated. And if you look at how Kyron Drones ended the season last year, played really well. That defense is retaining a lot of talent, and I think Brent Pry is doing an amazing job there. I would not be surprised if Virginia Tech ran the table with how easy of a schedule they have. But right now, I'm gonna be a little safe, and I'm gonna go with the defending champions of Florida State.
JP, I want to transition to the NFL. We've seen a little bit of preseason action over the past couple of weeks, and all the rookie quarterbacks have actually been pretty good, if not really, really good. When you're watching some of these guys, Jane Daniels, Caleb Williams, etc., who really jumps out to you so far?
So it's hard not to say Caleb Williams. I mean, it's the fireworks, man. It's the, hey, sometimes there are gonna be a few plays where he runs out of the pocket when it's clean, but he's gonna be able to flick the ball, rolling to his left, throwing right-handed down the field 40 yards. He's gonna be able to create like he did on the touchdown scramble he had against the Bengals in the preseason yesterday. There are gonna be those moments, but I'm so excited to watch him as he grows within that offense, because I think Shane Waldron is doing a great job of building the offense around his strengths. That's the biggest thing that I'm taking away from watching all the rookies. These offenses are built around their strengths. As much as I am not a fan of Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive mind in the NFL, he is doing a pretty good job with building this offense around Jaden Daniels' strength, which is the deep ball and his ability with his legs. You are building around those. Caleb Williams is such a great thrower on the move, so the Shane Waldron and the Bears are incorporating a lot of play action, a lot of bootlegs. I think Drake May is such a confident passer down the field. They're just letting him sit back and say, hey, dude, you see it, throw it. You see it downfield, just take the shots. So I think all the rookie quarterbacks have landed in really good spots for them schematically, but it's hard not to say Caleb Williams excites you the most, because you look at those fireworks and you're thinking, man, this is similar to a lot of the top guys that we have seen in this league dominate.
Would you take him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year at this point, JP? Or do you think that maybe one of the receivers really intrigues you, or maybe one of those quarterbacks with longer odds, or will you just roll with Caleb?
I think I would roll with Caleb right now, but I do think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to have a really good shot. I think the Cardinals' offense is going to be really good. I think he's going to be the top dog in that offense. And if you believe in Kyler Murray coming off of injury, looking really healthy, I think there's a really good chance that Marvin Harrison Jr. wins that Offensive Rookie of the Year. But if Caleb Williams and the Bears are anything like what we expect them to be when it comes to their offense with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze, he's going to win it in the landslide.
If we are at, let's just say, we'll skip ahead to week 5. So we're 4 weeks into the NFL season. Who's the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Oh, man. I think it's Justin Fields, but it is such a dire situation for the Steelers that it's like, man, you got to say Fields. And I think the reason it's Fields is because at least his athleticism opens up so much more of the run game and a bit more of the offense when it comes to boot action and getting him out of the pocket while the offensive line still tries to figure out what they're doing at tackle. So his ability to move with his legs is going to be a huge benefit in that offense. As much as Russell Wilson has the experience and is probably better in the quick game aspect of football, he is not the quarterback that he once was. And I still think he is trying to be the quarterback that he once was, the super great with the deep ball. And if the deep ball isn't there, he can create using his legs and get out the pocket. In a way, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson are very similar quarterbacks in how they play the game. They're just at two different stages of their careers. And Russell Wilson right now cannot do the same stuff Justin Fields can with his legs. So if it were me, I would go with Fields and hope that he figures it out. The biggest thing with Fields is just he's always a tick late. He's always a little bit late getting to the other read, or he'll panic at pressure. But I still think he's figuring it out, and you really got to go with the guy who's a better athlete, especially with the state of their offensive line.
Yeah, to your point, JP, I mean, yesterday in the preseason, Justin Fields had 42 rushing yards. So given that Steelers, that running element that Russ just at this stage does not has. We're talking with JP Acosta, SB Nation, here on Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. Give him a follow on X, at Acosta32_JP. Let's talk about that AFC North division, JP, because it is the best division in football, top to bottom. Ravens, Bengals, Browns, and Steelers. Ravens won it last year. Feels like a lot of people think the Bengals win it this year. The Browns are an interesting option as well at plus 500 in the betting market. Who do you like to win the AFC North this year?
That's a great question, because while I see all these teams as very good, they also have pretty significant flaws. But I think at this point, I'm going to go with the Bengals because I think for the Ravens, their biggest issue is the brain drain left by Mike McDonald going to Seattle. That's obviously going to be the big question mark. Is Zach Orr going to be a proper replacement for Mike McDonald, and all of the defensive qualities that he brought to Baltimore? The next thing is their offensive line was bad last year. And I think it kind of got glossed over because of how good Lamar Jackson was, but they were rotating tackles in and out throughout the last season. So if they're not healthy up front, that's going to change a lot. But you like Derrick Henry in there. But I think the Bengals win it because I like what they've done to retool their offense. Obviously, Amarius Mims going down is not great for that future, but Trent Brown is going to step right in at right tackle. I think if Joe Burrow is healthy, that offense is going to continue to be very good. And I trust Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, to get the best out of those young guys in the secondary. I am really worried about their run defense, but I think when it comes to throwing the football, it's going to be tough to throw the football on the Bengals.
Is there any team this year that it feels like everyone maybe nationally is super high on that you want no part of?
A team that's everyone's super high on that I don't want a part of. I'm going to go with the Jets. And I'm going to go with the Jets because this team is built on hypotheticals. It is built on the concept of what if. What if Aaron Rodgers is not only back healthy from a torn Achilles at 41, but is also back to MVP level Aaron Rodgers, which in the last full season that he played, he was not. He was not MVP Aaron Rodgers. He was just okay Aaron Rodgers. And that ended with them not making the playoffs. They are betting on the hypothetical, what if Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses stay healthy for a full season, which they haven't in a long time. We're betting on what if Mike Williams is going to be healthy for a full season, which he definitely hasn't for a long time. Mind you, I love their defense. That defense could very well be the best defense in football, but I am scared of betting on this group of hypotheticals on offense. It can get so bad very quickly with the Jets. Like, you could see this team making the Super Bowl, and I wouldn't be surprised. But if everything blows up by Halloween and Robert Saleh is looking for a job and Aaron Rodgers is hosting Jeopardy, I would also not be surprised.
JP, 2 minutes left. Final question I'll ask you. We've talked college football. We've talked NFL. I'll leave it open-ended for you. What is your favorite futures bet this season? It could be a team to win the Super Bowl division. It could be a team to make the college football playoff, win their conference. You obviously know both sports really well. Your favorite futures bet in football this year is what?
I'm going to bet on the University of Memphis making the college football playoff out of the G5. I think they are going to have the best offense in the G5 with Seth Hennigan returning, and I think they're going to get just enough out of that defense. I think the AAC isn't as competitive as it used to be with, of course, all of the production and talent going from Cincinnati and UCF going to the Big 12, but I think Memphis just has the offense to do it this year. I think everybody loves what Boise State brought in, and I think Boise State's going to be really good out of the Mountain West. But I think the quality of opponents Memphis is going to play, combined with Hennigan being arguably the best Group of 5 passer, I think I would bet on Memphis making the playoff as the G5 team.
JP, I think I speak on behalf of Denton and myself when I say that you are near and dear to our heart. When I say any futures bet and you pick a Group of 5 college football team, that is a beautiful thing. Memphis Tigers right now plus 210 to win the AAC. He's JP Acosta of SB Nation. Give him a follow on X at Acosta32_JP. Enjoy all the football, man. Great having you on the show. Hope to do it again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. JP Acosta. Denton, how about that? Favorite futures bet, opened up the board, gave out Memphis Tigers.
I mean, I admittedly, personally don't love that. I would go with Liberty in that instance. But, I mean, Memphis is a team that, because teams like SMU have now moved on to the now Power 4, and then obviously Cincinnati, Houston, and all these teams that were really at the top of the Group of 5, Memphis is now in a really good position, PJ, to to get themselves into the college football playoff. That could be a really fun team this year.
Could, man. Again, as he said, a lot of people like Boise, App State, UNLV certainly on the radar, but that Memphis offense, like you said, with Seth Hennigan returning, going to be really, really good. Another great guest on the way next. Ira Schofel stops by to talk Florida State Seminoles next.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Final segment here of hour number 2 on Sunday's Bets, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser and Denton Day. As now we're starting to get more baseball games underway on this Sunday. Mets and Marlins all tied up at 1 right now at Citi Field. We got the O's and the Red Sox underway. We got the Mariners and the Pirates just starting. The Nats have a runner on third with 1 out in the top of the first against the Phils. D-backs and Rays are scoreless, and the Royals and Reds are scoreless in Cincinnati as well. We'll keep you posted on all the baseball scores going on. We also got Hideki Matsuyama teeing off in the final round of the FedEx St. Jude Championship with a 5-shot lead over Nick Dunlap. Let's continue talking college football, though, as we check in with Ira Schofel, who joins us, managing editor of warchant.com. You can give him a follow on X at Ira Schofel. And Ira, first off, are you doing this interview today? Are you out in Dublin already, or are you still here in the States?
I'm still in the States. I'm actually heading to the airport to fly to Dublin, so I'll be there by tomorrow.
Very cool. What are you most looking forward to? What has the team also said that they're most looking forward to about this experience, opening up the season in Ireland, and kind of everything that comes with it?
Yeah, I really think they're just focused on the game. They're not talking too much about the experience. Mike Norvell is actually going to give Florida State's players and staff the day off after the game on that Sunday to basically do whatever they want, see whatever they want in Ireland, and then they'll fly back out to Tallahassee on Monday. But going into the game, I think it's going to be pretty much a business trip. They're going to arrive in Dublin on Thursday. They're going to go through a practice and then a walkthrough on Friday. Then they're going to play the game. And I think they're trying to treat it like if it was any other game.
Ira, obviously last year did not end the way that they wanted to, and you could argue the way that it should have as far as Florida State is concerned. How have they handled this offseason? Are they using the ending of last year as fuel?
I think they were early in the year, but, I think it's probably hard to maintain that anger for 8 months. That's probably not healthy. Some guys still talk about it, and maybe when the games start, and certainly if Florida State gets into a position where they're competing for a playoff spot again, or if they get in the playoff, I think it'll become a rallying cry again. But right now, I think they're really just going to focus on this team and what this team can be. And it's not like that whole team is back. So many of the guys from that team, Keon Coleman and Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and all those guys are now in the NFL. So I think the focus so far has really been on just integrating the new players they brought in through the transfer portal, coaching up the younger guys who now have to step into bigger roles and focusing on that. But if they get in the playoff hunt, I think that storyline will come back.
Ira, you just mentioned all the key players that they're losing from last year's team. Which player do you think they're going to miss the most this season?
Well, that's a great question. The easiest answer, obviously, is Jordan Travis. They did bring in a pretty high-profile quarterback from the transfer portal, DJ Uyunglele, who everybody remembers from his time as Clemson and is a high school recruit. And last year, he played at Oregon State and had a pretty good year. He's going to be a huge, key to what Florida State's able to do this season. If I wasn't going to go with Jordan Travis, I might go with Braden Fisk. It was really only late in the season that he really came on and became a dominant force up front. But when he did, he took over those games. He almost single-handedly won them that ACC championship game against Louisville. And I really like their defensive tackles, but he would certainly be a great piece to that back.
What are fair expectations this year for DJU?
I think if he puts up the numbers he did the last 2 years, I think Florida State will be in good shape. There's so much attention put on his 2021 season at Clemson, that first year as a starter, because, I think 9 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. It was such a big drop-off from what Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson had done, that I think Clemson fans could never really get past that. But if you look at 2022, his numbers weren't that bad. And really the last two seasons, he's completing, around 60, low 60% of his passes. His touchdown to interception ratio, I think, is like 43 to 14 over the last two seasons, which you certainly can live with. He's got a big arm. He averages a lot of yards per completion, per attempt. It's just going to be different from what Jordan did. Jordan Travis was very much a higher completion guy, extend drives with making all the right decisions and accurate passes underneath. DJ, I think, is going to be a little bit more boom or bust. But I think you're going to see some big plays out of the passing game. But the strength of this offense, I think this season actually is going to be the running game.
Ira, where's the fan base on the head coach Mike Norvell heading into this season? Do they love him? Obviously, they signed him to that big contract. Do they feel like they've found the next Bobby Bowden in Tallahassee? Or do they want to see him continue to stack seasons like that and show that they're the team to beat in the ACC, kind of have one of those Clemson runs that they did there in the mid-2010s? Has he already completely got the stamp of approval from the fan base, or do they feel like they got to see a little bit more?
I think he has. I mean, when you just talk through the scenario right there, logically, you probably want to see him accomplish a little bit more and have some sustained success. But I think because of where Florida State football was a few years ago, because what the program looked like when he came in, and to get them to 10 wins 2 years ago, 13 wins last season, really knocking on the playoff, and maybe some people feel like if they got in, maybe they really make a run at the championship. Certainly if Jordan Travis had been healthy, they could have run at the national championship. So, and then, the other thing that happened at the end of last season, I'm sure everybody remembers, is, Alabama was considering Mike Norvell before they hired Kalen DeBoer. There are people at Florida State will tell you that Mike Norvell could have taken the job if he wanted it. So for him to stay, to theoretically turn down Alabama, to stay at Florida State, to do what he's done so far, Florida State fans are over the moon. They're all in. To compare him to Bobby Bowden seems premature, but they certainly feel strongly that they might have that guy.
Ira, you mentioned the running attack. I thought Tuafali last year was really good in splitting carries. Is he going to get the primary bulk of the work, or is that going to go to Roydell Williams, who comes over from Bama?
I think it's going to be a lot of splitting of those carries. They have a really good running back room. I think it's going to be Lawrence Toafili is a senior. He'll be kind of the all-purpose back. He's really good at catching passes out of the backfield, really good in space, pretty electric when you get in the open field. Not a great, pile mover, not a great guy between the tackles. And I think that's where Roydell Williams, the Alabama transfer, will take a lot of that. But they also have a couple other guys. They have Keziah Holmes, who's a senior, transferred in from Penn State a couple of years ago. Jalen Lucas, this real speedy guy, kind of a scat back out of the transferred in from Indiana. Then they have three really talented freshmen, two freshmen and a redshirt freshman that could get looks as well. So, and then I think the secret really sauce for them running the ball is going to be DJ in short yardage. I mean, he is 6'4", 250 pounds, and he likes to run. And I think you're going to see him anytime they're in short yardage. I think you're going to see DJ Uyunglele being a factor in the running game too.
Ira, FSU's schedule this year is pretty tough, especially their road schedule. They have to go at SMU, at Miami, at Notre Dame. They also get Florida at home and Clemson. They play Memphis. We were just talking about them as a team that might win the Group of Five and make it to the college football playoff this year. When you look at the Seminoles' schedule, what was the game that you looked at and you thought was going to be the most difficult heading into the season?
Really, a bunch of the ones you just talked about. I mean, I actually do think Memphis is a little bit. If I was Mike Norvell and the administration, I probably wouldn't have scheduled that game because it is going to be Memphis' Super Bowl. The fact that Mike Norvell used to coach there, the head coach there now is a guy that was on his staff. They've got a great offense. They don't really play great opponents early in the season, so I think they'll have the summer to put in some really good wrinkles for Florida State. Meanwhile, Florida State would have had this trip to Ireland and then another conference game. So I just think that game will be tricky at home, but the road games are really going to determine the season. They've got to go to Miami. Some people think Miami is a playoff contender. We'll see how that shakes out, but they've obviously brought in a ton of talent. Cam Ward at quarterback, so that's going to be a tough place to play. The trip to Notre Dame late in the season is going to be really challenging. Notre Dame's a top 10 team, and you're going to be going there in November with possibly a playoff appearance on the line. Then, as you said, you got the road trip to SMU, and you get Clemson at home. The difference between this year and last year is I think this year's team for Florida State is probably going to be pretty similar, I think, overall in terms of talent to last season. But last season, I only thought there were maybe 2 games that they could conceivably lose unless something went terribly awry. This year, there's probably 4 games that they could lose if they don't play well, and that's going to be a challenge. They're going to have to win more than their share of those games to get to the playoff.
All right, we got about a minute here. Of course, you're on your way to Dublin here in a couple hours. You'll be on a flight over there. How does Florida State match up against the Georgia Tech team that brings back a lot of these starters they had on last year's squad?
Yeah, the marquee matchups definitely could be when Georgia Tech's on offense and Florida State's on defense. I really love this Florida State defense, and they lost, obviously, some great players. Jared Burris, Braden Fisk, both starting linebackers, 3 defensive backs in that secondary, all are now gone to the NFL. They also lost a couple of depth pieces on that defense. So it was a pretty big, heavy lift to reload on defense, but I think they've done it. Marvin Jones Jr., who transferred in from Georgia, I think is going to be a pretty special defensive end along with Patrick Payton. They're going to be very good at defensive tackle with Josh Farmer and Darrell Jackson. I think the secondary is going to be excellent again. I think Patrick Surtain, who is their DB's coach, has done a tremendous job with that group, and I really like the secondary. Azaria Thomas was their 3rd corner last year. He'll be a starter this year, and sometimes at practice he looks like the best player on the field. So I really like this defense. And now Georgia Tech, though, like we said, their offense is a strength of their team. They led the ACC in rushing last year. Haynes King, the quarterback who came in from Texas A&M, seems perfectly suited for that offense because he's a dual threat. He ran for over 700 yards and threw for 27 or 2,800 last year. So it'll be a challenge. On the other side of the ball, though, Florida State's offense should have a really fun day against that Georgia Tech defense. It was one of the worst in the country last year. They do have a new defensive coordinator in Tyler Santucci, who's with Mike Elko at Duke, and he's got a good reputation. But I don't know if they've done enough to change the personnel yet. So I think Florida State has a huge advantage on offense. It's going to be a really good game when Georgia Tech's on offense.
Man, can't wait. 6 days away, week 0, kickoff out in Dublin between Florida State and Georgia Tech. Ira Schofel joining us, managing editor of WarChant.com. Give him a follow on X at Ira Schofel. Ira, safe flight out to Dublin. Enjoy the game, enjoy the season, and hope to catch up again soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys.
Absolutely. All right, really good stuff there from Ira as we got Florida State and Georgia Tech kicking off in 6 days. We're going to talk some college football coming up later on in the show, but kicking off hour number 3, we dive back in to the NFL, look at some season-long props, passing, rushing, receiving. Denton and I will give out some bets that we like coming back on Sunday's Bets presented by
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. Thanks again to JP Acosta, Ira Schofel for joining the show, getting to talk with them. Corey Parson coming up in 1 hour, 60 minutes, 3 p.m. Eastern time, getting to talk with Corey Parson about NFL, some fantasy football. Right now, Major League Baseball, the Mets are up 2-1 on the Marlins in the top of the 7th. We got the Mariners up 2-0 on the Pirates. Phillies up 1-0 on the Nats right now. D-backs and Rays, no score in Tampa, and the Royals and the Reds, no score in Cincinnati as well. Also no score in Orioles and Red Sox. So the total opened at 10, and it was plus 100. Now you can get it over 7.5 at plus 105, and it's only the bottom of the second. So getting some value there. Two bullpens that are not very good, so maybe something to keep an eye on there. Time to talk some NFL, though, as we dive in to some regular season awards. Look at some NFL season-long props, passing, rushing, receiving. Then we will start with the quarterbacks. And most regular season passing yards right now, Pat Mahomes is the favorite to win that at 5-1, followed by C.J. Stroud at plus 600, Dak at plus 750, Jared Goff plus 750. Then you got Burrow at plus 800, Tua at plus 850, Kirk Cousins, Matt Stafford. So when you look at quarterbacks to lead the league in passing yards, who do you like?
So first and foremost, I'm taking Mahomes out of the conversation. At this point, they don't need him to lead the league in passing for them to still be good and effective. Plus, look at the wide receiver situation there. Not all that great. They got a running back that runs hard. And Mahomes, funny enough, PJ, he's only led the league in passing once. And it wasn't the year he went 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns.
Right.
It was his most recent MVP where he did go over 5,000 yards, but only 41 touchdowns. Only 41 touchdowns. But I'm going to take Mahomes off. I'm going to take C.J. Stroud off as well. I like C.J. Stroud a lot, but I think we will see a slightly more human version of him, and I do think there will be a little more bumps in the road with Houston this year. Plus, the acquisition of Joe Mixon, good running back. They have a couple of good running backs. I know Stephon Diggs is going to want the football, but I don't think C.J. Stroud leads the league in passing. I do think he goes over 4,500 yards. I just don't think that's going to be enough to lead the league in passing. Dak Prescott is a conversation that I'll have because I don't think that they're going to run the ball a lot. Look at that running back room in Dallas. It stinks.
Yeah, it does.
Don't believe the lie that they went and got Zeke out because they wanted to win a championship. They cut him because they wanted to win a championship, and now they brought him back because Jerry Jones didn't want to spend money on nobody else. I know not having CeeDee Lamb right now is a little scary, and that would impact it, by the way, on whether or not I would play this. I would hold off until the very few days before the season starts, PJ, before you make a play like this, just to kind of get an idea of what is CeeDee Lamb going to be this year. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Is this holdout thing solved? Is it not solved? Does Dak get his contract? Does he not get the contract? Like, there's a lot of factors at play for Dak Prescott in particular. But if CeeDee Lamb is there, I would look heavy into Dak Prescott at plus 750. There are a couple other guys on here, but for those three, does anything strike you?
So I think it's either Dak or Jared Goff. Everything you said about Dak, I agree with. The fact that they're really not going to have a running game. The fact, obviously, that he plays his home games indoors, so you know half the games that he plays won't be affected by weather, which you always got to love. And it's a contract year, right, for Dak. Like, we already know he's going to get paid. Then the question is, how much is he going to get paid?
And by who?
Exactly. And, you know, he was in MVP conversation for much of the year last year before he kind of fell off towards the end. No more Kellen Moore, new offensive coordinator. CeeDee Lamb is holding out right now. They didn't surround him with the running game. The offensive line got worse in the offseason. Like, the Cowboys did a lot of things to almost, like, hurt Dak this season. And I think that might end up like helping him in terms of having a chip on his shoulder and him throwing it a lot. So I like that. My bet would be Jared Goff, though, at plus 750. Of the 17 games that the Lions play this year, Denton, 14 of those games are going to be indoors. The 9 games that they play at home against Detroit, and then the road games that they play as well. They're at Vegas this season. They're at Arizona. They're at Minnesota in their own division. They're at New Orleans. They play in all of these indoor stadiums. And we know Jared Goff, when he's home and he's indoors and he's inside and he doesn't have to deal with the cold or any weather, elite quarterback. When you get him outside, when there's elements or there's precipitation, whatever it may be, that's when he's not the same guy. So the fact that the Lions have the best starting offensive line in football, they got so many good weapons. Ben Johnson's back as their OC, and Jared Goff's playing 14 of his 17 games indoor this season. He would be my play at plus 750. And then if I were to look at a long shot guy, man, Josh Allen at 20-1 is pretty attractive. Now, his career, he's been a guy who's been right around like the 4,400 yard mark. He's been right around there. And I know people are going to say no more Diggs, no more Gabe Davis. James Cook emerged last season. They might go with a more run-heavy approach. I think they're just going to rely on Josh Allen to be Superman, and he's going to do everything. And obviously, they're relying a lot on their 2 tight ends in Kincaid and Knox. Keon Coleman is going to have to be big for them this year. But you're getting one of the best players in football at 20-1. With a team that should still throw the football pretty well, I think Josh Allen at 20-1 is pretty decent value. So I like that as well.
I would love it if it was total yards for Josh Allen, because then you would be on to something. I would even consider a guy like Lamar Jackson in that conversation as well, who right now is 66 to 1.
I know, that's an insane price.
I mean, that seems almost like a typo that he's 66 to 1. So that might be a long shot that I would look at. I agree with you on Jared Goff. I would also look at Tua, because you pay all the money in the world to Tyreek Hill and to Jalen Waddle that you are going to throw the ball. But not just that, you can kind of cheat a little bit and get creative. Mike McDaniel, even yesterday in the preseason game against Washington, a lot of motion, a lot of trickery, and we've seen him in the past utilize reverses and jet sweeps and putting guys in motion, but it's a very big difference when you're in the shotgun, especially as this market is concerned. As long as that guy comes in front of the face of Tua Tagovailoa and he just kind of tosses the ball up, that counts as a pass. And that'll count as a reception. And then you're allowing these other dudes to do most of the work for you. So I like Tua at plus 850. But after that, like the Kirk Cousins 12 to 1, do we even know for sure that he's going to play week 1? I know the expectation is that he's going to be healthy and good to go, but we haven't had that confirmed yet. So I'd be very cautious about playing Kirk, not having the confirmation that he is going to be the week 1 starter for Atlanta, because I do think, PJ, whoever wins this award is going to have to play all the games. You will not be able to miss games. There's not going to be – last year was a down year as far as quarterback is concerned and the numbers that the quarterbacks put up. I'm expecting a much bigger, more impressive year numbers-wise, so if you're not playing, you're missing 1 or 2 games, you're going to be out of this award.
You bring up Lamar Jackson at 66 to 1. It is interesting. Last year was by far the year where he had his most passing yards at 3,678. And we know when the Ravens made the move to go from Greg Roman to Todd Monken, it was an emphasis on the passing game. And you look at the weapons that the Ravens have, Den. They got the 2 tight ends with Andrews and Likely. They got Zay Flowers now in year 2. They got Rashad Bateman there. So it's 66 to 1 for a reason. But the Ravens kind of had a formula last year where they didn't run Lamar as much as they had, and he was able to stay healthy for the whole season. He won MVP. They got the number 1 seed. So Denton, I mean, you look at the Ravens coming into this season, and it's like, if Lamar was able to stay healthy, the team had success, and he had success, why would you go away from that all that much, right? Derrick Henry's not going to be a guy that they're giving the ball 20 times a game to in the regular season. They're going to maximize his carries in short yardage and goal line situations. So, look, I think Lamar is not a bad play at all, but I really do think it's going to come down to one of the favorites, though. I like your Dak play. Jared Goff, as I mentioned, the guys that I like. Tua certainly was, he led the NFL in passing yards last season, so I don't think that's crazy to think he could do that again, obviously, with the weapons that they have on offense. So I think all those guys are good options as well. How about the quarterback with the most passing touchdowns for the season? Now, this can be much more wide open, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously, I mean, you can have a quarterback that just absolutely lives and dies by throwing 8-yard touchdowns, 5-yard touchdowns. So this is a more open market that could go to a bunch more different guys. When you look at passing touchdowns, was there a QB that jumped out at you?
That might be an area where Patrick Mahomes becomes a little more enticing. It really comes down to who do you trust to throw in a 3rd and 3 at the goal line, right? Because most teams run. And like Philadelphia's a really good example of this. When they were inside the 2-yard line, you knew they weren't throwing it. You knew exactly what they were going to do. And to an extent, it kind of took away a little bit from Jalen Hurts and his ability to kind of rack up maybe some shorter touchdowns. I don't hate C.J. Stroud in this market as well. Like, this is a market that I'm way more intrigued with C.J. Stroud because that offense can be so dynamic. And if they get into those shorter positions at the goal line, that would, Stephon Diggs is a silly route runner at the goal line. You tanked all these dudes on there, and even Joe Mixon's a threat out of the backfield. I'd be intrigued with C.J. Stroud way more so in this market than I would be in regular season passing yards. I'll tell you what, Aaron Rodgers at 10 to 1 is absolutely a no-go. Even in his MVP seasons, he wasn't putting up eye-popping numbers in terms of like just 50 touchdowns. He was doing it efficiently. He was putting up like 26 and 2. And that's a crazy number to put up. So he's not going to necessarily lead the league in touchdowns. He's just going to be an efficient monster with this. Maybe Brock Purdy, though, at 10 to 1, just the dynamic ways they can use Christian McCaffrey and some of those guys Brandon Ayuk, depending on the roster, that might be a market that I look at as well, or him in the market as well.
That was the guy that I was looking at, was Purdy. For everything you just said, it's because, Shanahan is going to steal you so many touchdowns, right? Then we got to remember, in the NFL, a little shovel pass to Deebo Samuel counts as a touchdown, right?
Right.
Like, weren't we making the joke last year, Brock Purdy is MVP, and then you'd throw together a highlight package, and it would be a screen to McCaffrey, and he'd go 50 yards, or it'd be an out route to Deebo, So, like, those kind of things count. And, again, McCaffrey had so many rushing touchdowns last season. You just wonder this season if he gets tackled inside the 5 and all those touchdowns that he has, maybe like half of those or 7 or 8 of those go to Purdy this year, and that could be the difference. So you still got Kittle, who's such a good target in the red zone. You still got Deebo, who's such a monster after the catch. McCaffrey, we know, is such a great receiver. Ayuk, we'll see what happens with him. I think regardless, though, Purdy would be a good bet. So that's the guy I looked at.
I do stand corrected, by the way. 1 year, Aaron Rodgers had 48 touchdowns. My bad, A-Rod. Please don't come for me.
Ooh, yeah, pretty good season.
Yeah, 48-5. Not bad.
The last category that we have here on BetMGM for quarterbacks might be my favorite. Most interceptions thrown in the regular season. You know what's beautiful about this, Denton? The top 4 guys are all rookies. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Bo Nix, and Jaden Daniels.
I don't think it'll be any of them.
I agree. And then you got Will Levis, Bryce Young at 15-1. Where is Daniel Jones on this list?
30-1.
Isn't that the first guy that came to your mind?
I was like, there's no way he's going to be outside the top 6 here. He's 30-1.
Now, I guess the thought process behind that would be either 2 things. It'd be 1, he gets injured, or 2, he gets benched, which you could obviously see both of those things happening. So, the thought process when you're taking an award like this is you want a Bryce Young type of guy. You want a young quarterback that you know, regardless, unless he's injured, is going to play the entire season. And that's why the rookies are at the top of the list. But, Daniel Jones, the Giants are paying him all that money. They didn't go after a quarterback this offseason. They didn't draft a young guy in the first couple rounds. They didn't go after or trade for a proven veteran. So they're giving DJ one more chance. I think they're going to give him every opportunity. So 30-1, Denton, he was certainly the guy that jumped out to me right away. Josh Allen,
yeah,
I think,
I'm playing Josh Allen.
Right?
He's been top 4 the last 40 years in interceptions, and he should have been top 1 last year, except for Sam Howell decided to throw a bunch of interceptions late. He had 18 picks, though, last year. And then you take Stephon Diggs out of that offense, and while I do think that he will be able to make it work and be able to win games, he has become a bit of a turnover machine. I think he's going to lead the league in interceptions.
I could see it. I could see it. So, Josh, again, and losing, his top 2 receivers from last year, and Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs, you're relying on a lot of young guys. We saw when Aaron Rodgers was making that transition with the Packers, there were a lot of growing pains there. So, I can see that. Will Levis is kind of like a young Matthew Stafford, and Stafford was another guy that jumped out to me as well, and his odds are not even available, but I feel like Stafford would be a great guy on this list for to lead the league in interceptions, just because you got to figure the Rams are going to be in a lot of over games, and with their offense and how good they are, and obviously the receivers with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, they're going to be throwing it a lot, and we know Stafford is a gunslinger and he likes airing it around. So I'm not seeing him right now on BetMGM listed in the top 20, 25 guys at 35-1, but he would be somebody that comes to mind. Will Levis with the Titans, though, 15-1. I think if I'm making a bet, though, Denton, the 3 guys I'm targeting are Daniel Jones, 30-1. I would go Josh Allen and Will Levis, 15-1.
Yeah, Will Levis is another good one. They don't really have a backup guy that could take his job. I like Malik Willis, obviously, but we're on year 3, year 4 of this song and dance, and it just hasn't worked out. So Will Levis, he plays a lot of YOLO ball. Mm-hmm. There's some upside there, but he plays a whole lot of YOLO ball, so that might be the one.
I like it. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about some running backs, look at the rushing game here on Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM as we continue talking NFL season-long props. We just talked about the quarterbacks. Coming up, talking running backs and wide receivers. Next, PJ Glasser, Denton Day.
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to Send It In on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to Send It In on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser and Denton Day here with you. Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. Now we have a ton of baseball games underway. Red Sox and the Orioles still scoreless in the top of the fourth inning. That live total now sitting at 5.5. Mets and Marlins all tied up at 2 in the bottom of the seventh. Mariners up 4-0 on the Pirates. Phillies up 1-0 on the Nats. Diamondbacks, Rays, scoreless. Royals and Reds right now suspended in Cincinnati. Brewers up 1-0 on the Guardians in the bottom of the first. Astros and the White Sox. Denton, I kid you not, the Astros are batting in the bottom of the first inning. Nobody on base. They're minus 500 to win the game. It's scoreless. It's scoreless right now. You can get the White Sox at plus 350 to win the game. And it's 0-0 in the bottom of the first inning.
That is insane.
It's impressive. Dodgers and Cardinals, no score as well right now in St. Louis. Like the Cardinals today, they're minus 120 on the money line against the Dodgers. So a lot going on. That White Sox is just insane.
I mean, they did officially get eliminated from postseason contention the other day, in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah. Also got some breaking news last segment that, according to Adam Schefter, Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce has named Gardner Minshew as the Week 1 starting quarterback versus the Chargers. So we were just talking about QB props. Dent, would you like to change your answer at all to most passing yards, touchdowns to Gardner Minshew this season?
Nope.
Okay. Thought I'd ask. Fair enough.
I appreciate the ask. I mean, what would that number be? 2,000 to 1?
Could probably tell you.
I like Gardner Minshew, but like he is a great bridge quarterback.
Yeah,
the problem is they don't have a bridge, or there is nobody standing on the other side of that bridge. It was, I guess, supposed to be Aiden O'Connell, but the thing is, like, they're going to learn what Denver learned with Drew Lock, PJ, which is if you have a guy that you hope to mature into a starting quarterback, which Denver wanted to with Drew Lock, and you could argue while not as much draft capital was invested into Aiden O'Connell, they were looking to do the same thing. You really set that process back when you have an opportunity to name them starter with a bridge quarterback. In this case, it was Gardner Minshew. With Drew Lock, it was Teddy Bridgewater, and you name the bridge quarterback. Because now Aiden O'Connell's like, well, what's going to happen with me here?
Right.
And Drew Lock was never the same in Denver. He ultimately got a chance to come back and play, just never worked out. And to be fair, it's not like he's worked out anywhere else. And I don't know that Aiden O'Connell, if he goes to another team, is automatically going to be a starting quarterback. Again, there's not a lot invested into him, but it's just one of those situations where Gardner Minshew is not going to take you to the promised land. So you need to have some sort of plan for life after Gardner Minshew, and unfortunately, they were one draft pick late.
I think they really wanted Penix. I think they wanted Penix as their guy. And when Atlanta took him, it obviously surprised a lot of people, and I think the Raiders kind of panicked, and that's why they ended up going with Brock Bowers. The Raiders are an interesting team, though, Denton, because it's like they do have Max Crosby, one of the best defensive players in football. You have Devontae Adams, one of the best wide receivers in football. You have Brock Bowers now, who, I mean, wasn't he one of the best college tight ends you've ever seen?
Dude, it was him and Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I mean, Bowers was insane. So, like, they have pieces, and obviously the defense played a lot better last season under Pierce towards the end of the year when he took over. An interesting team. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but Minshew's going to get his opportunity to start Week 1 against the Chargers. So we'll see what happens there. They obviously lose Josh Jacobs this season to the Packers. He signs with Green Bay in free agency, and he is 14-1 this year to lead the league in rushing yards. Christian McCaffrey's your favorite at 3-1. Jonathan Taylor 4-1. Saquon is plus 500. Breece Hall plus 750. Then you got Bijan, Derrick Henry at 10-1. Pacheco, ETN 20-1, along with A-Chain, Nick Chubb 22-1, Kenneth Walker 25-1. Dan, anything that sticks out to you when you look at running backs this year with the most rushing yards?
So McCaffrey feels like the good and correct answer. But do you trust that he's going to lead the league in rushing? I think that offense is a little too balanced.
I agree.
And then with Jonathan Taylor, having Anthony Richardson back, I don't know if that's going to help or hurt him in his quest for a rushing title. Because Anthony Richardson's going to take some of those carries away, whether on purpose or not on purpose, just natural scrambles that results in a shifting of the way the game is going to get called. With Saquon, I like Saquon Barkley a lot. I don't see that he's going to go to Philadelphia and automatically lead the league in rushing. Breece Hall or Bijan Robinson feels like a good answer. But I think I'm leaning more in the direction of a Breece Hall. I like Derrick Henry's great, but you said it. They're not going to run. He is not going to be a 20 carries per week kind of guy in Baltimore. It is at the very least going to be an association, but it's likely going to be a lot more Lamar, and then Derrick Henry could be a supplementary guy for Lamar Jackson. Maybe Josh Jacobs. Like, this market to me is the most difficult to anticipate, PJ, because it feels like the running backs are very volatile on a season-to-season basis. We know who's going to generally be good and considered one of the better players, but when it comes to their production, there's so many factors that weigh in on this that are very much out of their control. I don't know that I love anybody in this market.
Bijan was the first guy that jumped out at me at 10-1 because I think we're all so excited to see Atlanta with a quarterback that we forget just how good Bijan is and obviously how misused he was last year under Arthur Smith. I think he's going to get a lot of opportunities. Atlanta's got a good O-line. They got a great rushing attack. So, and Bijan's obviously in year 2, so he's a young guy. You can give him the ball a ton. I think that makes a lot of sense. Kyren Williams, I think, is really intriguing at 12-1 because I think Sean McVay's game plan this season, Denton, is that he might use the Rams' offense this year to be their best defense, right? You lose Aaron Donald, you lose Raheem Morris. That defense is a big question mark going into the season. The last thing you want to do is to continue to trot them out on the field, possession after possession. I think the Rams are going to score points this year, but they're also going to try and chew a little bit of clock, and they're going to try and grind it out and shorten the game at times. And Kyron's another young running back who really emerged last season. So 12-1 with that offense. And when we think Sean McVay, we think Kyle Shanahan, because they're good offensive minds, we just think that, like, air attack, throw the ball over the yard. At heart, they want to run the ball. Like, they're running guys. That's what sets everything up in their offense. So Kyren Williams, Denton, is a guy that I think makes some sense at 12-1.
It would definitely stun a lot of people, though, if Sean McVay becomes super run-heavy, just because we've been so accustomed to up-tempo, really fast-moving offense, a lot of crossers, just designing unique ways for guys to get open, get in space. But I'd love to see him attack the run game because, as you mentioned, the thing that kind of tied Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan, and to an extent Kevin O'Connell, though he was a little bit more of a passing maniac than the other guys. But the thing that tied those three guys together when they were here in Washington was the run game. Because they all just obsessed over the running game. So even now when you see Kyle Shanahan, like with Christian McCaffrey, he gives him a guy that he can obsess over the run game with. And while Tua has led the league in passing under Mike McDaniel, he is really, really talented at designing concepts to confuse defenses while running the football. It feels very rare that you hear the term confusing defenses, or the phrase rather, confusing defenses when it comes to designing of run plays. We hear it in passing plays all the time, but it doesn't feel like that's a very frequent thing in running plays.
Two other guys that jumped out at me as possible, like, long shot options, I think. James Cook at 35-1 and Aaron Jones at 40-1, I think are both very intriguing. James Cook for the reason that when Buffalo was like a middle-of-the-pack team towards last season, like week 12, and then they went on that run at the end of the year, it's because they started to lean on Cook. And I think that's a big reason why they didn't mind, obviously, trading away Diggs, getting rid of Gabe Davis, was because they knew what they had in James Cook, and they could limit some of the turnovers with Allen. They could take some hits away from him, and Cook's a young back who showed a lot of good things. 35-1, I think, is a good price on Cook. And then Aaron Jones with Minnesota, Denton. You lost McCarthy now. You're going to have to ride with Sam Darnold the rest of the season. Obviously, the strength of your offense is Jefferson and Addison, but having those guys might not put 7 or 8 men in the box like you would with the quarterback like Sam Darnold if you didn't have any weapons on the outside. And we see like every year, don't we, that a veteran running back changes teams and he's among the leaders in like rushing yards. It happens almost every year. I think Aaron Jones could be that guy. Obviously, getting to play for the arch rival of this team that he was just on, have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder. I think you're getting some good prices on both of those guys. So Cook, Aaron Jones. If I had to make a bet, it'd either be on Bijan and Kyron. But at the prices, I think Cook and Jones present some interesting value.
If you're going to force me and twist my arm to make a bet, I'm betting Nick Chubb at 22-1.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm betting Nick Chubb.
You think he plays every game, though?
Yeah, the health is what scares me, and that's why he's 22-1. If he was coming off a healthy season last year, he'd be like 6-1 right now. Maybe he'd even be higher than that. But because he is so dominant when he plays, and I think I would argue that he is the best runner of the football when he is healthy in the league. So if you're giving me at 22-1, I feel like at the very least it's worth a sprinkler too.
Fun conversation here up next, Denton. Which quarterback is going to lead the league in rushing yards this season? Lamar Jackson plus 250, Jalen Hurts plus 400, Anthony Richardson plus 600, your guy Jaden Daniels is plus 700, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray plus 800. Then you got a big drop-off with Daniel Jones, Deshaun Watson, and Caleb Williams. I think this market is so fascinating because I'm actually making cases for why I don't want to bet against the favorites. Lamar Jackson, I just talked about it last segment. Last year, the Ravens had the number 1 seed in the AFC. Lamar stayed healthy for every game, and he won MVP. Why would you go away from what you did? If it worked last year and you bring in Derrick Henry to take away some of those carries, unless it's just like Lamar drops back and can't find anybody, the Ravens showed they're not calling up as many design runs for Lamar. It's just they're not doing it. So I wouldn't bet him. I think the Eagles are going to start looking that way with Jalen Hurts, right? Maybe the greatest short yardage rushing quarterback ever. We know the tush push is unstoppable. He's a great threat in the red zone and the goal line. But Jalen, the last couple of years, is a guy that has gotten hurt towards the end of the season. Certainly last year, he had those lingering injuries, and that's a big reason why Philadelphia started to struggle down the stretch. I think they start to take some of that load off of him. That's why they invested in Saquon Barkley. I think it comes down to Anthony Richardson at plus 600, and then your guy Jaden Daniels at plus 700.
Please no.
I know, but Jaden's a rookie, Denton. And like we just know, I mean, his best asset, what makes him so dynamic, the reason he went number 2 is his speed. So you got to be able to use that. And then Anthony Richardson, like that's why you hire Shane Steichen. That's why you build the offense the way you do, is because of Richardson's running ability. Now, he is a guy right now, the stigma around Anthony Richardson, anytime we talk about the Colts or we talk him in the futures market or we're talking about where to draft him in fantasy football, it's kind of like what we were doing with Tua. It's like, I like the Colts, but how many games do we think Richardson's playing? And, you know, the Colts are obviously having that same conversation, so maybe they dial it back a little bit. If I had to make a bet, though, it'd be one of those two guys. It'd be Richardson or it'd be Jaden Daniels. Denton, I've said this a bunch. I went to watch Bama LSU last season. I've seen Lamar Jackson probably play in person like 10 times. Jaden Daniels is faster than Lamar is. Like, it's insane how fast Jaden Daniels is. So the Commanders are going to use that. I mean, Lamar, his first full year as a starter, won unanimous MVP. When you have a talent like that, you don't just like stop him from doing one thing, especially when he's a rookie. It's one thing when you're in year 5, 6, 7 like Lamar is, but as a rookie, I think you got to let Jaden be Jaden. You got to let the things he did win him a Heisman Trophy in year 1. So I think he makes a lot of sense.
But my pushback on that, I would bet Jalen Hurts here, by the way. My pushback on that would be that I think Cliff is going to use the run game with Brian Robinson and use Jaden as more of a bit of a threat. Because having that threat is really what can take your running game
decoy
over the top. A decoy, and the threat of Jaden Daniels, he's going to make plays with his legs, but they also love what he can do with his arm. And in watching him with his arm, both in the preseason game and in practice this offseason, man, there are some people that think he was only drafted number 2 overall because of the legs, but he's going to really, I think he is going to showcase. I would argue right now that of the 4, his arm is the most talented of the 4.
Jaden Daniels is?
I would say that when it comes to touch, like Lamar delivers a hell of a deep ball. But I would say when it comes to some of the touch, Jaden Daniels is the most talented thrower of those four. I would say Jalen Hurts, because I think they want to get Jalen Hurts back to the Jalen Hurts that led him to a Super Bowl. And it felt like last year they kind of shied away, and we all read that ESPN article about how Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni seemingly hated each other, and somehow Nick Sirianni is still the coach here, which doesn't make sense, but whatever. I think they're going to take Jalen Hurts back to the old Jalen Hurts, to where his legs are going to be much more of a focal point, especially with Saquon Barkley, because now you have the threat of Saquon and Jalen, and you're playing 11-on-11 football instead of 10-on-11. I think they're going to see a much more similar Jalen Hurts to what we saw that Super Bowl year, which is going to mean a lot more of his legs when he needs more than a yard with a rugby play.
Man, I don't know. I understand the points you're making. It's going to be an interesting decision for Philly. And obviously they're bringing in Kellen Moore year one. What does he decide to do? You know, we've seen him as the OC in Dallas, and we've seen him as the OC in San Diego, in LA. And, you know, Herbert and Dak are athletic guys. They're not thought of as running quarterbacks, but certainly they can scramble when need to. But he's never had an athlete like this with Jalen Hurts. So it's an interesting market. I mean, you could really make a case for any four of those top guys. Again, Josh Allen's up there at plus 800, Kyler Murray at plus 800 as well. But yeah, I wouldn't bet Lamar at plus 250. I think either Richardson or Daniels. So we will see what happens. When we come back, everything but the kitchen sink. Our guy Stephen Gorgie joins us. We have some fun to wrap up Hour 3. Sunday's Bet.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports
Sunday's
gambling
bets
show?
will be back
Introducing
on the
BetQL
BetQL Network.
Send It In with
Presented
PJ
by
Glasser.
BetMGM.
Class is in session. All these book three adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book three adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these Book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Orioles and Red Sox still scoreless in Fenway, one out in the top of the fifth. Marlins and Mets all tied up to 2 at the top of the eighth. Marlins got runners on first and second with 2 outs. Mariners out to a 4-0 lead against the Pirates. We just had a Nationals home run. Keibert Ruiz makes it a 2-2 game. Denton likes that. He's got the over 9.5. Rays up 2-0 on the D-backs. Reds and Royals still suspended in Cincinnati. Brewers out to a 2-0 lead against the Guardians. White Sox and Astros scoreless right now in Houston, Denton. The Astros have gone from -550 to -375 now in a scoreless game. Cardinals and Dodgers are scoreless in St. Louis as well. Blue Jays and Cubs, no score out in Wrigley. And the Twins and Rangers just getting underway. Minnesota, runner on third in the top of the first with 1 out. They're currently -125. So a lot of baseball going on. Red Sox, looks like that's well foul. That ball was hit pretty well, but still scoreless there at Camden Yards. Keep you posted on all the baseball. Now it is time, though, for everything but the kitchen sink. We bring on our producer, Stephen Gorgie. We have some fun with some storylines going on right now across the sports world. Stephen, what do you got for us?
All right, guys, this first one was one of my favorite stories of the week because Matthew Stafford went on Pardon My Take, and he said something that I found a little bit disrespectful to Georgia fans. At least if I was a Georgia fan, I don't think I would like it so much. Take a listen for yourself and tell me if you think this is disrespectful to the Dogs fans. This is what it sounded like.
Do you call the Dogs?
Do I call the Dogs?
Yeah. This is a fan.
Like a Georgia thing?
They call in all the dogs and start barking at people.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not like you know what? I actually get wildly uncomfortable when people, like, bark at me or be like, I'll be walking down the street like, go Dogs. And I'm like, yeah. I don't ever give them the go Dogs back. It just doesn't sit right with me.
Interesting. You know what's funny about Stafford is, Denton, as you know, like there are certain athletes across sports where it's just like you look at that player and you think of them almost as like their college days. And I think it almost like takes me a minute to remember that like Stafford went to Georgia. You know what I mean? Like he's one of those
Lions were his college days.
Like he's just exactly.
Well, you're just figuring it out, and then all of a sudden you get to the promised land. Like, wow, this is really great up here.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when I'm like Stafford, people are like they see him on the street. I would never think if I went to Georgia to see Matthew Stafford on the street and be like, go Dogs. I just don't think of him that way. I can see how it would rub people the wrong way. Like obviously he was the number 1 pick. He was a great Georgia quarterback. And you know, for a lot of them, like that's their guy. So if they see him, like they want to interact with them. But it's just
he won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like I don't know that you necessarily give up on your college days once you have like that kind of success in the NFL. But considering that he won a Super Bowl, Georgia they were good when he was there, but they weren't what Georgia is now. I feel like he is kind of like retired almost the college allegiance to a sense. Like if they ask him to go back, I'm sure if it's in his schedule, he will. Mm-hmm. But at this point, when you've been playing in the NFL for almost 20 years, which is crazy to say, but he's been in the league for almost 20 years, I don't know that he's still that tied to Georgia.
Yeah, you know, if it was like you were seeing Johnny Manziel on the street and it would be like, you know, A&M, like gig him and he didn't do that with you, I'd be like, darn,
Like,
that's
hey,
a little, right?
Well,
Like,
I'd do the
that's-
money sign to Manziel.
Yeah, the money
but
sign, right? And he like doesn't do anything, and like that'd be surprising. But Stafford would call him the dogs. I don't think there's too much.
Also,
of it.
barking if you're a grown man at another man is weird.
Yeah.
Like saying "go dogs," totally cool. If you start barking at another man, like when he said, "I don't like it when guys bark at me," yeah, that one is totally understandable. That is weird. If that's your fetish, cool, but it ain't mine. That's weird.
It's the SEC for you. Steven, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm completely with you on the barking. I've always thought that's one of the weirdest traditions. When I moved to Atlanta, I lived in Atlanta for a long time. One of my buddies is an Auburn fan, and I was talking to him about different SEC schools where I wanted to go visit, watch a game. And he's like, yeah, Athens is a great town, but I'll never get over a grown man barking at you as you walk into the stadium. And I've never been able to get that out of my head. I love Athens. I went there. I had a great time. It's a great atmosphere, great environment, great tailgate scene. But that is weird. But Matthew Stafford, you can't give a simple "go dogs" back. I mean, that's that hard?
It's true. That's true. I guess, it's like he doesn't like being called Matt. You got to call him Matthew. Like he doesn't. So Stafford
is
seems
he
like
that too?
Yeah, he's an
I know
interesting.
McConaughey's like that.
Stafford's an interesting dude. Like he comes across as a guy that it's like he doesn't have like too much fiery passion. Like you just kind of think he's like a mellow dude. But
Did they ask about the comments his wife made, or was that off limits?
Yeah, I
don't
know.
I would love to know his opinion on that. I might have
true.
to listen to that podcast.
That's true. Steven, what else you got for us?
Let's stick in the world of LA. Let's do a little Rams-Chargers talk because there was a stunt at this game yesterday that went viral across the internet.
I saw
and
this.
essentially, they were doing the kiss cam, as many stadiums do, and there was a Chargers fan and a Rams fan sitting next to each other. They showed them on the kiss cam. The Rams fan was the guy. He gets up. He doesn't pretend. He gets down on one knee like he's going to propose. The Chargers fan, the girl, starts saying, no, no. Then in the midst of this, somebody spills nachos all over his jersey. And lo and behold, it turns out this was all a stage stunt. It was technically a Chargers home game, so it was a little way to take a shot at Rams fans there. What'd you think of this? Funny or corny?
Corny.
Yeah.
Corny. What? First of all, it was a Chargers. Y'all ain't even got fans. Nobody's that passionate about your team.
Well, they got the crazy lady, remember, who sits in all the
Isn't
games.
she an actor? I thought she was a Vikings fan like 2 years ago. I like the prank thing. That's the worst thing about like Los Angeles Hollywood culture is going around the streets and trying to pull pranks. Like if everyone's in on this one, I guess it's okay. But the idea of pulling pranks on people that aren't in on it is gross. I hate that. As someone that recently proposed, anytime I see somebody get rejected, I feel it. I didn't get rejected, thank God. But I still went through the process, and I was like, it would suck if you get down on one knee, go through this entire process, and then that person says no.
I agree.
Granted, you have to know beforehand.
That's a sensitive thing to like mess with, or make a joke about. Especially, could you imagine, Denton, if somebody's there at the stadium watching that, thinking about doing that, like at some point, and then they see that being made a mockery, and they're crushed about it.
They're
you know
like,
what I mean?
There goes my plan.
There goes that idea. I got to think of something else. So it's funny, when I first saw it going viral and it wasn't announced that it was staged, I was like, this has to be like, this feels just like an SNL skit or like something I would watch on like NBC or something.
It's just that cringe humor does nothing for me.
I'm with you, dude. I'm not a cringy like humor kind of guy, so I find this corny, cringy, not a fan.
Like
personally.
You can be actually funny.
Yeah.
Like if you want to pull a skit that's actually funny, you can do that.
Agreed.
Hey guys, permission to go on an old man yells at clouds rant here. Because I've had it. I've absolutely had it with the in-game entertainment at all of these stadiums. No, I don't need a DJ screaming at me during every timeout. No, I don't need a huge game every single timeout where somebody's got to win an award and we got to shoot T-shirts off into the stands. I want to watch the game. Yep. I want you to play a song on third down that's going to get me hyped and get me pumped to scream my brains out to get a stop. I've absolutely had it. The NBA is by far the worst.
By far the worst.
Like it's a big part of the reason I don't enjoy going to NBA games. It's the best basketball in the world, the most talented athletes, but like it's just a circus. It's not a sporting event. It's an absolute clown show, and I hate it. And I'm done with all this in-game entertainment. Just watch the game.
Yeah.
You know what was one of the worst experiences? Nothing actually came out of this, but you know what one of the worst experiences I had? I went to a baseball game. This was a couple of years ago. And I went with a female friend. It was purely platonic. There was nothing going on there, but she's like, I have tickets. I know you're a Nats fan. Do you want to come? They're pretty good. I was like, sure, I'd love to come. So we go to a Nats game, and the way that we're sitting, there is nobody to 2 seats to her right. There's nobody really for 2 seats to my left. So it's literally just like 6 seats, and we're just kind of like right in the middle there, right? Well, then they start doing the kiss cam.
Oh, I knew
and I'm
that
like,
was where that was going.
Oh no. And I was like, oh no. Like, we are in a prime position where there is nobody around us, and we are just friends at this point. I'm like, I'm either going to get rejected or I have to just make a mockery if the camera comes to us. Now, I said every prayer in the book, prayed every rosary bead that I had on. Thankfully, the camera did not come to us. But I was just sitting there sweating. And it was already August, so it was already hot as hell. But I was just sweating. I was like, I don't want to go viral today. If I go viral, I want it to be for like a great bet, something funny, a great point that I made. I do not want to go viral because a friend invited me to a Nats game and is going to reject me on the kiss cam.
Were you dating your fiance at the time?
No, this was years ago.
Okay.
This was long. I think I was still in college at this point.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, gosh, if you were dating your fiance, Den, that would have made it even worse.
No, I'm way too smart to do that.
You know what I mean? It's like, do you get hated by a billion people or get hated by the one women's person?
The one person that actually
you care
matters.
about, yeah. So that's, well, thankfully it didn't come to that, but that's interesting. Yeah, I knew exactly where you were going with that when you were like, the kiss cam was coming. I don't know, man. Like, it's so interesting. I know both of you guys have proposed before. I've never done it, but like, when you do stuff like that at sporting events, like, you better make sure that you got the kind of girl that like would want that. You know what I mean?
I could not imagine.
You
didn't propose at a sporting event, did
no,
you?
No, absolutely.
All right, so I just want to make sure before I start dunking on people that propose at sporting events, that's weird. It's a very weird thing to do unless you are just an absolute diehard of a certain team. Like, it has to be a moment that's special. When I proposed, I made sure that we did it at a particular time to where I was not going to be entertainment for strangers. Because this is a very important moment that I want to get right. I want to drill. I don't want to be the entertainment for strangers. Could you imagine being the entertainment for 20,000 people? Or at a football game, the potential of 80,000 people? No, thank you.
I totally agree.
Let me give you one caveat there. Like, let's say you met at a Nats game or something. Your first date was a Nats game. It was something special to you. I can live with that. Like, that's okay. That's all right in my
That'd be
book.
the one caveat.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And she also better love the Nationals. Like, she better have jerseys. She better have signed merchandise. Like, if I'm proposing at a baseball game or a game of any kind, you better be all over that team.
Totally agree. So much can go wrong, though, than it can go right in that kind of scenario. So you got to make sure that it's something that she would want. But, yeah, man, the fact that the Chargers, they planned that yesterday and thought it would be funny, I don't know.
Swing and a miss.
Another reason to love the Chargers to miss the playoffs this year at minus 110. It's my favorite bet on the board. When we come back, Corey Parson is going to join the show, does stuff for us here at BetQL 107.5 The Game in Columbia, South Carolina as well. Get his thoughts on the upcoming NFL season. Kickoff, fourth and final hour.
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
We got Corey Parsons standing by. He's going to join us here in moments to kick off hour number 4. Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. Real quick, an update on scores around Major League Baseball. The Orioles are up 1-0 on the Red Sox. Marlins are up 3-2 on the Mets right now in the 9th inning. Mariners up 7-0 on the Pirates. Nats and Phillies tied up at 2. The Rays are up 5-0 on the D-backs. Royals and Reds are scoreless in Cincinnati in the 3rd inning. Brewers up 2-0 on the Guardians. The White Sox and the Astros are scoreless in the fourth. Cardinals and Dodgers are scoreless as well. Blue Jays have taken a 1-0 lead on the Cubs, and then the Twins, with 3 runs in the top of the first inning, have a 3-0 lead on the Rangers. So plenty of baseball underway. We're going to talk some baseball coming up in about 20 minutes as Denton and I dive into the futures market. But talking some NFL right now, Corey Parson joins us, does great stuff for us here at BetQL. Also, 107.5 The Game in Columbia, South Carolina as well. You can follow him on X at The Fantasy Exec. Corey, how we doing, man? We got a couple more weeks until the NFL season begins. You all ready?
Yeah, what's going on, PJ? What's going on, Denton? Thanks, you guys, for having me join the program today. Definitely getting ramped up as we are in one of those weekends where, we got preseason football going on. So obviously the clock ticking, things getting a little bit closer, people getting their future wagers together, people getting ready, whether you getting ready to reorder, you know what I'm saying, Sunday ticket, you getting ready to reorder the red zone, and obviously fantasy drafts going on now as well. I got one coming up in a few hours, so I'm feeling pretty good about that, fellas.
What would you do, Corey, if you had the number 1 pick in the draft this year? We were debating that. If it's just a standard draft this year, no dynasty, just a regular fantasy league, if you had the number 1 pick, who would you take?
Yeah, and the 12-team, this has changed a couple times over the course of the past few weeks, but in a 12-team redraft league or a 10-team for, those of you who don't have 12 friends, what I would do is right now I'm going Tyreek Hill at 1-1. I think he is the commodity that we know the best, and he is the guy that can score you 30 to fantasy points a game, those blow-up 40, 50 points games. Everything in Miami is the same. The quarterback the same, the offensive coordinator the same, the head coach the same, the scheme the same. There's no reason why Tyreek Hill's production should not be the same. With Christian McCaffrey a little bit banged up right now, I think Tyreek Hill is the guy to go for at 1-1.
If you are doing a redraft, is this week kind of like that perfect time to start the draft now that you've seen a couple preseason games? You kind of get an idea that who's healthy, who's not healthy. Is this like the kind of the perfect week to start doing a draft?
Yeah, normally what you'll see is this weekend, next weekend, these mid to late August weekends, particularly once we get past what was once known as the dress rehearsal, that would have been next weekend. Affectionately now, that is this weekend, the dress rehearsal. It depends on how some coaches carry it, but you really want to limit those injuries as much as you can in the preseason with training camp and stuff like that, and draft as close to kickoff as possible. But these late August weekends, this weekend is next weekend is when you see most of the groups of, if say, for example, you go to Buffalo Wild Wings, just randomly, you and the old lady out on Saturday and y'all stop at Buffalo Wild Wings, it's probably going to be 12 groups of 12 dudes doing fantasy drafts in there.
Corey, has there been anybody that's caught your eye during the preseason, good or bad, that maybe has had you've had a different opinion on them coming into preseason, where if you're sitting there in your drafts, whether it be one of the rookie quarterbacks, receivers, where it be a veteran player, you're looking at somebody maybe better than you thought or worse than you thought that you have a different opinion on now?
Yeah, I think you can do that for a couple of dudes, right? Let's start with some, low-ranked guys, some sleeper guys, right? And let's start with this Tyrone Tracy, this running back from the New York Giants. He has flashed and played pretty well in preseason, and he has been a guy they've been talking about in training camp so far this year. With that being said, that Devin Singletary is the guy that's ahead of him, and Devin Singletary is just a guy, a jag, you know what I'm saying? He'll be injured or underperform at some point. He's like a 3-8, a carry type guy. So with this guy, Tracy, it gives him a little bit more. I think we got to start, if we like what we're seeing from Bo Nix, I think we got to start taking Cortland Sutton seriously. He can be a guy that can be a target monster, rack up a lot of catches. He wasn't on my board coming into the month of August. Also, I'm a big Zach Moss guy, but the more and more that you read the tea leaves out of out of Cincinnati, it seems like the guy that's going to be commanding that rushing attack is going to be Chase Brown. So I'm more on Chase Brown now than I am on Zach Moss. And listen, you got to talk about the people that's moving up the draft boards. You know what I'm saying? Like, and up and down. Let's look at Justin Jefferson. His situation right now with Sam Darnold is not look good. Now, don't get me wrong. Justin Jefferson played with poor quarterbacks last year, missed a ton of games, and still had over 1,000 yards. But when you're spending this kind of fantasy draft capital mid to early first round, you want the quarterback to be better than Sam Darnold. So we're seeing Jefferson start to slide in drafts. And Malik Neighbors, despite him not having a good quarterback, I've seen Malik Neighbors go on the 1-2 turn. So it's definitely a lot of people getting real excited about Malik Neighbors right now. But Daniel Jones is still a problem for me.
How do you assess?
And the Giants fan probably too.
So you mentioned Bo Nix. How do you assess these rookie quarterbacks, and what is your philosophy when it comes to drafting a rookie quarterback?
Well, listen, my philosophy when it comes to drafting a rookie quarterback is like when it comes to drafting any other quarterback. What can you give me in the ground game? I am to the point now where I don't need a 35-40 touchdown thrower, fellas. I need a guy that can rush for 50 to 60 yards a game, because that's where the true fantasy value lies. When you can get a guy like a Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, when they're in their great seasons, they are a QB1 and an RB2 wrapped up in one player, where you can get that type of yardage production. So I'm looking at Jalen Daniels as a guy that I think is going to finish as a top 5 fantasy quarterback this year because of that tremendous rushing upside he has. And he's playing in a fantasy-friendly offense that Cliff Kingsbury has designed. RPOs, quick passes, keep the young quarterback out of trouble, much like what you're seeing with Nix as well. So I think Williams, I think Jaden Daniels, and I think Bo Nix are all going to be guys that are starters in 12-team leagues this year. Williams and Daniels right from the jump. And then I think that you'll see Nix become a starter in a 12-team league. And I also don't think that Carr is going to finish the season as the Saints quarterback. I would look for Spencer Rattler to be a quarterback too in 12-team leagues as well this year, as I think the Saints will probably know that, it's probably time to move on from Carr.
Corey, Denton and I were talking about earlier on in the show. Right now on BetMGM, there's a market out there for which quarterback is going to lead the league in rushing this year in the regular season. Lamar's your favorite, plus 250, followed by Jalen Hurts, plus 400. Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels is right there. You were just talking about him, Josh Allen, and Kyler Murray. It feels like it's going to be probably one of those 6 guys. Who would you take this year to be the quarterback that leads the league in rushing amongst the QBs?
That's very interesting. I have not seen that market, and point me to the direction of that, because that's probably something that I'm going to be spending some money on. That's a very interesting market right there. I wouldn't go with Lamar Jackson, right? I think that they want to try to slow Lamar down. We've seen late in the season Lamar not run as much. I don't think we're going to see much running in the football from Jalen Hurts this year either. I think he is probably still Philadelphia's best option as a goal line back, so he's going to get his numbers there. Josh Allen is interesting because Josh Allen is the whole show in Buffalo, right? Yep. You got James Cook. Diggs going now. Allen has always been the whole show, but I think it comes back to Jaden Daniels. That youth, that electric youth, you know what I'm saying, running that football back there for Cliff Kingsbury offense. I would go Jaden Daniels to lead the NFL in rushing as a quarterback this year. He'd be my first choice, followed by Josh Allen.
Corey, do you have any futures picks, maybe some Super Bowl picks that you've already locked in before the season started?
No, I don't. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan, so I think about the regular season, and the postseason is kind of like, it's a bad time for me. Now, here's the deal. The three-peat thing is very tough to do, and I don't really think that anybody should wager on a three-peat. But I tell you who I am feeling this year. In the AFC, obviously, you got to start with Kansas City. I think they play the Cincinnati Bengals in the AFC Championship game. So there you go right there. The NFC is kind of wide open with San Francisco being the powerhouse in that conference right now. I think you look at what the Detroit Lions were able to do last year. And also you got to take the Green Bay Packers into consideration as well. Like they went in there and beat Dallas 50-0. And then if they was able to score in the red zone, they would have eliminated the 49ers the next week. So I think the NFC is wide open, but I will have a ticket on the Cincinnati Bengals to be the winners of the AFC. You can get it at about 14-1. That also gives you good hedge equity as well if you do get to a AFC championship game between the Bengals and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Corey, what about divisional bets outside of San Francisco and Kansas City, who are heavy favorites to win their divisions? All the other 6 divisions in football, the favorite is plus money. So of those 6 divisions, is there a bet that you like the best with somebody to win it? Is it Cincinnati in the AFC North, or is it somebody else?
I would go Cincinnati in the AFC North. I would also look at, it seems like we're doing a lot of Jaden Daniels talking. I would look at Washington in the NFC East as well. Yeah, listen, I think there's optimism around the organization. I think it's optimism around the young quarterback. There's no optimism in Dallas. There's no optimism in Philadelphia. And we still think the Giants are going to be struggling. So out the strength of the division being weaker, I think you can see that. I will also go for some long shots in these divisions as well. Like, for example, the AFC South. Why not Tennessee? You know what I'm saying? Talk me out of going for Tennessee. Talk me out of Carolina. You think that the Falcons should be a $1.40 favorite or what, plus 140 favorite? The Falcons shouldn't have that short a number to win the division. So why can't Carolina go from worst to first in that division? Also a weak division as well. So I think there is definitely some wagers and some odds out there that can give you a nice long shot number on some of those division winners.
Well, I can absolutely confirm that there is optimism in Washington within the organization and the young quarterback. I'm ready to get his name tattooed on me at this point, just based off of 3 drives in the preseason. But you mentioned that you're a fan of the Dallas Cowboys. Are you expecting them to get a deal done with either Dak or CD by the time Week 1 is here?
I think Dak Prescott's a lame duck quarterback, and he should be a lame duck quarterback. Don't get me started on Dak Prescott. I do think CeeDee Lamb gets done. Jerry has always said deadlines make deals, and the last time we seen a prominent Dallas Cowboy not show back up was Emmitt Smith, and that was when the Dallas Cowboys were winning championships, which most of the audience probably doesn't remember.
Corey, looking at Week 1, it's gonna be here before we know it. Ravens and Chiefs kick off the season September 5th on a Thursday night. I'm sure, you've been doing a bunch of shows for us here on BetQL. You've been talking about a bunch of these Week 1 games. Have you placed any bets yet, or are there any games that you know that you're going to be betting in Week 1?
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because last night was kind of like I was sitting around here, hanging and banging, just, doing my fantasy exec thing, getting ready for, the futures and stuff. And last night is kind of like the first time I said, okay, well, let me take a look and do a pretty good dive into Week 1, because obviously contest season coming up. So I was like, let me see if I can find my 5 contest plays. And I be honest with you, I do think I have them. I tell you, my favorite Week 1 bet right now is Arizona getting 6.5. Going up there to Buffalo to take on the Bills. Obviously, Buffalo is going to be a heavy public favorite. People think that Arizona is going to come in here on a downtrend. Buffalo has not been great as home favorites over the past couple of years. Let's just call it the Josh Allen era. I think that you get a game, Arizona Cardinal team, come across the country, keep the game close, and could possibly pull off the upset. Probably my favorite Week 1 wager right now is that one right there. I also would look at the Carolina Panthers getting 5 in New Orleans versus the Saints. And I'll be honest with you, I think that Denver can go into Seattle and win the game outright. They're getting 5 right now, plus 185 if you want to come back on the money line. So Week 1s look like it's going to be dogs for me. Now, Survivor is going to be tough in Week 1. I've noticed that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are really running, obviously a lot of people in Survivor are going to be on the Bengals, but then you're going to have a lot of people, on teams like the Bears, right? They're going to be on teams like the Falcons or whatever. You got to be very careful. Houston is another, a divisional matchup. So Survivor in Week 1 is going to be tough. I tell you that right now. But as far as picks against the spread, I do like those dogs with Denver. And Arizona being my favorites.
I like it, Corey. I like it. I'm right there with you, man. Can't wait for it. Corey Parson does great work for us here at BetQL. Also 107.5 The Game in Columbia. Give him a follow on X at the Fantasy Exec. Corey, always great talking with you. Appreciate the insight, and we'll catch up again soon.
Hey, thanks a lot. Take care, everybody. Good luck in your futures and your fantasy drafts.
Absolutely. Great stuff there. Corey Parson. All right, Orioles up 2-0, so they're starting to get a little bit of separation here from the Red Sox. Deki Matsuyama still with a 5-shot lead as he's on the 7th hole at the FedEx St. Jude championship. A lot of baseball underway. We'll update you on all the scores. And then Denton and I will dive into the futures markets here on Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. We'll be right back.
Sunday's Bets will be back on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these book 3 adjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversation.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to Send It In on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home
Welcome
for
back to Sunday's Bets on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
And welcome back. Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Denton Day. We're talking some baseball now here on this Sunday. A couple segments left to go. We'll wrap up the show on the other side of the break. We just had a Gunnar Henderson home run for the Orioles as they extend their lead 4-0 on the Red Sox in the bottom of the 6th inning. The O's now minus 5,000 to win the game today. Red Sox 12-1. If you think that they're mounting a comeback, Mariners still dominating the Pirates. They're up 8-0 on Pittsburgh. The Nats are up 4-2 on the Phillies. Tampa Bay Rays up 6-0 on the D-backs today. Royals have taken a 2-0 lead on the Reds. Brewers up 2-0 on the Guardians. White Sox still hanging around Denton Day. It's 0-0 in Houston. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. And
I just need runs in that game.
Yeah, do. Astros are just not doing well. Dodgers up 1-0 on the Cardinals. Blue Jays 1-0 on the Cubbies, and the Twins are up 3-0 on the Rangers. And we got the Padres and the Rockies underway as well. No score from Coors Field. Time to talk some baseball, though. And let's start with these Orioles, Denton, because obviously the AL East between the O's and the Yankees, these two teams have been battling all season long. Yankees have a 99.6% chance, according to ESPN, to make the playoffs. The Orioles 97.7. So you would think both teams certainly are going to be in the postseason. It's just about who's going to win the division and how far both of these teams are going to go. The Orioles, Denton Day, for the last 2 months have been extremely mediocre. They've been very inconsistent. You know, they'll have flashes where their offense will look great for a game or two and then they regress. Or they'll pitching will look great for a game or two and then they'll get rocked in their next start. And that's just kind of the way it's been. Their bullpen has really not been good here in the second half of the season. Craig Kimbrell, who was their closer for the first half, a lot of people felt like O's fans specifically should have been an all-star over Clay Holmes of the Yankees, and now everybody wants him to get sent down because he's been so horrible in his last 10 appearances. So back into their bullpen's been a big concern. Their starting pitching is a little bit of a concern as well. Corbin Burns and Zach Eflin's been incredible since acquiring for him. Albert Suarez, who threw today for the Orioles, has been an unbelievable pickup. But Grayson Rodriguez is sidelined until September, and they're just trying to tread water a little bit. They do have a big 10-game stretch upcoming here for the O's. They got 3 games at the Mets, 4 games home against Houston, and then 3 games at the Dodgers. So we're going to find out a little bit about the O's, and it could be a good opportunity here for the Yankees to create some separation as well. They do play Scooble and the Tigers tonight, and then they do have to play the Guardians at home for 3 games. But Denton, while the O's are playing the Astros and the Dodgers, the Yankees will be playing the Rockies at home, and then they'll be playing the Nationals on the road for 3.
Yeah,
so
right back over there. It's going to be an intense playoff atmosphere.
Sure will be. It'll be 90, what do we think, 94% Yankee fans? 96% Yankee fans? 88% Yankee fans?
It's not going to be great.
Yeah.
No, not going to be great. Apparently, they just spawn everywhere, these Yankee fans.
They do. But, you know, I've been saying all along that I think the Orioles are going to win the division because they are a team that tends to play the level of their competition. And when they go through stretches like I just read out, where on paper it's like, that's going to be tough, they'll go 7-3. It's when it's like the Nationals, the Rockies, and the White Sox are on their schedule. That's when they go like 5-5, and that's just kind of the way it's been. The one thing they do have that really works in their favor, Denton, is, as we know, because of the balanced schedule now in the MLB, there's no more game 163 like there used to be. Whereas if there was a tiebreaker in the division, teams would play that one game at the end of the year to determine who won it.
Yeah.
Now, because every team plays each other 13 times in the division, it's just a race to 7. Whoever gets the 7 wins wins the tiebreaker. So the O's are up 6-4 in the season series against the Yankees. They play one more series. So the fact the O's only have to win one of those 3 games to get the tiebreaker, and I mean, these two teams have been separated by a game, it feels like, for a month. You know, this thing's coming right down to the wire. That's the advantage I give to the O's, but I don't know, Denton. I still think that they could win the division, man. This isn't a team I would invest in, though, long term.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, that stretch that you mentioned, that 10-game stretch, if they come out of that positive, you got to think from a momentum standpoint, they would be sky high.
Yep.
Because if you're beating Houston and Los Angeles, and Houston's struggling a little bit today, but they've really separated from the Seattle Mariners, and part of that's because the Mariners have lost 5 in a row, and they're not helping their cause. But Houston is separated from the Mariners, and we know what Los Angeles has been for 15 years now at this point. When did Clayton Kershaw get called up, right? Like, it's really been since Clayton Kershaw's been on that roster. So if you can go positive in that stretch, then you got to be feeling pretty good about maybe not the division still, because as you mentioned, the Yankees have a far easier 10-game stretch ahead. But in terms of you're just building towards the postseason, and if you're better investing into this team, as long as they get out of that stretch healthy, and if they go positive against the Astros and Dodgers, I would actually feel confident about the Orioles.
I mean, we're going to see, man. Again, they've been mediocre for like 2 months, so you're hoping that this is kind of the bad stretch that they're going through, and they can pick it up in the middle of September, heading into October. Right now, Denton, the way that the AL playoff picture looks, it feels like we're going to get 2 teams out of the AL East, 3 teams out of the AL Central, and then just the 1 team out of the AL West. Man, Seattle has really gone cold at the worst time. They've lost 5 in a row, while the Astros have won like 9 of their last 10 games. So they're 5.5 games back right now of the final wild card spot, and they're 4 games back of the Astros in the AL West. So it looks like it's going to be tough for Seattle to make it. Boston's 2.5 games back of Kansas City for the final wild card spot. If things hold right now, they will lose to the Orioles today. Kansas City's winning right now, so they could drop 3.5 games back. It's going to be tough then, with all the teams that they're going to have to climb. So I think these are the teams right now, currently the way the AL playoff picture is constructed, that are going to make it. And we've been talking about it the last couple weeks on our show, man. I think the Astros are the play. I really do.
They definitely are the play.
Then there's a lot of Yankees love right now. People are still holding on hope to the Orioles as well. Cleveland's got an incredible back end of their bullpen, but dude, the Astros just do this every
year.
Every year. They've been to the ALCS 7 straight times, and it's like we don't even talk about it. And now they're starting to get hot. They're starting to get healthy. Their lineup's starting to hit. And they're starting to turn into that Astros team that all devastates us in the playoffs.
I mean, you talk about Seattle. Great job keeping the throne warm. I mean, you were sitting on that for about 3 months.
Yep.
We all knew, hey, eventually when the big guy gets back here, it's like the king went on mission somewhere, and you decided that you were going to take a seat atop that throne, and it was yours. And we were just like, no. Once they get back here, you're going to get off that thing real quick, and they have gotten off that thing real quick.
Agreed.
The fact that they're not even going to make the postseason, that has to hurt.
Big time, dude.
I mean, that has to hurt, because at one point, I don't think they were ever in the conversation with like the Yankees, O's, and Dodgers for best record in Major League Baseball, but there was a point where they were hovering. They had like a 12-game lead on the Astros. And even still, we were sitting there like, I mean, they could have had a 20-game lead on the Astros, and we would have just been like, nope. We know how that's going to end.
Even the Rangers, I mean, we were talking about Texas around the trade deadline where they were going to get DeGrom back. They were getting Jacob Young back. They were getting some of these hitters back. And obviously they won the World Series last year. And it's like if they can just hang on until the end of August, early September, like maybe they can make a run. But they've also struggled, and with the run that the Astros have gone in, it looks like the AL West, the Astros are going to be the only team that represents that league. But you look at the American League right now, the Yankees are still the favorites, plus 240, the O's plus 320. Still get the Astros at plus 500, and like
I'd jump on that one.
I think that's a good bet. Cleveland's a team that really interests me just because of how good their bullpen is, and when they have the lead after 6 innings, they just don't lose. Clase is the best closer in baseball. He's ridiculous. They could throw him every day in the postseason when they have a save situation. He's very durable, so they're interesting. They do have a rookie manager in Stephen Vogt, but They got contact hitters in that lineup. They don't strike out. They got postseason experience, and they got a really good bullpen. So they got a lot of good things that you look for. I'd either pick the Astros or the Guardians in the American League. I think there's a ton of value there. In the National League, really interesting. The D-backs and Padres have made this thing interesting all of a sudden, because looked like the Dodgers were just kind of smooth sailing in the NL West, and then the Padres and D-backs decided that they wanted to turn into two of the hottest teams in baseball. Now it looks like Arizona's going to get swept in Tampa Bay this weekend, which will not help. But the Padres, Denton, was a team that I talked about a while ago. I got them at 45-1 to win the World Series.
You've been on them from the jump.
Man, they're 16-1 right now, so feeling good about that. Still a team I like a lot. That bullpen, man, what they did at the trade deadline, that's going to be a tough team to come back from when they get a lead. Top end of that rotation, too, right? Dylan Cease has shown some flashes. Yu Darvish is able to come back, and Joe Musgrove pitches well, too, with Michael King there. That's a nice little rotation. And then that lineup, I just love their lineup. Jackson Merrill's right there, NL Rookie of the Year race. Machado's having a good year. Arise and Profar having excellent years as well. So San Diego's lineup reminds me a lot of Texas from last year, how deep they are, how they don't strike out, they grind out bats, and their back end of their bullpen's really solid. So Padres are the team I like. I kind of think there's value now on the Phillies at plus 250 to win the National League as well. For whatever reason, odds makers the top-end talent of the Dodgers is so ridiculous that you just have to make them the favorites. I think the Phillies are the best team in baseball, though. They're so well-rounded.
It's going to be a really fun final couple of weeks in the NL West. The Dodgers play Arizona at the end of the month. But listen to this for your Padres. They close from September 16th to the 29th. They got 3 at home versus Houston, 3 at home versus Chicago, the White Sox. So we'll count those as some dubs. 3 on the road against Los Angeles, 3 on the road against Arizona. That's a gauntlet.
Yeah, tough.
That's a gauntlet. And before that, Houston, you got San Francisco. You got a split with Seattle in between, then 3 more with San Francisco. So 6 in San Francisco among 8 days. They have a really, really tough. They got Minnesota coming up. Then they got New York, the Mets, the Cardinals, the Rays, Detroit. They have a very tough final selection of games. I'm actually stunned that even in spite of that, their number has come down to the way that it is.
I would agree. That NL West is interesting. I think at the end of the day, the Dodgers still do win that division. But, man, with the prices that you can get right now on San Diego to win that division with only 2 games back, you mentioned they still have to play them a couple times. I think it's worth it to take that. So I like the Padres. I like them in the National League still. I think there's some value, though, on the Phillies at plus 250 because they've still gone on a little bit of a slide. But, Den, I think we're going to get some craziness in the World Series this year, man. I really do. I
hope so.
I think in the American League, I think it's going to be the Astros or the Guardians, and in the National League, I think it could be the Phillies and the Padres potentially. Now, Phillies-Astros wouldn't be like a crazy World Series matchup, but the exacta prices that you could get for those two teams squaring off would be pretty good.
I'll tell you what, Major League Baseball would not mind that World Series because Houston is a big enough draw, whether they're a hero or a villain, that people would watch. And then Bryce Harper is a big enough draw to where people would watch. It felt like last year they got shellacked ratings-wise, which is, that's what the suits in the big office is. They care about the ratings. They got shellacked because nobody really cared about Rangers Diamondbacks.
100%.
So you need a big star or a big team in there.
Astros Phillies exacta, by the way, 20-1 for both of those teams to make it to the World Series. What would be your World Series if you had to make a prediction today?
I do lean towards the Phillies a little bit. The Dodgers, I understand why Vegas, and you pointed out why Vegas has them as highly favored as they are because there's so much. They just have so many dudes that at any given moment could get hot. But I've really begun to love postseason Bryce Harper. And I say that like I didn't love him for 10 years when he was in D.C. But he really has become a guy that he's never afraid of the big moment. And it's not to say that guys on this Dodgers roster are afraid of the big moment, but we've never seen Shohei Ohtani in a postseason because Lord knows they weren't getting there in Los Angeles.
True.
So there is going to be, I would imagine, some, not rust, but oh, these lights are a little bit brighter. Now, he maybe doesn't care about that. He's a great player, but we just know that sometimes when guys get to their first experience in the postseason, it's not exactly sunshine and rainbows. So I like Philly out of the NL East. I don't hate your Orioles. I know you don't want to hear that because it's the emotional hedge thing going on here, but I don't hate the O's finding a way against New York. It would kind of break my heart a little bit if I'm being just honest. Juan Soto versus Bryce Harper in a World Series would suck.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be nice, but it would also suck because they should be wearing my colors and they'd be wearing two different colors of two teams that I don't like very much.
I was joking with our producer, Stephen Gorgie, when I walked in. I said, I'm so down on the O's this year that you watch. This is the year to win the World Series. That's just how it goes, right?
If that's all it takes, I think the Commanders going to suck this year.
Yeah, right. Just tell them I hated Bama basketball going into March Madness then, and look what wound up. They made it to the Final Four. So just goes to show what I know sometimes when I'm invested in my teams. All right, we wrap the show next. Coming back, Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. We got a couple preseason games tonight. We got Tigers and Yankees in the Little League World Series Classic. I'm going to be off next week, so I'm going to tell Denton some of my favorite bets for week 1 in college football. Get to all of that as we wrap up the show on the other side.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Sunday's Bets with PJ Glasser and Denton Day on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
We are wrapping up the show today on Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. We got the Orioles leading the Red Sox 4-0. The Mariners are up on the Pirates 8-2. We got the Nats and the Phillies tied at 4, Denton. That live total now sitting at 10.5, so you got some life there.
I need 2 runs. That's all I need.
Rays are up 6-1 on the D-backs. Royals up 3-0 on the Reds. Brewers up 2-0 on the Guardians. Astros 1-0 on the White Sox. Dodgers 2-0 on the Cardinals. Blue Jays up 1-0 on the Cubs. Twins 4-0 on the Rangers. And the Padres and Rockies no score in Coors Field. We still got the Braves at the Angels coming up later tonight. Giants and Blake Snell on the road in Oakland. And then the Little League World Series Classic tonight between the Yankees and the Tigers. Detroit minus 125. The total of 8. I like the under in that game. Denton, anything for you in baseball?
We got our first run with Houston. I got them over 5.5 runs. And you know what they say, PJ? The first one is where the floodgates open. So you got the first one. It's always the hardest. Well, let's get a little bit of a flood in Houston with some of the scoring going on here.
See if we can. That 4-4, the Phillies did come back to tie it, so that helps you there. We'll see what happens. We got 2 preseason games tonight as well in the NFL. Packers at the Broncos. Denver a 7-point favorite, a total of 39. The Saints at the 49ers. Niners are -1 with a total of 38.5. You do have some plays in the preseason.
I did take the over in the Green Bay and Denver Broncos game. I shouldn't be taking an over in the preseason, and maybe I'll be foolish, but because we saw Denver put up a lot of offense last week against Indianapolis, and the thought process being that they're still technically in a quarterback competition. Now, Bo Nix is going to get all of the reps with the ones today, so he's certainly in the lead as far as that competition can go, but I still think he's going to go out there with a little bit to prove, and you'll see a good amount of offense from Denver. And then, listen, once they start to get to the other quarterbacks, it's still a competition. If you're somebody like a Zach Wilson and you get in late in the game, you should still be balling. If you're going up against 3s and potentially 4s, you should be tearing them up. So I'm expecting a lot of offense specifically from Denver, and then all Green Bay has to do is not suck on that side of the ball, and I'll be all right.
Very nice. Some games in college football week 1, Dan, that I'm excited to discuss with you. Some games maybe I haven't necessarily bet yet. I'm thinking about, there were some games that I'm just intrigued by. Thursday night, before week 1 gets going on Saturday, we got a couple of really good games. North Carolina, Minnesota, North Dakota State, and Colorado. Golden Gophers 2.5 point favorites over UNC with a total of 50.5. Drake May obviously no longer there in North Carolina. This is a big game for like the win total of both of those teams, Minnesota and UNC. Haven't done anything yet. Would probably lean towards Minnesota on the money line at -135. That should be a really good game. Colorado, North Dakota State. I think a lot of people are excited for this one. This is one of those games that you just look at and you're like, why would Colorado ever schedule this game for themselves? You know, only bad
on a
can come out of
Thursday
this.
too. Like a Saturday, maybe when you can really get the world talking about you, but on a Thursday, and it's on big ESPN, so I guess they get the attention that they want. But I'm stunned they started the season on Thursday and didn't maneuver it to where they could be a focal point of Saturday, the way that they were all last year. And yeah, I know this game was scheduled more likely than not a year or two in advance, but we have Thursday. This Thursday slate is actually pretty good. Like, there are a lot of teams that I'm really intrigued with seeing. Rutgers, good example of that. I'd love to see this Rutgers team. They bring back so many dudes from last year's team. A lot of people love Rutgers in the Big Ten hitting that win total. I think the number is 5.5, 6.5. It really depends what book you're getting in that, but people love Rutgers. NC State in action, the 24th ranked Wolfpack. How about Missouri? Now, Missouri's going to kill Murray State, at least they should. Kansas in action. Like, there's a lot of really big teams that are playing. And then you got Utah taking on Southern Utah, which, again, that should be a very easy win. But getting to see these big-time teams play on Thursday to start the season off is a really unique thing, but a thing that I'm a big fan of, especially before Thursday Night Football in the NFL. Because you can't do this every week. Right. Once you get the NFL on Thursday Night Football, though, the NFL's been pushing you a little bit. If you want to put a good game on a Thursday night, I think college football might be able to push back at the NFL. You know, the NFL's running a game on December 21st. They got 3 games on that Saturday. And we know what that Saturday is, right, PJ?
Oh, we sure do.
That Saturday is the first day of the college football playoffs. That's the NFL, and they're doing it because they need a proper amount of rest for Christmas Day games. It needs to match up with what the NFLPA is advising, and because the Christmas Day games are going to be on like a Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever day Christmas is. That's why they're making this decision. But I love what we're seeing with these guys playing on Thursday. I think there might be an availability, shall we say, if they really want to fight back against the NFL of putting good games on Thursday into the season.
I like everything you're saying, and I agree that it feels like college football has started to realize that this is the only week where they don't compete with the NFL, so putting good matchups in these standalone days are pivotal. We're getting 2 good ones Thursday. We're getting USC and LSU on Sunday night, which should be great. Monday night, we've had some pretty decent games in the past. They've kind of soured a little bit because obviously not a lot of teams kind of want to play on a short week like that, going Monday to Saturday. But yeah, I can't wait for some of these matchups.
The Thursday games are better than the Friday games. This week, I think.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what what I would say right now is going to be the best Thursday night game, the most fun?
In the NFL or college football?
In college football, on week 1.
What's that?
Give me a little bit of Coastal Carolina and Jacksonville State. No big numbers next to their name, not a lot of superstars on that team, but those are 2 good teams. I think that'll end up being a really fun game that if you have the ability to switch back and forth on like a YouTube TV or something, when one of these games like a Colorado, North Dakota State either gets out of hand or is on commercial or Kansas or whoever, you flip over a little bit of Coastal Carolina, Jacksonville State. I think that one could be a fun one.
I like it. No more Grayson McCall for Coastal Carolina, so trying to
yeah, he's at NC State now. We'll see him.
He is. Survive life without him. That North Dakota State-Colorado game, I will say, I think whatever side you like correlates with the total. If you like Colorado, I would bet the over. If you like North Dakota State, I'd bet the under to cover that spread, because North Dakota State's going to want to run the football. They're going to want to muck it up. They're going to want to keep Shadur off the sideline and keep it ugly. Colorado wants to get into track meet, use their athletes, use Travis Hunter, and just throw the
They better win.
I think that's a good game where if you like Colorado, I'd take the over, and North Dakota State, I would bet the under. As for Saturday's games, I think the more and more I look at it, Denton, and there's not a number that's come out yet, but if I get a certain number with Clemson's team total under against Georgia, that's going to be one of my favorite plays. I just think about Georgia in the past under Kirby Smart when they open up the season, whether it was against Clemson or whether it was against Dan Lanning in Oregon. Because there's no preseason in college football, you really got to rely on these coaches to get their teams ready. And Nick Saban's Alabama teams were always ready to start the year. They'd always give up a less amount of points, not a lot of points to the opponents that they would play. Kirby Smart's been the same way so far. I mean, we saw Cade Klubnik last year. It wasn't pretty. Clemson really didn't upgrade too much in the portal. So,
what?
Man, if we can get a team total under, so the total's at 49.5. Georgia's favored by 14, which means they're thinking like a 31-17 kind of game. If we can get a 16.5 with Clemson's team total under, Denton, sign me up. Penn State, West Virginia, you brought up this game. Steven was talking about this game as well. Penn State better be careful.
They
They
better not
better
lose.
be careful of this game. I could see myself sprinkling some West Virginia money line. That was a game that definitely piqued my interest. Virginia Tech on the road against Vanderbilt, I think, is a really interesting game too. That's going to be an 11 a.m. local kick out in Nashville.
That better be a blowout.
Vandy's obviously an SEC team. Virginia Tech's a team that has a lot of expectations coming into the year, Denton. And teams like that open up the season on the road, a lot of bad things can happen. It's not a game I'm betting, but a game that I am keeping my eye on. What are some other games that we got on the schedule?
I'm excited to see Iowa. You know how crazy that sounds. They're not going up against a strong opponent, but I just want to see, is their offense fluid?
Who they playing week 1?
They got Illinois State. Like, they should kill them. It should be a 40-point game, but I just want to see some sort of rhythm from that offense, because Iowa, as I told you last week, Iowa is my sneaky team to get into the college football playoff.
Same.
Their schedule is relative to other teams in their conference a cakewalk. And you can get them right now with plus 750.
Yeah.
I mean, Rutgers is up there too. Rutgers doesn't have a very difficult schedule. There's a couple teams in the Big Ten that kind of lucked out with the addition of Washington and Oregon and really not having to play Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State.
Right. Yeah, those. I'm with you on Iowa. That'll be interested to see them in action. Some other games that I like, that Notre Dame Texas A&M game, I just can't wait for. Again, the line is starting to move towards A&M. It's at 2.5 right now on BetMGM. If we get a 3, I think I'm going to be firing away on Notre Dame.
I'm excited to see Michigan against Fresno State. It's a 21-point line. I don't know how I feel about that line, just because I don't know what Michigan is going to be. 21 points. I don't know what Fresno State is going to be this year either. So it's not like there's some powerhouse that's not getting there. They're not getting their respect. But it's just not knowing what Michigan's going to be. We've never seen a team win a national championship and then proceed to lose just about all of their roster and then all of their coaching staff.
Right.
That's such a very rare thing, especially in today's realm of college football. So I'm very curious to see what they look like. It wouldn't surprise me if they trip a little bit. And when I say trip a little bit, I mean win by 20 and have Fresno State cover the 21.
I think I might look at like a first quarter under or first half under in that game. Michigan's going to have one of the best defenses in the country. But even last year, Denton under Harbaugh, like in those early games where he was suspended and Sharon Moore was the acting head coach, they did struggle a little bit to move the ball, to score on offense. So I kind of like early unders in that game. And then my favorite bet of week 1, USC plus 6.5 against LSU. Tigers have dropped 4 straight season openers. Big game for both teams, right? Both of these schools have had the last 2 Heisman Trophy winners, Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, a total 63.5 for a reason. Both teams a complete overhaul on defense. Both teams got rid of their defensive coordinators. Just think 6.5 is too many. I like USC. Lincoln Riley team that's getting disrespected and not getting talked about, I think he's looking forward to the challenge. So I like the Trojans this year, and I like them in that game against LSU. That'll do it for us here. Sunday's Bets presented by BetMGM. Bet Nation follows us next out in Dallas. For Stephen Gorgie, Denton Day, I'm PJ Glasser. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you next week.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser.
Class is in session. All these books readjusted their prices. Bo Bichette yesterday went 0 for 4. He is dead to me.
We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community.
The chat was awesome yesterday. A lot of good interaction and conversations.
Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1:30 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to be a part of the greatest nation of all, Bet Nation, on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
It is Bet Nation live from Dallas. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Giacomo. And we're partying. We are partying here across the BetQL Radio Network. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Sunday, wherever you might be across the BetQL Radio Network. It is, of course, football season. Week 2 of the NFL preseason is wrapping tonight. We've got 2 more games left on the docket. And I might have bet on one. Just maybe have bet on one. Packers and Broncos will be on NFL Network, and then the Saints and 49ers going to be on Fox. So we got dueling preseason games.
Is there anything better than that?
And the one that I'm looking at, and I don't know why, but Crowley, Zach Crowley, our producer, at his mom and dad's house there, in one of the islands in New York.
But he's in his room.
He is in his room. He's in his room, and by God, it looks absolutely gorgeous.
You picked up today, didn't you, Crowley?
You did.
The old Sunday cleanup.
Gosh, he looks good.
He does, doesn't he?
For those of you that are watching on Twitch.
Fresh shave, I mean, he probably went out last night.
The collared shirt.
Young Crowley was out on the prowl last night in Long Island.
I did get a haircut yesterday before going to a friend's house. I went swimming, had a nice little barbecue. It was a good time, as always.
Okay.
Nice,
and
dude.
by friend's house, you mean.
Yeah, she sounds hot, Crowley.
You dog. But I went 49ers -1 against the Saints.
Oh my gosh, you did it!
I did.
You dog.
Did it.
I don't know why. Something just compelled me. Take the Niners at home tonight.
Preseason
Let's
gambler,
go.
baby.
This man last night was up until probably 3 or 4 in the morning after a Cowboys postgame show with just a slog against the Raiders, and that is what that did to him. Is it made him bet on preseason football tonight?
He woke up this morning a completely different man. What a force of nature you are.
I know, and it's amazing because I'm now taking somewhat. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but
I ever want to do that.
Taking somewhat of a victory lap because my guy Cooper Beebe's just kicking ass and taking names.
So this is just a heat check bet for you right now?
Now I'm seeing I can't open up my Twitter without all the national people. Oh, he had a double block. Nate Tice puts it out there. I'm like, hey. I've tried to put the world on Cooper Beebe for 2 years now.
Yeah.
Cowboys finally made a draft pick that just pulled on my heartstrings. That is my guy. We got to meet him, interview him out there in Oxnard at camp. Sweet, sweet dude. And he's now just his play's speaking for itself. I mean, I just felt he should be the starting center of this football team. I know he's a hell of a player. Now he's going out there and earning it. And he had a hell of a game last night as the Cowboys beat the Raiders 27-12. And the Raiders now have a starting quarterback. And I don't know exactly how they were able to justify this after last night's game. But Gardner Minshew is going to be that guy for the Vegas Raiders, according to Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, I feel like Antonio Pierce was probably kicking himself for putting the old after game 2, we're going to make the decision deadline on himself. Because after that game, you're like, maybe we should run this back for preseason game number 3.
Yeah, should we make a trade?
Before, yeah. And of course, we'll scour the waiver wire to see if there's anybody. I mean, they gave money to Gardner Minshew. You know what I mean? Like they actually they gave him. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was.
I'll hit the Googles.
Yeah,
I'm interested now. Like, what are they paying?
What are they paying Gardner Minshew? I think it's more than any of us would really ever consider paying.
I want to say it's like a 2-year, $26 million sort of deal.
You
so
almost
13
hit it
a year.
on the money. It's 2 years, $25 million.
Wow. Okay. So I mean, that's
15 mil guaranteed.
Yeah. So 15. That's a lot of guaranteed for a guy that's like more backup than starter. You know. Now, what he brings to the locker room and just the general vibes and just like that's a guy who that
irreplaceable.
And he looks like a Raiders quarterback. We've talked about that on the show. Like he does feel like a guy who could be the starting quarterback of the Raiders, but
he embodies it.
The autumn wind flows through him.
Oh, for sure. And so does Jaeger.
Lots of that.
My gosh, that dude is like that dude stays strapped with that. Like
it's in his van. I'm sure he's got a ton of that in his van.
He seems like a guy that might be gosh, what's that disgusting like mint liquor as well?
Rumplemints, yeah.
I feel like he's a guy that like instead of just brushing his teeth, he's just chasing some Rumplemints in the morning.
I could see that. His toothpaste is actually just Captain Morgan.
Oh yeah, I don't want to drink anything called Rumplemints.
Dude.
Like I love mint. I love mint chocolate chip, but Rumplemints.
You've never had the Rumple, huh?
Never had a hankering for the Rumple.
You're probably doing okay on that one.
Yeah, Gardner. I was disappointed because last night in the pregame show, before Cowboys and Raiders kicked off, we got to talk with the radio voice of the Raiders, Jason Horowitz, and for whatever reason, he couldn't confirm whether or not Gardner Minshew was actually still living in his van. I figured that would be kind of like a early, like no-brainer. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I know that in the past, Gardner Minshew's definitely been like a van / like Winnebago kind of dude.
Yeah.
And so
he's a very of the earth looking individual.
No question. And I love it. I love his earthy spirit. and
that
just,
lip ferret is incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got the handle, he's got everything rocking. Yeah, I mean I love so much about him except for like his actual play,
right?
Except for the one out of every like 9 plays.
Like I love him, but if he was quarterbacking my team, no thank you.
It would just be heartbreaking. But like he's the type of guy you want to see in your locker room as you like lift your head up before the game. You're sitting at your locker, you're getting in the zone, and then you look up and you see across the clubhouse Gardner Minshew sitting there.
He's
he's kind of a
Austin Hedges.
Yeah,
that's what he is. Right?
Yes, he's
now, to his credit, though,
he's a foxhole guy.
I believe this was on the pregame show yesterday as I was listening right here locally on Dallas for the Dallas Cowboys. With
Such a
Eric
good
was on.
pregame show.
Great pregame show.
What
great
a
postgame show.
What a freaking pregame!
You know,
that
just
dude Eric you
two-
hosted,
just-
I think he might have something.
Brian brought us on those. Just
Something
excellent.
there.
Does both of them. The other two guys, take it or leave it. But I believe you're talking to the voice of the Raiders, and he did bring up a good point. Last year with the Colts, Gardner Minshew had them a 4th down drop away from probably making the playoffs.
It's true.
And that was after taking over for Anthony Richardson. Everyone's super excited about him. Blows his shoulder out. He can't play for most of that year. Gardner Minshew steps in and takes the Colts to a respectable, I believe they were 9-8 that they finished with. So is there anything with Gardner Minshew now taking over the Raiders with the new head coach, Antonio Pierce? Everyone seems to like him. There's some decent pieces across the roster. Anything with Minshew that you think could translate from last year to this year?
Dump what we just said there. I mean, is he actually not that bad?
No, here's
got to play devil's advocate.
Here's the
here.
difference. Here's the difference. He's in a Shane Steichen offense. Okay, and he's still a play away from getting to where you want your team to go, which is the playoffs.
Yeah.
So now you give him what, Luke Getsy? I mean, my dear God, that's not just striking confidence through anybody. I think like
that's who they hired.
You
Luke
probably Shane Steichen is seemingly squeezing all the juice out of whatever you can get out of Gardner Minshew, and it's still a play away from the postseason. And now you downgrade in an offensive play call. Right, I'm not wrong about that, right? It's Luke Getsy.
No, they did. I can't believe anybody after watching the Bears offense for the last 2 years would hire Luke Getsy as their offensive coordinator.
It's beyond me. It's the biggest. It's the biggest strike on the resume of Antonio Pierce early on here. There's so much to like about Antonio Pierce, but
there is.
He clearly,
and I'm excited about what he can do with the Raiders and changing the culture, much like what Dan Campbell did. But clearly, they don't have a quarterback that you'd think is going to be able to carry them to the postseason, even if he can get them in the hunt graphic.
Here's the thing, and there's so many similarities between Antonio Pierce and Man Campbell. I think a huge difference, though, and granted, we didn't probably know it at the time, but we certainly know it now. And I'm sorry, that's everything's dinging. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you're a popular man.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I think we've done it. But Man Campbell hires Ben Johnson, who is one of the brilliant offensive minds in the sport and is only not a head coach right now because he's chosen he doesn't want to be.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what Campbell's doing for his quarterback in Jared Goff. And unfortunately, Antonio Pierce, for whatever reason, is bringing in Luke Getsy. And sadly, that's not a guy who is on the sidelines helping you. Like a Ben Johnson is, or plenty of other offensive coordinators. But that's the one thing. So as you talk about Gardner Minshew last year having some respectable moments, I think absolutely, but that's probably the height of it. And now I don't think you're getting that same version of him in a Luke Getsy offense.
Yeah, my goodness. I mean, look, the Raiders, I do think will be competitive. That defense, I think, is going to be very, very good. I mean, Max Crosby, he's finally getting his due as being recognized.
He's
nationally.
incredible. Dude.
He really is.
I didn't realize how much of an Iron Man he was as well. Like, I don't think he's ever missed a game.
Man.
He's played like a ridiculous amount of snaps for the Raiders, and conveniently for them, they just brought in free agency and they spent a buttload of money to do it.
On your guy.
Christian Wilkins
from your team.
And
that's right.
Yeah, so he's a Dolphin, he's a Clemson Tiger, he's a guy that had just gotten better and better in his career, and now he's absolutely one of the best interior defensive linemen in the sport, active as heck, and an Iron Man himself. He's not a guy that misses much time at all, and he's a 3-down interior lineman. Like he will TFL you to death. And then he will also, and he's gotten so much better in his career, Christian Wilkins, at stop of the run, but he can get after the quarterback and everything. Like those two guys right there, that's menacing. That's ridiculous. Between Crosby and Wilkins together, that's gonna be pretty dirty. And I know I guess we're still waiting to see what Tyree Wilson is I don't know why we're talking about the Raiders as much as we are. I'm sorry.
I know. Look, they're over under win total at 6.5, and they're the big story right now because they did announce their starting quarterback. I think I'd go over on that win total. Like, I know we've kind of slammed Gardner Minshew a little bit here, but I mean, to Carter's point, the guy can play 500 level football. I think they can be at minimum a 7-win team. I think they're going to be competitive. I mentioned the in the hunt graphic. You've talked about that, like the Dolphins lived in that for many, many years. I think that's where the Raiders are. I don't think they're going to be a terrible football team. I think they can probably be 8-9, maybe even 9-8 if things fall their way. So I'd hit the over on the Raiders win total at 6.5. And that's crazy. Crowley telling us that there was a report that dropped this week that Dave Ziegler wanted to trade up for C.J. Stroud, but Josh McDaniels said, no, we're okay. I mean, that is Josh McDaniels clearly working with Bill Belichick. They don't really know how to draft and obtain talent there. I think Bill Belichick, when it came to being the GM there in New England, the drafts were never very good unless it was a defensive back. He knows how to scout the DBs, but my God, man, imagine if you had C.J. Stroud now and you were a Raiders fan.
And the one time that Bill Belichick moved up for a quarterback that I can think of was for Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And, hey, it was nice seeing him throw some touchdowns in the preseason for the Jaguars yesterday.
They moved up for Mac Jones?
I think they did. I could be wrong about that. I will double check that, but I want to say they traded up 1 or 2 spots, not a crazy amount, but I believe they moved up to get Mac Jones.
Well, we do know that the San Francisco 49ers in that same draft moved around 3 first-round picks to acquire Trey Lance.
They did.
You saw him firsthand last night,
did.
Well, Chuck. I mean, I guess it was a little bit better.
It was better.
Certainly better.
It was better. Yeah, I mean, certainly it was. I mean, Trey Lance looked more comfortable, but the issue is still just the accuracy. You just never quite know where the ball is going. It's behind, it's high. I mean, to me, the running ability and that's probably the best element in his game.
Oh, there's no question.
And he showcased that. I mean, he ends up having that 20-yard run, sets up Brandon Butter-Aubrey for that 66-yard field goal, which was absolutely incredible.
Dude, Next Gen said it was good from 70?
Crazy.
Yes.
Or at least 70, maybe 72 or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, the leg on that guy, holy crap.
It hit the back of the net. That is how far that went. I mean, it didn't just creep over the line to get to 66. It had so much power on it.
Yeah.
And that was after he missed a 65-yarder in the Cowboys' first preseason game. Mike McCarthy said, nope, I believe in you. I think you can do it. Goes out there, and I believe that is the longest preseason kick ever. It would have tied the NFL record if it counted. It does not. But I have to think no one else in the preseason has made a 66-yard field goal. Otherwise, we would know about it.
And why would that not count? I mean,
it's still an NFL game.
I understand there's differences if you have a huge touchdown pass in a preseason game, it's like, okay, well, that's not necessarily NFL quality, but kicking a field goal is kicking a field goal, is it not? Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess there was zero pressure for him to make that field goal because it's an innocuous sort of field goal. So maybe that's the difference.
I don't think the Raiders are playing at that point in the game. That was at the end of the first half. There aren't starters in. They're not rushing to block it like they might be in a regular season game.
I disagree. I think these are guys trying to make the team. Maybe somebody's trying to make the team as a guy who blocks field goals, And so he's trying his ass off.
The FGB.
But I think that's the field goal for 66. Yes, that's right, Carter.
Look, I mean, there's people out there that don't believe kickers are football players. We need to try.
Well, they're not.
We need to help these guys.
Yeah,
they're not
as much as we might be sitting in the same room with one of those people, as evidenced by our current.
I'd like to think I'm the president of that one. They're not football players.
You are the president.
They're unfortunately not football players.
They are one more roster spot than the rest of us.
They're to be respected as people and human beings. And hey, we love our neighbor as ourselves, but that is unfortunately where I draw the line. I cannot look you in the face and tell you that you're something you're not, kickers. You're not a football player. You're not a football player. I'll tell you what, Brandon Aubrey last night too made a little tackle. You see the tackle he made?
Some of
kind of a nice little disrespectful, like shake you off tackle too.
No doubt. And then I think I saw you. I can never remember his name, but Paul something was the kicker for the Cowboys, a punter back in 2010. Just drilled a dude on a punt return. Every once in a while, you get a badass. Pat McAfee, I think, might have had a tackle during his day.
Yeah,
there's some of these guys that will throw their shoulder in there and get their.
I shouldn't generalize to that extent that all kickers are not.
But then you get
players,
the Grammaticus.
Yes, yeah, guys.
That's they're kind of bringing it back down to the rest of it. All right, we'll continue to talk football. We got Major League Baseball. We'll be going through that throughout the entire show as well. But let's get back into these preseason storylines. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, that was gross. And I don't agree with this. when it comes to the Atlanta Falcons. That's next in the nation.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo cannot tell a lie. Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Good first.
Time to finish the week strong. It's Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo here on the BetQL Network.
Wow, right before the microphones turned on here in the studio, Wolchuk said the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul press conference going on right now.
Yes, presented by Netflix. They are they're talking to each other and jabbing at each other. I think Mike Tyson actually put his hands on Jake Paul during the face-off between the two.
Consensually, of course?
Yeah, I think so. And then Jake addressed Mike Tyson as an old-ass MFer, and I'm going to discipline you like a son.
Oh, Mike Tyson told him he was going to – Mike Tyson said that or Jake Paul said that?
Jake Paul, I believe, said that.
Said, I'm going to discipline you like a son?
Yeah, and Mike Tyson did not get drawn into the exchange. But they got, like, Ryan Clark, who is the person who's,
Steelers former safety?
In the middle of this thing.
ESPN's football,
yeah,
Ryan Clark?
Yeah, he's kind of carrying this presser right now for Netflix. So
what a talented dude. I'll tell you what. You never see the former player. I mean, borderline never see the former player, like, hosting the show in terms of like filling in for Greeny on the Get Up show.
Yeah.
That's always like just like a standard broadcaster guy. But now Ryan Clark is like, no, just because I'm a former athlete doesn't mean I can't also just host this show.
Yep.
And he's filling in for Greeny. I'm like, wow, okay, so it makes sense that he's doing this. So this is for Netflix. Obviously, they're promoting it, but is this early for something like this, or is this usually how it goes? Because they're fighting on Friday, November 15th here at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
So they typically do, a presser for these like a couple of months ahead of time just to get people excited about it.
See, this is going to blue ball us, though, because inevitably Mike Tyson's going to have another, ulcer. And then
this is the second presser they've had.
This honestly might end up being the only verses we get with these guys, just verbal sparring, and that's fine, though I do want to see the fight. I still think Mike Tyson, if he's in that ring, he is going to be a guy that, despite the ulcer he's had recently that postponed this fight, I still feel like if he's in that ring, there's no way he's losing to Jake Paul. But
power's different.
I just might just be, maybe I'm crazy. But that's cool. All right, let's monitor that because I would love to read some more quotes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get as much as I can from this. But Ryan Clark is a badass. I mean, the Pivot podcast is awesome. And then he hosts the show with Daniel Cormier, DC and RC. So unlike Stephen A. Smith, he is a guy that I believe can talk some fighting.
Okay, very good. Well, let's go ahead and jump into some football conversation. It's actually been a pretty fun weekend of preseason football action. It really has. And we saw some big name dudes get out there and do their thing. We can start with the good, and then of course we'll get to the Russell Wilson, right?
The Russell Wilson, yeah.
But I mean, Caleb Williams went out there. Caleb Williams went out there and spun it.
Showed some stuff.
Playing some Madden out there versus the third stringers.
Yes.
He's like, watch what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna worry about playing on time. I'm just gonna get the ball. I'm gonna bounce around, and then I'm gonna just start running in circles.
And
you guys are gonna get dizzy, and then I will have like my hips to the left and my shoulders to the right, and my elbow will be upside down, and I will underhand throw this ball like 90 yards to Roma Dunze.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, bro, you're really pulling out all the stops here.
No doubt. And if you're an OC and you want a quarterback that is going to play on time for you in rhythm offense, Caleb Williams is that guy. Like, there's a reason he held the ball longer, I think, than any college quarterback in the history of college football. That's what he does. He is going to run around. He'll sometimes go sideline to sideline. He's going to hold the football. Sometimes he'll take off and run, and then he'll make a wizardry-like pass. And we also saw Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes-like preseason things, which was absolutely insane. The behind-the-back to Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
That felt like, hey, Caleb Williams, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Kind of situation.
You're not taking my throne.
Because Caleb Williams was lighting up the internet as he got going early in the afternoon. And then, yes, it was Mahomes afterwards going, converting a third down play, throwing the ball behind his back to Travis Kelce. And apparently it was not scripted at all. It wasn't even the plan. It was improvisation.
Wow.
It was that's what he says. That's what Mahomes was saying after the game.
You telling me they didn't practice a behind-the-back pass?
Well, he's definitely done it in practice, but it wasn't like, all right, behind the back pass on 3.
This wasn't
behind
the
the
play
back,
call.
ready, break. I don't think it was one of those, but that's just sort of the greatness of Pat Mahomes and his ability to just in the moment have the natural awareness and athleticism to pull something off like that unplanned, and just the chemistry between him and Travis Kelce. But yeah, that was sick, dude. I mean, we've seen it in practice, and he's done the no look thing. I mean, is that more impressive? Honestly, I don't even think that's more impressive than the no look stuff that he does, where he's looking one way and then ripping one, like, and Stafford's done it, and a couple of these other guys have worked it in. But where you're looking one way and you're ripping the ball the other direction, like down the field. This behind the back pass was like a 3 foot or a 3 yard kind of shovel, but still cool.
That probably is more challenging.
Still awesome.
But it was badass.
It was super awesome, dude.
I don't know. If you're throwing the ball forward, even if you're not looking, you're still getting the full brunt of your arm strength on that. I think behind the back, like, you have no idea where that ball's going to go. Unless, I guess, you're Patrick Mahomes, and then of course it's going to go in the right spot.
He's just a freak,
because that's just how he's been over his 7 years starting the NFL. So I might take the behind the back pass, even though it's a shorter distance. Like, you can't get all your strength on that. At least I don't think you can.
There's probably not a lot of quarterbacks that can do that as consistently as he can. Maybe not anybody else,
All right,
other than
he's
Caleb
an
Williams,
alien.
of course.
We started with the good, but now it's time to get to the Daniel Jones.
Dude, Daniel Jones is in midseason form, boys.
That interception he threw, which was his second of the day, that was a house call because he was throwing it from his own end zone. I mean, just blindly. Seriously, if you didn't know, you'd be like, that quarterback definitely has vision issues if he's not completely blind. It was what are you
He's
doing?
the first ever blind quarterback starting in the league.
That play right there was the type of play that you imagine, like they just pulled someone, like a fan, out of the crowd, inebriated, and has never thrown a football in their life, and that's what they do. And it's like, yeah, that's what I expect from you. Daniel Jones starts the game 2 of 6 for 18 yards. He had 2 interceptions and a passer rating of 2.8. One of those was a house call, and again, it was one of the more disgusting plays you could ever imagine from a professional. And it all happened within the first few minutes of the game. You're like, what is? And to his credit, he kind of like bounced back, and he did a couple of things. He threw the ball down the field a little bit, and that was like, okay, kudos to you for at least bouncing back here, because that was like all-time low level start to the game for Daniel Jones. But Malik Neighbors, huh?
Malik Neighbors.
That guy
is,
as Nick Saban said, an effing problem.
Yeah, he is.
He's proving to be
this
that.
is going to be, we're going to look back, I believe, at this draft. And when it was happening, we were talking about it. But this is going to be like, we had Julio Jones, A.J. Green. Like, that was a great receiving class. Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors. I believe Roma Dunze is going to be sensational as well with the Chicago Bears.
I'm with you.
There was a lot of guys taken even later in that class that I liked a lot. J Mac, the Washington receiver, along with
He is going to be a
went to
steal
the
for
Bucks.
Tampa Bay.
I mean, he was one of my favorite receivers that I watched. He can play inside, outside, runs all the routes. I mean, we're going to look back at this year's receiving draft and be like, holy smokes, this could be an all-time great class.
Yeah, and that's just what we're seeing, the nature of the beast in football right now. It's like these wide receivers they're coming out in full force.
Yeah.
And it's not only just like a lot of good wide receivers, it's unbelievably great ones at the top of these drafts, and then it's super deep where you're getting solid to good wide receiver play early from mid-round picks. I mean, that position right now is just an absolute wealth. So yeah, a lot of good moments from some young receivers. And the Steelers, let's address it, man. The Steelers, Russell Wilson doesn't look good. Justin Fields, unless he's running the ball, doesn't look good. So who starts? It's obviously Russell Wilson. They brought him in, and like, hey, Justin Fields, you kind of had a chance in a quarterback competition if you could actually show something, and Russell Wilson gave you that opportunity. But Ty's going to go to the veteran dude who, paired with Mike Tomlin, can go find a way to win 8 or 9 games, potentially. With Justin Fields, it's just, hey, you haven't taken the job, even though Russell Wilson's tried to give it to you.
Yeah.
You just haven't taken it. So who starts? I think it's Russell Wilson. I think it's a no-brainer.
It's everything we saw in Chicago with Justin Fields. Just, I feel like almost even more magnified. Like, he didn't have any competition in Chicago. He was the starter, no matter how bad he played while he was there. Now that he has someone playing awful in front of him and he's still out there stinking it up, did y'all see it was back-to-back plays? The second one, he had an incredible running completion to a receiver on the sideline. The first one had a wide open receiver walking down the middle of the field into the end zone. He threw the ball 3 feet over the receiver's hands.
It was a good old-fashioned airmail.
If the receiver was 10 foot tall, he would have walked into the end zone. But unfortunately, he was probably only 6'4". And this, like Eric's saying, Justin Fields is having every opportunity to showcase why he should be the starter, why he was a top 10 pick, why he should be a future for a team. And it just goes back into that particular class of quarterbacks where it seems like the NFL was really, really wrong on all those players.
Yeah, it's sad because I don't believe Russell Wilson is a starter in the league anymore. I mean, he went 3 and out his first 2 possessions. They punted on all 4 of his possessions, and then Fields moved the ball a little bit, but it's just the turnovers are a massive problem with him as well. So, I mean, you tried. I mean, you're throwing darts trying to find 2 quarterbacks, and Mike Tomlin does find a way to get 9 wins every time, no matter who's playing in the position. But, gosh, if I'm a Steelers fan and I was watching that, I'm barfing.
They're like, man, somebody bring me Duck Hodges.
Yeah, please, Duck. What are you doing? Can we call you up?
Would they? No, I can't even say that. I'm going to say they don't have Kenny Pickett anymore, though, because as we saw earlier in the week, that my guy can't throw a ball more than 5 yards.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett is an absolute disaster. My goodness, that is just so bad.
It's very humbling.
It's so funny to watch.
Just watching preseason football, and you're like, man, the quarterback play is just it really showcases the top like 12 of these quarterbacks. Like, I know we'll fight about our rankings and we'll crap on Dak Prescott here in Dallas because he can't win in the playoffs, but still, like, there's so very few guys that week in and week out are even good starting caliber quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
The drop off is just immense when you're watching these guys go out there in the preseason.
So what are the Falcons doing? I've actually asked that question to myself all off season long.
It's once a day, it seems like.
Yet to come up with a just solid answer. The Falcons have announced that their rookie quarterback, Michael Penix Jr., will not be playing, didn't play in this preseason week 2 situation, and not going to be playing next week either. So he will have played just slightly more than 1 quarter of football and had 16 pass attempts for his rookie preseason. And then he's, I guess, just going to go sit on the bench behind Kirk Cousins and not play at all. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't try and get Michael Penix Jr. as much reps as possible before you're going to sit him down, and he's not going to get to see the field that much, barring some type of Kirk Cousins foul play or injury. What are they doing?
I don't know. And Raheem Morris told the website we saw enough last week in the live stuff, and now we had the chance to mitigate him. And in practice, we give him a bunch of live stuff in practice that you do everything that you would do in a game other than get hit. But it's practice. It's not a game. So for me, like, okay, what did you say yesterday our co-host Brian Broaddus said about this?
So Broaddus is a Super Bowl champion scout for the Green Bay Packers, Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles, Jacksonville Jaguars. He's been around the NFL for a long time. And when I asked him what the hell the Falcons were doing, the only thing that he could even suggest as what they might be thinking is they don't want Michael Penix out there in the preseason lighting it up, and then Kirk Cousins struggling to start the season, and everybody's calling for his head within the first month of the season, and they're like, get Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. dominated preseason. That's our rookie. That's our future. Just play him now. He dominated preseason. I don't know. That's just a Broaddus, like, trying to come up with a conclusion. To me, that would just be another example of what, like, the Falcons not having a clue what they're doing. And it's from start to finish in this offseason. And we'll get to more about what the Falcons did trading for Judon and stuff later on in the program. But, like, just this isolated decision here of not playing Michael Penix Jr., nobody really understands it. And I mean, I didn't realize that we were just like, that we cared so much. I thought this was I thought this was business. I thought this was a cold business here in the NFL. No love loss kind of deal where, hey, one guy's better, whatever, we play him, but you paid Kirk Cousins, and so you don't want to prove yourself wrong in that decision, at least not in the first 5 seconds of the era being underway, I guess. I don't know. It's just not playing Michael Penix Jr. seems foolish to me.
It makes no sense. And that's a team that I do think has a good roster that is easily probably the best roster in that division. They've got an offensive line that's underrated. They've got good skill players. They were a top 10 defense last year. They've added to that with Judon and Justin Simmons. Play the best damn quarterback. And we saw the Seahawks do this several years ago. They pay Matt Flynn. They draft Russell Wilson. And this was even a crazier deal because Russell Wilson was, a third, fourth round pick? And they're like, look, this guy's better. So screw it. We paid Matt Flynn. We're starting the rookie. And it worked out. If Penix is better, who cares that you paid Kirk Cousins? You pay Michael Penix Jr. That is cowardly if that's what the Atlanta Falcons are doing.
Arthur Blank, the one who's forking up all that money to Kirk, probably feels a little bit differently, but I'm with you. Ultimately, I'm with you 100% on that, Wolchuk. We'll get back to more football, but let's take a look at this MLB card for the day, and we'll put some money in your pockets next here in the nation.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. time to make betting great again on Bet Nation on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Bet Nation live from Dallas. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafal. We'll get back into the football conversation. Don't you worry. At the top of the hour, but we do need to talk a little bit of Major League Baseball. And one of the bets that I put in today did cash in is Sonny Gray over 5.5 Ks. He finishes with 6 strikeouts in that game for the Cardinals against the Dodgers. But it's 2-1, bottom of the ninth. Dodgers currently with the lead, and Michael Kopech on the bump pitching for them. So we'll see if the Dodgers are able to get that victory. And then right now, of course, we are located in Dallas, which is the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, which you can say for a few more months. And they're playing the Twins, and they're looking to avoid getting swept for the first time at home all season long in a 4-game series. They're down 4-2 right now to Minnesota in the bottom of the 7th. I mean, it's probably good to just kind of bet against the Rangers. Maybe that's just like frustrated betting if you're a Ranger fan right now, because they've just really fallen apart. But the Rangers did get good news on the Jacob deGrom front. He's set to begin a rehab assignment at Double-A Frisco, so should see Jacob deGrom here within the next few weeks.
And I think that's good. I mean, what is your take on this? Because the Rangers are pretty much going nowhere. We're not expecting even a chance to defend their World Series title. So in most situations, you would think, yeah, you don't need to. If a guy's hurt, maybe don't play him at the end of the year, just let him wait till next year. But deGrom has made all of 6 starts since he signed his ginormous 5-year deal with the Rangers a couple off seasons ago. So as a Rangers fan, I'm okay with him coming back and just getting a little major league action. Like, he needs to see the big leagues again. What do you guys think?
I'm with you, and everybody that I've talked to that's super plugged in with the team and are smarter baseball minds than I am say that there is tremendous value in him coming back, and at least even if he's just going 3 innings at a time, he's not really going for quality starts and trying to get 5-6 innings. He's not going super deep in the game, but just to knock some rust off so that heading into next year, that's not a talking point. You've seen a little bit of Jacob deGrom. The arm's good. And then hopefully he's back to Cy Young caliber form and can give you the majority of the season next year. I mean, with deGrom, it's kind of one of those things where the injury risk is always there.
Yep.
And you're right about the contract. I didn't pay the guy if he's healthy to not pitch. So go out there, and if you want to limit his innings and you want to monitor the pitch count, totally cool.
Yeah.
But at least give us a little something.
Yeah, I'm fully in agreement with that. I would like to, you have complete control over however you want to deploy him. So, hey, if you just want that first game, it's just the first inning. I don't even care. If you want him to go 3 innings and then, hey, you're going to go 10 days rest before we play you again, that's fine. I just think I think it's good I think it would be good for him. I'm sure Jacob deGrom wants to get out there. He's probably scratching and clawing like he wants to feel that again. And then he can get that a little bit of that taste, so he's not waiting all off season once again trying to put himself back in those scenarios. I think it would be nice to just sort of knock off whatever type of rust or nervous energy or whatever, and just to give him that confidence, hey, I can still go out there and I can be me, I can do me. And that's fully what I expect from him. Obviously, there's going to be some ups and downs early on coming back from this, but I think he's a guy who's proven already that he can overcome this particular surgery. So I think that ultimately you'll still get probably 2 more years of Jacob deGrom being the type of ace that you thought you had when you bought him.
And even if you get him at 75% of what he once was, you're still talking, if not the best pitcher in baseball, you're talking a top 15, maybe top 20,
right.
But bring it down a little bit, but still talking a great pitcher that's going to help any pitching staff.
My gosh, the Chicago White Sox breaking a record for the earliest to be eliminated from contention for the playoffs.
It's special, man. This is a special season we're witnessing.
In the wild card or divisional era, they're on pace to lose 123 games, are the Chicago White Sox. That is absolutely crazy. And they lose again to the Houston Astros, and the Astros, again, they're coming back into form. They're 4 games up of the Mariners in the West, and they're 67-56. They're going to have Verlander back. The top 3 in that rotation, pretty good. Verlander, Yusei Kikuchi, Framber Valdez, all of a sudden, can they do it? Can they keep their ALCS streak alive? Houston is going to be a threat again. The first 2 months of the season, we're thinking, man, is it over? Nope, they're going to be back ALS champs. Guardians trying to hold off the Twins and the Royals in the Central right now. Guardians up 1.5 games on the Twins, 3.5 on the Royals. And the Yankees just a half game up on the O's. I know BetMGM, we got our World Series winning odds, and the American League winning odds have been posted up as well. But Dodgers right now still the favorites at plus 325, followed by the Phillies at plus 500, the Yankees at plus 550. I've been holding strong the O's all year. I really wish they had been more aggressive to add another starting pitcher at the deadline, which they didn't really do. But plus 700, I still like Baltimore. And honestly, Cleveland's probably not getting enough love at plus 1,600.
I agree with you. They, for most of the season, have had one of, if not the best record in the American League. And it's not a sexy market, and they don't have superstars that are nationally known. They do have a superstar in Jose Ramirez, who is on a Hall of Fame track. Like, whether you know him or not, you're going to know him someday. His numbers are comparable to just about any other great third baseman in the game now and over the last, 20 years. Like, this century of baseball, Jose Ramirez has been excellent. And nobody knows who he is because he's been in Cleveland. And they have not made the World Series since he's become a superstar.
Right.
They haven't even played in a championship series, I think. So that hurts him when you play in those smaller markets. People aren't going to know you. But, I mean, it's a lofty comparison. But isn't this kind of like Tony Gwynn in San Diego, where, like, he doesn't get all the love, but you look at the stats at the end of the career and you're like, this dude was just as good as anybody else going on. So I'm with you, old Chuck. I remember looking at the standings and seeing Cleveland's, record, and I'm like, why aren't we talking about this?
Yeah, like
and I
all
was like,
year,
it's Cleveland.
I wondered, are we going to see them drop off? They've just been consistent as hell, and I think they're going to be a team that matches up pretty well against everybody. The Yankees are just a team I don't count. I can't rely on. I've been on that train the entire season, and they dipped. I'm not betting on the Yankees. The Dodgers are fun, especially if Ohtani pitches in the playoffs. Like, that would be an amazing storyline. And shout out to Shohei Ohtani, who has now homered off his 30th Major League Baseball team. Pretty incredible what he's done. He's got 30 home runs as he is now just homered against the Cardinals. That gives him at least one home run against every team in Major League Baseball.
Wow, look at that.
That's incredible. He did that in what, 8 seasons? Is it like something like 2018, I believe, was his first season.
Yeah.
So
he's only the 19th active player to complete the home run circuit, according to MLB.com. I honestly, the fact that there's 19, that's surprising.
I don't think I would
that
have.
Many.
If you gave me over under a 10, I think I would have taken the under. I wouldn't have thought there'd be that many.
This is kind of the equivalent of the quarterbacks who have beaten all 32 teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
And with quarterbacks changing teams more and more often, you're starting to see that. I mean,
and then you got the opposite. We got Derek Carr going for losing to every team in the NFL.
That's Carolina, right? Is that his last team?
It's Carolina, and there was one more. Man, I want to say it was an AFC opponent.
They play him this year.
Yeah, he's got the chance, I think.
Yeah, this year he's got the chance to. He's got 2 more. Of course, Carolina in the division. He's going to play them twice, and then I'd have to. Gosh dang it! I had the story a couple weeks ago.
I'll look it up.
The Infinity Stones, he can secure all of them. As it pertains to losing to every single team in the NFL. What an awesome honor, man.
Unbelievable.
It takes a lot of courage to be a guy to stand up and say, I'll be that guy.
Okay, can we talk about the
Raiders?
The Raiders.
That which makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense, right? The team in which he played for. And hey, Derek Carr, Gardner Minshew, that's a pretty big head-to-head matchup right there.
Oh my gosh, that is. I hope that's
Sunday Night Football.
Must-watch TV.
All the hype that week. I can't wait.
I hope it's a Thursday night game.
That game deserves
very fitting for Thursday night football.
Poor Al.
Here you go, Al. Al and
Yes,
Kirk.
it would be.
Have fun. Kirk's going to try his heart out, too. He's going to go, study that game so hard, just know everything. And Al's like, oh, I guess there's a flag there.
Oh, there's a flag.
There's a touchdown.
Crowley,
game-winning moment.
I want to bring you in on this. I know we talked about this on the G-Bag Nation on Friday, our show 2 to 7. You can hear on the Odyssey app and on 105.3 The Fan that we host during the weekdays in Dallas. But I do want to talk about this Hawk Tua throwing out the first pitch with the Mets. And
look at the smile. Look at that. Just that ass-eating grin.
I know
on
you've got
face.
thoughts. And what was the name of the host?
Sal Licata, my Italian brother.
Sal goes off on this, and he's throwing Grimace under the bus. And I don't know if Sal, he's probably slept since then. But if you remembered, the Grimace throwing out the first pitch actually resulted in a pretty lengthy winning streak for the Mets. That ended up being pretty good for them. For me, I'm like, Sal, shut up. There's 81 home games a year. I don't care if you have the Hawk Tua girl come out and throw out the first pitch. Do you know who's throwing out the first pitch across Major League Baseball every single night? No. Who cares? They do giveaways. They do bobblehead nights. They do all kinds of things to try and bring people into the stadium. This is no different to that. But the one caveat I will give you, you made a good point here, Crowley. Apparently it was camp night, so the kiddos were there. That kind of adds a little bit of weirdness. If you wanted to have Hawk Tua go out there and throw out the first pitch, I don't care. It does not bother me.
That should be adults only night, though.
Yeah,
this
but
can't be kids camp out freaking Girl Scout cookie night, okay?
They could have adjusted that scheduling a little bit better, Crowley.
Yeah, guys. So a few thoughts on this. First of all, shout out to Sal Licata. I think he's extremely talented. Of course, he's a midday host on our New York station WFAN. But a lot of Met fans don't love him because 2 years ago, when the Mets had a great start to the 2022 season, he went on the air and was mocking the Atlanta Braves, saying the NL East is over, and that didn't really work out great for the Mets that year. So a lot of Met fans don't love him.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. But in response to Hawk Tua girl, when Steve Cohen bought the team, one of the big goals for the Mets was just to be a laughing stock simply. With the Yankees in town who've just won so much, it's kind of a big brother, little brother syndrome. And I think overall Steve Cohen has done a good job. And I do think he is a great owner that will eventually help get the Mets back to the promised land. But it's things like this. On camp day, it wasn't a night game, it was a day game. So the stadium was filled with camp kids, and that's who you have thrown out the first pitch. And I'm sure there are a lot of kids in the stands that day that were asking their parents, Mom, who is this? What does Hawk Tua mean? And I'm sure that wasn't a pleasant experience for them to explain it. But I think that was the issue. The fact that the Mets are really trying to just stop being the laughing stock. Same thing goes for the football team in town, the Jets, and unfortunately, they couldn't do that.
Classic battle of incompetence between the Mets and the Jets. Incredible, dude.
You gotta love it.
Thanks for that.
Thank you for the context there, Crowley. All right, let's dip back into the NFL waters. We've got news of the week, and let's do some over-under win totals, shall we? That's next. Bet Nation rolls on live from Dallas.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo cannot tell a lie. Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. It's Sunday. Time to head deep in the heart of Texas and wrap the week up the right way.
Feels like you're working with house money right now. You got off to a good Sunday start. You're looking great. You're feeling great.
With Eric Chiafalo.
Serbia is responsible for just 0.1% of the world's population. But they did produce two of the world's most dominant athletes. And they're both the Joker.
And Zach Walchuk.
I would never, ever take the Sixers.
No.
People that are putting your money on the Sixers, you are just wasting it.
This is Bet Nation on the BetQL Network.
What are we doing calling them Jimmys? That's a person. That's not a sprinkle.
Yeah, like why does Jimmy get to have all the sprinkles?
What about Susan?
Like Jimmy doesn't get to bogart the sprinkles.
Call them Susans.
Sponsored by BetMGM.
The question we ask ourselves every day, the Jimmys and the Joes, and why aren't we calling sprinkles Susans if we're calling them Jimmys?
It is hour number 2, Bet Nation, live from Dallas. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo. We got Carter Freeman producing here locally in studio. Crawley, Zach Krull is producing, of course, from mom and dad's house, but his own bedroom. And we got all of our BetQL family that is listening wherever you might be, whether it is on the app, whether it is, hey, you're cruising around and we're broadcasting to you in Arizona or wherever states you are. You know, I mean, Twitch, YouTube, we're on all the streaming sites.
We're here for you, man.
This is what it's all about on a Sunday, and it is football season, and that gets me very, very excited. And if you've missed any football news, don't you worry. We've got you covered. We opened the show talking about the Raiders naming Gardner Minshew their starting quarterback over Aiden O'Connell. Okay, that's fantastic. Neither looked good last night in week 2 of the preseason against the Cowboys, but Gardner Minshew has proven to be a capable starting quarterback in the National Football League that can keep you around 500 or so. So I get it. Antonio Pierce is probably thinking we're going to win games on defense. I'm a defensive guy. I've got a good defense. My line's looking really good. Maybe he's able to hit Devontae Adams for a couple of plays a game. Maybe we can be okay there. Still don't think the Raiders are a playoff team, but I mentioned earlier in the show, 6.5, their over-under win total. I'd hit the over on the 80s this year. So there's the big news when it comes to the quarterback situation. The other news we got, former Dallas Cowboy, former Carolina Panther, former New England Patriot, 5-time Pro Bowl cornerback and NFL Defensive Player of the Year, Stephon Gilmore. He is signing a 1-year deal worth up to $10 million, including $7 million guaranteed with the Minnesota Vikings.
Wow.
So the Vikings need cornerback help in a bad way. They just ended up doing a corner swap with.
They just got
Nahshon Wright from the Cowboys.
What more do they need?
They did for Booth Jr. And Booth didn't actually look too bad. He gave up one big pass last night for the Cowboys, then bounced back nicely, led the team in tackles. And that was a knock on him. He wasn't a guy that wanted to tackle, but he was throwing his body around there. But look, Gilly's a guy to me, certainly aging, not as fast as he used to be, but a cerebral, super intelligent player that stepped up big for the Cowboys in various moments. But how much does he have left in the tank? I don't know. But if you're a team right now that needs a corner, you could do a lot worse than Stephon Gilmore, who is an incredible locker room guy. He's going to help all the young corners there in Minnesota develop, learn the game. So, hey, congratulations to Gilly. I'm glad that he's found a home.
Yeah, me too. I knew it was only a matter of time. He's absolutely still good enough and at a premium position where a team was going to want him. I thought it would be a team that was more ready-made to win. Like the Vikings are certainly not that. So it's funny that they're doing this. Obviously, they're still going to be trying to win. They will fool themselves into thinking that Sam Darnold can do more than just throw pick sixes. But, you know, the proof is in the pudding when it comes to that. So I wish for Stephon Gilmore it was a different team, you know, because he's a guy that deserves to do some winning.
Surprised he didn't sign with the Falcons because they seem to want to sign all these old defensive players.
Hey, we will get to that, Carter. We have more bones to pick with the Falcons.
It's a full skeleton.
The Falcons.
Full
Those
256.
Those guys.
Oh, the Falcons. We did also have the overturned suspension for Arden Key of the Tennessee Titans. And I guess the Titans believed that this would get overturned. He was given a 6-game ban for violating the NFL PED policy, and that was overturned. He's not going to be suspended. He won the appeal. So that's good news for the Titans. I mean, Arden Key's a guy that had 6 sacks last year. Seems like he is getting better, kind of rounding into form after he struggled in the first couple of years in the National Football League. Signed a 3-year deal with the Titans last offseason. Good news for them, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Depends on what you think about Will Levis. and DeAndre Hopkins did get hurt. But, I mean, they're a team that's got weapons, and they've got, Tony Pollard along with Tajay Spears at running back. The offensive line, I think, still a little bit of a question mark there. And the defense, I mean, under Mike Vrabel, it seemed like they were always stingy and competitive. Now that he's gone, how different does that look? But, I mean, really, I guess the big question mark is Will Levis. Is he able to step up? Because he does have pieces around him to be able to perform if he's got the ability to do so.
They went out and spent a ton of money on Calvin Ridley.
They
when
did.
Nobody thought they would. So he's going to have a bona fide number one receiver. Now, is he a, top 10 number one receiver of all the number one receivers
Probably
out there?
not a top 10 guy,
no.
no.
Doubtful.
There's so many good receivers, I don't think he's in the top 10.
But they needed something for him because, with Hopkins getting older and now hurt, it was looking pretty dire. Maybe Nick Ikine Westbrook, is the guy that's floated around with the Titans for a long time. That's not gonna move the needle. So
that guy must have gone to OU.
He did not. No, no. We're talking. If we're talking hyphenated names at OU, we're going LV Bunkley Shelton. Is the name I would pull out for you.
LV
Not
Bunkley
a household name.
Going
folks.
for football guy of the day today.
You are
trying.
Digging deep into that bag of useless information, and I'm proud of you for what you're pulling out.
Hands all the way down at the bottom.
I think you got a shot there. At football guy of the day, my dude.
Yeah, I do feel bad for JJ McCarthy though.
That's
let's
a big
pour
one.
one out for him.
That
That definitely just sucks. Definitely sucks. But who knows? Maybe he will just learn so much from being at a distance, but also right in the mix of the quarterback meetings. I don't know. It's just a bummer. That sucks.
It's sit and learn.
It went from, he might be out a couple weeks to, he's out the entire season.
Yeah.
It's just
that
bad to
meniscus. I
worse.
mean, is it slightly torn or is it fully torn? Because we're talking about completely different stories. That thing was fully torn. And that's just, you feel bad for a guy like that. But now, I mean, it completely cements the Vikings as the dead balls last team in that division. And then, I mean, the NFC North becomes more and more exciting by the second with some of these Caleb Williams highlights. You're like, man, like Detroit is the team you're most confident in, like, they're good. The Packers, the jury's still out to some extent because the sample size is small, but I still lean that's a good football team. And then the Bears, obviously, huge question mark. They could be soaring into the playoffs, or this could be kind of a struggle bus kind of season based on their head coach and the fact that you are still dealing with a rookie quarterback situation. And that's just a franchise that doesn't feel like it can have nice things very often. So,
especially a quarterback, but Caleb Williams looks good.
I mean, that's a heck of a three-headed monster there in that division.
It is. All three could be playoff teams. I mean, I think Lions and Packers are locks for me. I mean, I've talked about, I think the Packers can win the NFC this year, make it to the Super Bowl. I'm a big believer in Jordan Love. I think they're the real deal. And we'll see what happens at right tackle. That's the scary thing for me with Andre Dillard over there, because I don't think that dude can play. But I'm with you. Like, I'd probably still lean Lions in that division to win it if I had to bet. But I think it's going to be Lions-Packers for the division winner. They're going to be neck and neck all year long. And then it'll be, I think those two are locks to make the playoffs for me. But the Bears, like, can the Bears sneak in and get that 6th or 7th wild card spot? That'd be really, really fun.
Oh, that'd be incredible. I mean, my goodness, Bears fans would be going absolutely nuts. Did you see, by the way, speaking of the Bears, did you see the way Simone Biles decided to show up to Soldier Field to support her husband?
No.
She was, and this might just be complete oversight on her part, not realizing just how much these things matter to football fans.
Oh, no.
But remember, her husband, whose name I'm so sorry, I'm
Jonathan
forgetting.
Owens.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Olympics guy of the day.
Football guy of the day, too.
He used to play for the Packers. Now he plays for the Bears. Well, she has a Jonathan Owens jacket that represents him everywhere, but it's a Packers jacket.
Oh, no.
And she's walking through the Bears tunnel and onto the field pregame to be there watching and supporting her husband. And she is supporting him with the jacket, but unfortunately she's also supporting the Green Bay Packers.
Can't be doing
at
that.
Soldier Field. I understand why Packers fans started throwing stuff at her. Like, I do.
They really did.
They were throwing all sorts of chili dogs at her. Man. She got punished. But again, I think that's just lesson learned for her. Hopefully she never makes that mistake again.
Yeah, she's probably thinking, like, I'm just putting on the jacket for my husband here. And
it's fair to say this was
a
jacket on situation.
Yeah.
But
Not
the
that many of
jacket
those.
you
can't
chose.
do a Packers jacket.
She was better off going jacket off with the jacket that she chose.
Yeah.
But
or just wear, like, an Olympic outfit.
How hard is it for her to just get a Bears one? You're
Be
Simone
aware,
Biles.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
I
you
feel
get
like she
for-
should be able to like snap her fingers and one just appears.
That's what you get for marrying a journeyman. You know, you got to keep track of the teams.
Yeah, that's true. She
Yeah,
probably
it's gonna take
thought,
some
honestly,
time.
she was like, wait, he's a bear?
I didn't realize he changed teams.
I
We're not
did
in
not either
Wisconsin?
when you started the story because I thought this was going to be a Packers story because I knew he played there at some point.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, dude. And now every Bears fan in the universe knows that he played there at some point.
Goodness
I mean,
gracious.
this is just like he's skipping work. Okay. He's losing respect in the locker room to go support you in Paris. Okay. He's leaving the trenches with his guys, the druthers of training camp, and he's going to support his wife. And the way she repays him is by throwing on Packers gear and making him look even more full. He's a laughingstock in that locker room. He's a laughingstock in that city right now.
People are laughing and pointing at him where he goes. It's so terrible. Gosh,
And
Simone.
It's her fault. But she's a great American.
She
and
is.
we'll never forget that.
One of the greatest Olympians ever in the history of the Olympics in America for all time.
And in just the world.
No doubt.
And the galaxy.
Okay, so
Of the Guardians?
I guess we are.
You want to fight about the Falcons or what?
Yeah, let's do a little Falcons
please.
fight.
There's a lot to fight
Let's
about
freaking
here.
fight,
The-
okay?
the
amazing.
Patriots
'Cause
traded.
You're a schmuck here with this take, dude.
The-
Gosh, this is a bad take by you.
The Patriots traded edge rusher Matthew Judon to the Falcons. in
Yeah, they
exchange
did.
for a third-round pick.
Woo! They get a third-round pick. That is great value to get Matthew Judon, in my opinion. I'd have given up a third for him.
You would have given up a third for
Hell
him?
yeah. But I'm not paying him a new contract.
Okay.
He's 32 years old.
And off a pectoral injury that had him missing, I believe, 12 or 13 games. last
Still
year.
looks very,
4
very
games
good. Week
last
1
year.
still looks fine to me. Looks gonna be great.
Yeah.
Double-digit sack guy.
I trust your scout's eye. And listen, Matthew Judon's a good player.
But
And-
whoever gives him a fat contract, that's a problem. You don't pay the 32-year-old dude. Like
Okay, so you give up a third-round pick for a rental for a team that we don't even know is going to win the worst division in the sport.
that. Oh, they're winning the worst division in the sport.
Okay, Wolchuk's confident that they're doing that. Now, I'm more confident that if they're winning that division, they're also losing that first playoff game opportunity. Home, doesn't matter. They could be playing against air. They could be playing against anybody.
Well, if it's
Okay,
Kirk Cousins, you're right. It was Michael Penix Jr.
so
Maybe.
so you're
Maybe.
so you're spending a third-round pick for a rental on a guy off an injury for
Well,
a
they'll
team that
probably
will
pay
not
him.
even win a playoff game.
Well, we don't know
That is
that.
a team with no self-awareness. Yes, we do know that, Wolchuk.
I don't know that.
We
If
know
Michael
the
Penix-
Falcons.
If Michael Penix Jr. is starting in the playoffs, I can't say that for sure.
They're not even letting him start in the
Because
preseason.
he's so damn good. They don't want to embarrass Kirk.
Unfortunately,
Saving
that's
him
the,
for the playoffs,
that's the
clearly.
only.
They're
I
saving
mean,
him.
There's nothing but bad answers to that stupid question. That
They shouldn't have paid Kirk Cousins is really the one that we
okay.
agree with here. You shouldn't have paid Kirk. But this is a team that was top 10 in offense and defense last year. They were a quarterback away from making the postseason, something they don't do a whole lot of. The roster is built to win now.
They're still a quarterback away.
I don't.
Wolchuk.
Michael Penix Jr. I think is a good player. I think that is their answer.
Okay, well,
But they're not going to
but
that
ag-
answer right
but
now.
But
again,
Kirk Cousins
yes.
still.
So-
They're a playoff team with Kirk Cousins. They would have been a playoff team last year with Kirk Cousins.
Okay, so even just besides that though, like it makes no sense that they're conducting themselves as a win now team, throwing a bunch of money at Kirk Cousins and trading for a rental, punting on a third-round pick.
Well, they're
for
probably
an
going to pay
edge
him.
rusher. They're paying, okay, fine, which is something that you would be against
I wouldn't
doing.
do
So
that,
again, a
no.
notch on the stupid belt for the Falcons. And they're bringing in Justin Simmons, cool, fine.
Might have the two best safeties in the sport now.
$7-8 million. They don't have the two best safeties in the
Jesse
sport.
Bates and Justin
Maybe
Simmons?
they have the best tandem, but neither one of those
Yeah.
guys are competing for best safety in the
That's the
sport.
best duo in the
Jesse
sport.
Bates,
Best duo, I
will-
might agree with you.
Jesse
This is what I was
Bates, I will
saying.
throw up there. This Justin Simmons stuff, I have questions about this. This is a lot of money for a dude who wandered on the free agent market for a long time, and we're looking at a lot of his stats from like 2017, 2018, 2019.
Again, that's a win now move. And then you're picking in the top 10 and you're drafting for the future instead of trying to help your team win now, which you're telling everything by every move you've done, except for your pick in the top 10, you're telling the world we're a win now team.
And don't
Like
forget,
imagine
But
if
you take the quarterback if you think that quarterback is your franchise quarterback.
if that quarterback's
You
your
always
franchise
do it.
quarterback, then you don't pay Kirk Cousins. And I know
and
we
I wouldn't
agree
have
on
paid
that.
Kirk Cousins. I do agree with you there. But the fact is they did. And I don't think that they had done their full evaluation on Penix Jr. and they fell in love with him after the fact. And I do think that they made the right decision. If they believe that Michael Penix Jr. is their guy, quarterback is the most important spot in the sport, you take the flyer on that guy. I don't care that they paid Kirk Cousins. The issue I will have is if they believe Penix Jr. is better right now than Kirk Cousins, they need to start Michael Penix Jr.
Okay, but again, you should care because if they're a win now team and they wanted Michael Penix, fine, they could have taken all the resources they use for Kirk Cousins and helped stock the roster now because they're a win now team.
But the roster's very good.
They just
and they
urinated.
The
they just urinated away whatever millions of dollars to Kirk Cousins.
That's a bad signing.
That's a bad signing.
I
So
agree
there
with
you go.
there. I agree
So-
with you, but I don't have an issue with taking Penix Jr. at 8, and I think this roster is very good, and they're going to win this division.
That's fine then. But either way, one of those decisions was wrong. Penix or Cousins.
The Cousins
we can
decision
agree
was
that
wrong.
the Cousins was
Yes.
okay. Cool.
I like Buccaneers at plus 325.
Well, you can take
There
them.
you
I don't
go.
know that
Nice
I can
work
bank
there.
on Baker
Nice
bake
work
to bake
there.
years like that, but I
Bake
know
to
you
bake.
will. I know
Bake
you
to
think,
bake years.
I know you
Bake to
think
bake years,
Baker's like the
baby.
greatest college football quarterback of all time.
Yes.
All right, let's get a guest on. Kenny Ducey joining us next in the nation.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Time to make betting great again on Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiafalo on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Guys, this guy's an absolute super beast. Kenny Ducey set to join us here, talk a little MLB action, put some money in your pockets here today and for the future. Great to have you in Bet Nation on the BetQL Radio Network. It's a sports Sunday. We're live in Dallas, Texas, and Caitlin Clark is breaking rookie records for assists. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause here for our girl Caitlin Clark.
There we go.
Very, very good.
Good stuff, Caitlin.
225 assists. She breaks the 224 assists for a rookie. She's still got 12 games to go.
Damn.
And she's also, she's probably down like 100 assists that she should have had if her teammates knew how to catch the basketball and stuff. So, she's dominating. She's killing it, and we couldn't be happier for her. Now let's go ahead and welcome in our buddy, Kenny Ducey here, live on the BetQL Radio Network. Now, this is Action Network Gentleman, covers.com, and all things MLB. How the heck are you, Kenny?
I'm great. I hope one day we have a stat for should have been assists. I probably might have, maybe I would have made varsity a little bit earlier in high school.
Dude, the should have beens. Yes, I would have been there too, but it wasn't because my teammates were dropping the ball. It was because I was very erratic as a passer, which is why I
never knew where it was going.
Stopped after about 7th grade. But
it's like watching Trey Lance play quarterback.
Kenny, if I just asked you right now, what's like the most interesting baseball thing in your brain? What would you say?
It's a really good question. I think there is a lot to cover here. The Arizona Diamondbacks are an interesting team to me just because last year, very mediocre offense. They were right around the middle of the pack in run production. And then all of a sudden in October, we all saw they just caught fire at the plate, started hitting a bunch of home runs. And the same thing has sort of happened right now where over the last month, they have been out slugging the world. And when you look back at the course of the season, this is just not what this team has done, nor really is it the way they're constructed. They're pretty much driven by a couple of big power bats. And I'm interested to see what happens with Arizona as the year goes on. But I think the biggest story that I'm watching is Ketel Marte. No one really is talking about this because Arizona doesn't get a lot of pub, but Ketel Marte was injured last weekend. He came back after one day off, got re-injured. Then today, just about an hour ago, seemed to re-injure his ankle or maybe even hurt his hamstring, just taking a pitch, kind of falling back, putting his weight in his back foot in the batter's box. So look, he is the best player on the Arizona Diamondbacks. I know that Corbin Carroll gets a lot of the publicity here, and for rightfully so. He's got a lot of tools, but he has not had a great season. Ketel Marte has been the biggest reason why the Arizona Diamondbacks are where they are right now. And if he is to miss some significant time, which it seems like he tried to come back from injury twice, really, over the last week and a half, and it hasn't really worked out. It seems like he's probably going to have to go on the IL. That's a big deal because this team's already down Christian Walker as well, and I just don't know how much more this team can withstand. Those are two of their three best players right there. And regardless of those two guys' health, I think we're just talking about a team that has not really slugged for the whole season, just got really hot over the last month or so. And I think that opens up things in the NL West. I think that opens up things in the NL wildcard race. There are some teams out there, guys, like the San Francisco Giants and Chicago Cubs, who sold off sort of at the trade deadline. They didn't really approach the trade deadline like they were going to make the playoffs. Now, all of a sudden, they're kind of in the hunt. And I feel like the talent on those two teams, if they were just to get in the playoffs, they could do some damage. So the NL wildcard race to me is very, very interesting. And I have to applaud the league once again. There's a lot of things that I criticize the league for, Rob Manfred in particular, but when it comes to the extra wild card spot, it's opened up a ton of possibilities for teams that generally would be out of it by now. And it's something I've always advocated for, really. I think we need bigger playoffs in baseball because it just keeps more fan bases invested for longer. And as we saw at this year's trade deadline, really not that many teams just willing to sell off and play for next year. A lot of teams just kind of thought that maybe they're in the race. So the NL wildcard race heating up, and I definitely think that it has been another year where the race for the playoffs has just been super, super hot and interesting.
I agree. I mean, it's been a lot of fun. It's made baseball and the season much more fun. Kenny Ducey joining us here in Bet Nation, betting expert for Action Network and covers. You bring up Marte, another guy in the American League that's a star that probably doesn't get as many headlines as Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians. And we were looking at some of the odds right now in terms of not only to win the American League, but to win the World Series. Cleveland's been one of those teams this year where I was kind of early in the season waiting, like, okay, are they going to drop off? Are they going to come back down to earth? They've just been steady. Really, really good, consistent team in the AL. Is Cleveland not getting enough attention and love when it comes to the odds, maybe to even win the World Series this year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think there's a lot of legitimacy here. They did just get swept by the Milwaukee Brewers on the road, which certainly did not help matters. And they have a charging Royals team right now in the AL Central to worry about, not to mention the Twins, who are red hot. But we'll see what happens here. Watching the score, they may lose here to the Texas Rangers after being up 4-0. I do think that this is a team that has really put together a great season offensively. There's nothing to really bat an eye at here. I know that they have been the slap-hitting kings for the last couple of years, and so a lot of people don't really want to give them credit for the power they've hit for. But, this is, I think, legitimate. I think we're looking at the pitching staff here really is the most critical I'll be. I mean, Tanner Bibby's been really good, but he's also been kind of up and down. Gavin Williams is still very young and developing. So I don't know. The pitching staff really drove this team in the first half, and the bullpen in particular. I don't know how much more they have to give. So that's really what I'm looking at. But I think in terms of this offense, you're right. I mean, they're just not getting enough respect, and they just continue to win ball games aside from this weekend. So we'll see what happens there in the Central. But I think it's going to be a very, very good race with the Royals kind of trying to come back into things now. There could be 3 teams that could win this division for sure.
Okay, you bring up the pitching, and I've been on the O's. They were my pick to click preseason to win the World Series and to win the AL. But I was really hoping they'd be more aggressive at the deadline to try and bolster that starting rotation. Do you think they have enough pitching to be able to be a legitimate contender?
No, I mean, I think you're right. I thought that this was a really puzzling deadline because the Orioles have pretty much a great player at every position right now. I mean, you could take a look at maybe like 2 spots in the lineup where you could fit one of their top prospects or one of their many prospects in there. But, there's just not enough room for guys like Kobe Mayo to get regular at-bats. And then we saw what happened when he came to the majors. He was kind of bad. Heston Kjerstad has been struggling to get playing time as well. Then they go on, they go out in the trade deadline. They add Austin Slater to help against lefties. They add Eloy Jimenez, who they're going to have to give at-bats to, that he's been getting at-bats. This is a team that just doesn't have enough room to fit all the great players they have in their minor league system. I think Sam Basallo is a guy that they're going to want to keep hold of. I mean, he's their first baseman of the future. He's a super, super prospect. I don't, really shake a fist at them not dealing him whatsoever. But, you got guys like Dylan Beavers. You've got even a Cade Povich, who I think we saw, he had a great start last night, but I think we've seen he's going to have some growing pains at this level. They could have easily put together a really competitive package, went out and got Garrett Crochet. They could have gotten Jack Flaherty. I mean, that wasn't really a high cost that the Dodgers paid there. There were a lot of guys available at the deadline that just could have helped. Eric Fetty. I mean, anybody at all would have helped. And we've just seen this team all year long. They cycled through the minors. They went with Cade Povich for a little bit. They went with Chase McDermott. They tried out Cole Irvin to start the season. He's a veteran, but another lefty at the back end of that rotation. Nothing's working for them right now. And Corbin Burns has led the league in quality starts. He had a bad outing this weekend. He's been great. But outside of that, I don't know what there is that's getting you excited about this Orioles pitching staff. I understand Grayson Rodriguez very good. I was a big Grayson Rodriguez guy before the year, but now he's hurt. He also was a little up and down this year. Yennier Cano's kind of regressed a little bit. They basically deploying the Phillies bullpen now. It's Sir Anthony Dominguez in the late innings as well. So it's, I do question whether or not this pitching staff is good enough to get it done. And the offense has kind of hit a little bit of a wall over the last couple of weeks as well. So that's why, to me, I know the Yankees aren't very exciting right now, but they have heat. They're heating up a little bit. They've had a great offense. Even throughout that big losing streak, the Yankees were still one of the 5 best teams in baseball hitting the ball. So, if things turn around in the bullpen, which it's tough to see right now, I do think that the Yankees are definitely the better team in this division. And I think it was a big missed opportunity for the Orioles at the deadline.
Talking baseball with Kenny Ducey here in the nation, is there a team in the NL that similarly to the Orioles is kind of like, hey, you got short odds, but there's something about you that I just know you are not actually going to be a real World Series contender?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it about the Atlanta Braves, but I kind of do have to. I'm required by law to say this at this point. I mean, the team has really just hit a big snag offensively, and I actually, very ironic and probably dumb and meaningless, but I was watching yesterday on the national telecast the Braves OPS right throughout the lineup was displayed, and it was just kind of striking to me because the thing that always stood out to me about the Braves when you looked at their amazing offensive season last year and even the year before is like everybody in the lineup was hitting 260, right? Everyone was hitting an insane number. So it wasn't just that the Braves were hitting home runs and slugging the ball, but they were just getting on base consistently via hits, moving guys around the bases and utilizing some of the speed they have. That's just something that we haven't seen. And Marcell Ozuna's been pretty much single-handedly driving this offense right now. Ramon Laureano is now getting starts. I don't want to say a word that's going to trigger a bunch of Yankee fans or people who hated the Astros for years, but like Yuli Gurriel is in AAA. Like they might bring him up at a certain point because they've cycled through a bunch of veterans, just haven't really worked out. Whit Merrifield's not really hitting well. Eddie Rosario was DFA'd. So, I just kind of feel like they've been struggling to find that same magic this year. And in theory, you've got three big boppers. You've got Austin Riley, who's been pretty good this year. Matt Olson having a down year, but still has picked it back up and is still pretty effective. But, Travis d'Arnaud and Sean Murphy, that combination behind the plate has not given them what the magic that we saw last year. Orlando Arcia has been pretty stable, but now you've got an injury to Ozzie Albies. You had the injury to Ronald Acuna earlier in the year. Spencer Strider's out for the year. Reynaldo Lopez, who was the savior of this rotation, really. I know everyone likes to talk about Chris Sale, but Reynaldo Lopez came out of nowhere to have an all-star first half. He's hurt. So, there's just so much mounting against the Braves at this point. It kind of reminds me of that Phillies team, was it 2 years ago when they lost Rhys Hoskins in spring training and just never really got the vibes back up without one of their leaders. So I think just the amount of names missing right now for the Braves, coupled with some kind of disappointing seasons for some of their more reliable players. I know Michael Harris just came back. We'll see if that brings him a jolt. But to me, it's really competitive out there in the NL. We've got the Mets, who I know they just lost today, but I think they'll turn it on and be a really tough team to beat down the stretch. The Dodgers obviously didn't have to do anything at the trade deadline and then basically won the deadline, bringing in three big names, and then for some reason they DFA'd Amed Rosario and he went to the Reds. But Kevin Kiermaier had a go-ahead home run for them late over the weekend. So I just think this Dodgers team looks amazing right now. And now they've got Betts, and they had Betts and Freeman back in the lineup. Freddie Freeman was out today, these day-to-day, but this is going to be a real tough task for the Braves in the National League.
Kenny, you mentioned Houston there, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, the Astros seem like they're kind of getting right again at the right time. Verlander is going to be coming back. They traded for Yusei Kikuchi. They've still got Framber Valdez. Is Houston again kind of a sleeping giant there in the AL race?
I have to say so. I mean, I don't think Kikuchi is really going to do them any favors. That probably makes them worse bringing in Yusei Kikuchi. But I do think that, Valdez, he had a tough start to the season. He was a pitcher I was circling as a guy who's been declining over the last 3 years. He faced the White Sox today, which is not really a tough matchup, but he did pitch pretty well. He's been pretty good over the last month or so. And yeah, I mean, Hunter Brown, the strides he's made this year is really the biggest thing for me. He's been fantastic for them really in the last 2 months after a really so-so beginning of the year and then a tough year in a rookie season last year that was promised to be great. So, this team, you're right, is definitely rounding into form. Yainer Diaz has been fantastic for them in the middle of that order. The catcher, just, again, another one of those guys from the Astros that kind of came out of nowhere. I think a lot of people were surprised when they got rid of Joey Loperfido really quickly. But, Shea Whitcomb has kind of hit as he's come up. And I just think that, they're pushing the right buttons again. You're absolutely right about the Astros. And as much as I wanted to deny it earlier in the year with kind of an aging core, it does kind of feel like they're just playing good ball. They're pitching well. And this is a team that absolutely, in kind of a weak AL West, a AL West that's weakening now. Everyone knows how I feel about the Mariners. I think it's one of the worst franchises in sports and a team that's built poorly around their home park. I don't think that, cooked Randy Arozarena is really going to help them out there. And the Rangers, as we're seeing, are really going through it still, even if they had a nice little stretch a couple of weeks ago. So this is, I think, wide open. I think the Astros are going to take the West. And then, we know how this team plays in October, guys. So we'll see.
Kenny, we got about 45 seconds here. I'm just curious. You have one ticket to go watch one player in all of Major League Baseball right now. Who is that player?
Everyone knows what I'm going to say. Royce Lewis, I think he's the best baseball player in the world. There is something special about the way that ball comes off that guy's bat. But, another guy, Alex Call. Love Alex. Alex Call, always done his hit since he came up. I've always had the faith. And he hit 300 in spring training, lost out to Jesse Winker for the starting outfield job. 28 years old, just comes back up in the middle of the season, raking. Go-ahead homer for the Nationals today, even though, they did end up winning. But he is a special player as well. I love that guy for some reason.
Well, we love you for some reason, Kenny Ducey. You're a super beast, brother. We appreciate the time. Thank you so much. We look forward to doing this again, hopefully in the very near future.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Always a pleasure.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Kenny.
Heck yeah, what a baseball savant. My goodness, Kenny Ducey. That was a wealth of knowledge, ladies and gentlemen.
No doubt.
Always a good time here in the nation. All right, it's a Sports Sunday. Bet Nation, BetQL Radio Network. We're live here in Dallas, Texas, and we're going to watch a meaningless Rangers game here in the bottom of the 10th and see if they can unseat the super hot Twins of Minnesota. Now, coming up next, let's actually have a little basketball conversation. We're going to go around the rim here because the NBA schedule has been released. There are some talking points, folks. Are they rolling out a Rivals Week?
What?
They're rolling out a Rivals Week.
Rivals Week?
Rivals Week.
Yes.
Yeah, that's next in the nation.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. time to make betting great again on Bet Nation on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, let's talk some NBA, shall we? As the schedule's been released, we'll get back into the NFL a little bit later on. And did you just get a call from your brother, like trolling you? What's he doing? Like sitting on the beach,
dude?
Drinking Mai Tais?
My pilot brother is just FaceTimed me randomly. Yes, from a beach somewhere. I don't know. He could be any beach, anywhere. He's a pilot.
Amazing.
He's so much cooler than I am, and he likes to just rub my nose in it. Gosh dang it!
I guess
he's like,
I
"Oh,
probably
you're."
would too.
He's like, "It looks like you're working right now. I'll call you back later." I'm like, "Yeah, you go F yourself." As you're sitting, just nice there in the sand,
Man.
sipping on something with an umbrella in it.
Pretty nice. Pretty good for him. Sexy cockpit in it.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, he is.
I'm sorry,
sexy Nick.
Don't repeat that on air, but I need you to tell me what you just said in the next commercial break.
Cockpit.
Well,
for the love of God,
you pilot in the cockpit.
He's my younger brother.
I don't think that's what you said.
He's my younger brother Nick,
Is he not?
and he has two nicknames. One of which
Nick.
is Sexy Nick
and Sexy
and
Cockpit.
No, then the other one is just simply Cockpit Nick, because of course he resides in the cockpit when he's working. So Walchuk just combined the two and made it even more inappropriate.
He gave him a third nickname. So now Nick has three nicknames.
It's his nickname for me.
Incredible. Okay.
Welcome to Bet Nation, folks.
Yeah, welcome to Bet Nation.
Happy Sunday,
where we
you
are
dirty mofos.
We are just so far in that nation, man. We're having a great time, and the NBA released its schedule this week. I mean, this was I guess the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a slow time in the NBA.
Yeah.
So why not, let's get some schedule talk going. And it looks like we've got some star-studded matchups first week of the season. We'll open up Knicks and Celtics. Should be fun. Knicks do believe, hey, if Julius Randle was healthy, we could have taken the Celtics to at least 7 games, if not won the series.
He would have been just as tired as everyone else going into that Pacers series.
Yeah, I mean, they can believe that.
Down.
They can believe that. We got Suns and Clippers, and at least hopefully that should be a healthy Suns team for at least one game to make that somewhat interesting. Although the Clippers, I still don't know that there's a guarantee you'll even get Kawhi Leonard. And then Wemby taking on the Mavs, and that's Chris Paul and Wemby against the reigning Western Conference champs. That should be fun.
Yeah, it'll be super fun, dude. I mean, the NBA.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah, the NBA is definitely trying to get as much Wemby out there as possible, and I got nothing but respect for that. I mean, the dude's an absolute monster.
He is fantastic.
Even despite the fact that the Spurs are still. I mean, they also have Chris Paul, which is certainly a household name. So, I mean, that helps getting them in some more marquee sort of national games there. But yeah, that's a guy that everybody's looking forward to watching as the season gets rolling here. So and they're going to be featured, the Spurs, on Christmas, where they're going to be going to Madison Square Garden. That will be the very first matchup of Christmas Day, Wednesday, December 25th. It'll be a noon Eastern tip-off at the Garden between Wemby and Jalen Brunson. And then you'll have the Timberwolves coming here to Dallas, taking on Luka and company. You have the Sixers, the new look Sixers with Paul George, going to Boston on Christmas Day. Then it's LeBron James versus Steph Curry in Golden State. And then finally we wrap it up at 10:30 Eastern tip in Phoenix with the Joker in Denver going to take on Kevin Durant and company. So NBA basketball, the schedule, and they're doing the rivals week thing.
I love this. I think this is awesome.
And MLB is also implementing this into their schedule starting next season, and it makes a ton of sense, and we can look and kind of just decide for ourselves. Like when we looked at the MLB rivals week, for the most part, it was just like a
division.
It was like a it was not even that. It was just like it was like a battle for
New York
geographical
versus New York,
territory.
Texas versus Houston.
Right. So I mean, that's an AL West division rival. I guess Mets, Yankees, Subway Series.
Yeah. A's versus the Giants.
Okay.
Bay Area.
Okay.
Angels versus Dodgers. Now there are some in MLB that are just not going to work. Like I believe the isn't it like the Red Sox and the Braves, I think, are part of Rivals Week. Now that, I guess you have history where like there's, the Braves used to play in Boston, so you can tie it in there.
Okay.
But perfect example of Rivals Week should be Yankees Red Sox, right?
Yeah.
But it's Yankees Mets.
Yeah.
And so they're making it more of like a stomping ground sort of deal. And so they're just making it as it's like convenience week is really what they should call it, because they're just trying to, or proximity week is what they should call it, because
Who's
it's just
owning your geographical horizon?
Who's the closest to the next team? Okay, that's who you're going to play for what we're going to call Rivals Week, but we won't have featured in Rivals Week for Sunday Night Baseball Yankees Red Sox. So, and that's just one example of a couple of foolish things there. But let's look at NBA Rivals Week. This is going to go down the third week of January. So this is still before the All-Star break. We know everything starts to heat up after the All-Star break. So,
but that'll be right before the trade deadline too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It will.
Good point.
It's the week of January 21st. And it'll start off with you'll have Knicks and Nets. Okay, proximity week.
Sure.
We have 76ers and Nuggets. That's an interesting one that I don't fully understand.
Is that a rivalry?
Bigs. Is that Embiid versus
Jokic?
Joker?
Oh, okay, yes, because
and
Crowley, can you come in here?
Stuff?
Crowley, I know you're in your bedroom right now, but can you pop into the living area and converse with us? What do you think of Rivals Week, and what do we need to know about the context of it? Because I do think there's some aspects to like player versus player rivalry. So maybe that's what that is with Sixers and Nuggets. It's Embiid versus Joker. For more, here's Crowley.
Yeah, guys, and if I remember correctly, I believe last year the Sixers were scheduled to play in Denver in like a Saturday primetime window on ABC. It was like this big game, and Embiid wasn't even on the injury report, but got ruled out 15 minutes before the game, and no one knew why. And all the Nugget fans were saying like, oh, he's trying to duck Jokic. So I think those two guys have a little bit of a rivalry as the two best big men in the NBA. But overall, I do like the concept. I do think that when it comes to the NBA, they just need as many things as possible to make the regular season matter. So if they're trying out an idea like this, I don't hate it. It's just such an interesting dynamic to me that the NBA playoffs are so much fun. There's not much better television, but the regular season's kind of a grind. I know also with the schedule reveal too, they implemented that. I believe if you're playing in a primetime game, you don't have a game the next week or the next day, I should say. They're really trying to prioritize making those star players available for those primetime, big time matchups. So I do think overall ideas like that to just try to make the regular season matter more are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, and that's basically every league's issue outside of the NFL. It's like, how can we spice things up enough to make our too long regular season matter?
Yeah.
And so this is actually just a really obvious low-hanging fruit, no-brainer one to me. So credit to MLB and NBA finally, I guess, finally getting to this particular party here. But okay, so you'll have Knicks, Nets, rivalry week, NBA. You'll have Sixers and Nuggets. You'll have Timberwolves and Mavericks, which is sort of a newfound, I guess, thanks to the
trying to force a rivalry
Western
here.
Conference Final.
Force is a little strong, but
and that's
like
also Christmas Day.
manufacture.
What the hell?
And so they play 2 or 3. I assume this doesn't get into the already existing schedule the NBA has set, so they just kind of like line up these specific matchups around that, because they're not going to make these teams play each other more, right? Like I think the Mavs only play the Timberwolves 3 times.
Yeah, no,
I'm
still
sure you're right.
yeah,
But it's
still
just like,
fitting
man,
it
if
in.
you're scheduling that Christmas Day, that's fun. Let's do a different one for rivalry week for both of those teams.
Do you want the Spurs or the Rockets? Because those would
How
be
about the
your
Suns?
I would
the Devin Booker Luka rivalry is always fun.
You
when
throw
they get
that out
together.
there. I would love the Thunder as well. I
The
think
Thunder
it'd
would
be a
be
fun
good.
one.
Yes, the Thunder would be
'cause
good.
If teams played in the playoffs last year too, a more competitive
Yeah,
series
I'm
than the
with you.
series with the Timberwolves.
You'll also get Golden State versus Sacramento.
Okay.
You'll
Like
get
the beam.
You'll get the Miami Heat versus the Milwaukee Bucks.
They beat them a couple times in the playoffs recently.
Yeah, there's I guess you can make the argument. You have, and they were both jostling for Damian Lillard.
I was going to say that's the
true.
Damian Lillard sweepstakes battle.
You get Celtics Lakers. Okay, there's a
Okay.
classic.
Boom.
You get Pelicans Grizzlies, Ja Morant, Zion.
What about like
Young,
Pacers
exciting
Pistons?
teams.
No Pacers and no Pistons.
Damn it.
I mean, the Pistons, they're not trying to advertise them
Palace
at all.
at the Palace? Come on.
We have you'll have Nuggets and Timberwolves.
All right.
And then
I thought the Nuggets were playing the this is a week.
This is throughout the course of the week.
There's multiple
matchups.
games. There's
Gotcha.
multiple games, yeah.
Then you'll have Celtics and Mavericks rematch of the
All right.
finals. And then you'll have Lakers and Golden State, a.k.a. LeBron versus Steph. So I think you can make the argument most of these definitely, make sense to some extent. You have to tease it out a little bit for some of these deals. But nonetheless, I think it'll be, it'll be cool. It'll be a fun week there. Try to give you a shot in the arm for the NBA, as the NFL will be in absolute king mode for postseason football action. So, yeah, that's where things stand when it comes to the NBA. I needed to throw this out there, unless you got some more that you need to.
Well, I do like the reunion stuff, right? So when is Clay going to go back to Golden State?
Yes.
So that'll
early,
be
like November 12th.
November 12th. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's going to be a TNT game.
In-season tournament
Okay,
game.
over what's
is
the
it really?
I believe so. I believe
It
the
is.
Mavs
I hate
and
the damn
yes.
in-season tournament. I'll be honest with you. I'm never going to buy into
It's
that.
just useless. It's pointless. I can't even acknowledge it.
Everyone but the Lakers.
I what should be, just given the context of, hey, Clay goes back to, this is an emotional, what are you setting the Klay Thompson points line at for his return? Is this
25
one
and
of
a half?
those-
25 was where I was going to go.
Okay, you're going 25. Walchuk's there for 25 and a half. I think that's fair. This is a guy who averages like 17, 18 points a game right now. But with that three ball, I mean, if you get one of these magical, oh my gosh, kind of moments, he could easily have a 40-point night just because he went 9 of 12 from the 3-point line or something.
Oh, yeah,
stupid.
and I feel like Kyrie and Luka would be looking to feed him.
Oh, Jason Kidd.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kidd's
that's
going
to be the gameplay. I'm like, just let's feed Clay.
Yeah.
That's going to be great.
Man, I might take the over. If you got, I think that's a fair line. But I might take the over there, thinking for a 30 burger for old Clay in the return.
And then Paul George going back to LA with the Clippers. That'll be early in the season, November 6th as well. The DeRozan matchup, Kings and Bulls, and then Nets Knicks with Bridges making that return there. So some must-see reunions, but I think all eyes will definitely be on Klay Thompson going back to Golden State. The other ones, I mean, just not quite the same impact on their old team.
We will get to the Jaylen Brown workout videos I saw from over the weekend. He's revolutionizing the sport of training for your actual sport.
Okay.
What this guy's doing right now is pretty legit.
Interesting. Not with the Olympic
we'll see if it pays off for him.
I hope it will. Bold. EJ Stewart, all things Jets, Giants, Knicks, joining us next here in the Nation.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo cannot tell a lie. Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. It's Sunday. Time to head deep in the heart of Texas and wrap the week up the right way.
Feels like you're working with house money right now. You got off to a good Sunday start. You're looking great. You're feeling great.
With Eric Chiafalo.
Serbia is responsible for just 0.1% of the world's population. But they did produce two of the world's most dominant athletes. And they're both the Joker.
And Zach Walchuk.
I would never, ever take the Sixers.
No.
People that are putting your money on the Sixers, you are just wasting it.
This is Bet Nation on the BetQL Network.
What are we doing calling them Jimmies? That's a person. That's not a sprinkle.
Yeah, like why does Jimmy get to have all the sprinkles?
What about Susan?
Like Jimmy doesn't get to bogart the sprinkles.
Call them Susans.
Sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour number 3, Bet Nation live from Dallas. We got myself, Zach Wolchuk, alongside Eric Chiafalo, hanging out with you on this Sunday across the BetQL Radio Network. Hopefully you're having an awesome weekend. And we are joined now by our buddy EJ Stewart to discuss all things Jets, Giants, Knicks. We got New York sports to discuss. This is, of course, EJ, executive producer of the Maggie and Perloff Show on Infinity Sports Network. And EJ, how the hell you doing, man? Is Daniel Jones in mid-season form?
Oh, it's starting to look like it, right? Look, I'll be honest. It was very alarming watching Daniel Jones perform. Now, obviously, the highlights or the lowlights, rather, are bad. He did make some good throws, especially when Texas took out their second team, took out their first team, put in their second team defense. But the fact that it took a second team defense to be out there for Daniel Jones to actually start consistently moving the ball is definitely concerning if you're a New York Giant fan. But it is still preseason. You still got to have that caveat. But it was concerning.
Yeah, EJ, what is your Giants expectation right now for this season? Like, where are you at in terms of if you were gambling on this team? Are you going over? Are you going under? I see them having no chance to actually compete in what is not even that great of a division this year.
Yeah, I kind of echo your sentiment. I think the division actually isn't that great. I think Philly looks good on paper, but it feels like there's weird stuff going on in the locker room between Hurts and Sirianni. Dallas could be taking a step back, I think, this season. Washington may take a step up, but again, this is a division I don't think we'll have a team that probably wins more than 11 games. So, yeah, you would think this would be a division the Giants can make some noise in, but I don't feel good about this season. And I think a lot of it stems from the questions at the quarterback position. I look at Daniel Jones and I watch what I saw yesterday. It was too akin to what I had seen last season prior to when he tore his ACL. And I know that he's got to work off some rust, and that's expected a little bit. But making mistakes that I watched Daniel Jones make his rookie year, second season, when we're now entering year 6, it's not a good feeling, obviously. Now, Malik Neighbors looks like an absolute stud. I mean, he had a remarkable catch yesterday. He's been lighting it up in training camp all off season. I expect him to have a big year, but no Saquon Barkley. You got Devin Singletary now in the backfield. I think that is definitely a downgrade, and the defense should be better. I think Brian Burns is a really good player. I just don't know if a team where the Giants are positioned, which looks like probably a bottom 5 football team, if this was the right time to invest in a pass rusher in the prime of his career. It feels like by the time the Giants get good, a guy like Brian Burns might not be in the prime of his career anymore. So I don't like the way the Giants season is looking. I think I would definitely take a lot of the unders when it comes to win totals and things like that for the G-men.
EJ, what was the reaction from the Hard Knocks in-season or off-season edition for Joe Shane and Brian Daboll and the front office? I mean, it was very clear that they wanted to maybe go up and get one of the quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels being one, it seemed like. I mean, look, Malik Neighbors is a stud, to your point, but I saw a lot of backlash, especially for Joe Shane, the general manager, on some of the ways that he handled things, specifically the Barkley deal.
Yeah, there was a mixed bag, I would say, in terms of the approval or lack of approval in terms of how Joe Shane, the Giants front office, were handling business on Hard Knocks. One, I think the Hard Knocks experience was just cool as a football fan. I think there was some skepticism about how good an off-season Hard Knocks would be. I think people who watched, were very entertained by this. But I think Joe Shane had a couple of instances that didn't quite make him look the greatest. Question is about whether or not they should have been airing, the conversations with Saquon Barkley and whether, maybe not illegal, but, was that really good form to air those and then allow HBO to play those conversations with a guy who is, a Giants legend, whether he's here or not here. He's still going to go down as one of the greatest Giant running backs of all time. I actually think one of the more revealing moments was with John Mara. He had the owner who, we kind of think of Woody Johnson as being the meddling owner in New York City, and he certainly is. But, yeah, John Mara kind of coming in, not necessarily making Joe Shane do something different, but he was really making it clear how much he did not want Saquon Barkley to go and how much he did not want him to go to the Eagles, and how when he learned it was going to be Philly, that he was pretty dissatisfied by it. And John Mara had to kind of come out and say that he was frustrated at the time, but he understands the team's vision. So I think maybe some concerns about whether or not there is true synergy between, head coach, GM, and owner. Maybe the GM and the head coach are on the same page, and maybe the owner is on a different page. And then you had this whole season where you're watching the Giants clearly try to replace Daniel Jones. Like, it's crazy to watch a television show and watch, if this is your favorite team, watch your favorite team try to replace your quarterback. But that's what they were trying to do. And it was clear that New England wasn't very interested. It was clear they weren't going to be able to get up in that top three, so they felt like they had no choice but to just take the best player available, who they believe to be in league neighbors. But, yeah, you feel after watching that Giants Hard Knocks that they knew the offensive line was a problem, which they addressed. But did they really move the needle in a major way? Because you saw the lack of confidence they have in Daniel Jones. And regardless of how good the offensive line is, if you don't have the quarterback, if you don't have that guy under center that you think can win you football games, take you deep into the playoffs, at the end of the day, you're still spinning your wheels.
All right, EJ, let's take a look at the other team in town with these New York Jets. I mean, I'm still baffled and blown away that we live in a world where Robert Saleh is a head coach and Bill Belichick isn't. What are your Jets thoughts? Do you feel like this is the volatility of this season? It could be this team wins the division and they're hosting a playoff game, or it could be like you're picking in the top 10 because Jets gonna jet.
Yeah, this is definitely the most probably unpredictable team left. Probably, as we kind of try to figure out what's going to happen coming into this regular season. Though, ironically, it feels like the whole Hassan Reddick situation has actually been very predictable, because only the Jets could have a situation where they would trade for a player, not be on the same page about what his contract situation was going to be like, and have that player request a trade before he even steps on field, let alone an NFL field, a practice field for the New York Jets. So in some ways, they're actually maybe a little predictable. But yeah, I mean, look, the Jets, the talent is kind of undeniable. I mean, we know what Garrett Wilson is. We know what Breece Hall is. And the question is, and we know the defense is stacked. Sauce Gardner, one of the best corners in football. I think the Williams brothers, both Quincy and Quinton, both are just phenomenal players. I think Quincy doesn't get nearly as much credit as being one of the better linebackers in the NFL. It all comes down to Aaron Rodgers' health. Last year, as bad as Hackett, the offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, and Robert Saleh as the head coach appeared to be, it's just so hard to really judge those guys without having confident quarterback play. And you could definitely blame, Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh for, deciding that Zach Wilson would be good enough for those guys if Aaron Rodgers went down. This year, they'll have hopefully a healthy Aaron Rodgers, but you're talking about a 40-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles. This is kind of uncharted territory. He's apparently looked really good in practice. The Jets tried to solve one of their big issues, which was also the offensive line. Now they've had problems with the center exchange, which is a little concerning, but they have two new tackles. Morgan Moses is back. You got Tyron Smith back now coming over from Dallas. So if the offensive line can protect Rodgers and Rodgers can stay upright, this feels like a team that should win double-digit games and compete for a division title. But knowing the Jets, anything is on the table. So I don't even feel as comfortable saying definitively what's going to happen this season, because we know with the Jets, whatever can go wrong usually will go wrong.
So if you had to put a wager on it, would you say Jets are a playoff team?
I would. I would, because I think last season there were games, and the season got away from the Jets kind of spectacularly towards the second half of the season. But people forget there were games last season where even with Zach Wilson, the Jets defense kept them in games, won them games. Their special teams won them the first game after Rodgers got hurt. So the Jets defense has been playing essentially with one hand tied behind their back for 2 or 3 seasons now, and it's still been one of the best units in the NFL. So the Jets were able to notch 7 wins last year. You just have to assume that if Rodgers is healthy, that the game that they lost, they lost, some ugly games against the Patriots that were low scoring. You got to imagine those are games that they typically would have won because Aaron Rodgers would have been able to get the team to score at least 1 or 2 touchdowns. They had a Raider loss on Sunday Night Football last year. I remember. I don't know if they scored a touchdown. So you got to imagine those are games that were L's, that'll be W's this year, even if Rodgers is a diminished player. So I would say yes, playoffs for the New York Jets. How far after that can we say they win a game or two and get on a Super Bowl run? That's where I would be a little concerned. And now you're asking, all right, Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to stay healthy throughout 17 games plus a postseason. If Tyrod Taylor has to play, what does that look like? So I would feel comfortable with playoffs. I think beyond that is where it would be a little tough for me.
It's EJ Stewart with us here in the nation. EJ is the producer of Maggie and Perloff, Infinity Sports, and WFAN. Are you going to be buying the Ian O'Connor, Aaron Rodgers biography?
I'll tell you what, we had Ian O'Connor on our show last week, and I'm someone who I definitely think you can qualify as someone who's had Aaron Rodgers fatigue, even though in Infinity Sports we do a lot of national news. Sometimes it feels like we're on WFAN New York because of how much we cover Aaron Rodgers. But the book, in terms of the stuff I've read and then the stuff that Ian told us regarding Aaron Rodgers' personal life, regarding his family, he has, of course, this very, quite honestly, sad relationship with his parents. He doesn't have communication with them. He's estranged from them. And, it's hard to really figure out exactly why or if that can be solved. And, Aaron Rodgers, as we've seen, from the outside, definitely likes to have this combative kind of positioning against people that he deems have done him wrong. We've seen that with media members. We've seen that with former teammates. He's not someone that is afraid to say, all right, you're dead to me, basically, if you cross him. I think to see how that attitude perhaps has also shifted into his personal life actually is quite sad. But it is very, very engaging. Ian is one of the best authors. Not only he's been a great sports columnist for a long time, he's one of the best authors I think we have in terms of biographies. He's written some amazing ones. He told us he had some other cool ones coming up. He kind of hinted at maybe a Tiger or a LeBron book coming out, but I am definitely interested in reading this book into its entirety because Ian definitely is one of the best.
All right, EJ, let's wrap up by asking you about the Knicks. What stood out to you about the schedule release? And so far, it's been a pretty fun offseason there in New York.
Big offseason in New York for the Knicks. I mean, the addition of Mikal Bridges, I think, it made all Knicks fans feel like, okay, the Knicks are now serious. I think that there was hope that the Knicks, kind of with a team that maybe some people believe did not have the most talent, could maybe kind of overachieve and challenge for, a championship. I think this feels different now. I think Knicks now go from being kind of a plucky underdog team to being one of the favorites in the Eastern Conference. Night one, you start in Boston, and I think that there's no Knicks fan who wanted any different, I don't think. Boston, with the way they played last season, the way they ran through the Eastern Conference, won the title in convincing fashion, there's no question that they're the bar. So the Knicks having an early test like that obviously jumps out. Then your home opener is against the team that knocked you out of the playoffs. Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers certainly became kind of villains here in New York City. So having that start back up will also be interesting. And then Christmas Day, I think the fact that Wemby is getting this spotlight game at Madison Square Garden, the Spurs aren't expected to do much, but we saw Wemby take his French national team all the way to the gold medal game, losing to Team USA. That will be fun. This Knicks schedule, though, to start the season, they didn't do them favors because you start with Boston, go to Indiana, you have home in Indiana, home against Cleveland, and then you got this kind of long road trip right out the gate. Miami, Detroit's probably W, but Houston's much improved. Atlanta's always tricky. And then you got Bucks, Pacers, Sixers again. So I I think we're going to learn a lot about this Knicks team very early. I think typically Thibodeau teams usually come out ready to go, so I think this Knicks team will be ready to go. But there are new faces on this team now, so how everybody meshes together will be important to see.
EJ, you're the best, man. We really, really appreciate it. Always fun getting to chat with you, and hopefully, the Giants and Jets keep things interesting for you this football season.
I'll tell you what, guys, with the Giants and Jets, whether things are good or bad, they tend to find a way to keep things interesting. So I think we'll be good on that front.
You the man. There he goes, EJ Stewart with us here in Bed Nation. Coming up on the other side, let's do a little Carter's Corner, shall we?
Yes, indeed. We are Baker Mayfield days away from the return of the best sport in the world. Let's talk about it next.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Time to make betting great again on Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Bet Nation, everyone. Here we are on the weekend on a Sunday evening here in Dallas, Texas. We've covered a lot of sports today, talked a lot of preseason football. We just talked with EJ Stewart up in New York about the Giants and the Jets. And now we're going to talk some college football with me, Carter Freeman, who for the first time in Bet Nation's long and storied history had to intro the segment. I'm not sure where my hosts are. I'm not even sure if they're still here.
Right here.
Oh, they are. I see them. They are right. Actually, they're here. They're on the screen. Our loyal listeners can see them.
Sorry about that bathroom situation that went awry. Apologies.
It's okay. I know you've been struggling.
Happens to the best of us.
It's been one of those weekends, man, where you just don't feel good.
But for Carter's Corner, you might as well just bring in the segment because it's your segment.
It is.
Have we already strapped it on and done all that?
We have
No,
not.
we got to strap on.
Brandon, I believe it is time to play that intro that I love to hear.
Time to step inside the ropes where only the strong survive. Strap on the gloves, boys. Ring the bell. This is Carter's Corner.
Can you feel it? Can you taste it?
Oh, yeah.
Fellas, we are here. We are less than a week away from the return of college football. Week 0, clearly the highlight of everyone's college football season. We have the best matchups. We have Montana State at New Mexico. We have local SMU at Nevada. We've got Delaware State traveling all the way to Hawaii for a game that starts at 10:59 Central.
What?
That is midnight for you folks on the East Coast.
Hell
You'll get
yeah.
football all day long. I cannot wait. And of course, the crown jewel of week 1 is the Aer Lingus Classic. Happens in Ireland every year. I don't know why we decided that Ireland was the place to start the college football season, but we clearly have, because for the last couple of years, we saw Notre Dame beat the crap out of Navy last year. We saw Nebraska, the end of the Scott Frost era, begin to unravel itself in Ireland against Northwestern 2 years ago. This year, we get Florida State, who can debate till the end of time if they should have been in the playoff last year. They did not make it, though they were undefeated ACC champions. They will be taking on the Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
Florida State is an 11.5-point favorite over Georgia Tech, and that's something Crowley and I were discussing during the break. Is we actually kind of like Georgia Tech to cover. What Brent Key's done there in his first full season. He took over midway through 2022, had his first full season last year. It's nothing like amazing that will jump out at you when you look at their record or their numbers, but you look at the games that they played in last year, they're competitive. They have a serviceable quarterback, Haynes King, formerly of Texas A&M, and just top to bottom, this roster is something that is going to play well week in, week out, regardless if it's against Florida State, regardless if it's against Clemson, or if it's against, whatever FCS team they might play in week 2. So that is a play that Crowley and I like. Take Georgia Tech on the points we think they'll cover in week 0.
I like that. That's a nice little betting nugget there. And it's the former Clemson and Oregon State quarterback.
Yes, DJ Uiagalelei.
Starting for Florida State. And we'll see. I mean, FSU did lose a lot. They graduated a ton of talent, especially on the offensive side of the football. So I could see that being a competitive game week 1. Maybe Georgia Tech does cover. Obviously, I do think Florida State wins that game, but 11.5 is a pretty large margin.
It is, and I would have to go back and look at some of the spreads from this game, this Ireland game from the last couple of years. But I think we're in for a much more entertaining game than we got last year. The talent gap, there's still a decent talent gap between Florida State and Georgia Tech, but things can get weird. First game of the season, neither of these teams have played for anything consequential in 8 months. It's not in the country. Things might just get a little kooky. And what better way to start off college football than with a kooky game overseas?
I mean, that's what the C in college football stands for.
Do you spell kooky with a C?
Yeah.
Okay. I would go K. KFB, college football.
I'm pretty sure kooky is actually spelled the same way cookie is. It's just all about pronunciation.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the more I know about the way that my friends and my co-hosts spell things.
You just got ball sacked.
Oh,
Idiot.
okay. Well, it happens to the best of us, and also to me. Let's stay in the ACC, though. I do want to. We're going to go head-to-head here.
Okay.
I'm going to give you one or the other team I want you to bet on to have a better season this upcoming season.
Okay.
And we'll start in the ACC. Now, we just talked about Florida State. I believe they're going to play for the ACC title. I'm not picking them to win it. I am picking North Carolina State, and I will get the ACC odds thrown up here. But
Wow, dude, betting
yes.
on the Wolfpack
I know,
to
you've
win
been in
something
on
they
it,
haven't
T-Stay.
won since like what, the 80s?
1979.
79.
They have never even played for the ACC title, and they've burned me how many times over the last
12.
couple of years? Several.
Quite a lot.
So at least 12, if not more. Right now, North Carolina State is plus 650. So if you're a sicko like me and you want to pick them to win the ACC, that is the number you can get them at. I want to look at Clemson at plus 350 versus Miami at plus 450. Now, let me frame this for you guys and our listeners. Clemson's coming off a 9-4 season, 8-4 in the regular season. They are one of 4 teams that did not take a transfer this offseason. The other 3 teams are the service academies, Army, Navy, and Air Force. So Clemson's up there with teams that don't really know how to throw the ball, are still kind of learning. And it shows with their quarterback, Cade Klubnik, who I'm not sure is a top 25 quarterback in the sport. They are plus 350. They are the second favorite in the conference to win it. Miami has gotten all the offseason publicity. They brought in Cam Ward from Washington State, a very established,
legit.
good quarterback who could have gone to the NFL draft this past season, chose not to, chose to go to Miami, where they also brought in Damian Martinez, running back from Oregon State, one of the most underrated players in the Pac-12 last year, has been for the last 2 years. But their head coach is Mario Cristobal.
Yeah.
And I say that because Mario Cristobal knows how to get players onto campus, and then he has no idea what to do with them. So they start out 5-0 last year. They look like they're actually going to do something for once. They do one of the most insane, stupid ways to lose a game. They run the ball when they could have kneeled it, lose the ball. This is against Georgia Tech, who's playing week 0. Fumble the ball away to Georgia Tech. They score at the very end of the game. Miami loses, goes on to, I believe, go 7-5.
Cristobal will lose you 1 or 2 games a season, like just on him.
Oof.
Like our coach lost us 1 or 2 games. I do think the talent on Miami is pretty strong. And they're like in the trenches, their offensive line, their defensive line, they got some dogs. Cam Ward's the real deal.
So if
Klubnik's still going, is still
it's okay, Klubnik.
He is still your starter. Now, Clemson seems like a team that is they're stuck at 8-4, but they're going to go 8-9 wins.
Right.
Miami
could be 6, could be 10.
could be 11. I mean, depending on if you really like them or not. So if I'm going to give either of them to you, I'll give you Clemson at plus 350 or Miami at plus 450 to win the ACC. Where are you going?
Man, that would be Miami's first time winning the ACC.
It would be. It would be their second time even playing for the right to win the ACC.
I think I wouldn't feel comfortable with either of these, to be honest with you. It's
Trying to
tough
make you guys
trust them.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, I like this. I think at plus 450 though, I'll take Cam Ward.
I like Cam Ward. I think Klubnik's going to be better than people are giving him credit for. I'll just go with the pedigree that is Clemson at plus 350 because I think Miami just shoots themselves in the foot, man. I don't think Clemson is going to win this conference either, but I'll take Clemson over Miami if I had to bet on one of them.
These are just two programs at such interesting times in their history, just in the timeline of where they're going, that it's really funny, the state of the ACC, that I don't think a lot of people feel super great about picking, honestly, even Florida State at the very top. I think they're going to be good, but they're clearly going to take a step back from last season, which is, again, this is why I go into, I like North Carolina State at plus 650 down there a little lower, because none of these guys at the top really inspire a whole lot of confidence. So if it's me, I'm going to go with Miami, and I hate myself for saying that because I will crap on them, but I will go talent over whatever Dabo's been cooking. And it's just not good enough to win in this day and age of college football. I just don't
You
think
don't think Clemson's got talent?
I don't think they had talent like Dabo once had. And I don't think they're adding talent at a rate that other schools are to not only equal them, but surpass them. So that's where I'm at with
Is
them.
this the year that Dabo Swinney finally blows out one of his hammies?
running down
that
from
could
Howard's
happen.
Rock.
That could happen.
This might
I
be
mean,
the
Father
year.
Time catches up to all of us.
It sure does. I'll be look. I like SMU with Preston Stone. I've been a big Preston Stone fan at plus 1,200. I think they're interesting in this. And Louisville has outstanding receivers. I don't like the quarterback situation there at Louisville.
Yeah, Tyler Shuck might play
I don't know
5
how he's
games if
like,
they're lucky.
what the hell? But they were surprising last year. And, they're well coached at plus 800. Like, those are two dark horse teams. I know you're throwing in NC State. So just to have two others for conversation's sake, Louisville and SMU, I think, could be better than what we think they will be in this conference.
Louisville's a little scary because their trenches are not going to be as good as they were last year. And our guy Douglas Farmer, who we had on last week from Covers.com, great college football mind.
Yeah.
He thinks a lot of what Louisville did last year was smoke and mirrors. They were winning a lot of close games. I watched a replay of their game against Miami from last year where they honestly did not deserve to win that game, but Miami found a way to lose it, which allowed Louisville to win. Again, that is what they do. So Louisville I want to like, but I don't think it's going to be as magical as it was last year where they go 10-2, play for the ACC title for the very first time. So let's flip to the Big Ten, and I'm going to give you not the top 2 teams, but the teams right below them.
Ugh.
If I'm going to offer you Penn State, who perennially 9-10 wins, every year, but obviously not good enough to win the Big Ten, bringing back Drew Allar, their starting quarterback, bringing back the two-headed monster of Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton. A stout defense is always that's something you can always rely on from Penn State. If I give you them, or I give you the defending national champion Michigan, and Penn State plus 500, by the way, per BetMGM. Michigan, defending national champion, lost a lot of talent. We all know this. They almost had the most they were rumored to have the most players drafted in NFL history. They did not, still had double-digit players drafted. But you're also looking at Mason Graham right there in the center of their defense. You're looking at Will Johnson, one of the best corners in the country, locking down the secondary. You're looking at Donovan Edwards, who will now finally have his time to be the lead back and shine after he went crazy against Washington in the national title game. If you have to bet Penn State or Michigan, what direction are you going?
Probably going with the continuity of Penn State. Like you said, they consistently win the 9 or 10 games.
But you don't like it.
No, absolutely.
No, I don't love it at all. I mean, this is similar to Clemson and Miami. It's like, oof, this is tough. But Michigan, with all that turnover, coaching staff wise and personnel wise, and just everything that is just sort of hanging over them, I think it's just like an obvious letdown year.
And Eric doesn't like the coach crying on the field after Jim Harbaugh.
Gosh,
Sharon Moore, new head coach at Michigan.
That was embarrassing. I mean, my gosh, that might have been more embarrassing than Caleb Williams running over to his mommy's bosom after he lost a regular season game.
I wouldn't go that far, but it was certainly.
Caleb Williams was far more egregious than Sharon Moore's. I thought they were both bad, but my gosh.
Sharon Moore ran to the camera to cry.
Not a leader of men.
Caleb Williams ran away from the camera to cry.
Yeah, I mean, Penn State just can't beat the good teams in the conference. Like Ohio State and Michigan has just had their number. Those games have really just not been competitive. But who's going to be quarterback for them. I don't know what's going to happen at quarterback for Michigan. Does Alex Orji end up being the starter for the full season?
No one has been named a starting quarterback for Michigan yet. Does he get benched?
Yeah, so I guess I'd lean Penn State. The team that I'm going with, though, as the sleeper in this is the Nebraska Cornhuskers at plus 4,000 because they've got the next dominant quarterback in college football.
But do they have him this year?
Yep. As a freshman, he's going to be very good. I do believe that.
Is he starting?
I do not believe they've named a starter yet.
He's going to be
starting. We should find out soon. I would be shocked if I honestly don't know if Nebraska's 2 starters they played last year are even on the roster anymore. I mean, it is basically cleared out the way for Dylan Raiola, the 5-star quarterback at Nebraska we're talking about,
AKA Fat Mahomes.
Fat Mahomes, yes.
But Matt Rule's second-year jump in college football with his programs is pretty substantial. I think Nebraska gets that second-year bump.
Yeah,
culture builder.
He went 1-11 to 7-6 to, I believe, 11-3 3 years at Baylor. And I know at Temple it was something similar where can you guys think of a time that Temple has been nationally relevant outside of Matt Rule's time in Philadelphia?
I think Al Golden had them doing some things before Matt Rule.
Is that right before? Is that when
Yeah,
he
but
leapt into Miami?
Yeah, but then Rule took it to another level.
Because Al Golden absolutely did not do anything with Miami.
No.
Because he was
Al Golden sombrero.
Pre-Mark Richt, right? He was the coach right before Richt.
Yes.
Oh gosh, they did bring in Mark Richt.
Yes. Well, and that was the one Miami team that played for the ACC
Yeah,
title.
it's true.
That was a team that beat Notre Dame by
That was a fun year.
40
That
at home.
was the turnover chain.
Turnover chain. Yes.
Dude, that was legit. That was legit.
They got as high as number 2 in the CFP rankings. I remember I'm like, okay, Miami's back.
I think Brad Kaya was quarterback.
Yeah, Brad Kaya.
Was it
Yes.
Brad Kaya?
And I could not name another player on that roster.
Really?
I don't think I could.
Michael Pickney, I think, played a little linebacker for him. All right, well, there it is. Carter's Corner.
Barrios on that team? Braxton Barrios?
Braxton Barrios might have been on that team as well. Yeah, good pull. Okay, let's see here. Bet Nation, BetQL Radio Network. Let's keep the college football party alive as we look at the odds to make the playoffs next in the nation.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make betting great again on Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiafalo on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, keeping the college football conversation rolling as we're just days away from getting that underway. So we'll make some early college football 12-team playoff predictions, shall we? Now, this was much easier when it was 4 teams. A little bit harder now. A little bit harder now with 12 teams, but I do like it. And then I can't wait for us to complain and yell and scream about the 13th team that gets left out. And it's like, damn it.
So whatever the 12th Power 5 team is, because
What
you get
the
11
hell?
Power 5 teams and then a Group of 5 team.
Yeah. So somebody's of course going to be like, I should have been in. I got left out. That's how it always is. But now we've got 12 this year. And if you look at the odds, the favorite to make it, of course, Ohio State leading the way. The Oregon Ducks are in the mix, and the Bulldogs of Georgia, the top teams to make it into the college football playoff. And then, of course, you got Texas, Notre Dame's listed, Penn State. I think Ole Miss is fun this year. So let's go through. Let's talk about them, shall we? And I don't know if you want to fight for Oklahoma to make the 12
I
team
always
playoff.
want to fight for Oklahoma. If Jackson Arnold, OU's freshman quarterback, if he hits, if his talent is what everyone says it is in his freshman year, OU's going to the playoff. I will say that right now. I think if Jackson Arnold is a 75% of his talent level, as in his first year starting in college football, this team is good enough to beat Tennessee, their first SEC game. They're definitely good enough to beat Auburn on the road. A lot of people talk about that as a trap game for OU. I do not know why. Do you know who's starting at quarterback for Auburn? No, neither do I. Their quarterback situation was one of the worst in the SEC, and they have done nothing to address it. I think they can, if they are good early in the season, they can beat Alabama at home late in the year. Like they're going to be, if Jackson Arnold is close to what we think he can be, OU is a playoff contender.
What is the early returns here out of camp and stuff like that? Like, what are they saying about him? Is he kind of living up? I mean, obviously it's early and everything like that, but are we getting any type of reports from Boomer camp?
We are getting reports that there have been some early camp struggles. I don't want to hide that. This is his first time fully taking the reins, and you can say it's a product of OU having a veteran defense, that they are playing well against him, or you can say that it is Jackson Arnold struggling himself. I'm not there.
Yeah,
I do not know myself.
OU's history of dominant defense, you probably got to sign with that.
Hey, we're OU, not DU. Long said that.
Well, Venables, hopefully he changes that, right?
Well, they go from a bottom or 100th ranked defense in 2022, his first year, to a 50th ranked defense in his second year. Like, there's a clear jump, and there's still struggles to be sure, but they're not losing games 49-0 to Texas. That's not happening anymore. This team is going to be competitive week in and week out. And in the SEC, that could mean they go 6-6. It doesn't matter if you're competitive. It matters if you win the close games. And that's something that OU didn't do in Venables' first year, but that's something they did much better in his second year. And they're honestly 2 or 3 plays away from having an undefeated regular season last year. So you could say that was against Kansas and Oklahoma State, 2 teams they could have beaten, maybe not as good as the teams they'll play in the SEC. But I think end of the day, OU is going to be a competitive team in the SEC. I think they're getting overlooked. Their over-under is 7.5. I think that's a clear you take the over on that.
Okay.
Did Venables deserve the contract extension he just got? Is that just college football trying to I
think it's just college football.
Show security with their coach and recruiting kind of deal?
Going into the SEC, I guess they wanted to give him a salary comparable to his compatriots. Is all I can think of with that. It's not my money, so I don't know why they did it. But
you don't give back. You're not throwing NIL dollars around. I mean, if you were a real fan, you would be, wouldn't you?
I guess I'm not a real fan.
Baby. Even if it's $5-10
come on,
$5-10 a paycheck.
Yeah, put 5 on
adds
it, man.
up. Buy Jackson Arnold lunch. Something I wouldn't have been able to do a couple years ago, but now I can.
What an honor! You can buy him a cheeseburger and not get Jim Harbaugh.
I will buy him a meal at the Crossroads Cafe at the OU Memorial student union. I will do that for him. I will send $10 his way and say, you know what? Chicken tenders at the crossroads.
There you
Caesar for
go.
Jackson
Those
Arnold.
chicken tendy, that honey mustard is off the chain.
Hashtag do your part,
And
Carter.
shout out to Jackson Arnold. I'm hoping he ends up being a good local kid in DFW.
Where did he go?
Denton Geyer.
Oh, he was a Geyersman?
He was a Geyer Wildcat, so hopefully he ends up being a good player there for Oklahoma.
I was playing Denton Geyer when they had J.W. Walsh at quarterback.
Yeah, winning state
Oklahoma
championships.
State legend there.
Absolutely. Gerard Hurd was also very, very good there.
Yeah, I played against him too.
Sean Robinson, before he went to DeSoto, was there as well. Okay, so let's go through. I guess we can just pick our champions or conference champs. That'll narrow out 4 of these teams in the 12-team playoff. I'm going in the SEC.
Think the SEC will have the number 1 seed?
I think it might end up being Ohio State. If they live up to their hype of being like the greatest team that we've ever seen. I mean, like they did announce Will Howard's going to start for them. They do have 2 stud running backs. We know they've got talent at wide receiver, and they brought back some quality talent on defense as well.
JT Tuimalolo.
Could have been a first rounder last year.
A lot of talent in those bodies.
So, I mean, I think I'd lean just because I think the SEC might be beating each other up a little bit more than the Big Ten. I mean, I think Oregon is without question the biggest threat to Ohio State in the Big Ten, but I'll lean with the Buckeyes as getting the number 1 overall seed. I don't know if you disagree with that, Carter.
I think they will have a case for sure. Like, let's put a undefeated Georgia versus an undefeated Ohio State. You're looking at Ohio State, who went on the road and beat Oregon. You're looking at a Ohio State team that beat Michigan at home. You're looking at their out-of-conference schedule isn't anything to write home about this year, but they'll have another big ranked win in the Big Ten title game versus Georgia, where they will have gone on the road, beaten Alabama. They'll have gone on the road, beaten Ole Miss, and they'll have gone on the road and they've beaten Texas, plus whoever they beat in the SEC title game. If you're putting the 2 of those against each other, if that's how the season ends up, Georgia's the number 1 seed, I think, pretty easily. Like, no matter how if we think Ohio State is a more talented roster, I don't see any way Georgia wouldn't be number 1.
I just don't know that Georgia goes undefeated. I think that you could have a situation where Texas maybe beats Georgia and then they rematch in the SEC title game and Georgia beats them. So I think you might get a 1-loss champ out of the SEC, and I do think Ohio State, unless Oregon beats them, is going to go undefeated.
Okay. I don't hate that. We've talked up and down this whole offseason about how much we love Ohio State's roster, and they should. I mean, this is nut cutting time. I know we've thrown that word around on this show before, but this is truly
put up or shut up,
time
Ryan Day.
for Ryan Day. They need. It's amazing to say a team needs to go undefeated for a coach to keep his job.
It's crazy.
But it's getting close to that with Ryan Day.
I do love the idea of them losing a game and him still getting bleep canned.
What if they lose to like Michigan again?
Oh my gosh!
Dude.
I don't even think he makes it to the airplane. I don't even think he makes it back into the locker room before he gets the pink slip.
They could have a guaranteed spot in the Big Ten title game. They could be 11-0, and then if they lose to Michigan at home, because that game's in Buckeye State or Ohio Stadium this year, I don't think he coaches the Big Ten title game.
Man. But are we thinking those are probably your most likely top 2, Ohio State and Georgia?
I think so.
Okay.
I think Georgia's a fine. I think there's quite more questions about Georgia than there have been in the last several years, but I still think they're Alabama light in the way that they turn over their trenches, and I think I will pick them to win the SEC.
Are you a Barson Cat guy?
I'm really not. I don't think he didn't show me a lot last year outside of his great players on offense around him, aka Brock Bowers, that he was anything super special. I think he can absolutely get the job done. I think he's a perfect guy for that system. I don't think he's as good as Stetson Bennett. I will say that. I think Stetson Bennett in college is one of the best SEC quarterbacks we've seen over the last 10 years. I don't think that's debatable.
No doubt.
And I don't think Carson Beck is as good as him, but I think he can do similar things.
Okay, Big 12 and ACC champs. Big 12, I do kind of like K-State. I mean, this is a very unpredictable conference. Utah has been very competitive. Maybe Utah is able to get this done. Where are you leaning in the Big 12 here, Carter?
I'm personally leaning Utah, but you mentioned how competitive this conference might be. If you look at the odds, which I'm pulling up now, the highest number for a Big 12 team to make the playoff is, if I scroll down here, I have to scroll down a long ways because that's how volatile everyone thinks this conference is going to be. It's Utah plus 200. And thereafter, Miami, Clemson, Tennessee, Missouri, Florida State, Michigan, all the teams you think of in front of them. So, like, they're close to K-State's at plus 275 to make the playoff. You've got Kansas at plus 700. Like it's just going to be nutty trying to pick this conference, and I do think it'll be a lot of fun to watch. I'm going Utah. I'm going Kyle Whittingham. The system that he's had in place there for damn near 20 years in Salt Lake City. They're going to have a stout defense. They did lose some good players last year. Cole Bishop, Jonah Ellis are gone to the NFL now, but they always find a way to just grind these games out, just salt these games out, and end up coming out on top. I think they're good enough to win the Big 12 in their first year. So I'm going to have them. They would be my 4 seed. I do believe whoever wins the ACC is going to have a better resume. ACC champ will be the 3, and the Big 12 would be the 4.
ACC, I'm still leaning Florida State.
So I'll mark you down for Florida State.
You're taking NC State?
I'm taking NC State. I'm going first year in the new era of this playoff. I think we're going to see some real interesting things. I mean, you look back at the first year of the college football playoff and its first inception with 4 teams. That was the year where you saw, I'll never forget, the very first rankings of the top 4 ever in the history of the CFP. It was Mississippi State at number 1, Florida State at number 2, Auburn at number 3, and Ole Miss at number 4. That's what we were looking at in 2014 in our first season of this new era of college football. So I think we're going to see some similarly kind of just do not expect sort of things, because if you look at all the teams, there's no clear front runner. I think you can, well, I misspoke. There's no clear superstar player. I think there's teams like Ohio State and Georgia that are the front runners, but they're not. I don't think anyone looks at them as like they're absolutely going to win it. I think even as good as we think Ohio State is, we could still poke holes in them, which I think this year's it's going to be as wide open as we've seen it in a couple years.
Okay, at large bids, then if you don't have, you have Florida State in as a large?
If Florida State doesn't win the ACC,
yeah, because I think Oregon's going to be a top at large bid. I think I'm going with multiple SEC teams. I think Ole Miss gets in. I think Bama gets in. I think Texas gets in. I think you get 4 SEC teams in there.
I would yes. I think the ACC will get 2 teams. Whichever teams play for the title game, both of them will be in. And then you're looking at just 1 Big 12 team. So give me 4 SEC teams, 3 Big 10 teams, 2 ACC, 1 Big 12, and give me Boise State as your group of 5.
I like that. I like Boise State as a group of 5 team. All right, let's get into our power hour here, the final hour, Bet Nation live from Dallas. Let's get back into the NFL. Take a look at week 3, maybe some season predictions. That's next in the nation.
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo cannot tell a lie. Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. Time to finish the week strong. It's Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo here on the BetQL Network.
All righty, final hour, the Power Hour, live from Dallas, Bet Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. We got Carter Freeman holding things down, producing for us here locally. We got Crowley, of course, as well. Appreciate everybody who's been a part of this one across the BetQL Radio Network. Today we got preseason football, Packers, Broncos, Saints, 49ers tonight. And I've taken the 49ers -1 at home against the Saints.
He's gone
First
cuckoo.
ever.
I did it.
First ever preseason gamble. I know. I'm as proud of you as I am concerned.
Yeah, you should be. You should be concerned. I don't even know how I feel about it, but that's kind of where we're at right now with all of this.
You took the 49ers -1?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you name the 49ers backup quarterback? I can name the Saints a couple of their backups because they have Spencer Rattler. I do know that.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm taking the Niners.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Although Rattler didn't look bad in his preseason debut. But no, it went from like all of a sudden you had a bunch of quarterbacks there. Sam Darnold was backing up for Brock Purdy. Now it's just the Brock Purdy show. And
Josh Dobbs is.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the past.
Josh Dobbs.
Oh, my gosh.
No wonder. Dobbs is going to get me a dub
He
tonight.
is in San Francisco.
That's what we're looking at. If you missed it, the big news in the National Football League today, before I give you my NFL season-long prediction, sure to go wrong, because this will be my last show of Bet Nation for this season. Yeah.
What?
I'm going to be flying out to Florida for the next 2 Sundays, taking the baby girl on her first flight and to the beach for the first time. I'm terrified of this. The entire thing, I did not really want to do this, but what wifey says, I'm going along with. She seems confident in this entire endeavor, and I'm just going to hope and pray that we don't end up being that family with the screaming baby on the airplane, because that's always been one of my biggest nerve-wracking things in life. I never want to be that family.
Yeah, now you are literally putting yourself in prime position to be that exact family.
Yep.
You might be exactly what you loathe and what you fear most. And for you to face your fears like that, honestly, I'm actually extremely proud of you.
I'm very stressed. Like, to me, she's like, "Oh, are you excited? Are you looking forward to this?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Once you're sitting on the
Yeah.
beach, you won't care anymore, dude. Even if your kid was a total legendary Hall of Fame level bleep hole on that plane.
I think too now that most people can at least tune it out. There's enough earbuds, there's enough distractions for yourself on the plane that you can turn the volume up and not feel like you want to go fight the parent of a screaming baby. I think those confrontations have gone down. Baby-wise, there are still confrontations on planes to be certain, but those are not the ones I personally see all the time.
And I'd like to think, other parents, they get it. They're going to be like, I feel for you in that scenario. It's not going to be like,
babies
gosh,
cry. Like,
bleep this
No, but it's the
person.
bleep holes like Carter on the plane that don't have kids. that
But
all of a
yes,
sudden
those
have
are the
this,
ones
like,
I'm going to be like,
oh,
they're going to be eyeballing me like, God dang you.
I've never been in that situation before, but I know exactly what I would do.
Why don't you just feed that baby?
And I would be better than you at it.
Shut that baby up. Yeah.
Facts.
I'm hoping she's very good. So hopefully she's okay with this, but I'm still, honestly, I'm crapping myself, boys. Like, I'm so nervous about, I'm not even looking forward to this trip at all.
I think like
really
Cheech said, once you're on the beach and you stand between your toes, it'll be a distant memory.
Yeah.
And once she starts crying because she's hungry and she needs to be changed. We're out on the beach. Like the whole thing to me, it's just like going to be a nightmare. And I'm probably just in my own head about all of it.
No, actually, the more you explain it
But
to me, I'm like, wait.
To me, this whole thing doesn't seem like an enjoyable, relaxing trip whatsoever. We have a baby that she's going to be wanting a nap around like noon. I don't know what my wife expects in this entire thing, and we are going to have
She
help.
expects
Like,
greatness, brother.
We're going.
Okay?
We're going with.
She expects
my
you to
mother-in-law.
rise to the occasion.
But it's like, damn it, this is going to fall back on me, and I'm going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and there will be no vacation. It will just be I'm on baby duty.
It's a
And
work
that's fine. I
trip.
love my daughter, but there probably will be a time at one of these days where I'm like, I need some time.
Yeah, time and place, dude.
Just
Time
give
and
me a little
place.
bit. Just give me an hour. Okay.
Yeah, I the more you paint that picture, the more I do think like, man, you are going to have a baby at that beach when you're there.
Right.
So
Because
how
have you
awesome
ever
is
taken
that
the
actually gonna
kids?
be?
You have 3 young ones. Have you ever taken them on a flight?
I did not personally. I was in Oxnard, California for Cowboys training camp a couple of summers ago, and my family was back here, my wife and my kids, and my mother-in-law joined them on a flight to Mexico to visit my wife's family, and then I met them out there. And then I flew home a little bit early as well to get back for work. So I never actually had to go through the airport plane experience of traveling with kids. That was my wife and my mother-in-law that handled that. So I was fortunate. And I think ultimately, from my understanding, everything went relatively smoothly. And at that point, it was 2 kids, not 3, like I have now. And it was like a 2.5-year-old and a 1.5-year-old.
Okay. All right.
So that
Makes
was,
you feel better about this.
yeah, that was the situation. So, I mean, but yeah, I mean, going to the beach with and how old's your baby now?
It's gonna be 6 months.
It'll be 6 month old at the beach, sand, salt. I mean, she probably doesn't hold her liquor that well at this point. So like,
we're working on
this
this.
is
Just training
baby
on this
steps.
trip.
there is some concerns there, but we all have to perform. We all have to experience those rookie moments of doing things for the first time.
Yeah.
So hopefully she hits the ground crawling and she's ready to dominate.
I hope so. And I think she's going to crush this flight. That's my hope. We're just going to try and think happy thoughts about the whole thing. But here we go. The Wooly Bully prediction sure to go wrong for the National Football League season 2024. And I'm excited about this. Not really. I'm sure that I'm going to miss the majority of all of this, but you never know. I'm shaking up the crystal ball, and we're going to go ahead and do this thing, and we'll see. We'll see how many of these.
No one shakes the ball quite
right.
like you.
Nobody is shaking those balls like me. That's for damn sure.
There's more than one?
Yeah, are you kidding me? There's 2.
2 crystal balls.
2
in
crystal
case you don't
balls.
like what you get on
There's
the first
an
one.
AFC ball and an NFC ball.
Yeah.
I'm just juggling
backup
both.
ball.
I'm just juggling both. balls.
Which ball are you more confident in? Your AFC ball or your NFC ball?
Probably the NFC ball. But then again, now that you mentioned it, maybe it is the AFC ball. I mean, I'm feeling pretty crotch first about all of this. I'm just trying to promise but over deliver. In reality, I know all of this is going to happen. You can take this to the damn bank. Okay.
All right.
100%. Book it.
So what's your conference? What's your AFC championship game?
Okay, hold on. All right, let me go division by division.
Okay,
here.
okay,
All right,
okay.
We're jumping ahead
Sorry,
here.
sorry,
we
sorry,
still
sorry,
got
sorry.
half of the segment.
We got a little.
Okay, can you just
sorry.
relax?
Sorry, we need to get a little foreplay action.
Goodness gracious. Give me the AFC West champion right now.
Oh, this is going to be bold. Here we go.
The Kansas City Chiefs. I've already said.
I was going to say the Raiders.
I've already said the Chiefs could be flirting with perfection. And now that took a little bit of a hit with some of the injuries they're dealing with. I still think they're going to have a dominant regular season. They will probably be the 1 seed in the AFC, and the Chiefs are going to be rolling. Question will be, do we get a second team in the playoffs in the AFC West? We'll get to that in just a moment. AFC South champion. Indianapolis Colts.
Wow, he does want to be wrong.
Anthony Richardson.
I know. I've been battling like it's the Texans. The Texans. I should go with the Texans. Texans are everybody's heartthrob. The Colts, you mentioned it last year, man. They were so damn close to winning that division with Gardner Minshew. If Anthony Richardson can stay healthy, I think they're able to do it. I think both of them are playoff teams, the Colts and the Texans. So whoever doesn't win that division, I think, is a wild card team. So I think both are in the postseason. We're splitting hairs here. But just to be a little bit different, I like the Colts to be a surprise division winner this year.
You can get them at good money right now. They're plus
325. I like that.
at MGM.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, the Texans have one of the more difficult schedules in all of football.
And I expect just a little bit of a regression. Like last year was such a great magical season. I expect just a little bit of a regression from the Texans by a game or 2.
That's fair.
AFC North. This is going to be one of the juiciest divisions in football. I am going with Joe Burrow to stay healthy and the Cincinnati Bengals to win this division. Okay. I also do believe they have a chance to get 2 playoff teams at 3 total in this division. I think the
Baltimore's definitely
Ravens are going to be in there, and I think the Browns have a chance as well. I know their quarterback situation not good, but that is
hard to trust.
It's a really good roster. Offensive line's fantastic, and that defense is going to win them a lot of games.
Yeah, but Deshaun.
Yeah, but what about him? I mean,
he's ass.
As a wild card team, he's good enough to win 9-10 games. And the Steelers will be there. I mean, the Steelers are going to win 9 games. That's Mike Tomlin for you. But I think for sure Ravens, Bengals. So I'm taking the Bengals to win the AFC North. AFC East, this one's a little bit more tricky. I am going to take, against my better judgment.
You're going to go with the Jets, aren't you?
Nobody circles the wagons
Like
the
the
Buffalo
Buffalo
Bills.
I thought you were just going to pick nobody.
I'm sticking with the best quarterback in that division, and that is Josh Allen. I'm sticking with the Bills. They've had a lot of turnover. There's a lot of change, and I really wanted to go with Miami, but I think Miami's defense is going to hurt them this year, man. I love what they've got going on offense, and I love Mike McDaniel, but that secondary seems like they could be in shambles this year, and that's going to be great for fantasy football because they're going to be in high-scoring, high-flying games, but I'm sticking with continuity. Sean McDermott, Josh Allen. I think they run the football much better this year with James Cook. I think Dalton Kincaid has a breakout season at tight end. And I do like Keon Coleman. I think eventually, as the season goes on, Keon Coleman gets better. Curtis Samuel is a fun gadget piece. I'll stick with the Bills to hold down AFC East supremacy.
Wow, even with the news of their stud linebacker, Anthony Milano, my Italian brother, out for season.
Matt Milano, yes.
Matt Milano, excuse me.
Absolutely. And that's a huge
That's your
loss
brother,
for them.
Anthony.
Yeah.
But they found a way to navigate those waters last year, and I think they'll do it again. Now, I do think Jets make the playoffs this year.
Ooh, okay. So you got Dolphins missing playoffs. You have Aaron Rodgers staying healthy.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pivot and take Jets, Dolphins both to make the playoffs in the East. I'm going to take the Ravens to make the playoffs in the North.
And that's your 7.
Okay,
that's
so
seven.
no Browns is what you're saying.
No Browns.
Okay, finally,
No Browns.
We've got you back to earth.
I think the Dolphins can edge out the Browns.
Wow, an edge off.
Yeah, I think we'll edge it there. So there's your 7 playoff teams in the AFC. Your AFC Championship game, surprise, surprise to nobody.
Surprise, surprise.
Ends up being Bengals going to Burrowhead to take on the Chiefs, and Joe Burrow and the Bengals win the AFC this year. Wow. Yes. They upset the three-peat. Doesn't happen, much like the Cowboys losing to the San Francisco 49ers. It didn't happen. Now, Dallas went to San Francisco on the verge of their three-peat. Niners beat them. This would be Chiefs going on the road to Kansas City, but they get it done in Burrowhead. I think this is the year of Joe Burrow and the Bengals to get it done.
Slim Shiesty.
NFC East, Washington Commanders.
Oh no!
Are not going to win this division.
Washington
fine
Commanders.
with the
This
Colts.
is not the
I'm fine with
pop-up
the
year.
Bills.
Washington
Not
Commanders
fine with this.
are going to get it done at plus 1,100. Jaden Daniels is going to be awesome. They've got an outstanding supporting cast of weapons. Dan Quinn is a good defensive coach. Everyone's forgetting they still have Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne in the middle of that defense. It's very, very good. Their linebackers are much better. We'll see about the secondary, but Dan Quinn has done things with worse off secondaries. I don't trust the Eagles. The Cowboys, I'm not sure. There's just never back-to-back division champions. I'm being wild. I'm being crazy. This is the pop-up year for the Washington Commanders. I just feel it in my gut, and I got to trust the gut on this one.
And you can get really good money. They are 11-1 to
Hell,
win the NFC
great
East
odds.
right now.
Great
so
odds
if you're
there.
with Wolchuk and you're insane, then yes, that is a place to put your money.
But Wolchuk, you haven't been able to really trust your gut since you lost all that weight.
Yeah, but I put a lot of weight back on, so I think I can trust it again.
I guess there is some.
I'm fat again, dude. So
there's some of that. There's some of that, but I mean, for me it comes down to the offensive line.
I get it.
That's where they scare me a little. And Cliff Kingsbury, like how much is he going to help Jaden Daniels? I don't know.
I like Cliff more than you do, but we do have to. It remains to be seen. Like we don't know. I just believe in Jaden Daniels, and Washington does this weird crap. They just do. Just knowing the NFC East like I know it, and we don't know about the Eagles and the Cowboys. I'm just going to say Washington does some crazy crap this year, and they take that division.
Crazy
All right,
crap.
man. I mean, maybe it's like a RG3 rookie year kind of deal.
Yeah, and then they'll stink again. But
yeah,
we'll see. Lions do win the North. I've got the Packers as a playoff team as well. Give me the Falcons in the South. Give me the Rams in the West. 49ers are also a playoff team.
That's
okay.
hot.
We can't speed past that.
Yeah,
Rams.
look, the Rams, if they can stay healthy, I mean, they're very top
I
heavy.
think Stafford's got a hammy right now.
And he does. And McVay's like, I'm not worried about it, right? But, hey, Kyron Williams, I think, is a stud. I love what they've got at receiver, obviously. And defensively, I think Verse is going to be very, very good. And I liked Braden Fisk, who they drafted out of Florida State. Nobody's ever going to be able to replace Aaron Donald. But I think their defense is going to be a little bit better than people are giving them credit for right now. And the 49ers are dealing with a lot of injuries. Like, I think that's something that's going to plague them all year long. And we've seen how that really hurts them. making runs. Eventually, I think they could get healthy to still sneak into the postseason like we saw a couple of years ago. But give me the Rams and the 49ers. Do I need one more team? Do I have 6 right now?
You have Washington, Detroit, Green Bay, Atlanta, San Francisco, and the Rams. So you need one more team.
One more team.
Give me the Cowboys.
I did it.
I like
He's
it.
back, ladies and gentlemen.
I think they make dig it. They're right there. They're right there.
Like
9, 10 wins. 9, 10 wins. They're on the verge. They're on the cusp. I think they sneak in, and they're one and done as usual. Your NFC Championship game. It's the Packers of Green Bay taking on the Rams of L.A. The Green Bay Packers are your NFC champions. It is Bengals. It is Packers in the Super Bowl. And Joe Burrow finally gets his ring. He beats Jordan Love. Burrow and the Bengals finally win their first ever Super Bowl. Those are my predictions. Sure to go wrong.
Cincinnati bow ties for everyone. Championships. Confetti. Wow, against all odds. Zach Robinson, or whatever the hell his name is
Taylor.
Zach Taylor.
2006 Big 12 Player of the Year
He's
right there.
making it happen.
He's a Super Bowl champion.
Go Pokes.
Walchuk's personal record.
In an hour, I'll change all of that. Stay tuned. All right, coming up on the other side, let's do some questions with Crowley.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM. time to make betting great again on Bet Nation on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
Rocking and rolling here in the nation on a sports Sunday. Great to have you in the BetQL Radio Network. And as we wind down this power hour, it is time to go into the bedroom of one Zach Crowley, the producer of this program. And he's going to provide us with some hard-hitting questions. Our bodies are ready, and we will attack this with the best of our abilities as we go. Questions with Crowley.
What's up, guys? Happy to be here. And the first question I wanted to throw at you guys, we were just talking about it going into coming out of the break, is the New England Patriots and everything going on with their quarterback situation. We know they drafted Drake May in the top 5 of this past year's draft. And after a pretty up and down camp, it's looking like he actually might have a chance to start week 1. Gerard Mayo came out and said this is a legitimate competition. And I'm curious, if you guys were in Mayo's shoes, a first-year head coach, how would you handle this, and what do you think is going to happen? Because May actually looked pretty good on Thursday night against the Eagles. Who will be the Patriots starter week 1?
I'm still going to guess it's going to be Brissett. I think that's what I would do. And I like Drake May as like a prospect, as a guy that projecting out with the right coaching. I think there's a lot to work with there. A bit raw for sure, and a bit erratic with the accuracy and some of the mechanics and things like that. But I mean, my gosh, the size, the arm strength, and the mobility factor. I mean, this dude can scramble for first downs plenty. So I am a fan of Drake May. That is a stock that I would be interested in buying, but I also think like he was probably at the top of the list of these first round quarterbacks that you're like, hey, let's slow cook this dude, especially on a team like the Patriots. Their offensive line sucks. Their weapons suck. Like you're throwing a guy in there and you've given him borderline nothing to work with. And I know you want to get these guys in there as quickly as possible and just start that clock of, hey, let's get our young quarterback up to speed as quickly as possible. But I'd like to see him start some games this year probably, but I would be totally fine if I was a Patriots fan and I didn't see Drake May until November.
Yeah, if I were Gerard Mayo, I would definitely start Jacoby Brissett. I think there's value for Drake May to kind of sit back and learn the footwork, that kind of stuff. Like you could see things watching him in North Carolina. He needs some time. The talent's there, the toughness the kid has. There's consistency when it comes to the accuracy. That's a question mark. But yeah, I would 100% just start Jacoby Brissett. At some point, I'm sure Drake May will play. I can get the thought process of they drafted Jalen Polk, who I think is going to be a good receiver out of Washington. Javon Baker is a good player out of UCF, who they drafted a wide receiver as well. Do you want them to kind of grow and groom together? But you can do that in like the final month of the season to try and give yourself some confidence moving into Drake May's sophomore year. So week 1, like we're seeing this with the Cowboys and Cooper Beebe. It seemed like Brock Hoffman was going to be their starting center. Now everyone's like, okay, yeah, Cooper Beebe, this kid's pretty damn good, right? So now it seems like maybe he is going to win that center job. This is kind of the weird stuff that happens once you go through training camp a little bit, what we thought in week 1 of training camp, not how it's going to finish once camp wraps. But I definitely think I would let Drake May sit before I just threw him into the fire for a full 17-game schedule.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes, because it almost feels to me that he went from a guy Patriot fans were declaring a bust to a guy Patriot fans just really want to see out there week 1. And I would agree with you guys. Like, I would be a little bit nervous to throw him out there week 1, just based on the situation that's around him. Like, you're really telling me that Demario Pop Douglas is going to be your number 1 wide receiver? That is not ideal. So tough times to be a Patriot fan.
Oh yeah. It's a real nightmare. I mean, you have the hope of like a young, fresh head coach and a guy in Drake May who potentially can grow into something, but this year is going to be an unmitigated disaster.
Is there a franchise, though, that can handle a down stretch more than the Patriots fans can?
Oh, I don't think so. I think they're so damn spoiled.
They are spoiled, and they are rabid, and they are just absolutely nuts with their sports passions. So I don't know that they're actually built for it, but yes, like, in reality, they should have like a good decade of still, not bringing out the pitchforks kind of deal because of the run that they were just granted.
But it is Boston, so they
just ran
regardless.
Belichick out of there. And
They
he had,
did.
what, two? They made the playoffs with Mac Jones, and they had 2 bad years. Bye-bye, Bill. So I don't know. I mean, from the outside looking in, sure, in Boston, those fans are going to be ticked off. I don't think there's going to be a ton of a grace period here.
I'm seeing Tom Brady in San Francisco throwing the ball around pregame. He's not?
Yeah, that game's on Fox.
It's
That's a Fox game tonight.
So he's calling that
Saints 49ers. I would assume so. Yeah.
Oh, what?
He was at a game last week that he didn't call. I know
It was
most
the Cowboys game. He practiced.
Most preseason games are in-house. They're produced locally by the team. So, but
That's a good point. That's a
maybe
good
this
point.
is a national game. I'll do some research.
It's on Fox. It's a Fox national broadcast. Now, he might be doing one of those trial things like he did last week where he just practiced, but it is being broadcasted by Fox.
All right.
Crowley?
On that note, guys, I think we brought this up prior to the show. How annoying is it that there are only 2 NFL preseason games tonight, and both of them are going to be at the same time, and they're actually pretty interesting. Like you guys just mentioned, Tom Brady is going to be calling the Niners-Saints game, and then we have Bo Nix and the Broncos, who apparently, Zach, I don't know if this makes you nervous about your Super Bowl pick, but the Broncos and Packers had a joint practice on Friday, and the word coming out of Denver was the Broncos just whooped them on offense and defense.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Tore that ass up.
I know we have some people like Elliot Shore Parks that are counting like these joint practice victories with the Philadelphia Eagles, but I don't care really who wins a joint practice personally. But yeah, Bo Nix looked okay in his first preseason game. Like that's a guy I did not think should have been a first-round player. Now, Sean Payton, I mean, that's always been the caveat. Sean Payton's got an eye for quarterbacks. If anybody can take a guy that we don't think is going to be any good and make him into something, it's probably Sean Payton. So I do expect Bo Nix to start. But no, it doesn't make me nervous about Green Bay. I think that's a young team on the rise. The defense is good. As I've mentioned, like the offensive line, the right tackle position is the one that scares me. But Josh Jacobs, they added, good runner. All 3 of those young receivers, I think, are going to take a step. Luke Musgrave at tight end. And I'm a believer in Jordan Love. And I think the NFC is pretty wide open this year because I think San Francisco is going to have some bumps in the road. And health has already been a concern for them. We've seen how that can really derail seasons for San Francisco. But I don't know why, like, if Fox is going to get this primetime game, NFL Network, yeah, you could have had Green Bay and Denver kick off at like 3 o'clock or sometime in the afternoon leading into that Fox game. I'm with you there.
I do have an update. Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt will be practicing during this game, but they are not on the call. That's Adam Amon, Mark Sanchez, and Christina Pink will be on the national call.
Very nice.
We saw Christina Pink at the Jerry Party a few years ago.
We did.
Just an extremely talented individual. I agree. I mean, come on, let's split this up a little bit, man. We could have been doing a bit of a watch party here. You know, we could have been watching Bo Nix do his thing, 4 or 5 air yards at a time.
All right, guys. Moving on. There's one other story I wanted to throw at you guys. As we all know, the Olympics just ended, and the next time the Summer Olympics will be taking place, that'll be in 2028 in Los Angeles. And there's been a lot of conversation about a new sport that they will be adding, and it's flag football. And I just saw a quote from the quarterback of the U.S. flag football team. His name is Darrell Doucette. And what he's basically saying is that even if guys like Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and Christian McCaffrey and Justin Jefferson, if they want to play flag football for Team USA in 2028, they're out of luck because Team USA already has a team. And by the way, this guy's 5'7", Darrell Doucette, the current quarterback of Team USA flag football. So my question for you guys is there actually a chance we see some of the best players in the NFL actually suiting up for Team USA flag football in 2028? And is your confidence level just overall anywhere close to this guy, Darrell Doucette, the quarterback of Team USA?
Yeah, no, I wish I was as confident in anything that this 5'8" gentleman is in his flag football abilities. I do think there's a different type of skill set for sure that's involved when it comes to the flag football stuff. But if that guy thinks that their roster is set and ready to go and that no NFL player could conceivably be on that team and be better than the guys that are on that team, I think that's absurd. So yeah, I don't know what type of like contract stuff gets involved here of like, are guys contractually allowed to do stuff like this or whatever, but assuming that they're allowed to, I would absolutely expect some current NFL players to be doing that, at least trying out to make the team. But like, my gosh, I know it's 4 years from now, so who knows what version of Tyreek Hill is, that we get at that point. But like, Tyreek Hill right now, are you kidding me? You're telling me that's not wide receiver 1 for Team USA flag football? Like, give me a freaking break, dude.
Yeah, I mean, any of the Justin Jefferson, C.D. Lamb. I mean, you name the receiver, Jamar Chase.
Maybe it's the defenders that things are a little bit different for. Like maybe flag football defenders.
Yeah, I could see that. But like Micah
Maybe.
Parsons, you don't
No,
think?
I think Micah Parsons would be phenomenal.
Jalen
Yeah.
Ramsey,
Yeah.
like, I think absolutely NFL player. They're the best players in the world at football.
Come on, dude.
I mean, I get it. It's not tackle, it's flag, but they're going to dominate you. If they were to do an all NFL flag football team versus this U.S. Olympic team, I would be betting on the NFL team to beat them.
Lamar Jackson, you don't think he's a better quarterback than this schmo that's making this comment? I mean, come on, dude. Lamar Jackson running around, that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, be really tough.
And again, 4 years from now, maybe it's not Lamar Jackson, but
maybe
whoever the equivalent is at that time. Yeah, like, and I don't know all the rules of like running quarterbacks and stuff like that in flag football, but yes, to think that the NFL players that desire to play flag football wouldn't be consistently better than whoever is already on this team.
And they're going to get tons of practice because now we got the Pro Bowl. It's a flag football game.
There you go, Wolchuk. Absolutely. So they're going to have the experience necessary to go out there and win gold for their country.
All right, before we wrap, guys, one more nugget I wanted to throw at you. We have 2 preseason games about to kick off. We're going to go over our final bets for them in the final segment. But so far this preseason, we've had 31 games. Unders are 24-7. That's 77%. In the NFL preseason so far. Shout out to our guy, John Ewing of BetMGM, who just sent out this information. The 2 totals for tonight's game, we have Broncos-Packers at 39 and 49ers-Saints at 38. Are we betting the under in these games?
Yes, absolutely. I think we joke around about the, gambling for preseason and stuff like that, but that's like the pretty much you can book it sort of play as it pertains to preseason football. I mean, the offenses are generally terrible across the board. And even in games where Pat Mahomes and them are playing, it's settling for plenty of field goals and knocking rust off and only playing for like a quarter or 2 or whatever. So yeah, that's if I was making any bet on anything, it would just be hit the under. Formulaically in the preseason, that's the no-brainer deal. I don't need to know who's playing. I don't need to know where they're playing. It's the under every time.
And the issue is it's the quarterback play. We talked about that. The quarterback play and the offensive lines. Right. I mean, there's just not – you can barely field 5 really good starting offensive linemen, let alone make sure you've got reserves that are good. So if you've got a tackle out there, like I'm just going to reference Josh Ball and the Cowboys who can't play in the NFL – now, I mean, how do you expect to move the football? And then you're throwing out God knows who at quarterback, right, to play in the second half of these games. So, yeah, the under's probably a smart play, 100%. I think that is the way to go, unless you just want to do some money line action like I'm doing.
Crowley, do you bet preseason football generally?
Very rarely. It would have to be a spot that I really like. And by the way, it's crazy. Yesterday, the Chiefs play the Lions. I mentioned 2 guys during the break. That's actually my Super Bowl prediction. I thought we saw a preview yesterday. Ooh. But the Chiefs were 9-point favorites because Mahomes and all of the starters played in the first half, or the first quarter, I should say. No one for the Lions of their starters played. So the Chiefs enter this game as 9-point favorites and they lose outright. Lions money line was like plus 250 and it cashes. So I tend not to bet the preseason.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that one bit, but yeah, my advice would just be if you want to get in on the action, man, preseason, just hit that under pretty much every time, unless you're like Wolchuk and you have just a nice gut feeling about the pass or not or whatever, then you go ahead and make your hay with some money line action. But
Josh Dobbs guy,
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Crowley, anything else for us before we let you remain silent in your mom and dad's house?
I think we're good. As Carter harped on earlier, I'm just super excited to have football back. Looking forward to it.
Me too, Crowley. Me too, man. It's
so close.
It's in the air. How many days away are we from the kickoff of college football, Carter?
We're 6 days away.
6 days away. So next Saturday is here we go.
So next Sunday on BetQL,
Here
I
we
will
go.
have
A
reaction.
full breakdown
We
of
will have
Montana State.
Of Montana State beating New Mexico, of SMU kicking the crap out of Nevada, of the Hawaii game that's happening at freaking 3 a.m. East Coast time. I will have it all for you.
Is that considered 0 week?
Week 0.
What a beautiful time.
It's amazing.
Absolutely
We made it.
Beautiful
We
time.
did it, guys.
Yes, we did. All right. Well, we got one more segment to go here in the nation. Let's go ahead and set you up for your sports week, and we will put some money in your pockets next year, live from Dallas in the nation.
Bet Nation will be back on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Still, I love Kenny Duske.
time to make betting great again on Bet Nation with Zach Wolchuk and Eric Schiaffalo on the BetQL Network. Presented by BetMGM.
The final segment, Bet Nation live from Dallas. Thank you, everybody who we've been hanging out with so far today. As we put a bow on this one, we look ahead to the NFL games tonight. We got Packers, Broncos, Saints, and the Niners. Looks like Denver's favored by 6.5. Over under set at 38.5. We're going under here. Broncos over the Packers. I mean, Crowley, you said they're Broncos kicking the Packers' ass, I guess, during the joint practice. So, I mean, 6.5 for Denver. I don't know. I'm staying away from that one. Is it the Bo Nix night? Exciting, I guess, to watch him.
There's no way you can bet the line of any of these games and feel anywhere close to good about it.
I mean, New Orleans is now favored by 1, and I'm going San Francisco in this one at home. I don't feel great about it. Okay, I don't. But you know what? It's going to make watching this game 10 times more fun come the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be go. Let's go. Yeah. Woo! Cash in. Money. 37.5 is the over-under for Saints and 49ers. But you know, Josh Dobbs is somebody that I do think could come in and give you some good preseason moments. I know you brought up Spencer Rattler, who looked pretty solid for the Saints there last week. Had
Jake
a touchdown
Hayner,
drive.
too. The former Jake Hayner, the former Fresno State.
You sipping on that Haynerade or what?
I am. He had a very nice looking pass to A.T. Perry, former
A.T. Perry, Wake Forest
receiver. He was a 6th round pick, I believe, in 2023. That's going to be great value for the Saints. I think he's going to be a contributor for them for a long time.
All he did was catch touchdowns there at Wake Forest.
In the claw fence with Dave Clawson, that weird mesh that just makes me uncomfortable every time I watch it. But I can't.
And shout out to Grant DeBose, Charlotte, from the Green Bay Packers. He led their team in receiving in the first round. He was a guy I saw absolutely torch North Texas in a game I went to a few years ago. Not bad. Grant DeBose, that dude can play a little bit. So there's your
they're the
preseason
49ers too,
tonight.
aren't they? I believe the Charlotte. Yes, they're the 49ers.
They are.
So
They are. Yes, they are. The Charlotte 49ers. We also had like a back and forth going on. I don't know. Club Shay had Noah Lyles on. Now, Noah Lyles, Olympic sprinter, won gold in the 100-meter, bronze in the 200-meter from COVID, allegedly.
Respectfully.
But he really ticked off a lot of American athletes who have now been very openly rooting against him because he claimed that the only real world championships would be, you know, in track and field, like in an event like the Olympics. If you win the NBA Finals, you're not a world champion. If you win the Super Bowl, you're not a world champion. But
he's a world-class dumbass.
Yeah, I guess Noah Lyles didn't realize that it's not just Americans that are playing in these leagues. It is the best players from all over the country, especially now in the NBA. All right, in the world, yes. Now it kind of makes sense though why he thought this, because he was on Club Shay earlier, and they asked him about Nikola Jokic, and he didn't know who the hell Nikola Jokic was.
Wow. How about you freaking know what you're talking about before you talk about
Just
it?
read a book, dude.
Yeah. I mean, come on. Did you not like, you haven't just paid attention to anything here? He's the best basketball. He clearly doesn't know anything about basketball. That's the problem with Noah Lyles. He loves talking about basketball, which is something he knows nothing about. And those are some of the worst people to come across. They just talk about crap that they have no idea what they're talking about, and they do it with confidence, like they do know what they're talking about. And then you just ask one simple question, like, who's the best at what we're talking about? And he's like, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, wait, what? Who is Nikola Jokic? Well, yeah, he's not American. He's from Serbia, and he's probably the best player in the NBA. And oh, by the way, he's a multi-time MVP and won the NBA championship 2 years ago, making him a world champion.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff right there that just, it bugs you.
It's a stupid thing to say.
It's a stupid thing to say. And
Foot and mouth.
For him to be wrong and loud about it, those are the best ones, where it's like, you're not only are you wrong, but you're like indignant and you're loud wrong and you're an idiot.
World-class dumbass.
World-class
Well
dumb
said.
A.
Well
you let him know.
said.
You let him know. Now, this is also, I don't know, it's kind of sad, but for the Bucks, I get what they're doing here. They have reached an agreement with Randy Gregory, edge rusher, to release him. Now, he signed with the team in the offseason, Head coach Todd Bowles said that he was never given a reason to why Gregory didn't show up for training camp. I don't believe he even showed up for the mini camps either. He said, quote, "I'll never find out, but I wish him the best, and we'll move on from there. You can't miss what you never had." Yes, that is true. Now, he got a $3 million one-year deal, $2 million in incentives, and he missed the 3 mandatory minicamp practices, 24 days of training camp. They decided, you know what, done. We're gone. He was fined over $1 million for the time that he missed with Tampa Bay. And I guess now he's free to sign with another team. I think he's still suing Denver and the league for games missed, which, I mean, I think he has a case for because they changed the cannabis rules in the NFL, like what they're testing for and what you can get suspended for and can't. And that's clearly been, something for Randy Gregory. He deals with
Going
a lot
back
of
to college.
Yeah, anxiety and mental health issues, and he uses cannabis as a way to self-medicate, and that's clearly been an issue for him. That's why he dropped in the draft, because he tested positive. But now, that's not as big of an issue as it was when he was coming out of Nebraska back in 2016 or whatever that was.
Sometime around
Well, I mean, it sounds like Flash Gordon should be all over this lawsuit as well. Then.
Yeah, I think he should.
If we're going to retroactively, remove punishments.
Yeah, is he still playing in like the fan-controlled football league? I feel like at some point he was with either that or the XFL or one of those lower leagues.
I'm pretty sure he caught a touchdown pass from Johnny Manziel in the fan-controlled football league.
What a star-studded team that was.
Yeah.
That is badass. So we'll see where Randy Gregory ends up, if indeed somebody signs him.
Dude, I could see him being right back here in Dallas.
They could use some edge rush help.
They could use some edge rush help. Absolutely.
Certainly,
Their
yeah.
pass rush right now is looking a little bit like non-existent unless they're blitzing.
Don't have a lot of depth there at all.
Obviously, they got Micah, but outside of him, it's kind of slim pickings since Sam Williams got hurt.
Yeah. Now the Steelers lost an offensive lineman, Nate Herbig. He's expected to be sidelined for a significant amount of time. That's their center. Now, the good thing is they did draft rookie center Zach Frazier out of West Virginia.
You liked him quite a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, Frazier's a hell of a player. So I do think Frazier probably could have battled his way maybe to start anyway. But it's always a big loss when you lose your starting center. This could end up being a blessing for the Steelers, though, because Zach Frazier, hell of a player. I mean, to me, they've addressed that offensive line in a big way. I thought their draft was really good. Frazier, of course, the wrestling background. I think he's going to be a pretty nice backup option to have there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the West Virginians are usually very, very strong.
That country
strong. They have that super. That sort of that inbreeder strength.
Inbreeders,
coal fed.
I'm sorry,
coal fed.
Yeah,
coal country.
Yeah.
Just running off
Coal
fumes.
fed. If you missed it, of course, Gardner Minshew going to be the starting quarterback for their 80s. Antonio Pierce announcing that one. And I don't know really what he saw last night in that preseason game to say, like, yep, definitely Minshew's our guy. Neither him nor Aiden O'Connell looked very good. But I guess, hey, Minshew's at least won games in this league. He's a veteran.
Well, and they paid him like freaking $15 million guaranteed.
Yeah, you just start the guy.
It's
You can always bench him.
It's a better choice than them paying. Didn't they give Jimmy Garoppolo closer to like $40 million guaranteed?
They gave Jimmy G a lot.
They gave him a lot to start 7 games before they just decided this isn't going to work.
Yeah,
that's pretty ugly. That's funny. 2 off seasons in a row, the Raiders just decided, and we don't know with Gardner Minshew yet. We haven't seen him on the field, but
we know
expectations aren't high. So it's them doing this 2 years in a row. Just tough times in Raiderland.
Tough times. Now the Eagles suffered an injury. Mekhi Becton has a leg injury. That's the former
Never
New York
heard of
Jets
that before.
tackle.
That's just, he's never been hurt, not at all.
When you're 400 pounds, it's hard for your legs to sustain their health.
That's a tough one. Now they're kicking him inside the guard, so he's been their starting right guard. He left early in practice. Landon Dickerson, who's their other guard, was also hobbling most of the practice, favoring his knee. He came off limping after a one-on-one rep with Milton Williams, their defensive tackle. So
Milton.
I hate when I hate when any players get hurt.
Yep, that's 2 offensive linemen that are a little bit banged up. Not expected to be serious injuries, though. So Eagle fans out there, just cautious.
Don't get your panties in a wad.
When it comes to this offensive line, all right? I know. They're probably MFing Mekhi Becton right now.
Put the batteries down, okay? Don't
How
throw 'em.
dare you get hurt in a practice? And then Stephon Gilmore. Shout out to Gilly. Hell of a dude. Really, really good player. Had a tremendous career. Super Bowl champion. Defensive Player of the Year. 5-time Pro Bowler. He's reached an agreement on a 1-year deal worth up to $10 million. including $7 million guaranteed with the Vikings. So shout out to Gilly. Vikings needed some help. They've had a hell of a week when it comes to J.J. McCarthy, their rookie pick, being out for the season. And then Jordan Addison also had that scare. Like, oh, no.
Yeah, we did see he's
when
going
he
to be
was
okay.
Drunk and asleep at the wheel.
No, this was a practice. This was a karting situation during practice. The cart came out for
and
him.
he was not driving, so there were no accidents with the cart.
Yeah, that also did happen, though.
That did happen earlier this offseason.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Vikings, though, they're not going to win a lot of games, and I think if they do lose a lot, it'll be good for them because this next draft is not quarterback heavy. So if they have a high pick, they're going to get a strong player like Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan, James Pierce, defensive end from Tennessee. There's a lot of defensive talent coming up in this draft. But that being said, even though I don't think they'll win that many games, I do think they're going to be that ugly loss on potentially all three of the other teams in the NFC North schedule. Like I still don't think they're going to be an easy
you think they're going boogeyman?
I think they could. I don't think Kevin O'Connell's going to let this team just lump over.
I agree. I like Kevin O'Connell as a coach. It's just like now you're stuck with Sam Darnold. Like if they had J.J. McCarthy, I think there would have been something to work with there.
Let's do that for next week. Let's do the top 5
teams you don't want to play.
Like top 5 toughest outs for teams that also are not going to be in the playoffs.
I would throw the Raiders up there too, just as a little tease.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Raiders will be one of those teams you don't want to see.
Browns,
Wolchuk's Washington Commanders,
and the Commandos.
Wolchuk's Commandos. Well,
don't say that.
I'd say that's a little too disrespectful.
I did. That doesn't make them like my.
Wolchuk's got him as more than just a tough out. He's got him as a freaking NFC.
I think they could win a division
champion.
This could be a pop-up year. All right, that's what they do. They do this weird crap every 4 or 5 years. Here comes Washington out of nowhere, makes me want to vomit and just be sick to my stomach. Okay, we got Back to the Futures coming up next. Lucy Burge and company, they're going to take that. Shout out to Crowley. Dude, you're a badass. You're a wizard, man. We love you. And I know you're sliding over and you're doing your Back to the Futures thing. So, there you are. Crowley, what's up?
Crowley, do you like working with us better, though, right? You like producing our show, right?
It's a toss-up, but of course, it's Zach's, I love working with Zach especially. We're going to miss him.
Well, I love you, Crowley. I love you, buddy. Is that enough? Crowley, we're going to have a phone call after this. You hold your calls. Hold Back to the Future. I got to find out why you were ball sacking me with what you just said there. All right, Bet Nation returns next week. Will Chambers sliding in for me. That's Eric Chiafalo. Thank you to Carter as well. Back to the Future's next.
You've been listening to the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Different thing. I'm actually kind of intrigued by the game. That may be the direction they go. Where? I don't know. No, it's not.
The Saints are going to be really good next year with this moron head coach and moron quarterback. God almighty.
Tweak some things if you need, but this was a pretty damn good team. Let's run it back.
Apparently, every baseball gambler is a complete moron all of a sudden.
It's really not a clear-cut number 2 team.
The favorites don't always win, and sometimes you see the unpredictable happen.
Really, to your point, what a night, man.
Are you ready, sir? Start your engines. Let's go.
Astros money line versus the Marlins. Johnny Cueto, no thank you. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How does this affect me personally?
Which is absolutely bonkers to me.
If you do the middle school math, is 117 yards per game that you gotta post each and every weekend.
I knew it.
Who has the upper hand? Do we think it's going to be the offenses, or do we think it's going to be the defenses?
How about Saturday's game? Let's just throw a random game out here.
Like, I don't want to put faith in NC State. There's a chance we'll lose outright. Who knows? Jinx is definitely not paying attention right now. He's just vibing to the music.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. No one brings the wow factor like the BetQL Network.
When did that happen?
Today.
And instantly,
Yes.
the crowd goes wild.
We celebrate the women of wagertainment.
And while both offenses can put up a ton of points in a hurry,
Ooh, I did the right strategy there. Set you up for just complimenting me. You know what? I get that.
Never miss a minute of the action. Download the BetQL app to take us anywhere you go and watch all the shows on Twitch TV/BetQL. Presented by the Kings of Sportsbooks. BetMGM.
Go for the betting cycle on BetQL with Cody Decker.
Cody Decker, former professional baseball player, turned professional smartass on the radio.
Sports handicapper Rob Brown.
When Penix Jr. plays USC, he's getting 400 yards.
Cycling all the top plays.
And Cody Decker, I think Florida can cover today.
And one outrageous show parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Let the chaos begin. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Some would say that maybe he'll be chasing Super Bowl MVP. Really makes me angry that, like, Knicks fans can't have anything. We've been bad for... I get it. Now it's, okay, 100% of attention on 9 million games tonight. It's a playoff game. We've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends, and it ends with absolute disaster. But I'll tell you, that's fun, but the most fun thing about betting on sports for me is this. Like, hey, there's no tomorrow. And now, come on, pick it in.
BetMGM tonight. Join us for live sweats.
Yes.
Let's go, Kansas State.
That was a big balls 3.
3 minutes ago. Put this
Big
thing up now.
balls 3.
Instant reaction.
This is an unbelievable thing for me to see. My favorite team, my true favorite team. Less mistress, more side piece.
And maybe a few regrettable decisions.
Oh, he's got bust written all over him.
Gutekunst sucks. Jordan Addison ran a 5.340 and he's Trista's height. I'd take him.
You know what you shouldn't have done? Bet on the Wizards.
Yep.
Thing. I'm actually kind of.
And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetQL Network with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague. Presented by BetMGM.
Hey, good evening. Welcome in. Back to the Futures. Back again here on the BetQL Network, the Odyssey app, and radio stations nationwide. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon, with my co-host, as always, Lucy Burge over there in Boston. We have a lot to get to tonight. Should be a wonderful show. A lot of football talk as we've got 2 preseason games about to kick off. But good evening, Lucy. How was your weekend? How much football have we consumed? Have we punted on the Red Sox yet? Because we know the Red Sox are probably not making the playoffs. But where are we at? How was your weekend?
Yeah, hello, Sprague. A little bit of a tough go when it comes to the Red Sox, but I mean, Drake May is the future of the Patriots, so that's of course very exciting. No, it was a very, very good weekend. My mom came up for lunch because what happened last weekend when I had the whole chaos before the show, but that was nothing compared to the car trouble that I ran into last weekend when I was driving home to Connecticut and the engine of my car went into like stop working mode, and I got it fixed in Connecticut. So I drove there and we got it fixed there, but I borrowed my mom's car for the week. So I had my mom's car up here. So we switched them yesterday. She came up here and we made a whole day of it. We went to lunch. We had a wonderful time. It was a beautiful day. So we went to the Friends Cafe that they have in Boston, Central Perk, which they opened. I showed her that, and we went to lunch and walked around. So it was a very nice day yesterday. Today was pretty good. It was an okay weekend, and but very, very nice time with my mom. And yeah, watching the Red Sox is touch and go, very touch and go. Very hesitant about what's going to happen with this team, which I do love very much. But I have been laughing for about 20 minutes before this show at the intros to the kids cast of the Little League game, the Little League Classic Yankees Tigers game. So they, as one would do on a kids cast, and I thought this was great, and I was into it. They asked the players, or they had them say, like, oh, what's your, who is one person you would love to meet? First of all, they asked Jazz Chisholm, one person you would love to meet. He said, well, Jay-Z, but I've already met Jay-Z. So Michael Jordan. Okay. So then they ask, what is your go-to app? Like app on your phone. Aaron Judge says Maps, the Maps app. And this guy is electric stuff, Aaron Judge. Thank you very much. But then I thought about it and I thought, you know what they did? They didn't say your favorite app. They said your go-to app. So he gets a pass, I think, with that because Maps, because he's like, oh, in New York City, I always get lost. It's the John Mulaney stand-up thing where he's like, how do you get lost in New York? The streets are numbered, Aaron Judge. So that was, I thought the intro was well done for the kids cast because they asked very cute questions and the answers were really funny because Aaron Judge, he should have been like, well, the Yankees app on the MLB.com app is what he should have said. But no, he went with Maps. You could have said any other fun, the Dave and Buster's points app or what, any kind of fun thing. No, Maps. Maps is his favorite app or his go-to app. So I thought that was hysterical just thinking about that. But yeah, it's been a good weekend capped off with this show, of course, and the Little League Classic. But Sprague, how are you? How was your weekend?
It was a good weekend. I had a nice little getaway. Took some time off last week out here on the radio show, and so I'm back in full force tonight and back this coming week. Except I'll be out the following Friday because coming up on Friday we have maybe the biggest event in our state's current ongoings of events. We've got an event called Hood to Coast, and so Mount Hood, which is about an hour from where I live, outside of Portland. We start at Mount Hood. There's 12 of us, and we run from Mount Hood. And then we run all the way to a beach town called Seaside. It's 199 miles. And so we run about 36 hours, just kind of straight, just like 6-person teams interchanging 3 times until you get all the way to the coast. So back again. It's good to be back. I will defend Aaron Judge very quickly, the face of baseball.
Yes.
One, like as you get older, like you want reliability of where you're going. I'm more of a Waze guy, I think, than a Maps guy. But also, like, I've never been to New York. I thought I was going to go this summer. I didn't. I've always seen people describe New York, and it's like West 55th and blank street. And then the cross is 35th. And I'm like, every time I've always heard it, we don't do our streets like that on the West Coast, like at all. So I will defend Aaron Judge that, like, the West Coast people definitely don't understand the nuanced levels in which New York City operates with streets and cross streets. And so I will defend the face of baseball, but it has been a pretty good showing so far for the Little League World Series or the Little League game or whatever they're calling this. It's a really cool event that they do. And I thought that was a really cool answer. I like it. It shows his age, shows where he's at in his life. And I can kind of relate to it, like, because I use Waze a lot whenever I'm traveling.
Yes, no, I agree. When I go to New York, I use Maps all the time because I don't want to get lost there. And because I can see on a map, yes, okay, so the streets the avenues versus streets that go north and south and what goes west to east and all that. But when you're actually there, like, okay, I need Maps. But I will say I do use Maps all the time. And if you looked at my phone use, like percentage, maybe Maps once in a while is a lot of the percentage. Used it today, actually, because I walked about 2 miles north in this city toward the harbor in Boston, which is part of Boston I never go to because I was returning a package at the Staples Express Return Center because you don't have to print out a shipping label. So I walked 2 miles to go there and walk to a different part of the city, but I used my Maps the entire time to know where I was going. So actually, you know what, Aaron Judge, that's a really good answer because I use it every day.
Well, so we got baseball's going on. We've got divisional races still happening. We've got the wild card stuff still really up in the air. The other thing we've got football actually kicking off in just a minute. If you just heard a sound, that was my phone. I apologize for it, but I'm bringing up the Packer Bronco game mainly because Oregon quarterback Bo Nix is going to start for Denver. I think he's going to be the starting quarterback for the season for them. Stidham was hot trash in the debut. And I think Peyton wants to see what he has in Nix. And Nix is an older quarterback, and so it actually makes a lot of sense. It's been a nice couple weekends. I don't really care about preseason football much, but it's been a nice couple weekends in following these young quarterbacks because you could very well have like 4 or 5 busts. You also might have like a rarity, the Burrow, Herbert, Tua, and was it Lamar draft class? I want to say, well, maybe it was not Lamar, but I forget who the other one was in that category. But like we've had some classes where there's 3 or 4 guys that come into a class and they actually hit. And I think this could be a class. Your guy Drake May finally had some good showing for himself in New England. I don't think we're talking about Joe Milton anymore.
No, unfortunately.
Bizarre stuff with Penix and what Atlanta's doing there. I don't understand it like at all. Bo Nix is about to make his start. I'm pretty confidently going to say I think he'll have an okay showing. Caleb continues to have electrifying plays. Jaden Daniels looks like he could be an offensive rookie of the year. Like this might be a good rookie class. And so it's added an element for me in preseason where I normally don't care or bet to actually follow and kind of maybe wager a little bit here. Like the unders are 24-7 in preseason, and the Bronco Packer total is 39. Niners Saints is 38. So things to watch for outside of just totals is also this rookie quarterback class could end up being pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. I don't put much stock into preseason games. I don't think it really means a whole lot. Like the Chiefs haven't won any games. Like that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me how teams do in preseason. I feel like the main thing I get out of preseason, and I think probably everybody, this is kind of shared by everyone, the quarterback competitions is what I watch to see who looks better, who when you actually get you, there's all this hype and talk about each quarterback, what they're going to be and who will win, how they look in practice. But once you get them onto the field, all I want is just like the season to start and to see these quarterbacks and these rookies and anyone who's on a new team, how they mesh and how they look when you actually get them out on a field in a game situation. And I think this is the closest thing, of course, that we have right now to actual in-season football. So I think there's a lot of itching to see how these quarterbacks look. And it's been very interesting to see how these battles have played out. And some are over right now, some battles, some are not. And I think it's very interesting to see how a lot of them are playing out. It is too bad that we're not talking about Joe Milton anymore or Bailey Zappi. I think the quarterback competition for the Patriots is narrowed down to 2. I don't think those other 2 are really in contention for this anymore. And I as of right now do think Drake May should start week 1, but I don't think he will. But I think he has earned it. But it's week to week thinking, oh, who's earned it, who's not, how does this guy look here, who is really to blame, how do they actually fleshing it out on the field, I think is really the crux of what I get out of preseason.
Well, and also, and thanks to Zach in the chat, like Jalen Hurts was the name I was looking for in that Herbert. To Burrow class. Like that's 4 dudes. Like I don't know if any 4 of them will win a Super Bowl, but 2 of them have been to Super Bowls, and like all 4 of them have gotten that massive rookie kind of extension. I will say on the rookie quarterback thing, I've always long believed that like situation does matter, but I'm just a big believer, and I've been this way the entire way, that like just play your guy. Yeah, we're not in an ecosystem in the NFL with salary cap stuff where you can sit a guy like Jordan Love might be the last dude we ever see in our adult lives with salary cap implications that gets to sit as long as he did, right? Like some of these guys might end up sitting. JJ McCarthy got hurt, and that's a guy that, it's a really unfortunate injury for him. Vikings are still high on him, but like we're not going to see him at all, so we'll have no clue who he is. But I watched New England, Philadelphia last week, and I think Drake May and the Patriots are not going to be good. I hate to break that news to you in Boston. I think the Patriots are going to suck. I think they're like really going to suck. Matthew Judon got traded. We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that. Their win total went down at BetMGM from 5.5 to 4.5, and it is one of the most bet unders for win totals, under 4.5. And I don't see a problem with that. I agree. I concur. I would bet the under on that of 4.5. And there are people in this city predicting they will win 0 games at this point because it's confusing. But we can get to that too. It's just that we don't know what this team is going to be. So it tracks. I understand and I agree. I think that is true.
I can certainly understand like the you guys are crazy over there, so I can understand it. But like 0 games sounds radical to me. It's the NFL. Like the Cardinals beat the Cowboys like thoroughly last year. It makes no sense what happens in this league, and injuries are a massive part. But I just think New England's going to suck, and you can make an argument like, hey, you don't want to throw Drake May to the Wolves. The hell with that. I want to see what he can do, and I don't want him to get hurt, but like I want to see what he does. Has he make the key play? Like how much does he learn from throwing interceptions? Saban was on Hard Knocks and talked about that. So like this Brissett thing, that's come and gone. We've seen it. We know what it is. He's going to get subbed out in week 5, 6, 7, whatever it is. Just play Drake May. I think we're going to see all of them except probably Penix, barring an injury. Caleb has shown flashes that Bears fans just almost haven't seen. And by the way, any Bears fan last year arguing to trade the number 1 pick and get a bigger haul and surround Justin Fields with talent. How's that looking in Pittsburgh? We'll get to that later too, because my God, he looks awful. I think this rookie, Jaden Daniels, had a scare on a play where he ran and took a little hit, but like for the most part has looked the part. You got to play these guys. And I think that's what's exciting about it is I don't know who's going to hit or how many are going to hit, but it adds an element to it, I think, in the larger context of conversation with the NFL. Odds for worst record in the NFL. Your Pats are favored at plus 300. The Broncos are 6-1. The Panthers are 7-1. The Giants are 10-1. The Vikes are 12-1. The Titans are 12-1. So, I don't know if I'd bet your Pats. I think about this for a second, and I'll tee you up. Who would you bet to be the worst team in the NFL there?
Oh, I mean, it's tough to not say the Patriots right now because it's just that we don't know what this team is going to be. It is, and I think that's probably why they are favored, and also why their under is being bet so much, and also why something I noticed they have the longest odds to win the Super Bowl is because they have an entirely new team from in terms of coaching, in terms of the quarterback. For the first time, that both of these quarterback and coach positions have been different in the past 2 decades. So we have no clue what this franchise is, what this team is, what the coaching style is going to end up being once it all gets fleshed out, what this team is. And I think people are so unsure of that and very hesitant to take a flyer out on them in any positive way. So I wouldn't be so hesitant to bet the Patriots to have the worst record in the NFL this season. I don't think much of them. I think it's going to be a really tough slog. It's going to be tough sledding this season for Patriots fans, which is why you might want to watch. I will still have my what I do. I go about watching the game each week. Patriots on TV and Red Zone after the Patriots game. And if the Patriots are, whatever the Patriots are not playing, it's Red Zone. But I will still watch them. Like I will still watch every game, of course. But I think it will be tough. But this is why you have a second team like the Detroit Lions, let's say, to put your heart into and still root for the Patriots, but know that your heart will be broken if you really, think that they are going to have a better record than the worst in the NFL this season. So I would take that.
So we have a lot more to get to. I want to answer this on the other side because I was thinking about it when you were going through your explanation. Patriots, Broncos, Panthers, Giants, Vikes, Titans, the worst. So I'll answer. I'll give you my thoughts on that. What team I think I would bet on the other side of that. We've got more NFL news. Starting quarterback announced for a certain franchise that I kind of chuckled at. We'll get to that coming up. There is a lot more football to discuss. It is a loaded show. Back to the Futures, back with more here on the BetQL Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby. I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit, and it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city, so I'd have to get myself some new clubs, have to start practicing, find some unis around the city, and I could do it. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club. You live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back into golf?
No, because it's a hobby that's very expensive and it takes a ton of time. This is why women get so mad at their husbands for playing golf. It is not because we hate golf. It's because it takes, on the low end, 5 hours. And then you have to go to the driving range before, get some swings in. Then you want to get some beers with your boys after the round. So it just turns into an all-day affair. And I guess, like, you don't have kids or any, like, thing tying you down. Like, you don't have a pet at home, or I guess you have Bijou, but, you know, cats don't need to be taken out all the time. So I think that's the knock on golf, is that it just takes so damn long. So maybe there is another hobby that is less time, you know, time
consuming.
What's the opposite of time consuming? You know, that you could pick up that also does not cost a fortune. Because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of golf clubs. They're not cheap for the good ones.
No. Well, that's the problem too, is that's why I said if I'm going to do this, I have to do this, because if you're going to spend that money, I don't want to do it and then have my clubs collect dust in my closet or anything like that. I think what you should do is you can swing. Your husband obviously plays golf. You get Blake a little starter set. Next thing you know, family golf outing.
Oh, we do have clubs for her.
There you go.
But it's just, again, golf takes forever. And also, it is the middle of January, or the 1st of January. It feels like the middle of January. So it's not the greatest weather for playing golf when it's 37 degrees out. So maybe this spring.
All right. We'll keep that in mind. Maybe it'll happen. I'll keep track for you.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby. I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit, and it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city, so I'd have to get myself some new clubs, have to start practicing, find some unis around the city, and I could do it, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club. You live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back into golf?
No, because it's a hobby that's very expensive and it takes a ton of time. This is why women get so mad at their husbands for playing golf. It is not because we hate golf. It's because it takes, on the low end, 5 hours. And then you have to go to the driving range before, get some swings in. Then you want to get some beers with your boys after the round. So it just turns into an all-day affair. And I guess, like, you don't have kids or any, like, thing tying you down. Like, you don't have a pet at home, or I guess you have Bijou, but, you know, cats don't need to be taken out all the time. So I think that's the knock on golf, is that it just takes so damn long. So maybe there is another hobby.
Grab your flux Capacitor, and let's go back to the futures with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Oh, I love football season. The commercial breaks are not boring. We are just giving takes, giving thoughts, sharing opinions. I love it. It's great. Update, by the way. I'm looking at this Denver Green Bay game. So I guess they reviewed this. Knicks and the Broncos got good field position. And I thought Knicks had thrown a touchdown pass, but he had clearly crossed the line of scrimmage by almost 2 yards when he threw it. So they have negated that touchdown, and it looks like the Broncos are going to kick a field goal. Nice little start. I will just maintain. So if you're just joining us, we were talking about worst records, like who to bet on that or who you would like in that. Patriots, Broncos, Panthers, Giants, Vikings, Titans are your top contenders. Zach gave a sneaky good one during the break. The Broncos are going to start Bo Nix. I will bet that the Broncos are starting Bo Nix. It is his job. He's too old. They need to know what he is now because he's on a rookie contract. And I think he's better than Jared Stidham's ever going to be. And so take that for what you will. I have like 3 teams I love for this pick, and your Patriots are certainly deserving of getting, especially at 3-1 value. Like, to me, that's still good value if you think they're going to be as bad as they are.
Totally.
I'm throwing the Titans in this. I think the Titans are not going to be good. And look, Jeffrey Simmons is an absolute monster on the defensive line. What he did to Mike White, or what he did to Seattle, because I was confusing teams, was absolutely just a glimpse of what a beast he's been. But I just don't trust anything with the Titans. I know your boy Levis has got the mayonnaise perfume or whatever, but like I just think the Titans are not very good at all. And so I think the Titans 12-1. Zach had the Saints at 24-1. What did you think of the Saints one? Because I also think the Saints are not very good, but I also don't think their division is bad enough for them not to like split with maybe half the division.
That is true. The division is tough, and it is perennially. But I would take the Saints over the Titans for this. Will Levis is also dating the bachelor or bachelorette. I can never remember which one the woman is on, if she's on which one, Victoria Fuller. And he does have the mayonnaise perfume. So he's got a lot going for him. He has a lot riding on this. He has a lot of, now the ball is rolling with endorsement deals. And the better he plays, the more deals he gets, the more, things that he can accomplish in his life outside of football. And I think he loves this. But I worry that he is overhyped potentially, or overhypes himself up, because he has a little bit of that. He has a little bit of, yes, I'm the best player ever. And he's not at all. So I would take the Saints over the Titans here though, but I don't think the Titans are going to be spectacular this year. But I would take the Saints over them for worst record. I think the Titans will have more wins than the Saints.
It's going to be a fun one. I think looking at new coaching hires and questionable quarterbacks is kind of always the way to go with that category. Like Denver, even New York. Like New York's got incredible edge rushers. They got what looks like a freak in Malik Neighbors, but I don't know, the Dayball thing and Daniel Jones is just not very good. So I think almost all those teams you can make really solid arguments for. I think Spencer Rattler's going to play for the Saints at some point. But it's a fun market to go through. We did have other movement going on in the National Football League. The Raiders announced that Gardner Minshew will be their Week 1 starter over Aiden O'Connell. They'll play the Chargers in Week 1. I laughed at this. I've always loved Gardner Minshew. He played at Washington State, so we saw a lot of him out west here in the Pac-12 when it existed. And he's a really funny character. We know what Gardner Minshew is. Aiden O'Connell will be starting for the Raiders in how many weeks? 4 weeks? 5 weeks? Like, at what point is Gardner Minshew going to get benched because he threw 2 pick sixes in a game?
Yeah, there should actually be odds on that, is what week, for pretty much every team, which week, which quarterback will be benched. For many teams, that is the case, many that we will be discussing. But Antonio Pierce said this was basically experience is what led him to make this decision, and not how they'd been playing in preseason, because they were pretty much both not one of them stood out. Both were mid to bad and not great, and no one was exceptional. And there wasn't a situation where Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew came out and was like, this job is mine. they were, not great. And I think Antonio Pierce was really hoping one of them would stand out. But he was like, you know what? I just got to make this decision and make it based on experience, not based on how they are currently or which one looks better, but experience.
Yeah, the Raiders are not a team that I'm like very high on. I think they got an elite defensive line with Wilkins and Crosby. Like Crosby's a good decoy candidate, I think, right? But they did the interim coach and he had a good win and like, oh, the locker room loves him higher. And like that in my life doesn't necessarily always pay off. That division, I don't think is going to be easy. They're probably going to be a dogfight a lot of the weeks with Kansas City. I think the Chargers will be improved with Harbaugh and he's kind of flipping some of the culture stuff. We'll see what Denver is with Bo Nix and Sean Payton's pivotal season. But the thing about the Raiders I find funny was Antonio Pierce in his announcement not only said the experience, he also added, yeah, we just need Gardner to stop improvising and make that read when it's there. And I'm like, okay, like what player changes that about themselves? Like Brett Favre's entire career was not being able to stop with the turnovers. And that's, at this point of his career, Antonio Pierce, that's who Gardner Minshew is. So good luck with all of that. Not to mention you have a disgruntled wide receiver who we just saw on the receiver show, quite literally hated his quarterback last year and is ready to be traded probably at any given moment. So the Raiders over-under is 6.5. I think they're right at that number at 6. I think their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games. But I think I would take the under on the Raiders at 6.5 because I think they'll be about a 6-win team in my mind, given what their quarterback situation is.
Yeah, that feels about right. I think 6 wins or 5, maybe even 5 or 6 wins. It feels right in that spot. And I would also take the under on the Raiders wins this season. And I don't, they're plus 4,000 to win the AFC, plus 10,000 to win the Super Bowl. No, thank you. No, not even a thought on that. I would stay away from that. I don't think I would take anything on the Raiders going forward this season. It just seems like probably like 3 or 4 games for Gardner Minshew, and then I think we'll see a quarterback, a different quarterback going forward.
I have a team that I actually think is more nervous about their quarterback situation, and we'll get to that in a second. But you're in Boston. You cover and follow the Patriots. You live and die by the Patriots. Matthew Judon is finally gone. He got his wish. He wanted out, and the Falcons stepped up a 3rd-round draft pick for Matthew Judon. The Falcons also added Justin Simmons to their secondary. So the Falcons got a lot of experience. Jesse Bates, Simmons, they got Judon now. Great. I think Jared is there. Like, they've got some good players defensively. Atlanta could be a sneaky pick. What were your thoughts on what they got for Matthew Judon and the Judon era kind of being over in New England?
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I wasn't shocked. I mean, based on how he had acted leading up to that, I thought he's probably going to be out of here at some point. And I think what they got, that's fine. I think it's fine. But he was yelling at executives and Gerard Mayo on the sideline. I mean, stuff that he was doing. I know that this kind of leads into the next part of kind of what came out of the trade. The stuff that he was doing, it is inconceivable that would be going on under Bill Belichick. And I know I had said this at the break, is that they need to move on from the thought of Belichick. He is looming and hovering over everything. And we saw this in the last preseason game for the Patriots when Ramondre Stevenson was asked by Steve Burton, how do you feel about the guy who just left? And he didn't say Judon's name. So Ramondre Stevenson thought he was talking about Belichick. The first thing he thought of with the guy who just left was not the guy who left days ago. It was still Belichick. And so he said, yeah, it was so awkward. He's like, yeah, we're going to miss Bill. I watched this live and I didn't think it was going to be like that big of a deal, but everybody had this because it is so awkward where he's like, yeah, we miss Bill. But because what Steve Burton asked was who is going to be the guy to step up and replace him, which is literally the job of Gerard Mayo. So there is a guy already. So so it was so awkward because then he said, yeah, but we have faith in Mayo and we love Gerard and but I miss Bill. That was one of my favorite coaches. And then Steve Burton said, I wasn't talking about Bill. And then he never said his name. He did not say Judon's name, which I think he forgot his name, but he said, no, I was, and he was like, we were talking about Judon. the first thing they think of is Bill. Gerard Mayo was referencing Belichick and how, in the second preseason game, first preseason game, all 4 quarterbacks are going to get equal time, which was more information than you've gotten before when Belichick would answer questions. So I think they need to move on from the thought of Belichick, which is tough. I don't move on from the thought of Belichick. I wonder every day what he's doing right now, what he and his girlfriend are doing. But they need to move on from this. And so that came out of the Judon trade as well, was just another instance of him just hovering over everything.
The Falcons win total. The Falcons win total is 9.5. Their odds to win the NFC South are -150. I believe they are favored to win that division, although the Bucs are bringing almost everything back from a year ago when they won that division. Narrowly, I might add. It wasn't like some cakewalk to it, even though they almost got to, I think they almost beat, Detroit in their divisional round game. Like they were down to the wire in that thing. Odds to make the playoffs, -185. These are odds courtesy our good friends at BetMGM. And odds to miss the playoffs, +150. 11-1 to win the NFC. I would not go as far for the Falcons to win the NFC, but I think Raheem Morris and the experience they have defensively now with these additions. Plus, look, even if it's not Kirkers, I'm really big on Penix. I got big Penix energy. I think he can slide right in there and take over for Kirkers. I think they're going to get their playmakers the ball. I don't think it's going to be something we have to question. Hey, is Kyle Pitts going to touch the football today? Like, I don't think we have to worry about that anymore. I think the Falcons understand who their playmakers are. They're going to hit the running back. They're going to hit the receiver. They're going to disperse the ball in the right spots. I really like the Falcons to hit the over here. I think they're at least a 10-win team if they stay healthy. And so I really like this addition for them. Bringing in Judon, you get an elite edge rusher or a guy at least that sets your locker room culture and kind of sets the tone for your defense. Simmons in the back in the secondary is a good addition too. I like the Atlanta Falcons to make the playoff. I think those are good odds. Even though they're at minus money, I still like them to make the playoffs because I think their roster's experienced enough, and I think they're getting an upgrade in coaching. I want to ask you, we talked about Minshew and the Raiders. I'm wondering if Pittsburgh is more concerned with their quarterback situation than even Vegas. And you can certainly say Fields and Russ are better than Minshew and O'Connell. I don't know about that. I watched Russell Wilson highlights from his debut, and I've seen Justin Fields in 2 games now. Woof. Buzz your girlfriend. Lucy, Pittsburgh, a constant, consistent 500 or better franchise, and they very well could be that this year. Where are you at on the Pittsburgh Steelers and just the downfall of Russell Wilson and Justin Fields just not looking very good?
Yeah, they're in trouble. This is not good. Russell Wilson is washed. He is at the Broncos fans who were saying, boy, am I glad that we don't have him here. The Broncos trash can, they were tweeting, it's like, oh, same can, different colors or team or whatever. He is washed. Justin Fields makes mistakes. I think they are in trouble. And I think Russell Wilson will start week 1. But just because it's like flip a coin, basically, because of, seniority, I get like, how do you choose? How do you decide who is going to be the starting quarterback? I don't know what Tomlin's doing there.
He gets so angry at these reporters. And I'm like, what has Russell Wilson done to elevate him way above Justin Fields? You're going to play both of them. Stop acting like Russell Wilson's going to be some all-pro dude.
Right. And the other thing Tomlin did was he took the blame completely away from the quarterbacks. He said, we didn't do a good job protecting our quarterbacks in this game, which ironically, what he was doing is protecting the quarterbacks by saying that. He didn't say anything else about that, that I heard. He took the blame away from that. This is a tough decision he is going to have to make. So with those 2 quarterbacks in that game, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, not exactly rookies, not exactly no-name quarterbacks. They only scored 3 points with those 2 in a preseason game. I don't know how he is going to literally just flip a coin. And I think it will be Russell Wilson who starts week 1. But how long into the season does he go? This is another team where how many weeks? Because he gets benched or because he gets injured. Because again, he is washed. So I don't think Russell Wilson will go deep into the season, but I think he will start week 1.
I will make up a prop because I don't know if our friends at BetMGM would have this, but it'd be hilarious if they did. I'll make up a prop for you very quickly, and then we'll go to some college football dealings. if you were to wager who gets subbed out first at quarterback, Gardner Minshew or Russell Wilson, who would you bet, and who would be the favorite?
Russell Wilson, and I think Russell Wilson would also be the favorite. But
I think so too.
Yeah, I would do both. I would say yes and put your money on that. Yeah. And, is there value there? I don't know, but that would be my pick. And that's who I would say is favored just because injury too.
Well, Pittsburgh, that crowd's going to boo the living hell out of him if he's doing what he did in Denver. Denver's driving right now with Bo Nix. There's an update on some preseason stuff. The most irrelevant thing in sports that we shouldn't care about at this point, and some college football dealings. Let's get to that coming up. Back to the Futures with Lucy Burge, Brandon Sprague. We're back with our final segment next on the BetQL Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby. I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit, and it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city, so I'd have to get myself some new clubs, have to start practicing, find some unis around the city, and I could do it, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club, you live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back into golf?
No, because it's a hobby that's very expensive, and it takes a ton of time. This is why women get so mad at their husbands for playing golf. It is not because we hate golf. It's because it takes, on the low end, 5 hours. And then you have to go to the driving range before, get some swings in. Then you want to get some beers with your boys after the round. So it just turns into an all-day affair. And I guess, you don't have kids or any, thing tying you down. You don't have a pet at home, or I guess you have Bijou, but, cats don't need to be taken out all the time. So I think that's the knock on golf, is that it just takes so damn long. So maybe there is another hobby that is less time, time
consuming.
What's the opposite of time consuming? That you could pick up that also does not cost a fortune. Because I don't know if you've looked at the prices of golf clubs. They're not cheap for the good ones.
No. Well, that's the problem too, that's why I said, if I'm going to do this, I have to do this, because if you're going to spend that money, I don't want to do it and then have my clubs collect dust in my closet or anything like that. I think what you should do is you can swing. Your husband obviously plays golf. You get Blake a little starter set. Next thing you know, family golf outing.
Oh, we do have clubs for her.
There you go.
But it's just, again, golf takes forever. And also, it is the middle of January, or the 1st of January. It feels like the middle of January. So it's not the greatest weather for playing golf when it's 37 degrees out. So maybe this spring.
All right. Well, keep that in mind. Maybe it'll happen. I'll keep track for you.
Are you ready for the most interactive sports gambling show? Introducing BetQL's Send It In with PJ Glasser. We want to hear from you. Send It In is about your picks, your trends, and your fades. Share your thoughts, predictions, and your best daily best bets with the Send It In community. Set your reminders, mark your calendars, and get ready to send it in on weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. On your home for wagertainment, the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea, earlier in the show, we were talking a little bit about New Year's resolutions, blah, blah, blah. One thing I do need is I need a hobby. I need a new hobby. That's one of my goals. And I was thinking maybe I should retake up golf again. I used to play golf all the time, and I was decent at it. I was never going to blow anyone's mind, but I was pretty good. Now, I am summarily terrible. I suck at the game of golf now. But if you're going to commit to playing golf, you got to commit. And it's hard for me because I live right in the middle of the city. So I'd have to get myself some new clubs, have to start practicing, find some unis around the city. And I could do it. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. So you are someone, you can swing a club. You live right there on a golf course. Can you talk me into getting back?
Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Lucy Burge and Brandon Sprague on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
All right, welcome back in. We have a lot to get to in our final segment. Quick update. I only have the Denver-Green Bay game on my phone here. I don't know what's happening in Saints-Niners. I just know Brandon Ayuk still is a Niner, technically, but not signed, but he may be traded, but they may be getting a deal done, but I don't know what's happening there. It's incredibly fun. Just figure it out. Like, choose. Just like if we're haggling over $2 million, give the $2 million, move, get this done. I don't know what they're doing there. I will just triple down now throughout the show. Bo Nix is going to get the starting gig in Denver. They've gotten the ball in good field position, but he's also moving the ball downfield, and they're now at first and goal, second and goal now because they just had a run play. But like for the most part, I'll continue to be shocked if Bo Nix is not announced the starting quarterback in week 1. Do you care, Lucy, at all? Our one pro sport of the core four, no disrespect to our Portland Timbers, is basketball. We got the Blazers, and the Blazers are bad. Like, they're going to be bad again. They are trying to play capture the flag here. They want to ace the tank. Just get on the edge for VJ. However you want to phrase it for whatever player in the 2025 NBA draft that might be franchise changing, that's what they're doing. They will be bad this year. Take the under on the win total of 22.5, okay? Do you care whether the Blazers are good or bad? I have never cared about schedule release stuff in the NBA. I think it's dumb. I think when you get national games announced for certain days, like, nobody remembers it. I think it's for like a 10% audience. Like, hey, Lucy, without looking, when's Paul George make his LA debut as a 76er? Don't look. Oh, you don't know it because nobody knows it. We won't know it until a week before. The NBA does this schedule thing, and baseball does this too. And it's like, outside of some cool social media videos, I just find long season sports schedule release stuff pointless because I'm never going to remember it. I don't put it on my calendar. I don't care to. I never will. Where are you at on it?
You mean you don't really get into how many primetime games the top 5 primetime games teams are without NBA TV, though, and with NBA TV, because not everybody has that. I've seen lists of both, of who has the most. The Celtics are bumped up a little bit without NBA TV, because not every, you get into the weeds with this break. It's the most exciting thing that's happening right now, for sure. It is, I mean, I care because the Celtics will be getting their rings, so I care to see which team they will be playing when they receive their I say world championship rings. They're world champions. They're also Olympians, so a few of them. So you know what, they're champions. When